Yo, yo, yo. What's pimpin' with y'all boys? Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Happy 4th of July. Hopefully everyone is having a great morning. And today we just gonna be playing some fucking quick match since I am reputation banned. And yeah. So we're gonna be doing that. Since there's really not much for us to do. And plus I don't even got my headphones on. I probably sound quiet. I gotta do some little configurations with this new mic. Cause I did not tell y'all in the last stream that I got a Shure MV7X, which is yeah, it's a legitimate Shure MV7X, so it's not a fake one or anything. But yeah, we got us a legitimate mic now, one that actually works and everything. So hopefully it works pretty well, but I gotta do some more configurations on it, make it sound better. But anyways, um, I don't know what the fuck's going on with my game, but some. And also I am using the pop filter from the fake Shure SM7B. If I don't fucking remember what it's called at this point. Like, my brain's not working this morning. I don't care to work this morning. But real quick before we, start, I would like to raise the volume a little bit. Hopefully that sounds a little bit better, to where I can be a little bit quiet, and because right now my father is asleep in the living room with the dog, because the dog has been acting very fucking weird for the past I don't know, like 2 months since we've literally gotten the cat. She's been thinking like we're replacing her or something, but we're really not. I just don't understand what's going on with this dog. But I don't know if this microphone needs, a lot more gain for it. But we'll figure it out over time. Cause like y'all know I get a little bit loud and all that. So really I gotta figure out how to tune this microphone to my, my voice and my actions. Cause if I get too excited, I don't want to blow y'all's eardrums out and shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, we gonna try and get out of fucking dishonorable, cause Siege wants to put us in dishonorable for some fuck ass reason. And yeah, we are also finna look into a little Wi-Fi upgrade, hopefully soon. Maybe I just need to keep it pointing towards my mouth. Maybe that's probably the best thing I need to do. It's like keep it pointed towards.
Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Keep it the way I'm
Friendly, last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
And the game's already finna be over. What the fuck? But yeah, not really feeling that well, but we will be live for a good little bit today. I will be having a long video for y'all today, cause I'ma probably nap
Friendly drone
through it,
deployed.
no
Op
cap,
4 is reinforcing its location.
but I'ma still be live doing, the whole fucking video and shit. But it's gonna be a pretty long video full of fucking clues and shit. So, yeah. Eventually, if y'all, stay in the stream, maybe y'all can fall asleep to that too. Eventually, like what I'm gonna do, because hopefully, I want to be able to start taking naps during like my streams and shit. But
10
like,
seconds to insertion.
I want to have videos for y'all too, and for me to watch too. Because I'm not
5
gonna lie,
seconds
I do
before
be watching these videos whenever I fall asleep. I put them hoes on and my
You
TV,
found a bomb. Make your way to its location and
and
defuse it.
pretty much just fall asleep to 'em.
Reloading.
But I forgot to put my fucking headphones on.
Unclear. Enemies inbound. Changing mags. Grabbing intel.
Oh yeah, one more thing. I also did forget to say, you probably realized that I am in the same shirt as last stream. Cause I did sleep in this shirt. I'm not gonna lie with you, and I just did not change the shirt.
You have dropped the diffuser. One Op 4 remaining.
Why is he over there? Why are you over there, dude?
The diffuser has been secured.
Okay, this kid must be some dog shit. Cause why are we using a
Bomb diffusion initiated. Protect the diffuser.
Heads up. Hostile inbound. Brace yourself.
Oh my god, he's coming from the oh, never mind.
Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
Oh, you would have put me a dedication? Fuck you then, pussy. Like, come on now. I literally got into the game. Like, I just joined. And then you would have put me, like, man, go fuck yourself, genuinely. Like, go fuck yourself. Chat, y'all want to know what I'm waiting for, bro? Since Fortnite did drop season 9 of Fortnite OG, bro, I'm waiting for the event for season 9, bro. The event was heat. It was a very, very good event. I ain't gonna lie with you. But yeah, we gon' I'm gonna make sure next time I go live and shit, I'm gonna have my microphone configured, and hopefully whenever I get, you know, my Wi-Fi issues settled, the streams will be looking a lot better. Um Eventually we're gonna upgrade to a 1440p monitor besides streaming on fucking 1080. And I'm grateful that my capture card will allow me to capture capture, you know, in 1440p, so I'll be able to actually record and, you know, stream in 1440p off my console too. So that's a fucking huge W. And eventually we gonna, you know, swap from the fucking Xbox to the PlayStation because, you know, we want that USB audio. And then who the fuck is Fat Joe? Who the fuck is this guy? I swear to God, if he starts blasting TikToks in his mic,
Friendly drone
straight
deployed.
on you.
Op 4 is reinforcing its
Straight
location.
on you, cause I'm not. Don't, nope. Not dealing with it.
Oh shit.
And all this kid does is just burp at his fucking
10
mic.
seconds.
Is that like your signature move, Bucko?
5 seconds to go.
Is all you do is burp?
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
If you shave, would we still call you Blackbeard?
I don't like that.
Why is she asking these questions if bros shaved or not? Like, what? This is none of your business, shorty.
Loading new mag.
Hacking now. Loading mag! Overhead device.
The diffuser has been secured. The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Holy fucking dog shit, bro.
One Op 4 remaining.
Target acquired. 제거 카운터 on.
Op 4 eliminated.
There was no way that I missed all of them shots on that cap can, bro. There, like I swing or not swing, but like I quick pick up like maybe 4 times. I don't know if that was like 3 times, but I quick pick up a good little bit and I hit fucking nothing, nothing. I am some straight dog shit, chat.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
And, oh, never mind. Nope, there's two. There's two. There's two. Damn it. I tried to turn around, but I couldn't.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
This game's a robbery. This game's a robbery. Yo, what are we doing? Get down in that bitch. Like, this is how you what is this guy doing? It's like she's literally finna kill herself through her own fucking ram. Yo, this bitch has the brain capacity of a fucking 5-year-old.
Op 4 last operator standing. Op 4
Holy shit.
neutralized. Mission successful.
Like, look at this. Don't even know what you're like. What are you doing? Like, what are we thinking of? Huh. But yeah, I will probably be playing a lot more Siege. I mean, I've been playing Fortnite a lot more recently since, you know, I got my Siege Battle Pass done. So I've been kind of grinding Fortnite to get my Battle Pass up on there. Which I'm kind of about done with the main, you know, the main Battle Pass. And then we got to get the secret shit. All the extra bullshit, you know what I'm saying? And plus, dude, I'm not gonna lie, the only OG pass that I'm liking right now is the Season 9 one. I'm not gonna lie, that's the only one I fuck with. I have about every other one besides, I think, the Season 5 one. I'm gonna keep it a buck. But, low-key, Xbox Ultimate comes in clutch for Fortnite crews.
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
And then eventually we're gonna be paying for PlayStation Plus too, so.
I'm reloading! Reload!
10 seconds remaining. Down to 5 seconds.
Keep it deployed. Barrier.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Position secured. Try to get through that.
friendly operator
I
remaining.
couldn't fucking see, dude. You're all the way in the back?
Mission
Does this
failed.
kid have
All
like the
friendlies were
reaction time of
eliminated.
a fucking sloth? Like, holy shit. What am I watching? Let's play my boy Sentry. Let's play my boy Sentry. I guess you're not feeling me. Not feeling the energy, baby. Baby girl, we can do plan A. We can do plan B. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying.
Be ready to engage Op 4.
Yo, they're just leaving
Wall
the game.
fortified!
I'm reloading. The barrier is active.
10
If
seconds.
y'all wonder why I do this, I have really bad OCD. So,
5 seconds left.
yeah, even just a rotate looking a little bit fucked up, I'm gonna do
Op
something
4
about it.
has located the bomb.
That's
Get
just the
ready
type of
to
person I am.
engage.
Reload!
Keeper deployed. We have some time.
I mean, you do that.
Setting needle candy.
Op 4, last stop standing.
C4 out.
Keeper positioned.
You have been spotted.
There's
Friendly
no way
victorious.
I got that kill, bro. There's no way. Oh my god, that's funny, bro. I think we just got out of dishonorable. I think. Hold on. Let me make sure. We did! Yes! Yes, we did it. All right, well, you know what? Since we did just unlock rank again, why not we go take a little smoke break? And then, you know, I'll pop back out in like literally 50 minutes. I'm gonna smoke, make something to eat, and get myself situated, you know what I'm saying? Probably change shirts too, because nobody wants to be in the shirt that they wore from yesterday. So why not we go do all that real quick? And yeah. So I will be right back in about 50 minutes. So yeah, love y'all. Enjoy the video. And yeah.
There's a quiet embarrassment at the center of modern quantum physics. It's rarely mentioned outside academic circles, and when it is, it's often softened with abstractions or confusing mathematical language, but the problem itself is pretty blunt. According to our most successful physical theory, reality does not fully exist until it's observed. Quantum mechanics, unlike classical physics, doesn't describe objects as having definite properties at all times. Instead, it describes them with a mathematical entity called a wave function. This wave function doesn't tell us where a particle is or what it's doing. It just tells us what the particle could be doing. Multiple positions, multiple states, multiple outcomes, all covered by the wave function all at once. This condition is called superposition, and it does work mathematically. The predictions derived from it are so accurate that nearly all modern technology depends on them. Transistors, lasers, MRI machines, and even GPS systems, they all rely on quantum principles. So the theory isn't speculative, it's precise, it's testable, and most importantly, it is overwhelmingly successful. And yet, it contains within it a fundamental fracture. When a quantum system is not observed, it evolves smoothly according to the Schrödinger equation. Nothing dramatic happens and all its possibilities coexist. But the moment a measurement is made, the wave function collapses. One outcome becomes real while all the other outcomes vanish. And the problem isn't that this is happening. The problem is that quantum mechanics never explain how or why it happens, and this is known as the measurement problem. In classical physics, measurement is passive. A thermometer does not create temperature. A ruler does not create length. They reveal properties that were already there. Quantum mechanics breaks this assumption. Before measurement, properties are not merely unknown, they are undefined. The act of measurement does not reveal reality, it appears to create it. To avoid confronting this directly, early physicists adopted what became known as the Copenhagen interpretation. In this view, quantum mechanics does not describe reality itself, it only describes our knowledge of reality. Asking what a particle really is before measurement is considered meaningless. Reality, in this framework, is inseparable from observation. And for a while, this philosophical retreat was tolerated. The math worked out, and the predictions were correct. But one question adamantly refused to stay buried. What exactly then counts as an observation? This question becomes unavoidable when you follow the measurement chain carefully. A particle interacts with the measuring device. The measuring device interacts with the detector. The detector produces a signal. The signal is processed by electronics. The electronics produce data. The data is then displayed on a screen. Light from the screen is entering your human eye. Neural signals travel to the brain, and somewhere along this chain, the wave function stops evolving smoothly and collapses into a single outcome. Well, where in that chain does that transition occur? Well, physicist John von Neumann formalized this problem in what is now called the von Neumann chain. His analysis showed that mathematically every physical component of the measurement process can be treated as a quantum system. The measuring device does not escape superposition, neither does the detector, and neither does the brain, and so on, at least in principle. If you treat all physical systems consistently, well, the chain never breaks. Unless something non-physical intervenes. Von Neumann's conclusion was not mystical, but it was unsettling. He suggested that the only place the collapse could occur without contradiction is at the level of conscious awareness itself, not at the instrument, not at the brain as a physical object, but at the moment you experience that observation. And I don't think I need to say, but this idea was not embraced enthusiastically. It was tolerated at first, but then quietly ignored. But it never fully disappeared because the logic behind it was difficult to refute. Eugene Wigner sharpened the problem with a now famous thought experiment. Imagine a friend in a sealed laboratory measuring a quantum particle. Inside the room, the friend observes a definite result. Outside the room, you have no access to that information, and from your perspective, the entire lab, including the friend, must be treated as a quantum system. That system evolves into a superposition itself. The friend is seeing result A, and then the friend seeing result B are both technically for you, happening at the same time. Now, if you eventually open the lab to see the result that your friend got, when did that collapse happen? Was it when your friend first looked at the result, or was it when you learned what your friend saw? If consciousness is what causes that collapse, then the answer depends on whose consciousness counts as the true observer. If the friend's observation collapses the wave function, then from your perspective, collapse happened without your knowledge or your observation. However, if collapse requires your awareness as friend B, then your friend A existed in a superposition until you opened the door or asked the question. And frankly, both options are disturbing. One implies that reality is observer dependent. The other implies that even conscious observers can exist in superposition. Wigner himself took the problem seriously. For a time, he openly argued that consciousness must play a fundamental role in physics. Later in life, he softened his position, but he never resolved that paradox. So this is where physics collides with another unresolved problem, this time from neuroscience and from philosophy. Even if we set quantum mechanics aside, consciousness itself is not well understood. Neuroscience excels at explaining mechanisms. Neurons fire, signals propagate, networks process information, you damage a region of the brain, and specific functions are lost. These correlations are robust and very well documented. But why does neural activity produce subjective experience? Why is there an inner world at all? Why does information processing feel like anything from the inside? This is known as the hard problem of consciousness, and it is not a gap in the data, it's a gap in our ability to explain. A computer can process information, recognize faces, generate language, and outperform humans at complex tasks. But no amount of functional description explains why redness feels red, why pain hurts, or why awareness exists as a first-person phenomenon rather than a third-person process. Classical physics describes systems from the outside. Consciousness is known only from the inside, and this mismatch has led some researchers to an uncomfortable conclusion. If consciousness cannot be reduced to classical computation, and if quantum mechanics already requires an observer-like role to explain how reality becomes definite, then perhaps these two problems aren't separate. Perhaps consciousness is not an emergent afterthought in a mechanical universe, but a missing piece of its foundation. Now, this does not mean that consciousness is magical or supernatural. It means that our current picture of reality may be incomplete in a way that excludes the very thing doing the observing. So the question then is not whether consciousness is mysterious. The question is whether a universe described entirely by blind, mechanical laws can ever account for the fact that it is being experienced at all.
The strange thing is, this isn't just a problem for physics. Because outside the laboratory, we live inside systems of observation every day. Not wave functions and detectors, but algorithms, data brokers, surveillance networks, who are observing our every digital move. In the quantum world, the act of measurement is what forces reality into something definite. And in the digital world, something similar happens. The more you're tracked, the more you're categorized, profiled into a little digital box that they use to sell us ads, and sometimes even worse. If you've ever wondered how scammers can find out your name, your address, your search history, and online behavior, it's because of these data brokers that they gather and aggregate your information. That's why today's sponsor, Incogni, exists. Incogni is a service that automatically removes your personal information from the places that you can't see. Data brokers, people search sites, predatory directories, all the hidden corners of the internet where your identity is quietly being traded for profit. Doing this yourself would take weeks or even months, but Incogni handles it automatically and continuously, keeping your data out of the hands of bad actors. And with their new custom removals feature, you can take it even further. Just Google yourself, find a site exposing your information, copy the link, and Incogni's privacy experts will work to have it removed, even from sites that are outside of their automated network. So, if you want to reduce how much of your life is being measured, tracked, and turned into someone else's product, go to incogni.com/aperturedeal and use the code aperturedeal to get 60% off an annual plan and keep your information out of the hands of people who want to harm you. Because they can't harm you if they can't find you. Back to our story.
The physical mechanism, how the brain might escape classical computation. If consciousness truly has something to do with quantum mechanics, then the claim cannot remain philosophical. It has to interact with the physical world, it has to stand up and be tested, and it has to explain how a biological organ operating at body temperature could participate in phenomena usually reserved for subatomic particles. Otherwise, the idea collapses into nothing more than a metaphor. Roger Penrose, a mathematician disturbed by this limitation that most people would never even notice, explained that the starting point is not the brain, computation is. Modern neuroscience is largely built on an assumption inherited from computer science, that the brain is, at its core, an information processing machine. Consciousness, in this view, is what it feels like to run a sufficiently complex algorithm. Penrose rejected this assumption on mathematical grounds. His argument, hinging on Gödel's incompleteness theorems, results from mathematical logic that places strict limits on formal systems. Gödel showed that any sufficiently powerful logical system will contain true statements that cannot be proven within the system itself. No matter how complete the rules seem, there will always be truths that escape mechanical derivation. Penrose noticed something unsettling about this. Human mathematicians can see the truth of certain statements that no algorithm can formally prove, not by brute force calculation, but by insight, by understanding. If human understanding were fully equivalent to an algorithm, then humans would be bound by the same limitations as formal systems. Yet, in practice, they're not. They can step outside the system, recognize its structure, and grasp truths that the system cannot certify. Penrose's conclusion was not that humans are magical. It was that human understanding is not computable. It cannot be reduced to a classical algorithm running on biological hardware. If that is true, then the brain is not functioning like a digital computer. And if it isn't classical, then it must be doing something else. Penrose proposed that the something else lies in quantum physics, but not in the usual way that people imagine. Not random quantum noise, not vague mysticism either. A very specific process built into the fabric of space-time itself. In standard quantum physics, wave function collapse is treated as a rule. You observe the system and the probabilities become facts. But Penrose found this deeply unsatisfying. It relies on measurement without explaining what measurement fundamentally is. Instead, he proposed that collapse is a real physical process called objective reduction. The idea is simple. According to general relativity, mass and energy curve space-time. According to quantum mechanics, particles can exist in superposition. But if an object is in two places at once, then spacetime itself must also be in a superposition of two different geometries. Penrose argued that spacetime cannot tolerate this indefinitely. Beyond a certain threshold, the superposition becomes unstable and then collapses on its own. No observer required, no measurement device, just gravity enforcing consistency. And this collapse is not subjective, it is objective. It happens whether anyone is watching or not. And crucially, Penrose proposed that each such collapse corresponds to a moment of conscious experience. At this point, the theory needed a brain. Penrose understood physics, but he did not know where such quantum processors could occur in neurons. That is where Stuart Hameroff enters the picture. Hameroff is an anesthesiologist, not a physicist. His interest in consciousness came from an unusual direction: anesthesia. General anesthetics reliably erase consciousness while leaving most neural processing intact. Patients can still have brain activity, reflexes, and even memory encoding under certain conditions. What disappears is subjective experience itself. Hameroff noticed something strange in this. Anesthetics did not primarily target synapses, action potentials, or large-scale neural signaling. Instead, they bound preferentially to structures inside neurons called microtubules. Microtubules are part of the cell's internal skeleton. They give neurons their shape, transport materials, and organize intracellular processes. For decades, they were considered structural scaffolding, important but not informational. Now, Hameroff suspected otherwise. Microtubules are made of repeating protein units arranged in a highly ordered lattice. At very small scales, this lattice resembles a crystal. And crystals, under the right conditions, can support coherent quantum states. Together, Penrose and Hameroff proposed orchestrated objective reduction, or ORC-OR. The idea is that microtubules act as quantum information processors. Within their lattice, components can exist in superpositions, functioning as quantum bits rather than classical ones. These superpositions evolve coherently for a brief period, orchestrated by the brain's neural activity. When the superposition reaches Penrose's gravitational threshold, it undergoes objective reduction. The collapse is not random noise, it is structured, shaped by the geometry of space-time itself. Each collapse produces a discrete moment of experience. Consciousness, in this model, is not continuous. It is a sequence of quantum events. A rapid series of collapses, often described metaphorically as moments or frames, occurring roughly 40 times per second. Now, this would explain several otherwise puzzling features of experience. The unity of consciousness, the suddenness of insight, the way awareness feels discrete yet seamless. Even the temporal binding problem, how different sensory inputs are experienced as a single moment. For decades, this theory was dismissed for one simple reason. The brain is warm, wet, and very, very noisy. Quantum coherence is fragile. In laboratories, it typically requires extreme isolation and near absolute zero temperatures. In the brain, your molecules are vibrating, ions are flowing, and thermal noise dominates. Any delicate quantum state should decohere almost instantly. So, ORC-OR seemed dead on arrival. But biology has a habit of exploiting physical effects in ways physics does not expect. In the early 2000s, researchers studying photosynthesis discovered something surprising. Energy transfer in plant cells showed signatures of quantum coherence. Excited electrons explored multiple paths simultaneously, selecting the most efficient route through superposition at room temperature. So quantum biology was no longer just hypothetical. In comes anesthesia research. Experiments showed that anesthetics disrupted microtubule function in ways consistent with interference in quantum-level processes. Consciousness disappeared when microtubule dynamics were altered, even though large-scale neural firing could remain. More recently, studies have suggested that microtubules may support a phenomenon known as superradiance. In very simple terms, this allows many quantum components to act as a single coherent system, amplifying and stabilizing quantum effects rather than letting them decay. This matters because it addresses the central criticism to the theory. If microtubules can sustain large-scale coherence through collective behavior, then quantum processes in the brain are no longer obviously impossible. And let's just say right out here, none of this proves that OR is correct, but it does shift the question. The brain may not be a classical machine with quantum noise layered on top. It may be a system evolved to sit precisely at the boundary where quantum and classical physics meet. If that boundary is where reality becomes definite, then the brain is not just processing information, it is participating in the same processes that turns possibility into reality. Which raises a final destabilizing thought. If the brain uses quantum mechanics not just internally, but relationally, through entanglement and non-locality, then consciousness may not be confined to the skull at all. The connection to the universe when the mind is no longer local. Up to this point, the discussion has remained uncomfortable but contained. Consciousness may rely on quantum processes. The brain may operate at a boundary classical physics does not describe well. These ideas stretch neuroscience, but they don't yet rupture our sense of personal identity. That rupture happens when non-locality enters the picture. Quantum mechanics does not merely allow strange behavior at small scales. It violates one of the most intuitive assumptions humans have ever held, that objects exist independently and that influence travels locally through space. Entanglement is the clearest expression of this violation. When two quantum systems interact, they can become entangled, meaning their properties are no longer independent. If you measure one and the state of the other is immediately constrained, no matter how far apart they are. This correlation is not mediated by signals traveling through space. It is built into the structure of the shared quantum state itself. Einstein found this intolerable. He called it spooky action at a distance, and this wasn't as praise, this was a warning. However, decades of experiments have confirmed entanglement as a real feature of the world and not a mathematical trick. The uncomfortable implication is this. The universe is not composed of separate things interacting across space. At the deepest level, it is a network of relationships that ignore distance entirely. If consciousness depends on quantum processes, then it does not merely occur within the universe. It participates in the same non-local structure that underlies all physical reality. This isn't poetry, it's a structural claim. In classical neuroscience, the brain is modular. Regions perform tasks, signals propagate. Information is localized. Consciousness, in this view, is an emergent summary, a story that the brain tells itself about its own activity. Quantum systems do not behave this way. They are unified. You cannot fully describe one part without referencing the whole. This raises a radical possibility. Consciousness may not arise from isolated computations inside the skull, but from coherent processes that bind the brain into a single quantum system. There are tentative experimental hints pointing in this direction. Researchers have long struggled to explain how the brain integrates information so seamlessly. Visual input, auditory input, memory, emotion, and bodily sensation, they're processed in different regions, yet experienced as a single moment. This is known as the binding problem. Classical explanations rely on synchrony and signaling, but synchrony alone does not explain unity. It explains coordination, but not experience. Quantum coherence offers a different mechanism. Entangled systems behaving as one system even when they are spatially distributed. Recent MRI-based studies have suggested correlations between distant regions of the brain that are difficult to account for purely classically. These correlations are not proof of entanglement in the strict quantum sense, but they do hint at deeper integration than standard models predict. if microtubules can sustain coherent quantum states, and if those states span large neural networks, then consciousness may be a genuinely unified physical process, not an illusion layered over fragmentation. And this has consequences beyond neuroscience. Quantum theory already forces us to reconsider the role of the observer. In the standard view, the universe evolves according to deterministic equations until a measurement occurs. Then, something then selects one outcome from many. The question has always been, what performs the selection? If conscious systems are themselves quantum systems, and if their awareness corresponds to objective reductions in space-time geometry, then consciousness is not a passive witness. It is an active participant in the unfolding of reality. This idea is sometimes called the participatory universe. This phrase might sound wishy-washy, but I assure you it's real science. It describes a universe in which reality is not fully defined without interaction. Observers are not external to the system. They are part of the mechanism by which the universe becomes specific rather than indefinite. In such a universe, consciousness does not merely observe events. It helps actualize them. This does not mean human minds can control reality at will. Quantum processes are constrained, probabilistic, and subtle, but it does mean that awareness is not an afterthought. The boundary between mind and world becomes more porous. Objects appear separate because decoherence hides their connections, not because these connections are non-existent. In that sense, consciousness may be local only in appearance. A conscious system may be anchored to a brain, but not confined to it in the way that classical intuition demands. Its underlying processes may be entangled with broader quantum fields, participating in structures far larger than the organism itself. Or, in layman's terms, your brain might just be connected to the universe. The feeling of being a self, located behind the eyes, observing the world from a single point in space, may be a useful interface rather than a literal description of the true nature of consciousness. A way of navigating a reality that is fundamentally non-local without being totally overwhelmed by it. At this point, the conversation does begin to drift away from conventional physics and towards more radical frameworks. But these frameworks didn't arise from mysticism. They arose from attempts to take quantum mechanics seriously all the way down. One such framework begins with a blunt evolutionary claim. If perception evolved for survival rather than truth, then the world you experience is not reality as it is reality as it's useful. And if that's the case, then space-time itself may not be fundamental at all. Radical alternatives when reality is no longer what it seems. At a certain depth, attempts to explain consciousness stop feeling like extensions of neuroscience and begin to resemble reconstructions of reality itself. The assumptions that once felt stable, space, time, objects, even causality, begin to dissolve under scrutiny. One of the most direct challenges comes from an unexpected place: evolutionary theory. Donald Hoffman approaches the problem of perception with a simple but unsettling premise. Natural selection does not reward organisms for seeing the truth. It rewards them for surviving long enough to reproduce. Accuracy is irrelevant unless it increases your chances of survival. From this, Hoffman derives a result that feels almost, frankly, offensive to common sense. If a species evolved to see reality as it truly is rather than as a simplified interface optimized for survival, it would be outcompeted and then eliminated. Truth is expensive. Illusion? It's efficient. In this framework, perception is not a window into reality, it's a user interface. Just as a computer desktop hides voltage, transistors, and machine code behind icons and folders, our senses hide the underlying structure of the universe behind space, time, objects, and causality. A chair is not a thing in itself. It's an icon representing something useful to sit on. A car isn't metal and engine and motion. It's an interface object, signaling either danger or opportunity, depending on whether you're inside the car or standing in front of it. The key implication is this: space-time itself may be a part of that interface. Hoffman argues that if space-time were fundamental, evolution would have no reason to hide it. The fact that our perceptions are spatial, temporal, and object-based suggests that these are not features of reality, but of the interface through which we interact with it. So, the question is, what exists beneath the interface? In Hoffman's model, the fundamental constituents of reality are conscious agents, not human minds, but minimal units of experience and decision. These agents interact, form networks, and generate the structures that we perceive as physical reality. Matter does not give rise to consciousness. Consciousness gives rise to the appearance of matter. This isn't panpsychism in the usual sense. Hoffman is not claiming that electrons have feelings or that rocks are secretly aware. He's claiming that what we call physical objects are emergent symbols, compressed representations of interactions between conscious systems that we cannot perceive directly. In this view, you are not a body that produces consciousness. You are a localized perspective within a much larger field of interacting awareness. The brain, then, is not the generator of experience. It's a part of the interface, like a VR headset worn by consciousness to navigate a particular slice of our reality. This idea aligns uncomfortably well with quantum mechanics. The observer-dependent nature of measurement, the breakdown of locality, the inability to define properties without interaction, all of these suggest that reality is relational rather than objective in a classical sense. But Hoffman's model still assumes one universe. Another interpretation takes a more drastic step. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics begins with a refusal. It refuses to accept wave function collapse at all. Instead, it takes the mathematics literally. According to this view, the wave function never collapses. Every possible outcome of a quantum event occurs. When a measurement happens, the universe branches. One branch contains outcome A. Another contains outcome B. Both are real, they're simply not interacting. There's no special role for observation, no moment where possibility becomes actuality. Reality continuously differentiates. This interpretation solves the measurement problem by eliminating it. There's no collapse to explain, it only branches. But it introduces a new discomfort. If every possible outcome occurs, then there are versions of you who made different choices, survived different accidents, and died in many different ways. At every moment, reality fractures into countless paths. Most of these paths are unobservable to you, but some aren't. This leads to a disturbing philosophical extrapolation known as quantum immortality. Consider a thought experiment involving a lethal quantum device, often framed as a quantum Russian roulette. A trigger is pulled. A quantum event determines whether the gun fires. In many branches of the universe, it does. In some, it doesn't. From the outside, an observer sees death almost every time. From the inside, though, something strange is happening. Consciousness cannot experience its own absence. Try imagining just not being. You probably had difficulty because you can't. There is no subjective moment of being dead, so awareness continues only in branches where survival occurs. From your perspective, you always hear the click, but never the gunshot. Over repeated trials, the odds of your survival become astronomically small, but subjectively, survival feels guaranteed. So if many worlds is correct, then consciousness is biased towards branches where it continues, not because of fate or design, but because branches without experience are unexperienced. Now, this does not mean you are invincible. It means that from your point of view, you only ever find yourself in timelines where you remain alive until aging, disease, or gradual degradation erodes the conditions necessary for awareness. But even then, the implications remain unsettling. In this framework, death is not a single event, it's a distribution, a gradual thinning of branches where experience persists. Identity becomes fluid, continuity becomes conditional, and the universe becomes vast beyond comprehension, not just in space, but in possibility. At this stage, the idea of consciousness as a local phenomenon begins to feel inadequate. Whether through Hoffman's conscious agents or Everett's branching worlds, awareness appears less like a byproduct and more like a structural feature, something that does not sit neatly inside of space-time but uses space-time as one of its expressions. Now, let's pull back for a moment. These ideas are not proven, and many physicists reject them. Others tolerate them as philosophical interpretations with no testable consequences. But notice what they have in common. They all arise from taking quantum mechanics seriously without retreating into classical intuition. They all suggest that reality is not composed of objects but of processes, not of things but of relationships. Not matter first, but information, interaction, and experience, and they all converge on the same unsettling possibility: that consciousness is not an accident occurring inside the universe. It may be one of the ways the universe exists at all. All that remains is to step back and ask what this synthesis means and what it doesn't. Synthesis. What changes when the mind is no longer secondary? At this point, it becomes tempting to reach for resolution, to decide which theory is correct, which interpretation survives scrutiny, which framework deserves to replace the old one. But that impulse itself reflects a habit inherent from classical thinking, the belief that reality must collapse into a single clean answer. Well, quantum mechanics has taught us otherwise. There is no consensus on quantum consciousness. Orc-OR remains controversial. Many neuroscientists reject it as unnecessary. Many physicists remain skeptical that gravity-induced collapse has anything to do with experience. Hoffman's conscious agents are mathematically elegant but empirically distant. Many Worlds removes collapse but multiplies realities beyond intuitive tolerance. None of these views has won. And yet, something important has already changed. The question is no longer about whether consciousness fits neatly into the existing scientific picture. It doesn't. The question is whether the picture itself was ever complete without it. Classical physics gives us a universe made of objects, moving through space, evolving through time, indifferent to observation. Consciousness in that universe was an anomaly, an emergent side effect of sufficiently complex machinery, a late arrival, a byproduct. Quantum mechanics undermined that narrative at its foundation. The universe, at its most precise description, is not a collection of things with fixed properties. It is a structure of probabilities, relationships, and potentialities. Outcomes do not exist until something distinguishes them. The very act of defining what is depends on interaction. This does not prove that consciousness creates reality, but it strongly suggests that reality cannot be fully defined without accounting for the role of observation, perspective, and information. In neuroscience, a similar shift is underway. The brain is no longer viewed as a simple stimulus-response machine. It's predictive, integrative, and deeply context-sensitive. Experience is not passively received, it's actively constructed. If quantum processes play even a partial role in this construction, then consciousness is not merely running on top of physics, it's entangled with it. That entanglement carries consequences. It means the boundary between the mind and world is not as firm as it feels. It means the sense of being, an isolated self sealed inside a body and looking out at an external universe, may be a perceptual convenience rather than a fundamental truth. It also means that many familiar debates may have been misframed. The argument over whether consciousness is in the brain or beyond the brain assumes that location works the way that classical intuition says it does. Quantum mechanics does not respect that intuition, neither increasingly does biology. The argument over whether free will is an illusion assumes that causality flows cleanly from past to future. Quantum processes complicate that picture, so does the role of indeterminacy in physical law. Even the fear embedded in ideas like quantum immortality reveals something very, very important. It exposes how tightly personal identity is tied to continuity, memory, and narrative. If you strip those away, and survival becomes less reassuring, not more. What remains consistent across all these frameworks is not certainty, but displacement. The brain stops looking like a self-contained machine and starts looking like an interface. Consciousness stops looking like a private hallucination and starts looking like a relational phenomenon. The universe stops looking like a finished object and starts looking like an ongoing process. This does not mean that meaning is guaranteed. It does not imply purpose, destiny, or cosmic benevolence. Those interpretations are human additions, not scientific conclusions. What it does mean is quieter and more unsettling. It means that the deepest problem in science, the relationship between mind and matter, may not be solved by reducing one to the other. Reduction works when the parts are more fundamental than the whole. Quantum theory suggests that in some cases the whole defines the parts. If that's true, then consciousness may not be something the universe accidentally produced. It may be, maybe, one of the ways the universe differentiates itself. Not a ruler standing outside reality, measuring it, not a ghost haunting matter, but a process through which potential becomes experience. And that idea resists closure. It refuses a final, comforting answer. It sits uncomfortably between physics and philosophy, between experiments and introspection. And you know what? Hey, maybe that's the point. The mistake may have been expecting consciousness to fit inside a worldview built to exclude it. Expecting subjectivity to be explained entirely in terms of objects. Expecting experience to emerge cleanly from equations that never mention it. Quantum mechanics did not introduce consciousness into science. It exposed that consciousness had been quietly ignored. What comes next is uncertain. New experiments may falsify these ideas. Better theories may replace them. Or the mystery may deepen further. But the direction that everything is moving is already clear. We are moving away from a universe where the mind is an accident and towards one where observation, information, and experience are woven into the fabric of what exists. Not as comfort, not as reassurance, but as a reminder that the world is stranger than the stories that we tell ourselves to make it manageable, and that the act of telling those stories is itself part of the phenomenon that we are trying to understand.
Welcome, 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 yo. I'm back. Y'all can probably see through the chair. I got a blanket wrapped around my legs. Oh. All right, I think we are ready for this grind. Hopefully, y'all are too, because I'm ready to win. And yeah, let's go ahead and do this. But yeah, chat. It's good to be live again, dude. I'm looking at my OBS and I'm looking at my drop frames. I'm surprised my frames have not dropped at all this stream. You know what? Let's get some applause. Let's get some applauses real quick. This is a surprise, chat. This is really a surprise right here. You never see something like this.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
But hopefully, I'm trying to convince the parents to be like, hey, let's get this gigabyte. Because like I need this. I need this.
Reinforcing wall!
I need this bad.
Bomb
Trust me,
location
mother, I'll
compromised.
pay you
Plan
back.
accordingly.
Motherfucker, I'll pay you back everything. Let's do this for me one time.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Changing mags.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Oh shit, he got a spawn peak already? Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Strength 2. Deployed barrier.
Okay, and he's dead.
Swapping mags.
I don't like what I'm doing.
Wall reinforced!
Reload. Barrier deployed.
Op 4, last stop standing. Friendly victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
And that's how you do it. Or I didn't even do shit, because, you know, I'm 1-1, but I did something. I mean, I did something, you know. At least it's better than nothing. So.
AKW. That was a complete accident. You were a necessary sacrifice, my boy. Had to be done.
I can't unmute this kid. Why can I not unmute him? Can I not unmute him?
secure the bombs.
Setting trauma pack here.
Activate jammer. Deploying jammer. Jammer ready to activate.
Reinforce the wall!
10 seconds left. 5 seconds. Op 4 has yet to locate a bomb.
The keep-up area is activated.
Changing mag.
Op 4 located a bomb. Protect it.
Okay, so we're just basically throwing two.
Strikes through. Deployed barrier.
Op 4 last stop standing.
Swapping mags. Reloading!
Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Holy whiff of McWhiff, bro. We're not gonna talk about what I just did, bro. I just whiffed so hard. Wait. I thought I got 2 kills. I literally thought I got 2 kills this round. What happened to the kill that I got at the beginning of the fucking game? I thought I had 3. What? I'm literally so lost right now, Siege. Like, what? Was my kill not a kill, or was it like an assist? Like, what? I don't know. Is this some bullshit? But yeah, chat, I don't know if
Protect
y'all
the
know, I
bombs.
think PlayStation's releasing a monitor next month. And, I don't know if y'all seen anything about it, but, dude, I really want that fucking thing.
Door secured! Changing. Activating.
10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion.
Camera feeding.
말보다는 행동이지.
Increase surveillance on bomb. Op 4 has.
Damn, that took a long ass time. I got stick drift, so it's gonna be, you know, a little bit harder.
Fortified!
Pretty much get that shit up in there. You know what I mean? But it will do. It will do. It looks nice. I can see pretty well through it. Okay, whoa.
Swapping mag.
Oh, damn. Damn, that's crazy. I could have had a 3-piece right there, bro. I swear. Okay, I don't know what the fuck this cade's on, but I don't know if this is gonna work, but buddy, they're not even
Reload.
inside. Or not. Fuck.
Down to 15 seconds. 10 seconds to go. Op 4 found a bomb. Must defend it. 5 seconds left. Op 4, last operator standing. One friendly remaining. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
There we go. Nah, who cares about mirror? We gotta ban mute. We gotta ban mute. And they didn't even ban anyone, so hell yeah, hell yeah. Man, the sun is shining today through the window, as y'all can clearly see. It looks nice. My stream isn't shitting itself. That's nice. Also,
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. 10 seconds. Drone has located a bomb. Insertion in 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Pressing tag.
All clear nearby.
Dickhead.
Changing mags. Changing mags.
Track sting is active. Tracks in action.
Yo, thanks for the follow.
My location is clear.
Right for it!
You have dropped the diffuser. Op 4 last operator standing.
Look, I spotted a kid.
What the fuck? This man had a whole full fucking explosive trap on the door.
Time!
Yo, the cap can's literally in the fucking in the doorway. Yeah, that doorway right there.
I'm out of ammo.
Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb.
What the fuck is this guy doing just laying on his ass? Huh.
Ten seconds before insertion. seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Oh, I accidentally took the drone out.
Brief touch!
You have dropped the diffuser.
Get ready. They're closing in. Area in the clear.
Payload working its magic.
Hold on. I have intel on the enemy location.
One Op 4 remaining.
There's no way, bro.
Friendly, last operator standing.
Okay, rush him now. Rush him. He's literally low. Please rush this dweeb. There's a thorn trap over that. I know it. Like, come on now. We got 35 seconds on the clock. We can't just sit here and just, you know, be a bitch. Like, the operator had to rework to be more aggressive, so push when you make the call. You fucking dimwit. Literally on the door. Like, in the room with the
15 seconds
bomb.
remaining. 10
He
seconds
is
remaining.
in the room with the bomb, you fucking idiot. Do you not see the...
5 seconds.
Yeah, this kid's an idiot, bro.
All friendlies have been eliminated.
And now I'm finna show you how the fuck to play this operator, alright, chat? I'm finna show y'all how to play this bitch. Since now she is more aggressive. But show him, bro. I literally just got done fucking smoking. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I'm finna lock in. We finna win.
We need to locate a bomb.
But that's crazy though, how the Echo didn't die from my fucking shot.
Be advised your drone has located a bomb. 10 seconds before insertion. Insertion in 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Nothing to report at my location. Be on guard. Clear the blast area!
What the fuck?
Hello there! Be back! Moving back!
Drop the diffuser.
Let's see how you handle this. Payload on target.
That's crazy, dude. I literally, I want a fucking mouse clicking
Op 4
controller
last operator standing.
that will literally, like, I want mouse clicks. Like, I want a remote that has
One
mouse
friendly
clicks.
operator remaining.
And what the
we
fuck,
have been
bro?
eliminated.
I'm selling so bad right now. Like, look at me, I'm selling, dude. I'm selling, man.
Hey, Kaiso, Sweat, Catalyst, and Za, what are y'all doing?
Okay, just because you're 6 and 4 doesn't mean shit. Y'all literally all died in like
Boys,
fucking 3
Kill.
seconds.
you have no kills. Kill.
You have no kills? Kill? What the fuck is this guy talking about, dude? This is why I can't wait to get a microphone, dude. I can't wait to swap the PlayStation and shit talk these fucktards. I can't wait. And now we're in fucking overtime, dude. Great.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Here's a treat.
Maybe that's not a good idea to put that one right there. We'll leave that one there. I hate that this bitch literally just punched
Down
that
to
out.
10 seconds.
What was the point of that? Because now I gotta go
5
all the
seconds
way the
left.
fuck back up there. Right.
Op 4 has yet to locate a bomb.
Just great. Like every hatch to the first floor is gone.
Station in place.
Healing station in.
I will watch over us. We are protected.
Hey, Kaiso, Sweat, you suck, bub. Got your Johnny licked.
spotted by hostiles. Fall back.
Deploying it. I was here.
These will protect us.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Down to 15 seconds. Bomb diffuser in place. Op 4, last operator standing.
How bad do you guys fucking suck? He's planting right the fucking side of you, dumbass.
Where? Where?
It's in the corner, you dumbass.
What
You
fucking
dumb
corner?
fuck. Yeah, the corner. Yeah, the corner of sight. You're not looking in. You dumb fuck.
The bomb was defused. Op 4 wins.
At this point, you fucking died with one other person. I don't give a fuck. Like, genuinely, I don't give a fuck. Sounds like it's in that corner. I don't know if I'm like tweaking or not, but it literally sounds like the corner that I'm in right now. Like, I don't know if like this game's like, you know, audio's is fucked up, or if my hearing's just fucked. One of the two, but that just got my heart pounding because I just sold around. And I clutched it too, bro. Let's see what the fuck this dimwat's gonna do then, since he wants to call everyone a fucking idiot. You know what? See what he has to say.
You've died every round, Bo.
We need to locate a bomb.
Hold on. How about shut your bitch ass up? Damn, you fucking died, bro. Man, fuck this bullshit ass mother.
Ten seconds to insertion. Your drone has found a bomb. 5 seconds. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it. You have dropped the diffuser. The diffuser is now secured.
This location is free of hostiles. Bianca. Really big fucking hole. Well,
Like,
The
this
diffuser
is
is
some
no longer in your
crazy
possession.
fucking shit, bro.
Concussion ready.
Like, stock has the most
Friendly,
insane
last operator
fucking angle
standing.
ever, and then... Oh my fucking god, bro. And then watch this dog shit ass kid not do shit, because he's gonna die. He died every single round.
One Op 4 remaining.
Bro, just pull the AR out. Please pull the AR out. Please, for the love of God, pull the AR out. Okay, never mind.
Op 4 eliminated.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Dude was pulling his stick down like a bitch. Oh my god. There's no way that Doc killed me and Snake, bro. Like, he has the most insane angle on him. And it's like, he sees me perfectly. And I can't see him for shit. See what I mean? Like, what the fuck? This game is some complete ass.
Secure the bombs.
Glad you wasted your time just to send me that text message clutching up on the
Op located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly.
genuinely. Fucking sad.
10 seconds left. Down to 5 seconds.
Perimeter defense active. Place the proximity alarm.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Surya in place. Laser gate in place. Surya gate deployed.
One Op 4 remaining. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Okay! Smooth with it. Now we move you to the chat request. Whoever you is, chat request. Boom, there we go. I was gonna text that kid, I couldn't, or I can't, Mike's dead. But, it don't even matter, we won the game anyways, so. But yeah, I'm gonna grab some water real quick, and I'm gonna go check on the kitten. I might bring her in here with me, so she'll be in here for the stream. You feel what I'm saying? We'll have Peanut on the stream. Hopefully, y'all want Peanut to pop out. Maybe I should get like a little cat cam for real, chat. Cause I was thinking, I don't know if I said this already on stream, but I want to get like a little cat bed with like a clamp on it, and then just clamp the bed to my desk, and then, you know, maybe we can get like a little cat cam on her for real. Maybe that would be pretty gnarly. Man, maybe I don't know if I should hit a reset. You know what? I won't play this round out. I'm gonna restart my game just so I can hear my teammates. But hopefully I can get back in before the the whole shit starts. So let's try. Please hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! God damn. Put me in, damn it! Get me in! Thank you! Thank you! Yes.
He's back.
That no ban helps us so much because that leaves 8.
Alright, I'm gonna go grab some water real quick, and I'm gonna go grab Peanut. Actually, fuck. Let me change my operator. I don't want to play Striker. Ugh.
The reason why he left.
You need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds to go. Insertion in 5 seconds.
Fuck!
You found a bomb. Make your way to its
I
location
took
and
too
defuse it.
long sending that message, bro. Now I can't fucking change my operator.
The reason why he left is because he couldn't hear us. He does have a mic, just like he still can't hear us. I hate that glitch.
No, I just can't hear you because
Are these mines?
it puts my fucking game chat audio through the microphone, and I can't hear y'all through my interface. So that's why we gotta move to another console, chat. It's kind of fucked, but I can't do nothing about it. Xbox is fucking gay.
I almost just died.
How?
I was on a window. No one's inside it. Well, hello, Cade. I could call Cade. Cade?
Well, they have nothing to hack.
All the
Payload was
What the? Bro, please someone kills on me. Please someone kills on me. Oh, thank the Lord. I shot her in the head too.
The diffuser has been recovered.
Right up.
Oh, thank
Holy
this
bro.
Xbox for it. Alright.
Smoke grenade.
Diffuser is protected at all costs. Op 4 last operator standing.
I'm gonna call Visual. Just run his entire game.
Tego says hello.
Vigil's dead. I just
I
killed
am.
him.
I'm in. Find him and tag him.
He's hanging up his phone. I'm gonna call him again. They're gonna ban Huckabee, so
I'm in there.
For sure.
this will just make it worth it.
Let's take a look at their network. Transact. Make it count.
So I guess he's.
Op 4 neutralized.
Yeah,
more one.
Hello, hello,
Still
hello.
could be banned. So.
What are you doing up at 8:30 in the morning?
Shut down.
This guy's insane.
I'm not even that good.
Yeah, I'm glad he came back.
Yeah, he couldn't hear us.
Bro.
Yeah. Okay. I said we actually get rid of Cade, to be honest. Cade would be a good ban.
Kendi's
Or
here,
mute.
so mom screams.
I voted for him, bro.
So I can't sleep.
And I saw you at the last second. Good job. Oh. Decisions.
Fuck.
Chat, I'm gonna play
Should I-
good luck.
Should I go
did
Bravo
Cheyenne
again?
Go to work?
Just if they have a cap can. I thought you had a cap can.
Well, they did, but I didn't see any. So I didn't hack anything the entire time.
Oh yeah, happy 4th of July, by the way.
Alright.
See, if I had like,
For sure.
if I plugged my
Got
mic in and explained to them what happened, like I don't want to type that out all on the fucking.
He's
Xbox.
literally a one speed.
I really don't want to type this out. I don't know if I
Advise
should
your drone
like
has
text it
located
to him on
bomb.
my phone and then send it to
What
us.
the hell?
Someone took Ram. I would have actually.
Yeah, I mean we can try to, but I got a 9-hour video.
If someone
pulled
have,
up
yeah,
for-
Snake, can you have your drone sitting in VIP? So like
Yeah.
you could get full VIP.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this guy could not hear us. The Snake could not hear us.
To be honest, I don't even.
There
know
was a
where-
cap can.
Insertion in 10
Where's
seconds.
VIP at?
And a cav.
Insertion in 5 seconds.
I really.
You
don't-
fucking.
There.
I don't know where VIP is.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
This is security. I deadass don't know.
I don't even peek through the ram holes. I literally just use them so
I
it pushes
deadass
people
don't know
out of
both.
sight.
Why did I scan where, bro?
Boogie deployed. Boogie go!
Swapping mags.
Hacking now.
I can hack my drone back?
Really?
Yeah. But I don't know where the frick this pest is.
Wait. Threat detected. This area is hostile.
Hacking. Hack for example. Auto breacher is a go!
Alright, so we're just.
Cluster charge activated. Make way for Boogie!
I opened up that entire site. I could I know I could so jump in.
That's nuts. Why is he right there? Why are you right there?
Yo, can you try hacking this? On ping. Oh my goodness, someone's upstairs. I saw someone.
You must recover the diffuser.
I hate this game.
Hacking.
My show's upstairs.
Hacking now.
Alright, you have to go grab diffuser. You have to go grab diffuser and get inside.
Op 4 last stop standing.
Good
There
shit,
we go. That was
bro.
a good thing, dude.
Friendly mission
That was a
successful.
good thing. At least he knew he was on the door, so. Good shit, good shit. We're locked in. We are locked in.
Okay, I rather have to.
Dude, Mozzie was so annoying.
I hate
Bro.
Monster, bro.
I hate Mozzie so much.
Why does
God,
this
Mossy
kid
at
have
the
a
last
list,
second.
bro?
But I convinced everyone to get the Nari, so I'm sorry. Poolside. Depending on where they're gonna go, I might play.
Or they banned me again. Freak.
I'm gonna go Ace actually. Didn't ban Ace or Thermite. Didn't ban any hard breacher.
Yep, and now they gotta go on mute. Nope, he blew it. I heard that phone. I heard the phone. Gotta go on mute.
We need to locate a bomb.
There we go. Now all the people that send me messages, or in my message requests, and all the people that I've sent messages to, get the fuck on out of here.
Seconds to go. Drone has located a bomb. Insertion in 5 seconds.
Dance now.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Oh yeah, chat, make sure y'all pull up to my TikTok stream, July 9th, 9:30 US Central Time for Ken Carson's second album drop. I don't know if he's actually dropping it or not.
Standing up.
Gamma sequence activated. Swapping back.
There's nobody really in. Either or sides.
Reloading. Cover me.
Op 4 last stop standing. diffuser has been recovered. Op 4 eliminated.
See, it's better when you have kids muted. You'll be able to lock in like this and you'll just slam them. Feel what I'm saying? We're going 7-1 now. We're locked in. Oh shit, I forgot to grab the cat. And I forgot to get my water too. Fuck. Man, I guess I'll do it next game since I'm playing mute. I gotta get these the mute jammers placed down before they find objective. And then you feel what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying, chat?
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Jammer ready to activate.
Benji is ready.
Initiate jammer.
Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly.
Ready, set. Ready to deploy.
10 seconds to insertion.
Prepping needles.
5 seconds left.
Activating jammer.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Razor bloom drone out. Razor wire.
Reloading.
Prone a razor bloom. Needle set. Reload!
Are we serious? He's just right there on the window. That could have been. That was the freest kill of the century. These are bots. He's on the window, dude. What the fuck?
Gotta reload.
Drake with a snake. Alright. I'm gonna go grab Pete up real quick, and I'm gonna go get some water since I am dead. So yeah, I'll be right back.
Needles out!
Seconds. Op 4, last stop standing. 5 seconds remaining. 1 friendly remaining. The time limit has been reached.
Oh yeah, Peanut, we got the dub. We come back to a Vic Roy. Let's get some W's in the chat for Peanut. Oh, you smell like a fart. I'm not playing Siege with these fucking kids, bro. Hell no. Hell no. Wait, did I already activate? Oh yeah, I did already activate it. Dude, I'm just high as fuck. Let's go ahead and do this, y'all. What are you doing? What? Fucking 3 silvers and 2 bronze? I get 1 copper, 2 silvers, myself, and a no rank. Are we fucking serious, Siege? I thought this was your skill, your rank. Why the fuck do I have bimbo bots on my team? Explain this to me, please. Explain it. This makes no sense. Genuinely. I shouldn't even be in a lobby with these kids. I mean, with the, you know, with the bronze and the silvers, but not with the, not with a copper. I should not be in copper lobbies, bro. I'm not in that. I'm not in the era of fucking copper no more.
We need to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds. 5 seconds to go. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Reloading. Reminds me of Mount Logan.
Hostile located. Second floor. Let's go. Eyes on target. Second floor.
I'm so confused.
Reloading.
User is online and active. Op 4 last operator standing.
Cover your ears.
Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it. You have dropped the diffuser.
Deploying drone.
The diffuser has been recovered.
Cluster charge activated. Reloading. Swapping mags!
Setting up recon drone.
Cluster charge live.
You must recover the diffuser.
Cluster charge going live. Frag grenade out.
Op 4 last stop standing.
Cluster charge live.
The diffuser has been secured. Op 4 neutralized.
That's kind of
Mission
wild
successful.
that you did not even get to kill me while I was not. It's kind of sad. Not even kind of. That's sad in general. That's just sad. Crazy. Crazy, crazy work. That's all I can say.
We need to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
That you're so fucking weird, dude. Why do you have an angle right there? Out of all fucking places, you're upstairs looking down through a window? Be so motherfucking for real, bro. Like, be so motherfucking for real. There's no way. And this kid doesn't even know how the fuck to throw a grenade. What am I watching?
Cluster charge activate.
Holy tomfoolery at its finest right here. Jeez Louise.
Located. First one.
Cluster charge going up!
You must recover the diffuser. Down to one friendly. All friendlies have been eliminated. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Litigate! On!
Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb.
Swapping mags!
Litigate deployed.
10 seconds left.
Swapping mags.
Surrogate deployed.
5 seconds and counting. Bomb located by Op 4.
Jammer ready.
Razor bloom going out. Razor wire up.
Initiate jammer.
Take it back. Razor bloom going out.
Reloading! Cover me!
On the rappel! Shoot that!
Friendly, last operator standing. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
What the fuck is this kid's reaction time? Oh my god, he literally stared at our teammate's head for like 2 seconds and didn't shoot. What type of trigger discipline do you have when you see the opponent, you don't shoot? Like, what? All these kids do is like pretty much go that window and the door, and we're gonna take advantage of that this round, and we're gonna go to VIP. I think I know where VIP is now, if I'm not wrong.
Secure the bombs.
Yeah, VIP lounge. We're gonna take advantage of VIP lounge.
Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb.
너무 조용하군.
Time for some serious protection. Jammer ready.
Wall fortification complete.
10 seconds. Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb.
Loading mag! I've reinforced the wall!
Okay.
Your location has been compromised.
Swapping!
I have the worst aim of all time. Please look away. Just look away. Look away for a millisecond.
말보다는 행동이지.
You have been spotted by hostiles. Fall back.
Why are we in there?
eliminated. Mission failure.
So let's go ahead and throw a surrender down. Whenever we have the time to. Cause what the actual flying fuck? Our teammates gone. My aim is some absolute atrocious dog shit. Like that ass should have been dead. Should have been dead on the rappel, looking at the fucking thing. She should have been dead. But no, I whiffed. I whiffed.
Secure the bombs.
Reloading! Cover me!
Op 4 has located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly.
It'll sting around.
10 seconds to insertion.
Swapping mag!
5 seconds left. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Barbed wire installed.
Enemy located.
Changing mag!
He should have been dead. Blow you! Hop that shit.
말보다는 행동이지.
Bro, you have a hatch open right here. Are you fucking retarded?
1 Op 4 remaining.
I'm reloading.
Holy fucking brain
victorious.
cells have no functionality. Lord have mercy.
Secure the bombs. Op 4 has located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly.
Whoa! Reinforce!
10 seconds.
No time to waste.
5 seconds to insertion.
Reloading!
By Op
Cover
4.
me!
Passing it!
Keep our barrier on duty.
Oh my god.
Reloading!
Why are we not? Oh my god, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my god, why are we not in sight? Are we fucking retarded?
One friendly operator remaining.
Surrender, please. Please surrender!
Mission critical. Bomb diffuser activated.
We're cooked. We're cooked.
All
We
friendlies
didn't even
were
get the
eliminated.
fucking surrender
Mission
either, bro. They traded. What are we supposed to do? Like, there's nothing. There's nothing we can do. This kid left like a bitch. Straight dog shit. You know what, chat? Hold on. Because we are probably finna lose this game either way, so.
We need to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Ten seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Because after this game, I'm gonna take a smoke break again, and then we're gonna come back, play 3 more games, and then I'm gonna put y'all on to the long ass video that I got in store for y'all.
You must recover the diffuser.
Breaching!
Down to 1 friendly.
Yo, I don't know what to do, bro.
Seconds remaining. 10 seconds. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
Crazy, crazy, crazy work. We take our first L. That's alright, that's alright. Because guess what, chat? We are going to be right back. And, yeah. I'll be back in, yeah, you know, another do hour. Or another hour. And yeah, I will see y'all when I am back.
Tier 1. Jehovah's Witnesses. Have you ever wondered what happens to your soul when your heart stops beating, your brain shuts down, and your body goes cold? Well, for Jehovah's Witnesses, the answer is pretty simple. Your soul goes poof. It doesn't float off to heaven, hell, or some weird astral plane. It just stops working. Jehovah's Witnesses don't see the soul as some mystical, ghostly version of you. To them, it's more like a life force, kind of like a phone battery. When the battery dies, your body powers down, and that's it. They argue that the idea of an immortal soul is based on ancient Greek philosophy, not the teachings of Jesus or the Bible. So when you die, there's no eternity for your soul, just a hard stop. And speaking of hard stops, let's talk about hell for a second. Jehovah's Witnesses teach us that hell isn't a fiery pit filled with pitchfork-wielding demons. It's just nothingness. According to their teachings, the Sheol, or Hades, mentioned in the Bible is basically a universal graveyard for the dead. What's crazy is, even the good people end up here. Your grandma who always baked cookies for the neighborhood kids, she's there too. Lucky for you, there's a way out. A resurrection for the righteous. To Jehovah's Witnesses, death is like being saved to a supernatural USB drive, ready to be re-uploaded later. The lucky ones who lived righteous lives are resurrected to live forever. But for the non-believers and the unrepentant, death isn't just a layover before eternal torment. It's the end, literally. Now, let's talk about how resurrection works, or the people who do get resurrected. It happens in 2 phases. First, there's the anointed, an elite group of 144,000 disciples of Jesus who've already started their journey to heaven to rule alongside him. Jehovah's Witnesses believe that Jesus returned invisibly in 1914, and that this first resurrection is already underway. Next, we have the Great Cloud of Witnesses. This group includes pretty much everyone who isn't part of the Anointed, except, of course, the non-believers and unrepentant. All who are part of the Great Cloud will be resurrected to live on a paradise-like version of Earth where there's no sickness, no death, and no pain. So, to sum it all up, Jehovah's Witnesses believe that death is like falling into the deepest sleep imaginable. No dreams, no awareness, nothing. And whether you wake up or not is dependent on what you believed in and the way you lived your life. Islam. So you've lived your life, made decisions, some good, some questionable, and now it's lights out. In Islam, the afterlife is a full-on process. Here's what you need to know. When the time comes, you will meet Azrael, the angel of death. He's like the ultimate HR rep for souls, sent by Allah, SWT, to clock you out of worldly life. 1 minute you're sipping tea or doom scrolling, and the next, your soul is on its way out. Azrael's visit would mark the end of your earthly life, which Muslims call dunya. Now it's time for some post-death rituals. Your family swings into action, starting with a full-body purification ritual. Then comes the funeral prayer, and finally, they lower you 6 feet under, alone. No phones, no snacks, just you, the dirt, and 2 big scary angels on their way. When the angels Munkar and Nakir arrive, the first thing you will realize is that they didn't drop by to make small talk. They've got 3 critical questions for you. Who is your Lord? Who is your prophet? And what is your faith? Answer confidently and you get to chill in peace until Judgment Day. Fail the test and, well, your grave will suddenly become more like a medieval torture dungeon than a resting place. Just like that, you've entered Barzakh, the limbo-like stage between worlds. If you lived the righteous life, you would get VIP treatment and all the good stuff. But if your track record wasn't great, let's just say you'll have a really hard time. Now you wait for the Day of Judgment. And here comes the surprise. No one knows when it'll happen. There are signs though. Things like the rise of the false messiah and the return of the prophet Isa, aka Jesus. When the day finally comes, there's a massive roll call. All of humanity is resurrected. And Allah, SWT, judges everyone based on their book of deeds. Everything you did is in there. Even that one time you stole your siblings' fries. The next part is crossing the As-Sirat Bridge, which is more or less a tightrope stretched over the pit of hell. The righteous glide along effortlessly. But if you're on the naughty list, gravity isn't your friend, and you'll end up falling straight into the blazing fires of Jahannam. In Jahannam, you'll have to deal with scorching heat, boiling water, and endless regret. It's like being trapped in a nightmarish torture chamber with no escape. If you make it across the bridge, you will enter Jannah, the eternal paradise. Here you will have the time of your life surrounded by cool shades, flowing rivers, endless feasts, and eternal happiness. It's a party with the most divine guest list ever. That said, you should probably do your best to live a righteous life. You know, for obvious reasons. Greek mythology. When you died in ancient Greece, your soul was torn from your body and sent straight to the underworld to meet Hades, the king of the dead, who lived at the edges of the ocean beneath the earth's deepest layers. Given Hades' reputation, it's no surprise that the underworld wasn't exactly a happy place. It was a sunless, endless expanse where only the dead lived. It was so bad that Achilles, one of Greek mythology's greatest warriors, admitted to Odysseus that he'd rather struggle as a humble servant among the living than rule as a king in the underworld. Yikes. Despite the sad state of the underworld, the ancient Greeks deeply respected the dead. Philosophers like Plato even suggested that the gods' greatest gift to the deceased was ensuring their memory lived on among the living. Before burial, the body of the deceased was carefully cleaned, clothed, and prepared. A coin was placed in their mouth or in their eyes as payment for Charon, the ferryman tasked with transporting souls across the Styx River. This payment was non-negotiable. Charon didn't work for free. No coin, no crossing. Those who couldn't pay were doomed to wander in limbo, stuck between the worlds of the living and the dead forever. In ancient Greece, funerals were a big thing. Families buried their loved ones with jewelry, pottery, coins, and just about every other item they thought the spirit might need in the afterlife. But it didn't stop there. Family members would return to the tombs each year to bring fresh offerings and redecorate. Was it out of love? Sure, but it was also out of fear. In those days, people believed that neglecting the dead could bring back curses or bad luck to the living. After burial, the soul journey to the afterlife would begin. Hermes, the god of travelers, would guide the ghosts to the underworld's entrance. From there, Charon would ferry them across the Styx, or the Acheron, aka the River of Hate and the River of Woe. Once inside, the wandering soul would quickly realize that the underworld was a large divided realm. At the heart of it all was Hades, ruling alongside his queen, Persephone, with help from deities like Thanatos, the god of death, Hypnos, the god of sleep, Nyx, the goddess of night, and Hecate, the goddess of magic and witchcraft. The underworld was divided into different zones. Virtuous souls were sent to Elysium, a paradise of eternal peace. The wicked, alongside those who overindulged in earthly pleasures, were thrown into Tartarus, a pit of endless torment. And then there were the average souls, who just wandered, forgotten, aimless, and stuck in Hades' domain for all eternity. But not everyone accepted this fate. Take Orpheus, the legendary musician, for example. He used his enchanting music to sway even the gods, and when his bride Eurydice passed, he traveled to the underworld to rescue her. Persephone granted him permission to bring Eurydice back to the land of the living, but with one harsh condition. He couldn't turn around and look at her until they were both safely out of the underworld. Orpheus gave it his best shot, but doubt got the better of him. The moment he turned back, Eurydice vanished. Purgatory, Catholicism. Catholics aren't the only ones who believe in purgatory. A good number of other denominations do too, though their views on what it is and what happens there differs slightly. For the next few minutes though, we will be siding with the Catholics. The Catholic purgatory is an interesting concept to say the least. Congratulations, you're saved! But then you die and learn you're not ready for heaven just yet. Instead, you find yourself in purgatory, a cosmic waiting room where your soul gets purified. According to the church, even if your sins have been forgiven, your soul still needs to be purified from the lingering stains left by unhealthy attachments to the things of the flesh. The doctrine of purgatory is an important theme in Catholic theology because it comes up pretty often. While Catholics do believe in heaven and hell, the church teaches about something called venial sins. These are the smaller sins that don't cut you off from God entirely, but they come with temporal punishment that you'll have to deal with in purgatory if you don't sort things out here. Thankfully, you're not alone in this. The living can actually help speed things along for the souls stuck in purgatory. Catholics believe in something called the communion of saints, which basically means that the good energy from the living and the saints in heaven can help purify souls faster. Think of it like getting extra credit on a group project. I would play nice with my loved ones if I were you. Catholics think of time in purgatory as a necessary transformation, rather than punishment for punishment's sake. The theologian Joseph Ratzinger, who would go on to become Pope Benedict XVI, described it as a process where one becomes capable of God. If you think this all sounds abstract, you're probably right. But there's more. Some saints and mystics, like Saint Catherine of Genoa, describe purgatory as a place of profound longing. Souls there apparently want to undergo purification because they're so desperate to be with God. It's pain, but with a purpose. Rebirth. Buddhism. The first thing you should know about rebirth is that after you die, you might wake up as an animal or a ghost. Hold on, let me explain. The Buddhist afterlife isn't a straightforward heaven or hell situation. Instead, when you die, you get looped into an endless cycle of suffering, dissatisfaction, and pain. Your only ticket out is reaching a state called nirvana, where you no longer have cravings or wants, and so can no longer suffer. When you die, you don't just disappear. You just get reborn into one of 6 realms, and the criteria for where you go is karma. If you've been good, congratulations. You might find yourself in the human realm, or even chilling with the gods. But if you racked up bad karma in your lifetime, you could end up as a hungry ghost, or worse, in the hell realm. And that's not all. In some Buddhist traditions, for example, Tibetan Buddhism, there's some sort of middle zone between death and rebirth called Bardo. In Bardo, your consciousness is sort of suspended for up to 49 days, trying to figure out its next move. While a handful of Buddhist traditions accepted this belief, the others weren't buying it. Oh, and by the way, Bardo isn't the only thing the different Buddhist traditions can't seem to agree on. Each sect has a varying opinion on what's actually being reborn during the rebirth process. Some believe that it's your vijnana, or consciousness, that flows like a stream from life to life, while others argue that nothing physical or conscious carries over, only the consequences of your actions. Either way, next time you're tempted to skip a meditation session, you should think about this and maybe get in some good deeds before it's too late. Tier 2. Egyptian beliefs. The Egyptians believed that in the afterlife, their spirits had to survive a dangerous underworld journey, face trial with 43 divine judges, and pass the ultimate heart weighing test to earn a spot in paradise. Living Egyptians didn't wait until death to get ready for the afterlife. They knew it was going to be a bureaucratic nightmare and wanted to be prepared. First up, shopping. Funerary essentials like protective charms, doll-like statuettes called shabtis, and custom copies of the Book of the Dead were must-haves. If you were rolling in wealth, you could splurge on jewel-covered coffins and private tombs. Now, about those shabtis. They were creepy little figurines that came to life in the afterlife to do all your hard labor while you relaxed, possibly sipping paradise cocktails. When you die, your spirit would have to navigate a terrifying underworld filled with monstrous gatekeepers and mean gods. This is where having a Book of the Dead pays off. It's essentially a cheat sheet for passwords and spells to help you make it out in one piece. The goal is to reach Osiris, the god of the underworld, for your final judgment. But first, you had to plead your case. Now for the judgment part. Your heart, ever the telltale organ, would be weighed against the feather of Mot, the goddess of truth and justice. If your heart was heavier because of all the bad stuff you did, things wouldn't end well. Ammit, the devourer, would eat your heart, and your soul would be sent into eternal darkness. If the scales balanced, you'd head straight into paradise, also known as the Field of Rushes, a place of endless crops, sunny skies, and blue rivers, where you could farm for eternity, or let your trusty shabtis handle the hard work. Hinduism. In Hinduism, after you say your final goodbye to the world, you'll find yourself in the celestial courtroom of Yama, the god of death. And he won't be alone. Chitragupta, his trusty accountant, will be there with the ultimate receipt book, detailing every single deed you've done, good or bad. Oh, and Varuna, the universal spy master, will also be present, just to remind you that someone was watching you the whole time. At some point, they will whip out a mirror. Not just any mirror, but one that replays every cringe moment of your life. Remember that time you cut in line or ghosted someone? Yep, that's on replay. Based on this celestial performance review, you'll either be sent up to Svarga, Hindu heaven, for some R&R, or down to Naraka, Hindu hell, to be punished. Svarga isn't forever. It's more like an all-expense-paid vacation with an expiration date. You'll hang out with divine beings, enjoy heavenly pleasures, and basically live your best life until your good karma runs out. Naraka, on the other hand, is like an escape room from hell. Literally. The punishments are custom-tailored to your sins, but lucky for you, it's not eternal. Once you've paid your dues, you're free to move on. When your stint in either place is up, it's reincarnation time. Your Atman, or consciousness, moves on to its next life. Depending on your karma, and even your final thoughts at the moment of death, you could come back as anything. A human, a god, an animal, or, if you're really unlucky, a hungry ghost known as a preta. That's right, whatever is on your mind at the moment of death could decide whether you're reborn as a prince or a pigeon. No pressure though, just chant those mantras like your afterlife depends on it, because it does. Speaking of hungry ghosts, let's dive into preta territory. Pretas are unlikely souls trapped on Earth and cursed with an insatiable hunger and thirst. They are typically the souls of people who were corrupt, compulsive, deceitful, jealous, or greedy while alive. They're often depicted as human-like figures with sunken skin, long, thin necks, and big bellies. Get it? Because they're always hungry? So maybe that one fell flat. Pretas can only be freed through specific rituals, which often involve offerings, prayers, and priests chanting ancient verses. But that's a whole different story. If at any point you're tired of the whole reincarnation loop, there's one ultimate goal: moksha. Think of it as cosmic retirement. No more birth, no more death, no more drama. Instead, your Atman merges with Brahman, the ultimate reality, and you exist in eternal, blissful liberation. Mormonism. The Mormon afterlife is like someone took the concept of heaven and hell and decided to make it a lot more complex, with a bunch of different levels, sort of like a tiered subscription plan. Step 1, you die. After that, your spirit makes a pit stop in one of two places. If you lived a decent life, you would be sent to spirit paradise, where you can chill, relax, and wait for the second coming of Christ. But if you weren't so great, welcome to spirit prison. The good news is that it's not exactly a fiery dungeon. The bad news, guilt, regret, and spiritual FOMO are the main attractions. Oh, and no matter where you end up, everyone's bummed out because they're stuck without their bodies, which apparently is a big deal. Fast forward to Judgment Day when God decides your eternal fate. The Mormon afterlife has 3 kingdoms of glory, ranked from gold membership to at least you made it in. The Celestial Kingdom is the top tier package. It's more or less the VIP lounge of the afterlife. Only devout, baptized Mormons who checked all the boxes, including eternal temple marriage, get in here. And yes, it's divided into 3 sublevels, because apparently even the elite need a hierarchy. The top tier folks get to hang out full time with God the Father, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost. Not much is said about what the people in the lower celestial tiers are up to, but hey, they're still doing better than everyone else. The middle tier is called the Terrestrial Kingdom, and it's reserved for honorable people who were blinded by the craftiness of men while on Earth. You can think of them as good people who didn't quite make the cut. They get occasional hangouts with Jesus, but God the Father is off limits. The last level is the Telestial Kingdom, aka the Afterlife Probation Zone. This is where the unrepentant sinners and those who couldn't get their act together end up. There's no God here, no Jesus either, just the Holy Ghost dropping by occasionally to keep things running. Before you settle into this kingdom, you have to suffer for your sins first, so yay? At Christ's second coming, people destined for the celestial and terrestrial realms will be resurrected to live on Earth under Jesus' personal rule for 1,000 years. Sadly, those headed for the Telestial Kingdom have to wait it out. They remain stuck in limbo without their physical bodies. If you really messed up while on Earth, there's one last destination, the Outer Darkness. This is the no-hope zone for people who knew Christ was legit, but still said, nah, I'm good. It's actually a lot more complex than that, but we are sticking with the basics. The Outer Darkness is often referred to as Mormon Hell. Eternal despair, no gods, and definitely no upgrades. Yep, definitely hell. Shinto. Shintoism, or the Way of the Gods, is one of Japan's oldest belief systems. And when it comes to the afterlife, it's got some really fascinating theories. When a Shinto believer dies, their kami, which is basically their spiritual energy or essence, breaks free from the body and heads off to one of a few destinations. First up, there's Takamanohara, essentially Shinto heaven, where the VIP deities kick back. Then there's Yomi, the underworld, which is about as welcoming as a moldy basement. Dark, damp, and generally unpleasant. Lastly, there's Tokoyo, a mysterious place just beyond the sea. Unlike the others, Tokoyo isn't all that flashy or grim. In Shintoism, your kami doesn't get to clock out and relax just because you're dead. It still needs food, drink, and maybe even some entertainment to keep things going. Through rituals and prayers, families honor their ancestors, and in return, the kami keeps an eye on them. But fair warning, you've got to keep up those offerings, or you might end up with a moody ghost situation. Dying in Shinto isn't a simple lights out deal. For a smooth transition, you've got to leave the world with no grudges, regrets, or unresolved drama. Forget about that friend who owes you money. If you hold on to it, you might end up haunting them or something just as crazy. Now, because Japan has a knack for blending traditions, Buddhism brought its own ideas to the party. Cremation became the standard, and concepts like Jodo, or Pure Land, and Jigoku, a fiery, icy hell, joined the mix. Fun fact, Jigoku isn't just a spooky metaphor. There are actual places in Japan, like Beppu and Mount Osore, where bubbling hot springs and sulfur clouds are said to mark the entrances to this hellish underworld. Imagine dying and finding out your portal to the afterlife is in a literal volcanic hotspot. Yikes. One of the most beautiful traditions tied to the Shinto afterlife is Obon, a summer festival where the spirits of ancestors are invited back for a visit. During this time, families go all out, cleaning graves, offering food and flowers, and lighting up colorful lanterns to guide the spirits home. There's even the Bon Odori dance, which is more or less a cheerful ghost reunion. If you've got good kami vibes and a diligent family, the afterlife might not be so bad after all. Sikhism. Imagine a life where every decision you make determines if your soul takes a step closer to freedom or tumbles down into another lifetime, as, say, a goat. That's the Sikh perspective on the afterlife. In Sikhism, humans are not the only creatures with souls. All living beings have them, including animals. The soul is a divine spark, a gift from God, who they refer to as Waheguru, and it goes through something called the cycle of samsara. If you screw things up during your lifetime, you risk cycling through 8.4 million life forms in an endless cycle of reincarnation. Now that's a lot of costume changes. But that's not all. The body your soul gets assigned to in its next life isn't random. Much like the Buddhist afterlife, your fate will be determined by karma. To put it simply, every action, word, and even your thoughts leave a mark on your karmic scorecard. Rack up enough good karma and you might land a human body. But if you screw things up, well, I hope you enjoy being a cockroach. Humans hold a special place in Sikhism because we have the unique ability to break free from samsara, aka the seemingly endless reincarnation cycle. This liberation is the ultimate goal, and it's achieved when the soul merges with Waheguru and returns to the source of all creation. No more lifetimes, no more suffering, just eternal peace. But how do you get there? Sikhs believe that being liberated is dependent on the grace of Waheguru, but good deeds are also important. That part is actually pretty straightforward. First, there's Kirat Karna, which means you have to earn an honest living. No stealing, cheating, or pyramid schemes. Next, there's Wanchakna. This one's all about sharing what you have with others, so think communal meals, and you'll probably get brownie points for not hoarding snacks. Another thing you have to do is meditate on God's name. In Sikhism, this practice is called Nam Japna, and it roughly translates to remembrance of God. There are a lot more rules, but I'm sure you get the idea. For Sikhs, death isn't an end. It's a checkpoint. The body is merely a vessel for the soul, which moves on to its next destination based on the karma it's accumulated. The idea of being stuck in an eternal loop of existence can be unsettling, but it's also deeply hopeful, because no matter how many lifetimes it takes, the soul is always moving towards liberation. Tier 3. Judaism. Unlike many of the belief systems we have explored so far, Judaism doesn't give us a crystal clear roadmap to the afterlife. For starters, it focuses heavily on this world and prioritizes things like good deeds, helping others, and making this earthly life count. It's not that Jews don't care about what happens after we die, it's just that they're too busy living their best lives to stress over it. That said, here's what we know about the world to come, which to many Jews is the afterlife. It's a perfected version of existence, where life is full of sunshine, rainbows, and eternal bliss. But it only arrives after the Messiah makes a grand entrance, judgment is passed, and the righteous are ushered into their happily ever after. The problem is, no one's sure when that's going to happen. Now, let's talk about destinations. First up, we have Gan Eden, the Jewish idea of heaven. Gan Eden isn't your usual cloud surfing, harp playing setup. Instead, it is described by some as a state of pure closeness to God, where souls bask in divine light. Some others imagine Gan Eden as a restored Garden of Eden, where everyone sits around a giant table eating in peace. But before you get your ticket to Gan Eden, there's a pit stop to consider. Sheol. This is less hell and more of a waiting room. But instead of a boring room with old magazines and terrible elevator music, it's a shadowy, soul-cleansing pit. Some souls are sent here to be cleansed and purified before moving on. And then there's Gehinnom, which, well, let's just say you don't want to end up there. It's a place for torment and punishment, reserved for those who've really messed up. Murderers, traitors, people who wear skinny jeans. The good news is, in Judaism, this torment isn't eternal. Most souls get a time limit before they move on. Unless, of course, they were the worst of the worst. Now, it wouldn't be Judaism without a good resurrection plot twist, would it? Many Orthodox Jews believed that when the Messiah shows up, the dead will literally rise again. Because of this belief, traditional Jewish burial customs strictly forbid cremation. You have got to keep the body intact for its big comeback. Aztecs. In Aztec mythology, violent deaths seem to be the golden ticket to the best afterlives. If you died in battle or were sacrificed, congratulations, you hit the Aztec afterlife jackpot. Warriors who died in combat or on the altar went on to an eastern paradise where they helped lift the sun every morning. And after a few years, they transformed into hummingbirds and butterflies. Women who died in childbirth were considered warriors too, and ended up in a similar paradise, but in the West. Their job was to help lower the sun at the end of the day. Merchants who lost their lives while embarking on dangerous trips were considered VIPs in the Aztec afterlife. There was a special place reserved for them somewhere in the 13 layers of Aztec heaven. People who drowned or were struck by lightning also made the cut. They were believed to be handpicked by the rain god, Tlaloc, to chill in his lush, flower-filled paradise. Before you start wishing you were among the Aztecs, you should know that the afterlife wasn't like that for everyone. In fact, most people didn't get anything that fancy. Regular folks got the short end of the afterlife stick. If you died an ordinary death, like say from illness or old age, you were sent on a 4-year journey to Mictlan, the land of the dead. And trust me, it wasn't a fun trip. Mictlan was a dark, windowless underworld, far from the peaceful paradises warriors and mothers got to enjoy. The journey there was filled with terrifying trials because apparently nothing was easy when it came to ancient civilizations and the afterlife. First, you had to pass through 9 levels of obstacles, each more horrifying than the last. There were paths swarming with snakes, winds sharp enough to slice your skin, demons eager to eat your heart, and mountains smashing together to crush you as you passed. At one point, you'd face a river of blood filled with jaguars ready to attack. Luckily, you weren't completely on your own. The Aztecs believed a spirit dog named Xolotl guided souls through the underworld. This trusty canine would help you cross rivers and survive other dangers. Without your dog, you were as good as stuck. After 4 years of enduring these horrors, you'd finally reach the 9th and final level of Mictlan. There, you'd meet Mictlan Tecutli, the Lord of Death, and his equally terrifying wife, Mictica Cihuatl. Mictlan Tecutli is often described as a partially decayed skeleton with a necklace of human eyeballs, claws for hands, and a hunger for human flesh. Pretty nice guy. He was often accompanied by bats, scorpions, and spiders, or whatever other creepy animals he felt like hanging out with that day. Limbo, Catholicism. This one's actually pretty grim. According to Catholic theology, limbo is an in-between place where the souls of unbaptized babies and anyone else who only has original sin might go after they die. But fun fact, the church has never made it official. So, ironically, limbo itself is in limbo. The idea of limbo started gaining traction through theological debates in the Middle Ages. It was an attempt to address a tough question. What happens to the soul of infants who die without baptism? Theologians proposed limbo as a state where these souls wouldn't suffer physical torments. No hellfire here, but would be forever deprived of the vision of God, or poena damni. In 1439, the Council of Florence affirmed that those who die in a state of original sin do not experience the same torments as those in mortal sin. However, it didn't explicitly name or define limbo. Over time, the concept gained enough acceptance among theologians and became a common, though unofficial, part of Catholic belief. By the 18th century, Pope Pius VI defended limbo against critics who dismissed it as an Pelagian fairy tale. In his 1794 document, Auctorem Fidei, he didn't define limbo as a doctrine, but stated it wasn't heretical to believe in it. Think of limbo as a Catholic headcanon, widely accepted for centuries but never officially required. In 2007, things took a turn when Pope Benedict XVI approved a document called The Hope of Salvation for Infants Who Die Without Being Baptized. The textbook limbo from common doctrine to a meh, maybe. The church has since then shifted its focus to God's mercy, suggesting that unbaptized babies might still be saved through mysterious divine ways. So is limbo canceled? Not entirely. The Catholic Church doesn't require belief in it anymore, but it hasn't officially tossed it out either. These days, the focus is more on hope over fear. Slavic paganism. In the Slavic afterlife, the first thing you need to know is that you're on your own. The second thing is that you may not make it out alive, even though technically you're already dead. Let's break it down, shall we? The Slavs believed in 3 realms. First up, there's Pravia, the realm of the gods. It's paradise, but only for the select few who lived righteously enough to impress the divine beings. Next is Jawia, the realm of the living. The Slavic thought of it as a transitional space where the living try to prepare their souls for the challenges ahead. And then there's Nawia, sometimes called Nav, the realm of the dead. It's dark, subterranean, and crawling with creepy spirits, demons, and otherworldly creatures. Dying, as it turns out, is just the beginning. Your adventure into the afterlife will kick off with a dangerous journey across the river Smorodina, the Slavic equivalent of the river Styx. Except, unlike Styx, there's no cute little boat to get you across. Nope, you're on your own. The only way across is the Kalinov Bridge, which doesn't sound so bad until you realize it's a flaming, rickety death trap. Oh, and it's guarded by Chudo Yudo, a terrifying beast with fiery eyes, who's just itching to make your life, or death, depending on how you look at it, miserable. To cross, you'll have to endure scorching flames, a river that smells like a compost bin gone rogue, and Chudo Yudo's relentless tests. If you manage to survive that, big if, things don't get easier. Waiting for you on the other side is Baba Yaga, the infamous witch of Slavic folklore. You've probably heard of her, but in case you haven't, I'll paint you a picture. Baba Yaga is a terrifying old witch who lives in a hut made of bones perched on giant chicken legs, deep in an evil forest. Yes, her house stands on chicken legs. let's keep it moving. Baba Yaga is basically the Slavic version of a gatekeeper, but she's a lot scarier. To pass her tests, you'll need to perform impossible tasks, like gathering fire from her furnace without getting roasted, or solving riddles that would make a sphinx cry. If you fail, well, let's just say it doesn't end well. Baba Yaga also tests the living, offering cryptic wisdom, or, doom. You'll want to be on her good side, if that's even possible. If you thought Baba Yaga was bad, let me introduce you to Koshchei the Immortal, who just happens to be the ruler of Naoya. He's a skeletal figure who really enjoys being alive and immortal. So much so that his life force is said to be hidden in a magical needle inside an egg, which is inside a duck, which is inside a rabbit, which is inside something else, or something like that. You're probably scared shitless at this point, but there's some good news. You won't stay in Naoya forever. Souls eventually reincarnate, returning to Jaoya as humans or animals, depending on how righteous or terrible you were in a past life. But there's a catch. You keep faint memories of your past lives. So if you had a particularly rough time in Naoya, you might be haunted by weird flashbacks. In short, the Slavic afterlife is not for the faint of heart. Between flaming bridges, creepy witches, and skeletal overlords, it's a wonder anyone makes it through. But hey, at least reincarnation gives you a second shot. Just maybe don't mess it up this time. Mayans. Xibalba. The Mayan afterlife was honestly the stuff of nightmares. To put it simply, the ancient Mayans didn't picture the afterlife as a peaceful paradise for the souls of the dead. To them, death marked the beginning of a horrible journey into a realm so terrifying, they sometimes called it the place of fear. Only Mayans who survived this journey would A, make it to paradise, or B, be reincarnated. No one's really sure how it was supposed to work, but what we do know is that the souls who failed were doomed to spend all eternity wandering through the afterlife. The first thing a dead Mayan sees is a rocky, dangerous road. To the left is a river of blood that resembles something out of a horror movie. To the right, there's another river, but this one's full of scorpions with venomous stingers. How exciting. For the Mayans, Xibalba wasn't just a spooky concept. It was actually very real. Caves and cenotes in places like Coban, Guatemala, and Belize were thought to be literal gateways to the underworld. In Mayan history, Xibalba is described as a city filled with dark caves, winding tunnels, and spooky chambers, all organized into 9 levels, each more scary than the last. So who's in charge of this hellish domain? That would be the 12 Lords of Xibalba. At the top of the hierarchy were Hun Kame, aka One Death, and Vakub Kame, aka Seven Death. These two were tyrants who got their kick out of devising different means to torture the unfortunate souls who stumbled into their realm. The other 10 lords were assigned specific tasks, things like spreading disease, causing starvation, or plotting grotesque deaths. When they weren't busy wrecking lives, they oversaw Xibalba's most infamous attractions, the Houses of Terror. First up, there's Dark House, where total pitch black darkness messes with your mind until paranoia sets in. Then comes Cold House, where frost and hail rattle your bones. Next is Jaguar House, where, you guessed it, there were hungry jaguars on the prowl. If you somehow survived that, you'd face Bat House, that was of course teeming with screeching, bloodthirsty bats. Or Razor House, where sentient blades slice through the air, looking for flesh to shred. Finally, there was Hot House, a blazing furnace so intense, it would probably make the devil break a sweat. The next time you're having a bad day, just remember that things could be a lot worse. You could be a Mayan trying to make it through Xibalba. Wicca. Wiccans call their version of the afterlife the Summerland. It's a place where spirits can take a breather, rest, and reflect after enduring a lifetime of heartbreaks, unending bills, bad decisions, and that one regrettable haircut. So maybe I am projecting just a little. What sets Summerland apart from all the other afterlife theories is how chill it is about your earthly screw-ups. Unlike the heaven or hell theories where every wrong step brings you closer to eternal torment, Wiccans believe in introspection over judgment. You, yes you, review your life, figure out what went right, what went hilariously wrong, and then prep for the next round of existence. It's like a performance review, but you're the boss, the employee, and the HR team. Now let's talk aesthetics. Summerland isn't just peaceful. It's said to be a nature lover's paradise with meadows that go on forever, lush green forests and clean rivers. As an added bonus, animals and spirits live in harmony there. So if you lost a pet during your lifetime, there's a good chance you'll find them waiting for you in Summerland. probably judging you less for all the missed mealtimes now that you're dead. Sadly, Summerland is only temporary. You can think of it as a quick resort stop before reincarnation. Once you've soaked in the peaceful atmosphere and gotten your spiritual glow up, it's time to head back down to Earth for round 2, or 20, because for Wiccans, life is a never-ending cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. Interestingly, this isn't just a Wiccan thing. The roots of Summerland stretch back to ancient Celtic beliefs, where the afterlife was about renewal, not punishment. They called it Magmel, which roughly translates to the plane of joy. Wiccans adopted this idea, tweaking it a little to fit their spiritual ethos. As you may have guessed already, Wiccans are big on nature, so it's no surprise that their funerals reflects this. They're known for their eco-friendly burials focused on returning the body to the earth and giving thanks for hosting their spirit. Cremation is fine too, as long as the ashes find a home in nature, whether it's a forest, a beach, or the roots of a favorite tree. Tier 4. Celtic Beliefs. The Celtic afterlife, known as the Otherworld or Tir na Nog, is exactly the fairy tale paradise everyone hopes to end up in when they die. But it's not all rainbows and sunshine. I mean, it is, but there's a catch. We'll get to that soon. For now, let's start at the beginning. How exactly does one get to Tir na Nog? The Celts believed the Otherworld wasn't up or down like the heaven or hell model we're used to. Instead, it was right there, just beyond the veil of reality. Some even believed you could access it through caves, ancient burial mounds, misty waters, or by crossing the Western Sea. Even though it was so close, you couldn't just decide to pop in for a visit. To do that, you would require the guidance of a psychopomp, a supernatural guide who would make sure you didn't get lost, because mystical landscapes can get tricky. There were a few ways to score entry into Tir na Nog. For one, heroes, kings, or anyone brave or reckless enough to complete a legendary quest might find themselves here. Rituals and ceremonies were another option, and for the Celts, reincarnation was also on the table. Once you got there though, the Otherworld was like stepping into an Instagram filter. Endless green fields, sparkling rivers, and food so good it could trap you there for eternity. And it did just that. If you ate anything in Tir na Nog, there was no going back. One of the most famous tales about the Otherworld involves Oisin, a warrior who fell head over heels for Niam, a princess from Tir na Nog. She showed up on a magical white horse because, of course she did, and whisked him away to the land of eternal youth. For what felt like 3 years, Oisin lived it up in the Otherworld, but when he finally returned to Ireland, centuries had passed. His people were gone, and the world he knew was ancient history. The moral of the story? Tir na Nog might be paradise. When you are there, everything is not as it seems. Pantheism. In the words of the famous Keanu Reeves, we're all stardust, baby. No, seriously, that pretty much sums up the pantheistic view of the afterlife. Pantheists believe that the universe isn't just created by God, it is God. To them, everything is part of a divine unity, and when you die, you don't travel to some mystical realm. Instead, you rejoin the universe in the most literal way possible. Let's break it down. Imagine your body as a temporary vessel for energy. That energy, it doesn't go to some celestial waiting room when you die. Instead, it transforms. Your atoms disperse, becoming the soil for new life, the air that someone else breathes. And if you're lucky, maybe a tiny piece of stardust floating in space. The downside, though, is that your personal consciousness doesn't linger on, meaning you won't get the chance to come clean to grandma about breaking her favorite china set when you reunite in the great beyond. The pantheist afterlife is more like a cosmic recycling program where your essence becomes part of something far bigger than you could ever imagine. And here's where it gets tricky. Pantheism doesn't involve a personal god. No white-bearded man in the sky, no pearly gates, and there's certainly no fire pit. It's about the divine being present in everything. The blade of grass you stepped on? Sacred. The Milky Way you gazed at last night? Also sacred. The annoying Karen next door? Yep, she's divine too. The pantheistic belief system and its afterlife theory dates back thousands of years. In fact, ancient philosophies and religions have hinted at it, from the Upanishads of Hinduism to certain interpretations of Taoism. The modern term, though, was coined by a mathematician named Joseph Raphson in 1697. If you accept this theory, who knows? Maybe one day, a part of you will end up as a supernova, lighting up the cosmos. Taoism. When a person dies in Taoism, it's called shijie, which roughly translates to release from the corpse. So what happens next? Well, that depends on who you ask. You might ascend to heaven like the legendary Yellow Emperor, who casually floated away in broad daylight. Or you might go the more dramatic route, like the Taoist wonder worker Ye Fa Shan, who reportedly turned into a sword, then into a cloud of smoke, before drifting to heaven. You have to admit that's quite the exit strategy. Taoism teaches that your body is packed with spirits and monsters that act like a spiritual immune system, fending off illness and decay. When they leave, your body's defenses crumble, and well, game over. But for Taoists, this isn't a tragedy. It's just part of the natural cycle of life. Of course, some overachievers try to cheat the system by aiming for immortality, but more on that later. When it's time to say goodbye, Taoist funeral ceremonies are anything but basic. There's a sacred lamp on an altar, flanked by 2 towering candles. The lamp represents wisdom, or depending on who you ask, the elixir of immortality. The candle symbolizes the light of the sun, moon, and your own 2 eyes. In front of the lamp are cups of tea, rice, and water, representing yin, yang, and their perfect balance. And let's not forget the 5 plates of fruit, meticulously arranged to represent the elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. This setup isn't just for aesthetics though. Every detail has a purpose. Burning incense purifies the soul, and even the number of days the vigil lasts, usually an odd number like 3, 5, or 7, holds ritual significance. Think of it as feng shui for the afterlife. Now on to the big I word, immortality. For many Taoists, the goal isn't just reaching the afterlife. As the saying goes, why settle for being a ghost when you could live forever? Okay, so maybe no one says that. The point is, achieving immortality is the ultimate Taoist flex. But as you might expect, it's not an easy fit. To pull it off, you have to meet certain strict requirements and complete various tasks. There are 2 main paths to immortality: internal alchemy and external alchemy. External alchemy involves mastering breathing techniques, yoga, and developing medical skills. It's a whole thing. Mandaeism. You'll need some context for this one. The Mandaeans are an ancient ethno-religious community whose roots stretch back to Mesopotamia. Their religion is centered around prophets like Adam and John the Baptist. There are a bunch of others, but John is the star of the show. Now that you're up to speed, let's talk about the afterlife. The Mandaeans believe in 2 opposing realms: the world of light and the world of darkness, the ultimate forces of good and evil. On one side, you have the Alma di Nura, the heavenly light world, ruled by the supreme deity Hammurabi, who is sometimes called the Great Life. This god is said to be so vast and incomprehensible that I'm not even going to try to describe him. Surrounding Hammurabi are countless celestial beings called Uthras, who spend their eternal existence singing praises. On the other side is the world of darkness, a realm of chaos born from dark waters. A monstrous dragon named guards the gates, while Ruha, an evil queen, runs the show. Together, they've spawned demonic offspring who control the planets and zodiac constellations. Yeah, the stars you're wishing on, not as innocent as you thought they were. The material world is seen as a mashup of light and dark. Humans are basically walking contradictions. Our bodies, crafted by dark forces, are destined to rot, but our souls are tiny fragments of light, desperately trying to escape. And that's where the baptism comes in. Unlike other religions where one baptism seals the deal, Mandaeans believe in multiple baptisms throughout life to keep scrubbing away the darkness. Water isn't just important, it's sacred, the express lane to the light world. But no matter how many times you get baptized, salvation still isn't guaranteed. When you die, your soul embarks on a dangerous journey through layers of darkness. It's like a cosmic obstacle course, complete with demons and creepy dark waters. If you pass, congrats! You ascend to Alma Danura and get to bask in eternal light. But if the darkness wins, well, let's just say you'll be stuck in the bad part of the universe forever. Baha'i. The Baha'i perspective on the afterlife is either incredibly comforting or a little too intense, depending on how you feel about eternal journeys. In Baha'is teachings, life starts at conception, not just biologically, but spiritually. The moment you're conceived, your soul clocks in, ready to work. When death comes around, it's not the end, it's just the next chapter. To understand this, imagine your body as a cage and your soul as a bird. When the cage breaks, the bird isn't destroyed. It actually soars, happier, sharper, and freer than ever. Still talking about your soul, by the way. After death, your soul is believed to go on a journey toward perfection. The goal is to leave behind physical limitations and strive to reach the highest form of spiritual existence. So what does this look like? Baha'u'llah, the founder of the Baha'i faith, describes it as a dimension so different from our world that comparing the two is like comparing a baby in the womb to an adult in the real world. To To put it simply, it's beyond your wildest imagination. Here's the catch though, because of course there's always one. How you live now sets the stage for what comes next. Life on Earth is like a spiritual boot camp where you build the skills you'll need in the afterlife. Good deeds, kindness, and selflessness, that's your workout routine. And even after you're gone, prayers from your loved ones can give your soul a little extra boost. Baha'u'llah calls death a messenger of joy, something that's just there to take your soul to a better place. Tier 5. Aboriginal Australian Beliefs. With so many tribes, languages, and traditions, it's no surprise that the Aboriginal people of Australia don't have a one-size-fits-all afterlife theory. Still, many Aboriginal cultures share the idea of a land of the dead, an otherworldly place where spirits go after leaving the physical world. In this case though, your entry into the land of the dead has nothing to do with how good or bad you were in your lifetime. There's no divine scale weighing your deeds or misdeeds. What really matters is the proper performance of funerary rites. When someone dies, their community gathers to guide their spirit on its journey. They offer an elaborate combination of prayers, sacred songs, medicines, and rituals to clear the way for the spirit to leave the body and find its place in the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Without these ceremonies, spirits may become restless and unable to move on. A key part of Aboriginal spirituality is the dreaming, a sacred, timeless realm where the past, present, and future all exist at once. It's the source of creation stories, and it connects spirits, ancestors, and the land itself. The dreaming explains not just the origins of life, but also what happens after death. It's believed that once spirits are properly sent off, they return to the dreaming, where they can be reborn as a person, an animal, a tree, or even a rock. But here's the problem. Spirits that aren't properly sent off can get stuck. When that happens, these unlucky spirits have no choice but to wander the land and bother the living. Because, let's be honest, what else is there to do? The fear of loved ones facing this fate has deeply influenced many Aboriginal customs surrounding death. Some tribes even avoid saying the name of the deceased to avoid, accidentally calling their spirit back. Aboriginal people also believe that the land itself is alive with spirits. When someone dies, their body is returned to Mother Earth, often with possessions like tools or ornaments. In some areas, the dead are buried, and in others, their remains might be placed in caves or even wrapped in special shrouds. It's a whole thing. Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, your soul doesn't immediately check out of the physical realm when you die. Instead, it lingers around for 3 days, like a house guest that doesn't know when to leave. During this time, your spirit will either be chilling or agonizing, depending on your life choices near your body. If you were a good person, your soul would be feeling pretty smug, reciting joyful chants from the Ustavaiti Gathas at the head of your body. But if you were one of the wicked ones, you would find yourself stuck wailing at the feet of your corpse, reciting the yasna in despair. After your 3-day earthbound vacation, you would be greeted by a visitor. If you lived a life of good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, the Zoroastrian trifecta, a beautiful maiden would appear to guide you. She's basically the personification of all your goodness, and honestly, she sounds like a great time. If you were the opposite of a good person while on Earth, it shouldn't surprise you that your greeter is a horrid, naked hag ready to drag you to the next stage. Next up is crossing the Chinvat Bridge, Zoroastrianism's version of Final Judgment. At the bridge, you'll face Roshnu, a divine being with a set of scales that will determine your fate. Alongside Roshnu are other divine judges, who come together to hold the most stressful panel interview ever. If your good deeds outweigh the bad, congratulations! The bridge widens, and you get to walk across to paradise, probably fist-bumping Roshnu as you go. But if your bad deeds tip the scale, the bridge becomes razor thin. And who's waiting to greet you? The same ugly hag from before. Only this time, she's there to pull you into the horrors of hell. But wait, there's a third option. If your deeds are perfectly balanced, you will be sent to Misvan Gatu, the place of the mixed ones. It's not heaven, but it's not hell either. It's just a gray, meh existence with no joy, but also no real suffering. It's like purgatory's blander cousin. After crossing the Chinvat Bridge, your soul's journey doesn't necessarily end. Zoroastrianism entertains the idea of spiritual evolution, possibly leading to rebirth or final purification. So there's something to look forward to. Tenrikyo. You might want to sit tight for this one. It's a little different from what you've seen so far. The Tenrikyo belief system takes a more transactional approach to life and death, one that might just make you rethink what it means to live. According to Tenrikyo, your body is a gift, something God, the parent, has lent you. You're allowed to use it, but when you die, You're simply returning the rental back to its rightful owner. To put it simply, you live in this world by the grace of God's providence, borrowing your body for the journey. When your time's up and you give back what you borrowed, you're not dead. You've just passed away for rebirth. Yeah, in this afterlife theory, death is like casting off a worn-out jacket. You return to worn-out body and prepare to be reborn into a new one. But don't get too excited, rebirth isn't a clean slate. According to the Tenrikyo belief system, God the Parent designed humans to live for exactly 115 years. Not 120, not 85, exactly 115. If you clock out early, it's not because you ran out of luck, it's because your mind is dusty. Tenrikyo believes that dust in your mind, which refers to things like greed, arrogance, or selfishness, shortens your life. Keep things clean and you might just hit that 115-year target. If you don't, you could be heading to an early grave, literally. Tenrikyo doesn't buy into the concept of heaven or hell. In their view, the whole world is already God's bosom, like the world you're sitting in right now. Their ultimate goal is to turn this earthly existence into the joyous life. A kind of paradise on earth where everyone gets along. Spoiler alert, we're not quite there yet. When you pass away for rebirth, your soul returns to God's embrace, waiting to hop into its next body. But don't think you're getting a get out of jail free card. Tenrikyo teaches that your soul carries baggage. Your past actions, whether good or bad, stick with you. And sooner or later, you'll reap what you've sown, either in this life or the next. But that's not all. In this belief system, life's challenges, like illnesses, hardships, and tragedies, aren't seen as random misfortunes. Instead, they're considered divine guidance, signs from God meant to lead you towards spiritual growth and self-reflection. The goal is spiritual maturity, aligning your thoughts, actions, and desires with God's will, and living a life of sincerity. Nail it, and you'll be one step closer to the joyous life. If you mess up, you'll keep cycling through birth, death, and rebirth, stuck in a loop like a bad movie you can't turn off. But hey, at least you get a do-over, right? Even though Tenrikyo's afterlife doesn't involve fiery pits and pearly gates, its idea of borrowed bodies, cosmic accountability, and endless do-overs is definitely something to think about. Sumerian beliefs. Picture this. You're descending into a dark, dusty realm where the air is thick, the bread is stale, and the water tastes like salt and regret. Welcome to Urkala, the shadowy underworld ruled by Ereshkigal, the Sumerian goddess of death, who is said to manage the dead with all the warmth of a tax collector. The first thing you should know is that the Sumerians didn't sugarcoat the afterlife. Their underworld, Kur, was as bleak as it gets. Dark, dusty, and downright depressing. The dead got to rock itchy feather cloaks that barely kept out the cold, while choking down stale bread and sipping on salty, gross water. Oh, and by the way, this wasn't punishment for bad behavior. It was just the standard deal for existing. Your experience in the underworld didn't depend on how good or bad you were in life. Instead, it came down to how fancy your burial was. The more bling in your grave, the better your setup in the afterlife. If you were broke, you might be dining off crumb-covered bricks or something just as bad. As I said, the Sumerians didn't romanticize death, but they did take it seriously. Burial practices were practical, yet deeply rooted in tradition. Most people were buried in family tombs, something right under the floor of their own homes. The dead were curled into a fetal position and tucked into jars, cloth, or sarcophagi, depending on how much cash their family had to spare. The wealthy had a slightly better deal, but not by much. They were buried with grave goods like jewelry, tools, and even some over-the-top items like golden headdresses or musical instruments, because nothing says luxury like playing the harp in the great big underworld. In rare cases, like the burial of Sumerian Queen Puabi, servants and slaves were sacrificed so they could accompany their masters to the underworld. Not even death could get the poor guys off the hook. Before entering Urkala, the dead would face judgment. Ereshkigal and her 7 judges would decide their fate. But don't expect a good versus evil weighing of souls here. The Sumerian afterlife didn't do rewards or punishments. Instead, your status in the underworld would simply reflect your status in life. Wealthy souls got thrones or palaces, while the poor were stuck in endless suffering. To make matters worse, your comfort in the afterlife depended on your living family's offerings and sacrifices. If your family slacked off, you were doomed to eat crumbs, or worse, fade into eternal obscurity. That's all the disturbing afterlife beliefs we have for today. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
All right, we are back. Oh, we dead ass, chat. Ain't no way we're playing this shit.
You need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Seconds. Be advised your drone will locate a bomb. Insertion in 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Scanning for electronic devices. Detected.
Come out, wherever you are.
Breach it! Are you... Breach it!
RET active.
All clear nearby.
Oh shit, there's already one on the doorway.
Wait, threat detected.
What are you doing there?
Moss, nearby threat.
One friendly operator remaining.
Yo, how was
Op
that
4
not a
eliminated all
headshot on the
friendlies.
other fucking person? He literally hit Castle in the head. Like, how the fuck is he still alive? Siege, what is this game? Like, explain the bullet registry in this shit. Cause what the fuck am I looking at? Oh, like, really, what am I looking at?
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to go. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Quiet as a mouse. Torches ready!
Charge activated.
What? Oh my god, I was literally where he could shoot me.
The diffuser is no longer
Why are they
in
all
possession.
pushing up together?
The diffuser is now secured.
Max! Cluster charge going up.
Reload.
All the drones are literally over here, bro. Are we serious?
Try hiding now!
What the fuck is this guy doing?
Reload!
What is this guy doing? Oh my god.
One op 4 remaining. seconds remaining. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds left.
Yo, get this plant down now. He's rushing.
All friendlies have been eliminated.
Bro, why are they target banded me, bro? Like, target ban someone else. Please. Oh my god. Target ban me every round.
We need to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. Seconds to go. 5 seconds before insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Take as much time as you want, Hibana, but I'm going in now. Patience, Ash. There is no need to rush in.
Firing charge!
Big Brother's coming in for Overwatch.
Holding contact.
Cluster charge live. Placing cluster charge. Cluster charge deployed. Deploying cluster charge.
Setting traces thermostat.
Cluster charge live.
You must recover the diffuser.
Drone activated.
The diffuser has been recovered. 15 seconds remaining. Friendly
What?
last
Where?
operator
Why?
standing.
What? Where the fuck are
Has
you?
been eliminated.
What the fuck are my dumbass teammates doing, bro? Oh my fucking god, bro. These kids are actual fucking idiots. Like actual idiots.
Secure the bombs.
Laser gate position. Wire deployed.
I'm out! Gotta reload!
Down to 10 seconds.
Reloading!
You must protect your bombs from being defused by Op 4.
Activating tunnel.
Op 4 located a bomb. Protect it.
Wall reinforced!
Changing max. Target detected.
remaining. Down to 15 seconds. Time expires in 10 seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated. Protect the bombs.
말보다는 행동이지.
Seconds left. 5 seconds to insertion.
Swapping shells.
You must
So
protect your
are we
bombs
like
from being
fucking
defused by
retarded? We don't reinforce the wall that literally leads right outside. Alright, like these kids are fucking idiots. What the fuck?
Camera ready to activate.
Okay.
Activating jammer.
너무 조용하군. Swapping!
Impact out.
Detonating.
You have
That's crazy. What the fuck? This game is a fucking robbery, bro. A actual legitimate robbery. I'm done with this shit, bro. I'm not even finna play this shit no more, genuinely. Man, fuck this shit. This shit's some fucking ass, bro. Like, God, fucking damn. How the fuck do none of my shots hit him? Like, genuinely, how do none of them hit? I can't do this shit, bro. and then they're just flopping dead. Like, what the fuck?
The bomb has been located by Op 4.
Great.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh my
All
fucking
friendlies
god.
were eliminated.
You know what?
Mission failure.
Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all's fucking day. I can't continue on with this. You know what? Hold on. Before I just say fuck it and just give up, I'll do one more. And great. I'll do one more, and if it goes to shit, then fuck it. We'll call it right there. Cause genuinely, what the fuck?
Protect the bombs.
Deploying razor wire.
Op 4 located a bomb.
Swapping bags!
Your defenses are 10 seconds remaining.
Thrown a razor blade.
Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Swapping mags.
friendly, last operator standing. The bomb diffuser has been successfully deployed.
What the
Mission
fuck
failed.
just
All
happened?
friendlies were eliminated.
What the fuck? What the fuck was that? That's what I'm saying. Like that, it was a crazy shot, and then the dude swings my left. But where did the lion come from? He just spawned out of nowhere. He literally just teleported out of nowhere and just knifed me. Like, make that make sense. The motherfucker just have an ender pearl in his left ass pocket or some shit. Like, the fuck? But yeah, welcome to the stream, James. Welcome, welcome.
Protect the bombs.
Found a razor blade.
Op 4 located a bomb. Protect it.
Wall secure!
And the razor.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds and counting. Op 4 has located a bomb.
This will rattle them. Tango's in my sights. First floor.
Yep, sludge rushing. Right here.
말보다는 행동이지.
Eyes on the target. Second floor.
Lion and sludge. Both in trophy. Sludge still in here.
Friendly operator remaining.
Alright.
One Op 4 remaining.
Diffuser's right here, and the last operator is looking right at it. He has a do not swing it, just wait. Playtime. You have diffuser.
Bro's just prepping the C4.
I'll tell you if he jumps in. He hasn't jumped in yet, you're just shooting at a reinforced wall. Alright, he's coming to a trophy room. Nice.
Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
We back in this. We back in this, chat. Don't think we give it up, cause I'm not. I'm not, baby. I'm not. It's crazy. I've almost been live for 5 fucking hours. Damn.
Secure the bombs.
Wallstone!
My toxic babes are in position.
Here's a treat.
Wall secured.
10 seconds remaining. Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb. 5 seconds to
Here's
insertion.
a forgive not.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Wall reinforced!
Placing a razor bloom. Hello.
You have been spotted.
Fuck.
Break the castle.
Op 4 has deployed a diffuser. You need to destroy it. One friendly operator remaining.
Oh my god, bro.
All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
Like what the fuck is my gun doing, bro?
We need to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
According to Marcy, we are.
What? No, we're not. Don't do that.
Loading mag!
It is no longer in your possession. The diffuser has been secured.
Swapping mag.
Drone active.
One friendly operator remaining.
Drone activated.
Seconds. 10 seconds left. The diffuser has been recovered. You have dropped the diffuser. We have been eliminated. use your drone to locate a bomb. Ten seconds to go. Drone has located a bomb. 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Is that your natural hair color, Ash? The world would love to know. Shut up, Ace.
Nothing to worry about near me. Looks like they're coming out to play. Deploying the drone. Be on guard. Enemy detected.
I'm tired of this fucking game. Like, genuinely, how the fuck is he not dead?
You must recover the diffuser.
Watch for the blast!
The diffuser has been secured.
Ready to push the button.
What the fuck is this guy doing? Like, is he retarded?
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Wait, I kind of forgot.
Friendly
All
last
of these
operator
kids are kind
standing.
of fucking retarded.
Fifteen seconds left. All friendlies have been eliminated.
Yep, I'm calling it a wraps right here. I don't give a fuck. I hope y'all enjoyed. I hope y'all enjoyed this next part of the stream. But yeah, I will see y'all maybe tomorrow. I have no clue. But yeah, love y'all. Be safe. And skadoosh.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Conspiracy Theory Iceberg. In this series we will look at everything from ancient cults and concepts of old world gods, to theories of intelligent life among the stars and beneath our feet, to government conspiracies and secret missions to hide the world from forbidden knowledge, and of course, giant humanoids existing in the caverns within the hollow earth. If you can imagine anything from unfathomable to weird, the Conspiracy Theory Iceberg has you covered. Now, as many of you probably know, this is a series that I finished a few months ago. However, in the beginning, this was the series that jump-started my channel. And I understand that it can be a lot to go back to the beginning now and then watch the whole thing from square one. So to make it a bit easier for you, I made this video where I took out all of the intros and outros to give you one straight run through of the entire series. Now, like I said, I began this series right whenever I was starting out on YouTube. Because of that, I really didn't know what I was doing from a presentation or technical angle. So because of that, the first couple videos in the series are just me talking into an iPhone camera with no microphone. And I totally understand if that's too amateur or grating for you, so to make it a bit easier, in the description I have put timestamps for where each original video began and left off at. So if you don't feel like you want to sit through one of the videos, you can go to the timestamp and skip forward to the next one and see if it's any better. But I can confidently say, given the vast amount of topics and insanity that this iceberg covers, I know there's something in there for you. So without further ado, I hope you enjoyed the series, but first of all, and as always, thank you for watching. Boy, am I excited. So there's been this image floating around for a while called the iceberg conspiracy list. And for those of you that don't know, it is a picture of an iceberg, and on it there are several separated tiers that gauge conspiracy theories from how known they are to how unknown they are. I'll actually throw it up now so you can look at it. As you can see, it is huge. There are several variations, but I think this one is the best, not only because it is the most well structured with different tiers and specifics for what each tier means, but it also is the most comprehensive. As I tried to find research for this, I'm telling you there was none. Like, no one had done a full breakdown of it. There's a couple people who did one or two, and then after researching it, people were saying that everyone who did full reviews of it was having their videos taken down. So we'll see what happens. So I decided, who better to do it than me? Technically a lot of people, that doesn't matter. What I'm going to do is, because this thing is huge, every one of these phrases can lead you down an entire rabbit hole of research and investigation. Some of them are well-known stuff like UFOs or Bigfoot, but as you get into some of these later ones, it gets creepy. Like, you drag over some pretty scary ones like human flesh markets or children trapped in floors and things such as, but once you get really far into it, like tier 9, tier 10 stuff, it gets like God's ego death, or the universe was created as a test, and things like that that have like these whole networks and stories behind them, but just aren't commonly known. And I'll go ahead and say right now, none of what I'm talking about means I believe it per se. I'm simply conveying what the conspiracy is because I think it's cool, and some of these are awesome. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to do a quick run through of the tier 1, and then the next video will be tier 2, and etc. Like I said, the further you go down, the more crazy they get, so this one's pretty much to whet your appetite. Although there is a lot of cool stuff at this tier that I learned in research for this video. Some of the ones we'll get into in later videos are absolutely crazy, like the City of Broken Candles, or the Valley of Headless Men, and things such as. But like I said, I'm going to go through the entire chart, so we're starting with tier 1. The title and description for tier 1 is Crazy Head, and the description reads, mainstream conspiracies and unsolved mysteries. Most of this stuff is well documented and known to a good portion of the Western citizens. A lot of common theories may be grouped in broader terms, or may not even appear on the chart at all considering their meaning and popularity. Also, quick disclaimer on this first tier, this doesn't really apply to the others, but some of these are so well known, or you've heard so many times, I'm not even going to cover them, like fake news, or Bigfoot, or UFOs. Like, we all get it. I don't need to go into detail about them. But without further ado, let's get into this, and thank you for watching. First up, we have Big Pharma. Most of you know about this. It's pretty much just a huge encompassing theory that pharmaceutical companies suppress vaccines and cures that are made in order to make money off of treatment. Next, we have Atlantis. Original records of Atlantis date back to Greek times, I believe, between Sparta and Athens, of a continent located somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. And since they couldn't have got to North America, that would require there to be something in between that has since disappeared or sank. Next up, we have one of the first ones that I didn't know about until getting into this, and that is Nostradamus. Nostradamus was an old philosopher who came up with several of the constellations and discovering the night sky, and it is believed that several of his predictions came true later, such as World War II and the Great London Fire. However, from doing my own research, this is kind of BS because, like, for example, the London Fire, he said that there would be bad things happening in London, and then a bad thing happened in London, so yeah. The Mandela Effect. Most of you are probably familiar with this, but it essentially says that there are parallel universes that cross over with each other in minor ways that we're not aware of. For example, those who remember the Bernstein Bears from their childhood may be surprised to know that it's actually the Bernstein Bears, and that several discrepancies like that exist. Like the Monopoly Man has no monocle, and yada yada yada. This is a cool one, it's very deep, it goes on for itself, so if you're interested, check it out. Next is Malaysian Flight 370, which disappeared somewhere over the Indian Ocean. The conspiracy states that there is a US military base there, and more than likely the plane was either hijacked and flying towards it, or flew too close to it, to which the US military shot it down and covered up all evidence of it, although practically I feel that there's a lot of moving parts in that couldn't be kept secret for so long. The GMO conspiracy regards GMOs that are in several foods, from fast food and markets and things such as, which are used in this conspiracy to cause food shortages and hunger in people, so essentially the whole get the customer addicted idea. Orbs is rather vague. From what I figured out, it's referring to the orbs that are seen in photographs when taken in the sunlight. So, you know, dust, particles, things such as, but the conspiracy says that it is a paranormal or supernatural occurrence, so yeah. The New World Order, for those that aren't familiar, in the book of Revelations in the Bible, it details that there will be a one world government or one world order in the end times, and this will be in much more specific detail as we get later on into the iceberg, but at this tier, it's basically just referring to the idea that all governments want to come together to make one government. I know I keep advertising later into the iceberg, but there's good reason for it. Some of the ones down there are insane and get into specifics of how one world government can be achieved and things such as, so stay tuned. Next is the Nibiru Cataclysm. Nibiru is a planet, or also known as Planet X, that was predicted by a scientist in 2003 to collide with the Earth in 2003, so pretty well debunked, but the term is still used to apply to an idea that a meteor or any other body could hit the planet one day and kill us all. Now we get into the fun stuff. The Bilderberg meetings is an event that really does happen every year, in which Western economists meet with European governments to discuss capitalism in the West, from all the evidence I could find. Obviously, there are several theories that come from this, especially since the fact the press isn't allowed and there are no notes to be taken. So a group of world elites talking behind closed doors in high places. Nice. Transhumanism is more of a philosophy than a theory, really. It applies a lot to anarchist rings, oddly enough, and it's essentially the idea that humans can be further expounded on or bettered through augmentation of computer parts and cybernetics and things such as. BEK, or black-eyed kids, is a recurring phenomenon in the supernatural community of small children appearing with blacked out eyes. You can follow this rabbit trail pretty far, but pretty much surface level, it's just creepy kids who appear whenever tragedy happens. So people chalk it up to ghosts or extraterrestrials or what have you. Next is Antarctica, which there is a slew of Antarctic conspiracy theories. Everything ranging from giant holes appearing in the middle of Antarctica, to government bases being down there, to that's where the world elites hide. I mean, you could spin forever on this, so moving on. Next is the basement tapes. For those of you that don't know, before the Columbine shooting, the two shooters made a series of videos detailing what they were going to do, how they were going to do it, and generally talking about how they hate people in their school and there needs to be a cleansing and things such as. These tapes still exist, although the conspiracy resides in no one knows who has them. However, randomly portions of them will appear online, leaving people to believe that they're out there maybe exchanging hands, but no one knows where they're at. Next up, we've got Operation Northwoods. This is a rather well-documented case, but essentially during the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was reports put out by the CIA that said to warrant a war with Cuba, they should commit acts of terrorism against US citizens and then blame them on Cuba to justify a war, which, yep. Next up is PSYOPs. This is also well documented. Just the fact that specifically the US government, as well as other governments, is known to employ psychological warfare, from noises to conditions and supply rations and things like that. The Vela incident is an event occurred off the coast of South Africa in 1979. What happened is a system of satellites known as the Vela satellites captured two back-to-back giant flashes for seemingly no reason. However, after reading into it, it was probably just an unsanctioned nuclear test, because this satellite system had caught them before and they looked similar, and the whole conspiracy is just because there was no scripted test that day. So yeah, probably just nuke testing. Next we have giants, While this one seems vague, later tiers get into it more specifically, but essentially in the Old Testament of the Bible there are several references to giants happening, and obviously today there doesn't seem to be any. However, this conspiracy, as we get into it later, applies to the deep state and cover-ups and things such as, so I don't want to spoil any of it yet, but this is a good mention that asterisk mark, so to speak. We'll get to it later. Padma McCord is an interesting one. There's a lady online by the name of Padma McCord who owns, for some reason, thousands, if not millions of URLs, which, looking at this on the outside, you'd say, oh, it's some company using a name or whatever, until you go to the URLs and it's just pictures of her face photoshopped onto other women for some reason. And every one of these websites has millions of backlinks to other websites, which someone who knows tech may know more about it than I do. I have no clue why. It's just creepy. The Elisa Lam incident. For those who haven't trolled around on creepy internet videos like I have, you may not know who Elisa Lam is, but it is a story that is worth your time. She was a college student, I believe, at the Hotel Cecile in California, who for some reason, it's seen in security camera videos, runs onto an elevator, freaking out, keeps jerking around thinking something's following her, runs to her room, and is never seen alive again until she's found 3 days later in the water tank of the hotel. There was never any evidence of a killing, no one was ever found in connection to it, and it is one of the wildest videos ever to watch, knowing that she was never followed and there was never evidence of anyone following her. It's really strange. I'll leave you to look into this one yourself, but it was one of the first videos I remember that kind of got me into this whole, I don't know, like creepy, dark web, whatever. The Tara Calico picture. This one's just sad. There was a woman named Tara Calico who's suspected to be abducted in the early 90s, and then a few months later, a picture of her bound and gagged turned up in a parking lot around the area she was kidnapped. It leaves a lot of questions of why the picture was left there and what any of it means, especially since it was just in some random convenience store parking lot. But like I said, this is just sad. The Mad Gasser of Mattoon. I have never heard of this one before until researching it, but apparently in the 40s there was a series of gas attacks that occurred in Mattoon, Illinois, which investigators mostly chalked up to mass hysteria and people who left their fuel lines running, but everyone who it happened to, which was dozens of cases, claimed that it was an individual that ran up to them and attacked them with invisible gas. So yeah, have fun with that one. COINTELPRO. Like Operation Northwoods, this one's pretty well documented and known at this point, but essentially, before the Patriot Act became a thing, it's evidence of the FBI illegally spying on US citizens to gain information, and blah blah blah, yeah, government bad. The Mao-Yale connection. This one pretty much just says that the old communist emperor of China, Mao Zedong, was in secret connections with Yale University in ways to indoctrinate students and receive funding from them and vice versa. From what I've seen, it's mostly just conspiracy jargon, but you can check it out for yourself. The I-70 killer. This is referring in the spring of 1992, there was a series of 6 murders of gas station clerks on the I-70 interstate, and no one was ever caught, but some sketches were given. From everything I've found, this is simply just a serial killer string that went unsolved. The Majestic 12 is a reference to a board member of 12 people put together by Harry Truman in 1947 to recover all alien spacecraft information and things such as. This relates back to Area 51, although it's a bit more specific in saying that there's a committee, so to speak, that looks over anything that happens with extraterrestrials. Also, Area 51 was also in this first tier list, but like I said, it's one of those that's so obvious there's no reason for me to talk about it. Red Squads are, again, a pretty well documented government thing that during the whole Red Scare of the 50s and 60s, there were groups of US police officers whose sole purpose was to hunt down communist sympathizers and arrest them for whatever. The Secret was really hard to find information on because it's such a vague title, but given its italics, I think it's referring to a book that essentially is a self-help book that says, thinking certain thoughts deliberately will change the course of your life. So, Not sure why it's on there, but we're still in tier 1, so whatever. Acupuncture is an interesting one. This relates back to the big pharma I mentioned at the beginning, and essentially says that acupuncture heals several diseases, but it is purposely put down and not given attention by mainstream media and doctors because it would put them out of business. So it's an interesting rabbit hole to go down. The Max Headroom incident is something that happened in 1987 in Chicago when 2 broadcast stations suddenly cut out and cut to a video of a man wearing a Max Headroom costume, which is a character from British television, who began talking random jargon and swearing and then had someone spank him on camera, and then the broadcast cut out. What's interesting is that there's never been anyone named a suspect, there was never any evidence found, and it's pretty much become a whole Reddit thread trying to figure out who this person was, what happened, and name them. So it's an interesting mystery to go on, but from everything I could find, it was just 2 guys messing with the media. And then for the last one I'm going to cover in tier 1, we have the UN agenda. This is pretty much just relates to Agenda 21 and other conspiracies, which I'll talk about more in later tiers, but the idea that the UN is trying to build itself towards a new world order. Tier 2's title is Deep Researcher, and it's described as theories and Twilight Zone level stuff. Most of these entries can easily be studied through the use of mainstream medias, but they require a good grasp of how the world works to be fully understood. Common people rarely go this deep. First up, we have lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming is a well-known concept that during sleep, some people can control their dreams and what happens in them. I, for one, am one of these people. However, the theory comes in where people who can lucid dream can either affect things that happen in the real world or affect their thought process by manipulating things in the dreamscape. Next up is MK Ultra. MK Ultra is a rather well-known experiment that happened with the CIA in the 1970s, late 60s, in which people were brought in and influenced with psychotropics and other mind-altering drugs for the CIA to view the effects of and potentially use in PSYOPs, which again was something mentioned in Tier 1. This is a rather well-known event. Most of the theories stem from the idea that either it's still going on or it was done at a great larger scale than the populace is aware of. Next up we have hypnosis. Again, this is one of those establishing theories, but as we all know, hypnosis is influencing the watcher to either recall things from the past or implant memories and yada yada things such as. Next up we have fluoride. Fluoride has to do with the fact that in the US, fluoride is inserted into the tap water in order to help with tooth enamel and digestion and yada yada things such as. The conspiracy comes from the fact that fluoride is a chemical and can therefore chemically castrate or influence other biomechanical things in the body. So this will be more tied in later, but such as pineal gland calcification is believed to be a side effect of fluoride poisoning or fluoride control, as people believe. Speaking of, pineal gland calcification is the idea that the pineal gland in the body calcifies after a certain point. This is actually true, however, the side effects of the theory are not. The way the pineal gland works is it has to do with growth and hormone supplements in the body, but after someone passes puberty, it's not really needed anymore and the gland simply calcifies and dies out. The theory comes from the idea that things such as fluoride and other things taken in the body causes the gland to calcify and keeps us from reaching either our full brain or physical potential. This goes into weird theories about how to uncalcify and things such as, but it is true that as you get older, you don't need the pineal gland anymore, so it kind of just withers away. Next up, we have Cicada. This is in reference to Cicada 3301, which was a large-scale codebreaker event that happened in 2012. A random account appeared with the name Cicada 3301 and had these large puzzles for people to solve. There have been a total of 3, with a new one being added every time the last one gets figured out. However, the third one, to this day, despite being posted in 2016, has still not been found out. The site says the reason for this is that they are recruiting code breakers from some kind of secret project that no one's aware of. It's a very interesting rabbit hole to go down. I may make a video on it someday. There's several videos out there, and give the third puzzle a look. You may be the code breaker that's wanted for whatever super sleuth activity they got planned. The McFly code is our first look at one of the more kooky ones. It is a belief that the Back to the Future movie predicted 9/11. The evidence of this is saying such as the shopping mall that takes place in the movie is Twin Pines Shopping Mall, or the fact that the first clock of the movie shows 9:55, which on a hand dial would be 9:11, and things such as, and this all connects to the idea that the people who did 9/11 make movies and blah blah blah, you get it. Dowsing, or is an idea that using a fork of metal, people can pick up on sonic vibrations from the earth in order to find underground supplies of water, oil, etc. It's more of a wives' tale than anything now, but there is some truth to it when it comes to how people used to found oil refineries. However, the way this leads back into a theory is it's one of those establishing, once again, that there are sonic vibrations within the earth. Next up we have Admiral Byrd, and this is one of the first really interesting ones in my opinion. Admiral Byrd was sent to Antarctica shortly after World War II in something called Operation High Jump, which was essentially an idea to figure out whatever the Nazis were looking for in Antarctica during World War II, which relates to this place called Base 221, which was supposedly a Nazi outpost in Antarctica. When he returned back, he was put into isolation for 36 hours and was told not to speak of what he found to anyone under any circumstances, to which he was then given the Medal of Honor and told to leave. While this is odd, many connect it to the idea of what the Nazis were looking for in the first place, which is something known as Agartha. Which brings us into our next topic, Agartha. In theory, Agartha is a civilization located beneath the Earth. This gets into a larger idea called Hollow Earth theory, that inside of the Earth, it is essentially a flipped gravitational pull, and there's an entire world operating beneath us. What's interesting throughout history is how different civilizations and leaders have been dedicated to finding this quote-unquote Agartha, such as Hitler during World War II, and other ancient tribes have tales of people that live beneath. How that's connected is since Agartha is what Germany was looking for in World War II, and since that's where Admiral Byrd went to go look and then was told to shut up and never talk about it, many believe Admiral Byrd found Agartha and then was told to simply never talk about it. Next up we have Weather Control, or HARP. HARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, which is an actual military base located in Alaska. The purpose of this base is to monitor weather activity, although many have accused it as being a weather control base, such as Hugo Chavez saying that the earthquakes that occurred in South America were due to meddling at the HARP location in Alaska. This goes deeper. There's a lot of people who trace the weather around the area to look for signs on it, so you can check it out yourself. But basically the idea in Alaska that the government has a weather control base. Freemasons is another one of those establishing ideas. It essentially goes off of the well-known idea that the Masons are shady and they influence several politics and events that happen around the world. So this is another one of those asterisk ones. Keep the Masons in mind for things that come later. The 23 Enigma is simply that, an idea that the number 23 is suspicious throughout history in things such as dates and events, a number of casualties, and things such as. You can look into this one yourself. It's really long. There's even a movie about it starring Jim Carrey, but essentially the idea that the number 23 is to be avoided. Next up we have astral projection. Astral projection relates a lot to lucid dreaming, although it's a little bit different. The idea of astral projection is that while sleeping or in a trance-like state, someone can remove their soul or their consciousness from their body and walk around and influence things. Experiments with this include hospitals who have put messages on the roof, and people who claim to astrally project have projected above the hospital, so to speak, been able to read what was on the roof, come back down, and tell the doctors what they saw. Next up we have succubi. This will relate more in theories on, such as giants, but essentially the idea is that there are these supernatural entities disguised as women that feed off of men's energy by appearing as a sexual being or feeding off of their life force or things such as. Eastern philosophy is incredibly vague. I can only imagine this is also a setup, as it applies to Hinduism and Taoism, and just general ideas of spirituality, yin and yang, so on and so forth. Nephilim is what I was referring to earlier when speaking of giants. Nephilim is a more specific concept. Specifically in the Old Testament, it says that some of the angels that fell to earth whenever Satan was cast out had children with humans on earth, and that created creatures known as Nephilim, or giants. In the Old Testament, several of the tribes that were wiped out or ordered to be wiped out by God were these Nephilim creatures. Famous characters such as Goliath from the Bible are specific instances of it. Where this goes further is the idea that they still exist in modern day, or small tribes and civilizations are made up of them. The missing cosmonauts relates to the Cold War space race time before Yuri Gagarin was successfully shot into space, that Russia shot up several other people, but since they all died or never made it back to Earth, they simply kept it quiet as a way to not cause bad publicity during the Cold War. This one is definitely more feasible than others on the list, the idea that the Russian government would cover up failures in its space program, but it does make it horrifying to think about how many people could have died in the search for the man in space. The Dyaltov Pass is an interesting one that I will absolutely make a video on someday, but the short version is 9 researchers went missing in Russia in the Siberian area, and when they went to be found, they were all dead, either from having all of their bones shattered, their jaws ripped off, other horrifying scenarios that in no way seemed natural, to the point that the coroner's report on it says they were killed by a, quote, overwhelming compelling force, which could be literally anything. Like I said, it's a very interesting story and very creepy, and I encourage you to check it out yourself. Declassified documents is also super vague. This is probably just referring to the JFK files and other government documents that have been released in recent years, and the fact that they proved and disproved several conspiracy theories, so yeah, go figure. Summoning is also a setup concept, basically just the idea that people can bring in evil or good entities, either through actions or rituals, so specific supernatural beings can be conjured up by an individual. One of which is another concept on the iceberg, tulpas. Tulpas are what we would traditionally figure as an imaginary friend. Essentially the idea that someone can think an entity up so much and imagine them to the point that a spirit inhabits that being. So the idea that imaginary friends kids have, or ideas that always set in your mind, are not merely ideas but are now possessed by a specific entity. So don't worry about that monster under the bed too much. Operation Bluebeam was an idea put forward by Sergey, whatever, Manast, which said that NASA was working with the UN and world governments to pose a new religion in which NASA would fake the second coming of Christ in order to set up the Antichrist as the Godhead. And it essentially relates to the end of times, the idea that all world governments are working together to destroy the population, and he called this entire thing Operation Bluebeam. So yeah, occult knowledge is also a super vague one. Basically the just knowledge of the occult itself. So occult's defined as anything that is supernatural but not strictly spiritual. So werewolves, monsters, creatures of the night, etc., etc. Again, this is another setup. It just occurred to me that we are not like even halfway done. Magica was weird to find anything for, mostly because I think there is a card game of the same name, but from the best I can figure, Magica is essentially the idea that magic is divided into 5 categories, that of the arcane, the illusionary, the aura, manipulation, and elemental. So I could be completely off, but that's all I could find. Next we have the shelled or firmament earth. This comes from the idea posed in Genesis in the Bible that before the flood, the earth was covered with a firmament, or essentially a wrapping of water that allowed oxygen to flourish and things such as. Now it's mentioned in the flood that that firmament was destroyed. However, theorists believe that there's still a firmament of some kind and that the earth sort of exists within a shell. And most of what I found with this related back to hollow earth theory, so I think they're kind of tied, if not directly. Men in Black is a concept that is rather well known, that government agents who simply wear a suit and use fake names appear to cover up evidence often. This relates to theories such as Polybius, which we'll get into later, or people going missing, and it's essentially the deepest level of government cover-up you can go, that completely nameless and identificationless people will show up in black suits and change things however the government wants them. The Boy in the Box is a real-world case that happened in 1957 in Philadelphia, in which a boy's body was found in a box on the side of the river, and he was never identified. This was weird because no one nearby reported a missing child, no orphanages reporting missing children, nothing. It was just a body found in a box for some reason, which implies murder or foul play, but no one ever knows who did it, and there's never been any connection made. Most theories relate to the idea that it was a cover-up by an orphanage or things such as, but it doesn't change the fact that it's odd that a child could just disappear and no one would notice. Reality simulations is another setup. Basically, the whole Matrix idea that reality itself is either one giant simulation for everyone or certain individuals. Clown sightings are in reference to in 2016, whenever various people showed up in clown costumes with knives and weapons and began threatening people in public. What's interesting about this is ask yourself, do you know of anyone that dressed up as a clown? Or have you heard of anyone dressing up as a clown? And why did it happen in thousands all across the US at once? No one's ever came forward, there were never any public plans made, but yet, all at once, they just showed up and then went away. Weird. Divination is the idea that one can see the future or have premonitions of the future through supernatural means. So essentially through meditation or summoning, someone can figure out what will happen in the future. Space is fake is exactly what it says, space is fake, that either the night sky is a simulation or it is a sort of curtain that's been put up by extraterrestrials in order to give the illusion of space, even though it's not real. Pantheism is a more traditional idea that there is not necessarily a God, but more so that God is a being completely outside the understanding of people and instead exists all around us everywhere at once, or we are essentially a part of God. It is a very spiritualist idea of the universe. Intelligent design is exactly what it says, that people were made intelligently and with purpose as opposed to a random set of accidents or coincidences, and this is pretty much the basis of every religion, that people were created rather than accidentally. LA oil rigs was interesting, and I had no idea about it until reading this. Apparently in LA, regular oil rigs are not up to code or sightly for the city, so they're hidden in completely normal buildings like this. Every floor you see is fake. All of it is just an exterior covering, and inside is just a working oil rig, and these exist all down the street in LA. Also, this isn't really a theory, it's literally what it is. There are oil rigs working inside of fake buildings in LA. Ghost Girl is also very fake. I think this is just simply referring to the idea of a ghostly girl watching over people when they sleep, or in the corners when they are awake, which I think is something a lot of people can relate to, I hope. Operation Fishbowl was real-world events that happened in 1962, in which the government started launching nukes into the atmosphere and detonating them, essentially to see what happened. It was called Operation Fishbowl because of the shape that the nuclear cloud would take when that high in the atmosphere. Not only did this probably have disastrous consequences on the weather and environment, but the whole thing Oppenheimer was afraid of, that the nuke could light the atmosphere on fire and kill us all, not 20 years later, they were directly firing them at the atmosphere to see what would happen. So, good job, team. Archdemons and Archangels is another idea that comes from Christianity. Originally, Archangels were the lead warriors or chieftains of the angels, so as they were cast out of heaven, they would become Archdemons. So this is just the idea of these very powerful demons and angels existing. The Philosopher's Stone is an idea that was originally put forward by Charlemagne the Great of what is now Holy Roman Empire, that's it. The Philosopher's Stone was the basis of what is known as alchemy, which is essentially converting one element into a different kind of element. This stone was something he wrote about several times in his findings, that when approaching another element could simply turn it into something else. So what ancient societies would know as magic, we would know as extreme radioactive properties, or whatever have you with what theory you're following. What's interesting is the Philosopher's Stone, as it's mentioned, has never been found, although there are things similar. So it is, like I said, essentially the bedrock of what is now alchemy. My Red is Not Your Red is the once kind of novel but now overknown concept that just because I see a color one way does not mean you see a color one way. We could see completely different colors, but because we've both spent our entire life thinking that something is blue, we both call it blue without knowing we each see different kinds of blues. It's just that concept. Vampires, while at first may be seeming odd, it does make sense in the grander scheme of things, and it's on this list. For example, take old world ideologies and think about why they believed in vampires the way they did. Things such as certain people need to be staked through the heart, or tied up, or in some cases flipped upside down in their coffin. What would the reason for that be unless they had seen something that made them think that was necessary? And it leads into this whole idea of maybe our understanding of humans in history isn't what we think it is. Aura is another setup one. It's essentially the idea that humans exude this spiritual energy around them that changes with their mood and things such as. And this goes into gravitational pulls and sonic vibrations of the earth and things such as. Francis Levy's handprint is interesting. I didn't know anything about this until doing the research for this video. In 1924, a man named Francis Levy was a firehouse worker who, while cleaning a window, got ordered to go away on a call. On that call, him along and 7 other crewmen died in a fire. After this whole event was over, someone tried to spray the window of the firehouse and his handprint would not come off. This got to the point that they used bleach, acid, pressure washers, all of it. And it became a novelty around the town. People would come to see it. The glass company came to try to see if they could figure it out. But for whatever reason, this handprint was perfectly formed onto this window. The ending is kind of ridiculous though. In 1944, a boy who was throwing newspapers through one and broke the window, ending the legacy. But it is odd that this handprint stayed completely unfazed by all of the removal process for 20 years. Bohemian Grove is a 2,700-acre campsite in the western United States, which has been home to several presidents such as Reagan, Nixon, etc. What's weird about Bohemian Grove is the theories that go on around it. For example, there are no pictures taken during certain commencement ceremonies, and people who have claimed to sneak in and take pictures have gotten some weird stuff from it. This all goes back to the idea of secret societies and things that happen, but essentially Bohemian Grove is a gathering place for world elites to do who knows what. Lost Civilizations is simply in reference to the fact there are entire societies that are known about in ancient texts, but that we just can't find. The Mayans, for example, was supposed to have 3 giant cities, and only 2 have been discovered. With our understanding and GPS satellites, it's really weird that these entire civilizations just simply can't be found. The Vikings are another one. Several of the sites that they talk about being set up at or where they lived have just never been discovered. This goes into conspiracies of cover-ups or of information being hidden and things such as, but it's an interesting concept that these entire worlds can just disappear. Paranormal beings is also super vague, just supernatural entities that defy the normal realm of logic. Professional sports scripted is exactly what it says. The idea that companies and elites make up what happens in the games, even if the players aren't necessarily aware of it, in order to drive revenue in the right direction, or ticket sales, or blah blah blah, money, money, money. Snuff cinema in itself is not a theory, it's a real thing. It's simply the idea that people will actually take videos of people being murdered or raped or things such as and sell them on the dark web or in shady circles. Where most of the theory comes in is who makes these may be higher up elitist, or at least the buyers might be. So while this is a real world thing, it gets a lot more creepy when you think about who may be consuming it. Gang stalking is a phenomenon that is mostly observed in schizophrenics, but it is the idea that several mundane people are following you at any given time. So what that may mean practically is whenever you walk up to the mailbox, your neighbor looks at you. Whenever you drive to work, a car pulls up beside you and it's kind of going the same speed. And when you get to work, someone keeps glancing at you. The idea of gang stalking is that all these people are in on it and are conspiring against you for some reason. This is also seen a lot in conspiracy theorist circles, with ideas that people who know too much are being followed by essentially men in black in disguise. Experiments on humans, also super vague, but as mentioned before with things such as MK Ultra and experiments that we know happened in World War II, it's kind of a real thing. I guess the theory would be the extent of it or the modern application of it. Sixth extinction is the idea that there have been 5 primary extinctions in history, such as the meteor and the ice age and things like that, and we are currently on the 6th extinction, which would be man and would be a man-made issue that we created ourselves. Pseudosciences relates to old world theories, or mostly old world theories, of things such as the 4 constants in the body being science or spiritualism and things such as, and essentially where it relates to conspiracy theories is saying that there is more credit to it than has been disproved by science, and the discredit of it is simply repression. The Saturn rings theory comes from the idea that the rings of Saturn were created when an asteroid collided into it some time ago, and the particles of that asteroid were simply caught in its gravitational pull and formed Saturn's rings. Where this gets creepy is thinking that Saturn, speaking in space, is not that far from us, so if something could hit it, something could hit us. Polar shift is essentially the idea that over time the Earth's magnetic poles have shifted, and this will inevitably lead to a cataclysmic event of tectonic plates smashing together and earthquakes and storms and what have you. It's essentially an end of the world idea. The Large Hadron Collider is a real thing that exists in, I believe, Germany, but the entire point of it is it works as essentially a giant gun to shoot particles at each other at speeds of light. What's interesting is the last time this was done, it created a new particle called the Higgs boson. What it essentially did was prevent the machine from being used further, and I should also mention before this firing happened, there was a shock wave that ripped through the machine, damaging it and making them take more time to repair it. A physicist theorized that since time works as a fourth dimension, that shooting two particles together at such speeds would theoretically create a black hole, but since the way time and waves work, and there's people who can explain this much better than I can, shock waves ripple backwards through time in order to prevent us from causing an event that would theoretically destroy the future version. This all has to do with the idea of time as a fourth dimension, and we just move through it linearly, although it can be manipulated, and yada yada yada. It's really cool stuff, look into it yourself if you like, but that's the idea. Oumuamua is a body of space debris that passed near our sun some years ago and was viewed from the research station of the same name in Hawaii. What was interesting is that analyzing the particles of this, it seemed to be rather homey to us. It contained carbon and things that look like Earth and stuff such as, and was probably launched after a star exploded some however many galaxies away. What's interesting is the idea that if that Earth was destroyed, and also keep in mind, this thing would have been a whole lot bigger than our Earth. If that super Earth was destroyed by its sun exploding, what means the same couldn't happen to us? The World War II Black Book was a book that was found in Berlin in 1945 that had the name of several British citizens, in fact thousands of them, with their names, addresses, and places of work that were essentially on a hit list, so to speak, if Germany was to win the war. What's weird about this is why the Black Book would still exist at such a point as 1945 when Germany was pushed all the way into Berlin, and the details are that it was found in a sofa somewhere in Berlin, and it couldn't have been the Reichstag because that place was absolutely burned to the ground. So there are several theories about why this book was created, if this book is real, etc., etc. Fish rain is a phenomenon that occurs for seemingly no reason, in which various times throughout history, fish have begun to fall from the sky. Similar things have happened with rats, snakes, etc. The leading theory is that somewhere hundreds of miles away, a tornado happened that either pulled these things out of the water or off of land and threw them that far. But even then, that doesn't necessarily make sense looking at some of the specific instances it's happened. So it's just weird. Figure it out for yourself. Clinton body doubles is exactly what it says. That several times in the public, the Clintons have used body doubles at either politically challenging times or times they were under scrutiny in order to not die. The butterfly effect is a concept that mostly relates to time travel theory and things such as that one very minor change will cause a series of changes to happen afterwards that can affect the course of history. For example, if I was to simply do this video a minute longer and not leave the house, well, that could cause me to end up in a car accident that may kill me or injure me or something rather, which would change the course of history all because of one seemingly meaningless task. This is where you hear the whole, don't go back into the past and flip over a stone, you could change world history. This is just that laid out. Ninjins are a Japanese legend of these giant human-like sort of porpoise-looking creatures that roam in the Pacific Ocean and sing sailors into their death. These are very different from mermaids, not only in their appearance, but the fact they are much, much larger. I believe up to 50 feet in some of the legends descriptions. But what's also interesting is that there are several very similar things to ninjins mentioned in Viking culture and in Indian culture and things such as, which makes it weird considering these tribes have never had contact with each other, so The Patterson-Gimlin massacre is in reference to the Patterson-Gimlin tapes. For those that don't know, it is the very famous video or supposed first sighting of Bigfoot. If you watch the entire tape, at the beginning there seems to be something on the ground that appears as a pool of blood, and the men in the video are washing blood off of their hands. The idea of this being that these people were up there hunting for Bigfoot and simply started taking the video as the last one was leaving or walking around the campground. This leads into the idea among Bigfoot hunters that the reason we don't see them is that they were hunted out by people, and what we're seemingly watching here is the last group near the public eye being massacred. When I mentioned at the beginning, there are things that can get me kicked off of YouTube immediately. This is what I was referring to, so feel free to look it up in your own time. I'm going to be very light with it. The Houdin Plan was an idea imagined by anthropologist Edward Houdin, which essentially said after World War II they needed to do something about the Germans, and the best thing to do was something called the Great Replacement Theory, and I'm going to stop talking there and you can figure it out for yourself. The oil pit squid was discovered in Indiana, in which while cultivating an oil source, there was an 8 to 12 inch squid that popped out, and supposedly this has happened more than once by oil crews in the area. This makes absolutely no sense because the squid shouldn't be able to survive in oil, and why is it in the middle of landlocked Indiana? A lot of the information I found on this related back to the hollow earth idea. Regardless of what your theory is on it, it's very weird that this thing exists at all. And then lastly, I'm going to get into the two most interesting theories that I found on this tier, and I believe that they're interconnected to each other. The first is the people of the mount theory. The background of it essentially works like this. In the 1820s, there was an animal researcher who was trying to figure out why lemurs existed in some parts of the world and not others, and seemingly skip giant areas. This was one of the first groundworks that led to the idea of Pangea, and that all of the continents were originally pushed together. However, even going off of Pangea, that would mean there was a giant portion of land that just doesn't exist anymore, with the idea being whenever the plate shifted, it simply sank below water. The name of this unidentified continent was called Lemuria. Get it? Lemuria. Near the coast of where this supposed Lemuria is supposed to be is an area known as Mount Shasta. Locals have said that at night you can see people leaving in robes, and these people are tall, like much taller than any person can be, 9 to 10 feet. Supposedly beneath Mount Shasta is a completely hollow ground, and that the survivors of this Lemuria sought it for shelter and have lived under there, untouched by society ever since. In 1904, a researcher went to Mount Shasta and said he found miles and miles of underground caves full of gold and silver and crystals and things such as, but whenever he put together a team to go research it, he disappeared, which is weird. Most of what I found on Lemurians and the people of the Mount, again, relates back to Hollow Earth theory, which is why I think that was mentioned so much in this stage. But the idea that there is this untouched race of people existing in underground caves in the modern times. This also relates to something else on this tier, which is crystal skulls. There are 13 perfectly made crystal skulls that have been found variously around the world, but what's odd about them is while they're all made exactly the same, no one can place where they came from. They were each recovered from different dig sites and seem to have the same properties as one another, yet no one really knows where they came from. And every accusation where they came from, such as pre-Columbia or Spain or whatever, has been proved false. According to the legend surrounding these skulls, though, they supposedly contain energy. Anyone who touches the skull or comes into contact with it shares their memories with it, and then that is passed on to the next handler, and so on and so forth. What's interesting about this is part of what the researcher mentioned who got lost in the Mount Shasta cave in 1904 is that they communicated using crystals. When I was reading this for this tier, keep in mind these are two different theories, I thought it was wild that these crystals that Lemurians have to supposedly communicate with each other seem to be the same things that these skulls were that supposedly communicate with each other, and no one knew where the skulls came from, and it related back to Lemuria. Again, to clarify, I don't believe in this, I think it's neat. So to encompass this whole theory together, especially with other stuff seen in the tier, that would mean that the Lemurians did go underground but found either the Agartha beneath Earth, or at least hidden passageways that work all the way under Earth, and there is an entire civilization of humanity existing apart from ourselves underground, and periodically their belongings, such as these crystal skulls, are found in other parts of the world. So there's my huge headcanon for secret underground mole people. Tier 3 is titled as the Truth Agent, and its definition is point of no return. Some of this knowledge will make you appear and act like a lunatic to normal people's eyes, but it's only the beginning. If you are still here, you might want to study and research more following your path. First up is singularity. Singularity has two base definitions. The first is the idea of an infinite zero in an equation. So in things such as a black hole, density is calculated infinitely, which is the reason a black hole exists. However, the version that I think the theory is referring to, because there's more reference to this type of thing in this tier, is the idea that humanity will eventually reach a point of no return with technology. Meaning that at some point we will either develop ourselves to such a dependence on technology, or to a point that AI will be equal to humanity and there will be no coming back from it. So there are theories that we've already hit that singularity point, or that we are very quickly about to, and this relates to ideas on both sides of transhumanism, who think that's a good thing, and people who believe that technology has progressed too far and that we should quit while we're ahead. Quantum suicide and immortality is a tricky one to understand, but I'm going to try to do my best to you. I'm going to need to explain some ideas in quantum mechanics, so bear with me. I am not a physicist, but I will do my best. The word quantum itself refers to super small microscopic particles. I am talking pieces of atoms as they move around. What's interesting about atoms and electrons and things such as is that we never know at one point where they are. They're constantly moving, never setting still. So what that means is that we always predict where they'll be, or have an idea of the estimation of where they'll be. Obviously, this is very different from real world logic. I can point at you or a thing at the wall, or the Travis Scott vinyl back there, and know for sure that it is there, that it is a tangible object. However, you can't do that with atoms. What's interesting is that this doesn't just apply to one atom. It applies to 2 atoms, or 3, or 4, in clusters. So there has to be a point somewhere where atoms quit being atoms that are judged quantumly and begin becoming objects that can be judged logically. This goes back to the whole idea of a sand pile, that if you have a heap of sand, and you periodically take 1 grain of sand out, it never quits being a heap. But by that logic, by the time you get down to 1 bit of sand, that's still technically a heap, unless there's some rule that changes it somewhere. All this really has to do with thought experiments and theories and things such as. And quantum suicide and immortality itself is one of these thought experiments. If we apply quantum mechanics to real large world creations such as humans, or chairs, or what have you, that's where we get into ideas like Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's cat is the idea that if you were to take a cat and to put it in a box, then inside this box there was a mechanism that had a 50% chance of killing the cat. The cat would be both dead and alive until observed. Now remember, this is all applying to quantum mechanics. So if the way atoms work are, we don't know how they are until we look at it at a specific moment and say, oh, that's it, then something larger, like a cat, would have the same rules applied to it. So by Schrodinger's cat logic, or Schrodinger's law, things in the real world are not manipulated until you look at them. But obviously that isn't true, because things can happen without us directly looking at it. The inverse to Schrodinger's law is something called Copenhagen's law. Copenhagen's law states that if something happens in our world, then that is the only thing that happens. That there was a series of random events that could occur that led to this specific instance occurring, and that's it. That's all she wrote, that there's only one way it happens. So again, it kind of goes back against Schrodinger's law, but it is a more normal idea for us. Like, that's essentially how things work in the real world. Things happen or they don't. Quantum suicide and immortality is a theory that kind of straddles between the two. It was developed by a man named Hugh Everett, who was, from everything I found, kind of a jerk. For example, his daughter attempted suicide, and he simply glanced up from his notebook and thought nothing of the situation. He was a very calloused man, and this is a very calloused look at reality. It takes the idea of Schrodinger's cat, that there are unknown uncertainties when it comes to how things react in the real world, and we only change it by observation, and applies Copenhagen's law that whatever happens in our world is simply what happened, and that's how the dice fell. Quantum suicide and immortality is very closely related to what we know as string theory, or the idea that there are multiple expanding universes in every direction. It says that every single one of these unknown uncertainties is played out in a different universe. Those familiar with string theory will know what I'm talking about. Every decision that you could make is made in a separate branching off pathway, and this goes on infinitely forever for everyone. Quantum suicide and immortality is applying this to the person, saying that if you are a depressed individual, or if you are a very lively, happy individual, every single change in your character will be played out across these different timelines, which means there are some where you always commit suicide. And this is rather dark, but like I said, he was a callous man. Or there are some where you live forever. His thought process on this being, if you live to be 100 and your heart simply stops, well, there's a branching off universe where your heart goes a second longer, and another one where it goes a second longer, and on and on and on. Which means there are infinite universes where you commit suicide or die forever, and ones where you live on forever in these branching pathways. I really hope that wasn't boring. I thought it was a really cool concept, so yeah. The tree swastika was discovered in Germany in 1992, in which 140 larch trees were planted in the pattern of a swastika. The significance of larch trees is that they share similarities in color and design with the other trees of the area year-round, except for a 3-week window in the winter in which they become brown with their leaves, and as you can see in the picture, create a different pattern when planted between them, in this case a swastika. What's interesting about these trees, given how tall they are, is that they would have to be planted a long time ago. And what's even more interesting is that this isn't the only one. There have been several found across Germany, Poland, France, and things such as, which it's believed during World War II that Nazi sympathizers or Nazi commanders in certain regions would plant these as a show of good faith or loyalty to the fatherland and blah blah blah, what have you. It's interesting that these monuments, or natural monuments to an empire since defeated, can still appear randomly in the real world, and it's scary to think of how much deeper ideas like this go than we're publicly aware of. Genocide denials goes to both sides, as there will be public opinion that denies sort of publicly accepted ideas of genocide and things that have happened, and there will also be governments who deny accusations towards them of their involvement in genocide, and so on and so forth. It goes both ways. Rocco's Basilisk is another thought experiment that comes from an online user who went by the name of Rocco. He developed the idea that if AI is to come to a point of singularity, or to where it gets so powerful that it's smarter than us and starts to kill us, it would be beneficial now to help it. Because after this AI becomes so super intelligent, it may begin killing people who weren't part of its creation. While this is already kind of a logical fallacy, the whole idea of you have to do evil to prevent evil from happening to you and blah blah blah, what's interesting about it is some of the more hypothetical theories that it gets into, and there's so many I won't go into them, but ideas that this AI may, since it can manipulate time, go back in time and simply stop people from being born who wouldn't help it, so everyone that's alive now is people that would only help it, or that the AI itself has simply come back in time to silently watch and see what people will lead to its creation, and so on and so forth. It's essentially a cautionary tale about AI, and while this is a more submissive answer to it, like, we gotta help it or else, it's used in a lot of circles about the dangers of AI itself. Torrid is a really cool one I remember hearing about several years back, specifically the Man from Torrid, as it's called. The story goes like this. A man entered a Japanese airport and was caught at exchange because his passport was weird. It said that he was from a country called Torrid, and it had his full information, date of birth, all of it was correct except the country of origin. The security pulled him to the side and began asking him questions about this country, to which the man was confused and kept replying that he's simply from Torrid. As a matter of fact, he pointed to it on a map, saying that that map was incorrect because it's supposed to reside between Germany and France. He gave correct accounts of information through history, like World War II and the Soviet Cold War. He gave numbers for them to call, which all proved to be non-existent, and this lasted for some time. That night, the security put him in a hotel so that they could figure out what to do, and the next day when they went to get him, he was gone. There was no evidence of him, there was no information found, and he was never seen again. A lot of this relates back to the Mandela effect that I mentioned in the first here. There are these parallel universes that keep interacting with one another, but it's interesting the idea that there is a different, slightly different world from ours. It still had events like Cold War and World War II, but resulted in the creation of a new country called Torrid. The bloop is something that personally affects me because it has to do with my worst fear ever, the ocean. In the early 2000s, ocean researchers had several microphones placed across the Pacific Ocean, the purpose of it to be to monitor blue whale migrations. That was until, out of nowhere, from a location that was triangulated to be the bottom of the ocean, there was a bellowing roar that was so loud, it was picked up by microphones in a 3,000-mile radius direction. To put that in perspective, the vocal cords of whatever this thing would had to be 3 times the size, at least, of a blue whale. To this day, no one knows where it came from, and it has been the subject of several conspiracies or monster theories about things that live beneath the ocean, which is just further confirmation to me that I don't belong in the ocean. Rosicrucianism is closely related to an old religion that was a branch off of Christianity some 800 years ago, known as Gnosticism, or Gnosticism, not sure how to pronounce it. It essentially follows the idea that God and the Trinity is real from Christianity, but that there are lesser gods, and each of them are mandated to do different things. More specifically, the idea that the lesser god that created Earth is evil and mischievous, and that's why there's so much sin and misery on our Earth. While good things come from Christ and the Godhead, bad things come from our smaller god. Rosicrucianism, from everything that I can find, believes this theory but applies more science into it. Where this applies is that almost everything I found about Rosicrucianism applies to the Masons. The idea being that several of the founders of the Freemasons subscribe to this ideology, and were not only that, but were sort of high priest in this order. So the idea of deical Christianity mixed with phenomenal science, creating the Freemasons, stays in line with most of the theories that apply to them. Sinkholes are exactly what it's referring to. Sinkholes, for those that don't know, periodically, especially in man-made areas, giant holes in the ground can open up, and I mean huge. It doesn't just have to be wherever man-made items are, but that's normally where it happens. A lot of the theories around this go back to the idea of gods and stuff, that we have overpopulated the earth too much and so it's cleansing itself, or back to harmonic vibrations on the earth, and make your own calculations from it, but that's just what the theory is referring to. The Publius Enigma dates back to Pink Floyd's 1994 album, The Division Bell. Someone by the name of Publius appeared online and began saying that there was a secret message hidden in the album The Division Bell, and anyone that figured it out would be given great reward. Now, while you could just chalk this up to some crazy person on boards, they seem to know a whole lot about Pink Floyd and the album itself, and when questioned about their legitimacy, they said to watch the stage at the next Pink Floyd concert, to which the lights began flashing in code the name of Publius. So obviously this guy has connection somewhere. Despite this, there has never been any huge secret, at least from what I can find, derived from the Division Bell album, and most people believe it to be some huge sort of like paparazzi show from the agents who put together the album, but everyone exclusively denies this. So who is Publius and what's the secret of the Division Bell? Russian sleep experiments are a supposed experiment that was uncovered that happened in Russia during World War II. And while you may be familiar with the famous creepypasta that I was before looking into it, the creepypasta comes off of the supposed real-world documentation. The idea of this experiment was to develop a drug that would give soldiers the ability to stay awake for days at a time without side effects or crashing. However, according to the legend, what happened during these experiments is that as the days progressed, the test subjects became more and more insane to the point that they completely lost touch with humanity and became these groveling monsters that asked for pain and wanted to hurt each other, and they ripped someone's throat out, and yada 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 goes on and on. There are logs of this, which you can look up and read yourself, of supposedly what happened. There's a lot of gore and violence involved, but it all relates back to the idea that whenever we sleep, we stave off this inner demon that we all have inside of us. And without sleep for weeks at a time, we allow it to become more powerful till eventually it takes over. It all relates to the overarching concept of the evil within every human. Esoteric knowledge is kind of broad. From everything that I've found, it has to do with human intentions. So esoteric knowledge would be a true understanding of what it is in your brain that makes you do the things you do or behave the way that you are. Esotericism is mentioned a lot in things like Gnosticism or Rosicrucianism, and other old religions that are kind of the development for a lot of conspiracies. The Denver airport is an interesting one, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard of. For one, the layout of the Denver airport makes absolutely no sense. The way it's built with its hallways that go seemingly nowhere and terminals that are completely separate from everything else doesn't make a lot of sense on the outside. However, when you look at old plans that had the idea of there being a giant underground, and there supposedly isn't one, it comes to the theory that it is a secret bunker, either by the military or some say the Illuminati and things such as. But the theory just doesn't stop there. For one, there are some really weird art pieces around the Denver airport. For example, there is a painting of a German Nazi in a gas mask with rainbows coming out of him and a giant scythe, as well as a statue outside of a 32-foot tall horse that is blue with red glowing eyes that people refer to as Blucifer, which during its construction, the head fell off, killing the creator, to which they put the head back on and left it. And on top of that, there are signs all over the Denver airport that says it was created by the Freemasons and it's a Mason establishment and blah, blah, blah. And theories range from the idea of Denver airport being the gateway to hell to just the idea that it's a secret military or Freemason base that is kept quiet from the public. Archons relate back to Gnosticism, which I mentioned earlier. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Essentially, if the lesser god created our world, the Archons are his helpers or tormentors. And it goes to the idea that mischievous or evil things that happen in the real world are the deliberate actions of these tiny demons. I say tiny demons, essentially it's just demons working for a different entity than the devil. So you could be safe to say these are the demons of Gnosticism. Spirit science is exactly what it says. The idea that scientific concepts can be related to spiritualism and things like auras and chakras and things such as, and that through application of spirit science you can unlock or understand your inner self. The plane of jars is interesting. In Laos there are these fields that are all grouped together that hold anywhere between 1 to 400 of these giant 9-foot wide stone jars. They've all been carved out from stone, most of them have lids with them, and they're just sitting in these fields and no one knows where they came from. The locals in the area talk of legends and say that giants used to roam this land. And there's again giants being mentioned from the past years. And that what they would do is they would carve out these stones and set them in these fields, and that's where they'd keep their alcohol and honey and things such as, and each field was a different keeping place for a different material. Sadly, not a lot of research or insight can be done to this place, because during Vietnam, the United States dropped more explosives on specifically the field of jars than the entirety of World War II. And that combined with all of the undetonated explosives there mean research is very, very scant and dangerous to do. So I guess we may not know more about this, but I like the Giants idea. It's cool. Beacon of Hate was discovered on June the 2nd of 2000, in which a man in the western United States began picking up on this radio transmission that was being broadcast locally, and after enhancing it, he found a looping broadcast in which someone was screaming over and over about America selling themselves to camels, and pornography and religion should die, and the end times is coming with a chariot, and other mixes of like Revelations type speak, and general disdain for the United States, so on and so forth. This was looping for, as far as he could tell, about 8 months before it disappeared. To this day, the FCC has better things to do. There have been no information found on it, no one knows who caused it or what happened, and it simply remains a mystery. Feral children is a real-world phenomenon which is quite sad, in which kids who either ran away or were abducted at a young age and lived away from human contact simply became feral. This is observed a lot whenever researchers go to lesser populated areas such as forest and jungles, in which children have been allowed to get away from their families and been raised in the wilderness. Normally the child is very either scared of human interaction or violent around humans and resolves to things such as running on all fours, but it can also result in some very interesting side effects such as different form bone structure and nasal pathways that are simply just, evidence of adaptation in humans. It's interesting, however, that when taking away from other human contact in these sort of case studies, that we become animalistic. Antinatalism is a more recent ideology. Natalism is the idea that having children is good and, having a baby is good. Whereas antinatalism is the opposite of that and says that having a child is morally bad. The idea with this theory being that if the higher-ups or Illuminati or whatever have you is trying to dissolve the family unit, then this idea of antinatalism will be put out more and more across the human populace until eventually families or having children or things such as is seen as a natural bad. Charles Fort is someone that I wish that I knew about before getting into this because he seems like an interesting individual. He wrote several fiction books which had to do with different occurring phenomena such as teleportation, human combustion, ball lightning, etc. What's more interesting is ideas such as teleportation and ball lightning he's actually credited with inventing. What goes furthermore is in that most interviews where he talked about these phenomena, he simply said that in studying real-world phenomena, they are things that he observed. The idea with this being that because of Charles Fort's writings, we have highlights to some things that really do happen, such as human combustion, teleportation randomly, ball lightning, so on and so forth. To the point that a term given to real-world supernatural events is Fortean, such as giant unexplainable monsters can be called Lovecraftian. Also, everything else I found on Charles Fort generally relates back to the occult, with several sort of scientific occult circles claiming him as one of their founders. The Road to Ruta was a comic book put out by the federal government for school children in the 1980s. The point of this book was to teach children concepts such as scarcity and market value and things such as. However, a man by the name of Bix Weir later came out with his own theory regarding the comic. His idea is that large governments are getting tired of banking circles owning the world through their amounts of money they loan out and things such as, and it all has to get back to Wall Street and national banking circles and blah blah blah. But his idea is the comic is showing a federal idea to get back to a new gold standard. Or the idea that after a great reset, so to speak, which is being talked about a lot now in the news, that we could reverse our current banking circle idea and return to a second gold standard, as he calls it. Mereological nihilism is another one of those thought concepts. It's the idea that there are no things that are composed of other things. They are simply the smaller things made into bigger things. What I mean by that is there's no such thing as a chair. There are pieces of wood in straight lines that are pointed together in chair fashion. While this whole thing seems kind of pointless in that regard, as you apply that more and more to people and biology and things such as, it becomes more of an idea of this sort of nihilism when it comes to science and humanity. The Cagots were interesting considering I had literally never heard about this until starting review for this. The Cagots were a race of people in 16th and 17th century France who were horribly discriminated against. And by horribly, I mean that whenever entering the town, they had to ring a bell like a leper to let other people know they're around. Not only that, but they had to walk with shoes on at all times or be arrested, so that way their skin didn't touch the ground that other barefoot people had to walk on. They were not allowed to farm. One Cagot who tried to, on his own land, had stakes run through his feet, and they had to use a specific font when writing, that way people would know a Cagot wrote it. If they didn't, as happened to one man, he had his hand cut off and pinned to the church door. And there were several rumors that spread up about them, like because they wore shoes all the time, people said that they had webbed feet, or because they only wrote in one font, children would say that that's because they have the devil's handwriting. What's really weird is no one knows where they came from. They seemingly look like any other French person. The ideas were they came from a defeated army during the Goth period way back, but that can't be confirmed. Ideas are that they are people from north of the English Channel who came south and were simply shamed against, but that can't be confirmed. So seemingly this race just pops up in France, is horribly hated, and then disappears. It wasn't until the French Revolution, in which several Cagots went to record offices and burned any information that they were Cagots, and simply assimilated back into French society. Deep Sea Lab text relates to real experiments that happened called Sea Lab, which were carried out by the United States Navy. The idea was to place these science capsules in different spots around the ocean for researchers to live in and do research from. The first two went off without a hitch. However, the third one during its setup someone went down to fix a carbon monoxide poisoning problem and died in the process, so the Navy shut the entire thing down. The theory is that these experiments are still being carried out in secret for whatever reason, and the idea that it was kept out of public eye, not because someone died, but because they wanted to start research on something the public shouldn't be aware of. However, I think the biggest travesty that come from that is that the people who went down into these spaces were called aquanauts, and we need to bring that back. Hitler escaped inside the Earth is relating back to what I've talked about in previous tiers known as Agartha. The idea being that the Nazis at this space 221 were supposedly looking for Agartha, which keep in mind would be the entire Earth's inside, found it, made tunnels that led up to Berlin and Germany, and whenever Germany began losing the war, Hitler simply went underground into this underworld. So if you were to get to the secret plane of Agartha, it would theoretically be Nazis and giants. So do with that information what you will. Illuminati blood banks is exactly what it says. There are real-world programs where the rich can buy the blood of the young in order to get transfusions for it to ideally make them younger. And there are things like blood facials that people do, and we are living in a dystopia. However, Illuminati blood banks just says that this secret Illuminati organization has near infinite supplies for these for their members, so that they can always harvest the blood of the young to stay fit, which I hate to admit is one of the least outlandish on this entire list. Sacred geometry is that the idea that there are certain shapes and patterns in geometry that relate to the construction of the real world, so much so that God himself would be the geometric shape of life itself. And it gets into this whole idea that certain shapes can be used to summon different things, and so on and so forth. The Black Pope prophecy comes from a supposed prediction that popped up in the 1500s, specifically 1590, that was 112 phrases to describe every pope in existence. Not only everyone that had came before, that everyone that was coming afterwards. Whoever made this is often switched around with people saying it being different saints or bishops in the church. This eventually leads to a final pope, which it says will bring the fall of Rome. However, this one, from everything I found, is pretty fake. Like, it had all of them right up until 1590 when it was written, and then after that, none of them made any sense applied to different popes or whatever. DMT beans is the fact that while on DMT, several different individuals have these shared hallucinations of something called clockwork elves, which appear as these tall, silvery, slender creatures that watch over them while they're high. Not only that, but there are several shared hallucinations involving syntax and life and blah blah blah. Don't do drugs. The Missing Children Forest refers to a 700,000 acre forest in LA County, Los Angeles, in which children have gone missing with no evidence found afterwards. Originally there was about 8 kids that went missing and was later pinned on a serial killer in the area, but since then he's been in jail and people have still gone missing in this forest, to the point that dozens of kids simply walk into the woods and never return. This can lead to tons of speculation, but it all traces back to the idea of what in these woods is drawing kids in and what's making them not be found. Solipsism is the concept that nothing outside of your own mind can be known. For example, we could all be in the Matrix right now and everything we see be fake. We could be in alternate realities and everything that we see is an illusion, blah blah blah, but the only thing you can know for sure is your mind. The fact that you are having thoughts right now and that you created these thoughts is the only thing that can be known for sure. And it is the base theory for the famous phrase, I think, therefore I am. Thule is a concept that has been traced back to the early Greeks, in the idea that on all their maps they had this region located far to the north known as Thule, in which they said that's where sea monsters came from, that's where these giants came from, etc., etc. There's different theories about, well, maybe it was Ireland or maybe it was Norway and whatever have you. But what's interesting is it's never been exactly laid down, and while all of the Greeks had sort of this unified idea of what Thule was and what was there, we can't find anything that exactly matches it in our modern text. So maybe it's something that sank below ground in a plate shift, or maybe it's something that never existed. Who knows? Der Glocke is German for the bell and refers to secret Nazi superweapon research that occurred in World War II. Theories for this include things such as the Wunderwaffe or the Schülergewehr, which is German for wonder weapon or sun rifle. The ideas for this being that the Germans were looking ways to concentrate radiation into these centralized waves as a form of attack, or electricity itself in these sort of like long-range tasers. Not only that, but there were records of them looking into teleportation and how to move people instantly over large distances. They were looking for these giant air plug cannons that would fire a piece of air large enough to take out planes, and it goes on. But this whole Die Glocke just relates to the idea that these Germans had working models for these things, and that the reason they've been kept so secretive is because after the Allies won the war, they wanted to use that research themselves. Arnold's real height is in reference to the actor Arnold Schwarzenegger, and this bizarre situation in which people don't know his real height, and even he has not said what his height is, so it comes down to people comparing him next to other known actors' height in movies, and people guess anywhere between 5'10" to 6'2". I have no idea why this was in tier 3 since it's the only one that doesn't fit, but yeah, great way to start off part 2. Natural park closures is in reference to the fact that several national parks around the US will periodically close for unknown reasons. This can range anything from cleanup time to certain year time events when supposedly workers are off, yet it doesn't make sense since national parks aren't exactly something that needs mediated, leaving people to believe supernatural occurrences or things like I spoke of in my stairs video and so on and so forth, that there are these secretive phenomena that occur throughout US national parks that the managers of them want to keep the public quiet of. Lake Baikal is referencing Lake Baikal in Russia and is the deepest lake in the world. At 5,387 feet, it's host to several mysteries, including that of aliens and sea monsters and things such as. When the lake was first discovered, several runes and etchings were found that depicted giant fish people walking in and out of the water and these giant serpents moving beneath the waves. It goes further than that though. Declassified Russian documents show that researchers who went underwater to look for missing people came across these humanoid looking creatures in silver suits, and whenever they approached these creatures, 3 people in the crew were instantly killed and 4 others injured. Several lights have been seen both beneath the waves and above them and in the sky around, and people even report mirages of castles and old buildings on the shore that disappear with the blink of an eye. The dancing plague was a real-world phenomenon that occurred in 1518 in France. For whatever reason, a few people in the middle of the town began dancing. A few more that began watching began dancing as well, and this went on and on for 2 months. During this time, about 400 people became involved, with roughly 24 dying of exhaustion. The story goes that the people who were dancing were crying, trying to get people to help them stop. Local shopkeepers were bringing food out to feed the people as they were dancing since they couldn't quit. And to this day, it's just chalked up as mass hysteria. No one knows why the dancing plague happened or where it came from, and it just remains a weird story. Panspermia is a belief that life does exist in the universe through microorganisms. In other words, asteroids that pass by Earth or other places that maybe host microorganisms carry them through the stars, and that's where other life species can come from and things such as. It's pretty much just the idea that life exists everywhere around us even if we don't see it. The WebDriver Torso is a bizarre YouTube channel that popped up in 2013. Since then, all the way into 2018, they upload these random videos that are just a red square and a blue block in different directions as beeping noises is played in the background. There are a total of 624,774 of these videos, and while Google has come out and said that it's merely just something to test the YouTube algorithm, the beeping is definitely odd, meaning leading many people to believe it's a sort of numbers broadcast or something else creepy shadow man. Toxoplasmosis is a real-world disease in which the parasite Toxoplasmodia enters the human body. While in the body of a healthy person, Toxoplasmodia does nothing. If someone is pregnant, it can cause severe damage to the baby. Other than that, it's not really a big deal, and the parasite is most often transferred through cats. However, where the theory comes from is that studies have appeared showing that toxoplasmosis can cause neuroticism in the host. Now, while you may not think this is a big deal to people associated with parasites, keep in mind there are about 3 million confirmed cases of toxoplasmosis in the US every year. The theory with this being that the parasite has drastically influenced not only American culture, but world culture for years due to influence of the psychology of its host, which again is a lot. Introspection rundown is a practice employed by Scientology in order to treat mental breakdowns. This has gone so much so to the point of saying that it is a replacement for psychology itself. While the church is very hush-hush about what happens during these procedures, it did come under scrutiny whenever someone died during one of them. Lisa McPherson was a woman who was a member of the Church of Scientology, and after suffering a mental breakdown in a car accident, members of the church came, took her from a hospital saying that she didn't believe in medical treatment, and brought her to a discreet location. Her body was found weeks later severely dehydrated and malnourished. Not only that, but she had hundreds of insect bites on her, which the coroner later believed to be that of a cockroach. So that creates many questions about this scenario. Did the cockroach bites happen before or after she died? And if they happened before she died, then what the heck is this introspection process that Scientology uses? The United States are an experiment relates to the idea of the Great Experiment, or the overarching idea that the United States was created in order to prove to the world if democracy could work. Where it gets into more of the conspiracy side is what powers wanted this experiment to happen, be it the Freemasons or the Illuminati or some other creepy historical shadow organization. Belfield psyops, I couldn't find anything on. I believe this is referring to the Belfield conspiracy, which is sort of an old joke. Belfield is a small town in Germany, and the joke goes like this. Have you ever been to Byfield? Do you know anyone from Byfield? Do you know anyone who's ever been to Byfield? Well, then Byfield simply doesn't exist. It's sort of a parody of the whole idea of crazy conspiracies that just say these blatantly giant things don't exist. Like, for example, in searching for this, I came across the theory that Finland doesn't exist, and that kind of got the point across. Online video game monitoring is exactly what it says, that the government and other agencies is watching online multiplayer games in order to monitor what people are saying and doing, which, considering the announcement Sony just made, is not far from the truth. John Babacombe Lee was a man arrested for murder in 1885 and sentenced to hang. In researching this, it seems like he didn't do it, or if he did do it, the evidence was circumstantial at best, since all the evidence I could find was that he was a guy who lived near the woman who was murdered and had a cut on his arm, which meant she may have possibly fought back, which circumstantial at best. However, what's interesting about him is that when he was taken to execution, he was attempted to be hanged 3 times, all 3 times of which it didn't work. What happened is the trapdoor was tested out as he stood there. He then went and stood on it, to which the trapdoor was pulled but wouldn't open. He stepped off, the trapdoor was tested again, to which it opened fine, and this process repeated 3 times, which after finally the medical expert said that he wasn't going to be a part of it because God didn't want this man to hang, and instead John was just given life in prison. It's an interesting story, especially since there were witnesses and this happened 3 times in a row. It leads to the idea that perhaps divine intervention didn't want John to die. RPG Insanity Training was a wild read. When I finally found information on it, it's the idea that Yakuza is paying off Nintendo and other game companies such as in order to promote insane behavior in their audience to promote further anarchy and disruption within communities and the world. So, yeah. Don't play Animal Crossing. The Oz factor is the idea that, much like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, during certain points people can leave this plane of existence. For example, if you disassociate too hard, you can cross over to another nearby parallel universe, or at least a universe between universes. All the examples that I found in this were such as whenever you enter a building where it seems like none of the workers are there who should be there, or if you're ever walking down the street and interactions seem incredibly odd for a small amount of time, this could be signs that you are in a sort of space between spaces. Now I'll be honest here. Some of these titles are so vague, I could find nothing for them exactly. Like, there's so much stuff it could possibly mean that I'm simply going to have to take a guess, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm sorry about that, but I have no idea. So extreme continents, from everything I can figure out, either has to do with lost continents or the end points of known continents. These two actually kind of go hand in hand with each other. I found several theories that during tectonic plate shifts, lost continents, which are land masses that sunk below the ocean, I spoke of Lemuria in tier 2, I believe, that whenever they meet the land and the land begins to slope off, this sort of area between continents is where civilizations used to exist. And that's the best I could do for this. Sorry if that is totally off the mark, but I promise I tried. Shaver's writings refers to the comics written by a man named Richard Shaver. His theory was that thousands of years ago, aliens came to Earth and, after leaving offspring to populate the planet, flew back out to their home planet and left their children, or as he called them, Deros, here on Earth. His explanation fell in line with what I've mentioned before, the hollow earth theory, or that of Agartha, and that these children live in underground caves, and people who periodically go missing for whatever reason are being used as either food or just a torture source for these underground creatures. Kind of falls in line with the idea that this is not our home and it's someone else's, and at any moment we could essentially be wiped out. So only good thoughts on this channel. Porn control. Can I say porn? Whatever. Porn control is the idea that porn is used by mass media or global elites in order to make the populace submissive and compliant. The idea with this being people who watch porn have decreased sex drive for other people, which makes them less outgoing and less assertive in situations, and generally makes a weaker populace, and therefore porn is used as a manner to disable the population for whatever these higher powers want. A temporary autonomous zone is more of a belief, especially one imposed by anarchists throughout history, with the idea that throughout periods of time, whenever government is infringing on culture too much, areas should crop up, or temporary autonomous zones as they're called, in which information could be exchanged freely and thoughts and ideas between people, and then they could disseminate and leave the autonomous zone, and these ideas could continue to proliferate. So from everything I read, essentially think of it as underground churches or secret book readings during book burning times throughout history, and things such as basically the whole idea that if a government is encroaching on culture or ideas too much, that people should come together and exchange them in secret. Henotheism is when someone believes in many gods, yet only worships one god. This is something that is commonly seen in old world history, where often people would believe in the hierarchy of gods in old legends, yet they would normally only go to churches or worship a specific one. This is just sort of the name to describe that. Quantum jumping is an idea in spiritual psychology and very closely relates to spiritual science. It is the idea that in times of stress, someone can quantum jump to another version of themselves in a parallel universe in order to gain insight or information. This has a lot to do with self-enlightenment, and if you wanted to think of it as anything, kind of think of it as the Oz factor I mentioned earlier, only done on purpose in order to learn something. Fulcanelli is interesting because no one knows the identity of this man, and the only reason we know he exists is through his journals and students who say they learned under him. Fulcanelli was a French alchemist. This relates back to the Philosopher's Stone that I mentioned earlier, but he wasn't just an alchemist, he was the best. So much so that his students say they would routinely see him turn 100 grams of iron into gold and things such as. Considering that he would have operated in, I believe, the 1500s, any practices that he would have been doing would be far ahead of his time, yet again, we don't know his identity. This leads theories for everything that he was an alien or the devil, so figure out somewhere in the middle what you want him to be. French viper releases is exactly what it sounds like. Several deadly viper species popped up in France within the last 20 to 30 years, with the idea being that secret organizations or the French government themselves are purposefully doing it either to keep people out of the woods or control the populations of various species of animal. Although the latter doesn't make that much sense, because if you wanted to do that, why make them venomous? Gray goo is another concept that has to do with singularity that again I mentioned in tier 2, or ideas of technology taking over. It essentially gets to the idea that nanotech will commit something called ecophagy, which translates to literally eating the habitat. The idea being that at some point a nanotech will be developed that only knows to reproduce itself over and over again, and if it sees humanity as a threat to this initiative, it will simply eat everything, and I mean everything. Habitat, landmass, biomass, all of it, and create a gray goo across the planet of itself. It's one of those cataclysmic events in which we could wipe ourselves out, which is talked about several times before and will be mentioned several times again. Mach's principle is an idea in theoretical physics and makes us ask the question of why some things are held in orbit while other things are pushed away. The description or example that's most common is this. If you were to stand in a field and look directly up at the stars and hold your arms out to your side and spin around, then why do the stars stay in orbit as you spin while your arms are being pulled out from you? And essentially comes back to the idea that while in motion, things near you are pushed away and things away from you are kept in a relative position. It's a weird idea that has to do with, again, theoretical physics, but that's basically the principle of it, and it's used to explain a lot of natural phenomena. Volcani, I have no idea how to pronounce that, is a series of forests that occur in the Latvian area of Europe, in which these giant stones are assembled into these piles and no one knows why. Theories have originally ranged that maybe a castle was going to be built there and just hadn't, but there's no record of that throughout history. To giants putting the stones there, there's giants again. What's even weirder is that it seems these stones periodically move. Never enough to be widely noticed or able to be pointed at by everyone, but just enough to keep the local park people suspicious that they're being moved. And keep in mind, these are really big rocks. It's not like some kid could just come throw them into another pile if they wanted. It would take some deliberate force of nature. This has led to people around the area considering it a spiritual site, and it is a very popular destination for yogis and witches and things such as. Deep ecology fascism is the combination of two different ideologies. Deep ecology is the idea that nature should not only be preserved, but that nature itself is alive and should be treated as such, while fascism is, for this purpose, the idea of preserving original ideas and circumstances for future generations. So if you were to combine the two, it would be the idea of preserving nature to such a ridiculous degree as if nature itself was alive, which would essentially treat any crime against nature as a crime against man. Deathworm relates to that of the Mongolian deathworm, in which the desert of Mongolia, the locals have legends of a giant serpent or worm that lives beneath the sand, and that people who are caught out there by themselves are swallowed up by it. This is backed up by reports in the area of people going missing with no body being found in the desert, and these odd trails being left in the sand for seemingly no reason. I don't even know if I can talk about this one either. It's exactly what it looks like, the joke off of Family Guy, and says that the government developed one in the 80s, and I'm not kidding. KKK funded by governments is exactly what it sounds like. The idea that the government has funded the Ku Klux Klan in order to keep down minorities throughout history, and not just our government, but that England had backing in it too. So yeah. The Titanic didn't sink actually has more plausible information behind it than any other conspiracy in this tier. The company that owned the Titanic, White Star Line, which keep in mind one of the partial owners was JP Morgan, had another ship in their fleet called the Olympia. Most people have it in their mind that the Titanic was way larger than any other ship at its time, but that's not necessarily true. For example, the Olympia, which was another ship owned by the same company, was very similar in size and appearance. A few months before the Titanic set sail, the Olympia had an accident that damaged it seriously and supposedly was going to cost a lot of money to repair. The story is that the Olympia was replaced for the Titanic and simply names were changed between the two ships, and the Olympia was actually sunk as a whole insurance fraud move in order for these stockholders to get a return on their investment. There's a lot of sort of evidence that goes into this. For example, pictures of the Titanic as it's leaving seem to resemble the Olympia more than the Titanic itself. There are records of crewmen who were supposed to be hush-hush about it, calling the Olympia the Titanic in private. And even more so, the Californian, which was another ship in the vessel, the night the Titanic sunk, went to about the same spot, hung out for a few hours, and then left, implying that they were setting up something. It's very odd, and there's a whole lot of information about this, so I encourage you to check it out yourself. Smithsonian suppression refers to the recently discovered event in which, around 1900, the Smithsonian smashed thousands of giant human skulls in order to maintain the theory of evolution the way science saw it at the time. This doesn't just stop at skulls though. They destroyed other bones such as femurs that were 4 feet long because it didn't match the current theories of the time. I guess that's the way science worked back then. If it didn't support your theory, just destroy it. These skulls were found across North America, and not only would it have answered questions about immigration to North America before, the coming of Europe and whatnot, it would also have been an opportunity to study these giant humanoid creatures. But we can't, because someone in the 1900s from the Smithsonian didn't like that it didn't match their science project. So yeah, do with that information what you will. Tier 4's title is Adept of Secrets, and it reads, Occult learnings and mysteries of lower tier that apparently seem to be innocent start to become more sinister. You begin to see patterns everywhere, realizing you only dip your toes in the conspiracy world. Very few people believe or have heard of stuff from this level. First up, we have the Dzopa tribe and the related Dropa stones. This one was really interesting. In 1938, a Chinese research team went to the Himalayan mountains in search of some ore deposit that had been picked up by geographers. Once the team got there, however, they found 716 graves hidden in the back of these tunnel systems that ran through the Himalayan mountains. What's even weirder was inside of each of these graves was a 4-foot tall human skeleton with an abnormally large sized skull. The tombs were filled with ciphers and hieroglyphics that didn't make sense, but located on each one of the grave was a circular disc that have since been termed the Dropa stones. Each of these discs are estimated to be 12,000 years old and contain minerals such as cobalt, which is very rare and normally only found on meteorites, at least in the Himalayan mountains. Years later, research from a Russian university determined that the hieroglyphics on the Dropa stones read out prime numbers. Since this experience, the Chinese government has censored all information regarding it and made that section of the Himalayas a no-travel zone. So yeah, starting off with a good one. Lord Packel's time machine relates to the Mayan king Lord Packel. When researchers found his coffin, they noticed the odd inscriptions on the lid of the coffin that showed him laying inside of what seemed to be some sort of machinery interacting with this very diverse device for whatever reason. What's especially odd is the related Mayan transcriptions in the area spoke that Lord Packel had the ability to control the turning of the sun and things such as. What's even weirder is upon further inspection of the body in the coffin, it is estimated to be that of a 30 to 40-year-old man. Lord Packel was king of this Mayan area for 80 years. So either someone else is buried in Lord Packel's grave, or that inscription of him controlling a machine and turning back the moon and the stars may have some worth to it. Monsanto is essentially your stereotypical evil conglomerate company. They have been known to sue farmers for using natural pesticides in growing supplements. They have been known to fund government campaigns in which the elected politician plans to cut back on restrictions regarding the environment, and have even gone as far to cover up cancer research on their specific products when it's been known to, cause cancer. Of course, as you could imagine, Monsanto is at the center of a lot of conspiracies regarding big pharma and evil tech and things such as. Vimanas are interesting, and one of the weirdest parts, I think, whenever you look into this whole ancient alien idea. In old Hindu and Sanskrit text, there are these records of these giant flying palaces, and they're not mentioned in any supernatural or strange sense. They're simply depictions and writings of these giant floating palaces that would exist above the Himalayan mountains. It's so odd to me whenever you look at stuff like this, how old world countries would simply just be like, oh yeah, flying houses, those are a thing. North Korea Utopia is exactly what it says. It's the idea that North Korea is actually a secretive perfect world but that Western media and European media simply discredit it as order to discredit communism and lift up capitalism. That's at least the main version. The other version is a bit more interesting, I think. It's the idea that beneath North Korea is a perfect utopia, but in order to seem unassuming to the world around them, periodically different citizens are sent to live on the surface for years at a time in order to maintain a low-key look, while they live in perfection and disease-free beneath. However, the first version is usually the most popular, as it's simply saying that our governments are censoring information as to not give us an idea that other systems of government could work better. L'Enfant, also known as Pierre L'Enfant, was the chief architect who designed the streets for Washington, D.C. In his notes, he said he used the celestial bodies in order to map out the routes for D.C. That's why D.C. has very odd street planning when it comes to diagonal cuts and things such as. But as other people have pointed out, these streets also line up in satanic shapes, such as several pentagrams or old world geographic shapes being formed by DC streets. This all relates back to the idea that he was funded by the Freemasons and that the original leaders of the United States knew what he was up to, and it's all Illuminati, Satan, government, yeah. The grand unified conspiracy theory is rather diverse depending on who you ask. Normally it looks something like this, and is just the idea that reptilians and big pharma and Illuminati and Satanism and all that interconnect with each other, and it is all one conspiracy theory that we just look at certain aspects of. Cyber squatting time travelers is pretty funny. For those that don't know, cyber squatting is the practice of buying URLs or usernames on websites that you know are the names of famous people or companies in the hopes that they will one day buy that domain off of you. So the time traveler aspect is hilarious. The only evidence I could find with any of this was supposedly odd names that wouldn't have made a lot of sense, but I mean, you could just chalk that up to people hoping to get lucky. Comic-Con child recruitment's pretty sad. Just the fact that there are children every year during Comic-Con who go missing, the idea of which being they're abducted by human trafficking rings. However, the conspiracy goes a level deeper and says that Comic-Con knows of this behavior, but they are paid off in order to turn a blind eye or to not better tighten security to prevent this type of thing. Plastic surgery runaways was just vague enough that it was hard to find any information on. I believe this is referring to the fact that there are plastic surgeons who will famously perform surgery on either runaways or people who have been kidnapped. This wraps back into human trafficking, but it adds an extra layer to it by implying that medical professionals, or at least some, are in on the whole scheme. Lifetide is a book written by Lyle Watson. A lot of the complex in it are pretty intense. From what little brief reading I did on it, it seems to be the idea that humans are artificial or can at least summon an artificial self through their thoughts, and it all has to do with introspection and the idea of looking inwards to bring out the better self. So a lot of sort of Eastern philosophy, yogi type ideas. Baltic Sea anomaly refers to an event that happened in 2011 in which a fishing ship that was using sonar caught this image while looking at the bottom of the Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea is, as you could imagine, pretty deep, and the idea behind this being that it is a UFO that crashed on the planet some time ago. It's still there to this day. However, for anyone who knows anything about sea travel, it is much, much harder to keep someone alive underwater than it is in space. This is due to things like pressure, and the deeper you go into water, the harder it is to maintain, which is the reason we normally just send submersibles really deep, and it costs a lot of money. So no one's seen it fit to investigate this yet, or that's what they want you to think. But either way, as far as this moment goes, all we know about is there's this odd shape down there. Planned extinction is just referring to the fact of an idea that was mentioned in previous tiers, that humanity will eventually become extinct, and how this might even be a good thing in order to save the planet. That's the entire idea of eco-triage, that we have to cut off the bleeding somewhere, the bleeding being us, in order to save our ecosystem. Haunted locations world map. From everything I can find, there are several maps that display different haunted locations in the world, so perhaps looking into each of them and researching. If that's what this means this could literally go on forever, but I think it's just referring to the fact that there are documented records of haunted places around the world, and that should be at least a little bit concerning. Artificial poisonous snow is something that occurs in mostly Midwest cities from everything I could find, in which snow will occasionally fall from the sky and not melt for a very extended amount of time, and whenever flames is held to it, it becomes black. The implication in this being that the government or some other force is raining this artificial snow on us to poison us in some way. However, in the extra research I did on this, I think this is just pollution. King Babylon's world control is kind of vague because there is no King Babylon. Babylon was an empire. There were kings like Nebuchadnezzar II and Hammurabi, and each have their own conspiracy theories. If I had to guess, this is specifically referring to in the book of Revelations, where it talks about Babylon will be the downfall of the new world empires and things such as, which I think this is basically referring to the idea that there will be strength rise up from the east, so to speak. However, that's all speculation. What I believe the conspiracy he was referring to is just this idea in Revelations, and the idea that at some point there will be a leader rise up in the Middle East who will dominate control of at least several world powers. Depopulation funds is very closely related to the planned extinction I talked about earlier. When it comes to this, everything I could find mostly related back to Bill Gates and ideas that money is being put into several ecological departments that are studying things such as, and everything else I could find on it related back to the idea that they are planning to get rid of what they refer to as useless eaters, which is actually a term originally coined in Nazi Germany and just refers to people who take up space in a population without contributing. So if it ever got to a point where we were losing our ecosystem fast and we had to immediately correct the human population, the first to go would be these useless eaters, or whoever the government rules is not fit to continue, basically. SCPs based on real life is just saying one of two options: that either the SCP Foundation is real and that all the logs have been linked by disgruntled SCP agents, or some real life supernatural phenomena is hidden in SCP files, both to keep the identity of the person who uploaded it safe and to warn whatever few people may read it of what's really out there. I personally like the second one more since it's at least sort of plausible. So yeah, holotropic breathwork is a practice that is found in a lot of yogi circles, especially Chinese and other Eastern philosophies. It's the idea that quick, fast breaths for time periods up to even 3 hours can cause the body to sort of reset itself and be more in touch with the inner self. And from this, you can derive true knowledge, spiritualism, and whatever have you for the situation. Hermeneutics is about critiquing things from a sense of inner self. Basically, everything I could find on it is just the idea that if there's a literary text or some other form of media that you're trying to understand, that you have to embellish from the self in order to truly understand it, and that people talking doesn't really accomplish anything without meditation. Almost every application I could find of this related to the Bible, and there are several people who have their own interpretations of the Bible using hermeneutics. The Sea People were interesting. When I saw the title, I thought this would just be referring to Atlantis fish people or whatever, but it's not at all. From 1200 to 900 BC, there was a group of people who are only known in history as the Sea People, who went around the Mediterranean Sea fighting different nations, famously of which was Egypt around 1000 BC. These people were supposed to be taller than the average person, no specific mention of giants, just that they were rather large, and they were great fighters and plunderers, and from everything I read, the earliest possible version of pirates. What's interesting is no one knows where they came from. About every other player around the Mediterranean was noted for at that time, and to this day no one knows where the Sea People came from or where they went, and they just forever remain this kind of blip in history. Cryptogeography is exactly what it sounds like how cryptozoology is the study of paranormal animals, cryptogeography is the study of paranormal spaces. So Bermuda Triangle, haunted sites, yada yada. Infrared laundry balls is the fact that laundry detergent balls that supposedly even in advertising for them mention that they clean clothes with an infrasonic wave actually elicit enough of the stuff to harm the individual. However, whenever companies say stuff like that, they're just using big words to try to talk over people's head and make them think they know what they're doing, because No, they don't. Neg entropy, or negative entropy, is a concept that exists in thermal physics. The idea is all sources of energy derive from heat in some regard. They either bring heat in or let it out. And any action of energy dispels heat in some way. This makes sense if you think about it more. However, a theoretical negative entropy item would bring in heat or ambient energy in the air whenever it performs a task or does any function. This would theoretically cause a sort of paradoxical loop in which something can be done without taking in energy, and as a matter of fact, creating more of it while also doing more. So this could spiral on forever and ever, and if you read theories on this, in the universe. So that's cool. I'll be honest, I could not find anything on Nexus 7. There was one website called Nexus 7 that had a few creepy articles on it, but that was the name of the website and not a conspiracy in general. Nexus 7 is both the name of the Android laptop or pad or tablet, whatever it is, and another theory for the movie Blade Runner that one of the characters was a Nexus 7 model. So anything I look up for theory or analysis goes to one of the two, and I have absolutely no idea what this could be referring to unless the tablet or the character from Blade Runner has a conspiracy behind it. It's come to my attention at this point that when this is all over, I'll need to do a corrections video because there's a few other minor details I messed up on. So if anyone can tell me in the comments what this Nexus 7 thing means, I will absolutely give you credit for it, and I can quit trying to look up pictures of tablets. So yeah, sorry about that, but I promise I tried. The Black Hope curse is an interesting one. In Houston, Texas, there was a family that moved into a small suburb and immediately began noticing odd things happening around their house. Until one day, an old man showed up and told them that they had bodies in their backyard. The family didn't believe him, but after digging up the backyard, they discovered that there was in fact 2 dead bodies buried side by side. It turns out the neighborhood was built on top of an old slave cemetery, the name of which was Black Hope Cemetery. The family reburied the bodies and set up a memorial for them. However, things kept getting worse around the house. At first it was subtle, such as a missing pair of shoes here, or a slight noise down the hallway there, until eventually it became more malicious. Things that were being lost in the house were found on top of the graves in the backyard. After doing research, the mother figured out that these 2 were a buried slave couple. And she felt that by disturbing their grave, she had made them angry. This led to an eventual legal battle with the neighborhood because they sold them a house and didn't tell them there was bodies under it, to which the judge said he would need definitive proof that there were bodies under the house. The mother, in a rage, went back home and began digging up around her yard. Her daughter, who was helping her, came across another body, said she felt ill, and immediately had a seizure, and then died 2 days later in a hospital. The family moved out of the house. The bodies were covered up, and to this day it says that the Black Hope curse still resides in Houston, Texas. Falun Gong is an interesting one, as it seems to be a religion that's derived from Chinese philosophy that also went at odds with the Chinese government. Although initial reports are mixed of why this rivalry started, we know it got to the point that there was about 70 million Falun Gong members who all stood at odds with the Chinese government. This became a total smear campaign in which the government was blocking the word Falun Gong online, throwing various members in prison. It's even estimated that about 2,000 Falun Gong members were killed while in prison. What's even more interesting is that this religion and the founders of it went on to found the Epoch Times, which is now a pretty well-known news source that constantly talks bad about the Chinese government, and seeing where they came from, you could kind of guess why. Geometrodynamics is sort of the theoretical geometry to theoretical physics, and the idea that natural phenomenon and the universe itself can be described and quantitated through geometry. So super next level math stuff. Tor, owned by the government, is in reference to the internet browser Tor, also known as the Onion, which lets people access the dark web. What's funny is this conspiracy iceberg was written in 2017, and it has since been proven without a shadow of a doubt that Tor is absolutely run by the government. Not only was it only created to perform government ops and things such as on unlisted websites, but it is also known that they monitor certain transactions on it in order to figure out where people are and what what they're doing, and certain upkeep cost for the Tor browser is funded by certain state departments, if secretly so. So yeah, look at this, all grown up. Something that was on the conspiracy iceberg, now making its way into headlines. Isn't that cute? Cave Dweller Holocaust, while I couldn't find a very specific instance, is in reference to the idea that there were at one point at least two different kinds of humanoid creatures, one of which being us, the other being troglodytes, or cave-dwelling creatures. The idea being that at some point we hunted and killed these troglodytes either out of self-defense or just to stay at the top of the food chain. This relates to several old world mythologies and stories relating to a troglodyte or cave dweller type creature, but obviously none existing in our present sense. The Trilateral Commission is a board that was founded in 1973 by John Rockefeller, and yes, that's the Rockefeller name. They meet twice a year in Tokyo, Japan, and the board is made up of United States, Western European, Japanese, and Canadian members who discuss, kind of like the Bilderberg meetings, capitalism and other adult things. I don't know what they say they do. It's absolutely rife with conspiracies. Like reading about these people, they get blamed from everything from 9/11 to John F. Kennedy, even though they didn't exist yet. So yeah, super creepy top 1% elitist, meet every year and talk about stuff. Also, I should mention, especially with that one, I'm at the point in researching this stuff that whenever I type some of this in, the first results are what are you talking about? You don't want to look up that. Look at this picture of Trump and Epstein. Or like the first 10 search results will just be headline after headline that's like, the dumbest conspiracy of the year, ? See why people don't trust the elite. So yeah, I can only imagine what the other 6 tiers are going to be like. Dolphin intelligence is exactly what it says. The idea that dolphins are much more intelligent than they're given credit for. But in the more conspiracy side of stuff, it is more so than even the government's letting on. Ideas being that tests with dolphins have shown that they have very complex thought processes, even understanding of right and wrong. However, in order to not discredit our role as top of the food chain, so to speak, all media regarding them simply is like, oh, aren't they a smart animal, when in reality we're locking up and caging things with complex emotions and conscious. So, you know, again, only good thoughts on this channel. Meat showers refers to the Kentucky meat shower that occurred in 1876. As witnessed by many people on a farm in Kentucky, specifically Bath County, Kentucky, for several minutes, chunks of meat anywhere from 2 to 4 inches wide rained from the sky. And this isn't just like a few pieces after the other, this is like a shower of the stuff, to the point that the entire ground was covered with it in a 100-foot radius. This was 1876, so research was weird. There are some people who said that it was essentially a giant cyanobacteria, to others who said it was human flesh, and then researchers who pulled meat from the area got everything back that it was human, to deer, to bear, to whatever. Also, I should mention the amount of people who ate this meat off the ground and said it was either chicken or horse was alarming. Himalayan zombie refers to the ideas of zombies that exist in Himalayan cultures that more so follow the entire voodoo idea of zombies as a resurrected servant of the dead. A lot of the mythology around them is really cool, such as the fact they're not allowed to bend over as they are sort of this hardened corpse, so several houses in the Himalayas will have the door built lower just so these creatures can't get in. They're also specifically referred to as Rolang, and there are 5 different kinds of Rolang that each have their own weaknesses, ranging from you have to break one of its bones to you have to hit it on a specific spot on its body, and so on and so forth. Where a lot of the creepiness of this comes from is that Himalayan tour guides will be walking with people up the mountain, and travelers who have been with these tour guides will point to someone standing way off in the distance, to which the tour guide will simply say, that's a Rolang. Don't look at it and just keep walking. So the idea that there is these mystic zombies existing on the Himalayan mountains to either do the will of their master or simply keep foreigners out is both very scary and very cool. Deep Philosophies is just this very specific idea and the principle that whenever judging something, be it someone, some idea, or some piece of work, that interacting with other people doesn't help, and you have to pull everything out of yourself in order to actually understand how you feel about it, and that's where true understanding comes from. It's very closely related to hermeneutics, which I talked about earlier. Next is Civil War sightings. This is pretty vague, and there are a lot of paranormal events that existed throughout the Civil War, some of which include the Nicolas Cage vampire. I'm not kidding on that one. A pterodactyl that was shot down, and the green-eyed thing. But what I think this is referring to is the ghost sightings that have taken place after the war. While there are several of these, I will stick to a few of the most notable ones that occurred at Gettysburg. For one, at Little Round Top, during a filming of the movies Gettysburg, extras that were in Union uniforms were sitting in the woods, to which then an old Union soldier, who smelled of gunpowder and looked very rustic and dirty, came up to the men, began talking about how much this fight meant to him, handing out ammunition, and then ran away. When the men got back to the shooting site, that man wasn't there, and no one had any record of an extra being there. After presenting the munitions to the prop department, they said this isn't theirs, and this is real munitions from the Civil War. Sachs Bridge is another one in which a group of teenagers who were walking over the bridge began hearing horses running and cannon fire go off, to which they got scared, ran away, but then decided they should go back. When they went back, they saw the apparitions of people on horseback jumping over the river and riding up the hill. There are several reports that while at Gettysburg, people have heard cannon fire and the sounds of battle raging on, the idea being that these people are stuck in a perpetual loop. My favorite, however, out of all these is that of the ghostly surgery room. There was a building on the Gettysburg battlefield that at the time was being used as a field hospital. That building is now a library. A few years ago, two men were taking the elevator down to the basement. When the basement doors opened, it was not the basement that they knew, and instead it was a very old Civil War era appearing room that was full with patients and doctors running around, and it was the full scene to them of this entire hospital in motion. Both of the men freaked out, and one of them rapidly pressed on the button to go back up, and just as the doors were closed, he made eye contact with a nurse who saw him for a brief second. This last one's especially cool because it gets into one of my favorite theories about ghosts, that of being since time is an illusion, there are moments in which time doesn't react correctly and two people standing in the same place interact with each other without knowing it. So the idea that this nurse all the way back then saw people from the future and they made eye contact for a brief second, it's just a really cool thought process when it comes to a better understanding of the world and time as sort of a construct. MIRL cults, the acronym MIRL refers to meet in real life, as in reference to the fact that several online internet cults actually form into real world cults that perform different ritualistic acts or things like that when they meet in person. Every bit of information I could find pointed towards a specific setting in which around the 2010s in Los Angeles there were several murders that occurred, supposedly by an internet cult that started online, but this is just in reference to that idea. The Toronto Protocol is in reference to French documents that were found in 1985. Supposedly this document was a French translation of a form that was handed out to several different world powers and world elites around the same time. The basis of this document was that in order to pass agendas into society, that they first need to begin by breaking down ideas of family, ideas of tradition, and things such as. One of the main things in the manifesto was destroying religion by indoctrinating communities with the idea that religion is not a good thing and should instead be handed off to governments and things like that to mandate what the people think. Of course, this all relates back to Illuminati, New World Order type stuff, but the reason it's called the Toronto Protocol is because it was originally discovered in Toronto, or by someone in Toronto. The Perestroika deception, at least I think that's how it's pronounced, is in reference to a new USSR idea that came out of the Cold War. Out of the Cold War, Gorbachev developed this idea of Perestroika, which is essentially saying that in order to further progress the communist ideal within Russia, that they need to be more subdued about it and not as gung-ho as they were during the Cold War in trying to push socialist ideas on others. The idea of the Perestroika deception comes from KGB defector Anatoly Golitsyn, which said that Perestroika was just a subversion in order to get the world looking away from socialist ideas being implanted into other countries countries, and instead it would be done slowly through political uprising and behind the scenes movements and things like that. Essentially, the idea that communism is still on the rise, just in a much more subtle and careful way than it was in the Cold War. Presentism is a philosophy very commonly seen in the modern world. It is the idea that people need to be anti-critical about things that happen around them, such as the news, real-world events, and things such as, and should instead focus on the here and now and simply consume media and things like that, rather than thinking about what they're doing. The idea behind it is that New World Order, Illuminati stuff purposefully injects this into the population to make them more submissive to whatever agendas they try to propagate. The Boots Void, or Burt's Void, not sure how to pronounce that, it is a region in space that is 330 million light years in radius. It is also known as the Super Void, and the reason it's called this, it is a peculiarly large amount of space for so few galaxies. Originally in 1960, it was estimated that only 8 galaxies existed in this entire 330 million wide area. After modern research, it's believed the number is closer to 2,000, but still, that puts it at less than 1/10 of the normal galaxy compaction that occurs throughout space. It raises a question as to why such a wide area of space is completely unpopulated. Some even take this theory to the extent and say that it is because of alien races that colonize and destroy galaxies as they come across from them, and we are simply seeing the aftermath of that. Yellow Cuban balloons is in reference to 7 yellow balloons that were found in a box off the coast of Florida in the 1970s. Given the address and the date on the box and the condition of the box itself, it was estimated that these had been floating in the ocean for roughly 8 weeks. The address on this box said that they were from the USSR to Cuba. When opening the box, they discovered 7 identical yellow balloons that were all inflated with what seemed to be normal air lying in the bottom of the box. After doing research on them, there was absolutely nothing weird about the box itself. There was no wrong condition to the gas inside of the box, there was nothing special about the box itself, but for some reason these balloons were just being shipped in a crate to Cuba for seemingly no reason, and why were they floating in the middle of the ocean? It's still one of those old Cold War mysteries that have never been solved, and probably never will. Driver killed JFK is specifically in mention to William Greer, and while initial reports that came out immediately after John F. Kennedy's murder believed him to be the shooter as he turns back to Kennedy in the Zapruder film before the shot goes out, the actual version of events makes a bit more sense. The driver, William Greer, as well as the passenger in the front seat were both CIA agents, and going into the idea that the CIA murdered Kennedy, things start to add up. For example, why after the first shot was fired did he slow down instead of hitting the gas, driving, turning around, doing anything, but he brought the car down to a 7-mile-an-hour speed? Also, keep in mind, after the first shot went out, him and the guy in the front seat seemed to duck in the picture before he turns around. If William Greer himself did not murder the president, the theory says that he was in the know on the circumstances that would lead to his death. So much so that Jackie, after the fact, said several times how odd it was his driving, and she blames John's death on the actions of William Greer and not reacting fast enough, or not wanting to react fast enough. Fracking deaths refers to the fact that around fracking instances, there seems to be an uncharacteristically large amount of deaths from consequences of fracking. For example, it's estimated through reports that in Appalachia alone, roughly 1,200 to 4,600 people have been killed by side effects of fracking, i.e. air pollution, water pollution, and things such as. Given the places that these deaths occur, it is believed that the government knows that fracking causes these deaths and are either purposefully doing it in areas they want to exterminate, or at least allowing it to happen to quell the local populace. Esoteric Hitlerism is exactly what it says. It is combining ideas of Hitler from World War II with esotericism, and says that the Third Reich was propagating several sort of universal spiritual ideas in their methodology, and that in the more extreme versions of this, Hitler himself is a form of deity. All the research you do with this leads back to Agartha and Central Earth, and the idea that Hitler essentially raised himself to godhood. Red rooms are the name given to several dark web pages in which people are either killed or tortured for the enjoyment of others online. A lot of this, as you read into it, gets into human trafficking, and while we know for a fact red rooms exist, what makes it even scarier is that all of these people had to come from somewhere, more than likely abduction cases that happen around the US and the rest of the world every year. Plant intelligence is in reference to the theory that plants have a higher intelligence than initially thought of by people. What I mean by this is that we understand that plants react to certain stimuli in certain ways, such as trees will grow in the direction of sunlight, or certain mosses will react to being touched, and things such as. It goes into a further level in saying that plants have a version of consciousness that we just don't understand, and the idea that nature is alive in more literal a sense than we normally mean it. Now come to talk to you about last Thursdayism, because I promised if this topic was ever covered in the iceberg, I would let them, is my girlfriend and last Thursdayism expert, Kayla.
What is going on? Hello. Last Thursdayism, also known as the Omphalos hypothesis, I don't know how to say that, it's Omphalos, is an idea based around the book of Genesis and creationism that states that when God made the earth, he would have obviously had to make Adam and Eve fully grown with hair, a navel, skin, toenails, and that the grass would have been months old grass at least, and the earth would have been fully formed in a way that made it look 1,000,000 years old. The whole idea of it stems from Philip Henry Goss, who wrote a book with the same name, Omphalos. The natural progression of the idea and where the conspiracy theory comes in is that God or the creator, whatever you believe in, could have done everything as soon as last Thursday, hence last Thursdayism, which means that we could have been created just as early as last Thursday. Every memory, every thought, everything we ever thought we felt would have been implanted into our brains as early as last Thursday. It's a very interesting theory. It's my favorite one ever because to me it feels like, yeah, that totally could be possible. So,
thank you, Kayla. Acosmism is more of an abstract idea, and it essentially says that nothing in reality is real except for God. So what that means in a practical sense is that none of your experiences, none of what you know is reality. Instead, there's just a God or hierarchical being that is implanting these ideas into us. So essentially everything's in a simulation given to us by a deity. The Bouvet Island lifeboat is in reference to Bouvet Island, which is known to be the most uninhabited or uninhabitable island in the world. It is located north off the coast of Antarctica and is essentially a giant glacial rock that is formed that has absolutely no greenery or no sense of sustainability on it. In 1964, one of the first crews to ever go research the island, when they got to the island, found a lifeboat that was not just sitting there but pulled onto shore. However, around it they could not find any footprints, any evidence of life, nothing. But something got that lifeboat to shore, then pulled it on. There were never any bodies found, anything else discovered, and it simply remains a mystery of how that boat got there. A lot of the theories that have to do with it reference back to the idea of Agartha, and that German soldiers from World War II who were moving that direction, one of them may have got stranded there and later picked up, and that goes in line with the entire idea that Nazis found Agartha in Antarctica and then tried to move their troops there once the war was over. Abiogenic oil is the thought that oil, as we know it, is not actually a fossil fuels given from dinosaurs or other prehistoric creatures, and is instead come from an entirely non-biotic process. Essentially, it would work that carbon monoxide and hydrogen rised up to the surface, combined with zirconium, and created a petrohydroxyl. What that essentially means is that through a mix of natural gases, oil was formed instead of the way that we normally think of it as fossil fuels. Secret societies today is vague, but you get the idea. Just the idea that the Freemasons, Illuminati, and stuff like that are all these conspiracy networks that still exist and operate today outside of the public eye. Real Mizium is kind of hard to figure out on because I can't find a reference to any Mizium with real in the beginning of it, but Mizium itself is in reference to an event that happened on 4chan a few years back. Essentially, a new user appeared on the site called Mizium that said that they were an alien from a different planet who was simply stopping by, connected to the internet, and wanted to know if people had any questions. After answering questions in a sort of vague manner, people started requesting that they take pictures of their house or of their geographic location. Mizium then went around to these areas and started snapping pictures of people's houses from the sky or different areas of the earth and things such as, and it even got to the point that someone asked them to go take a picture of the moon, to which they took a few and sent them back, and through reverse Google image search, no one could find any records of these photos online. Furthermore, someone asked Mizium to come to their house The person then went outside and started recording, and in the recording you can see a giant triangular ship pass by overhead and keep on going. The guy filming starts freaking out, comes back to 4chan, says that Mizium's real, and then at the end of this entire thing, Mizium said, well, gotta go, my family's here, and took off. So I guess real Mizium is just saying that Mizium was not a hoax. So yeah. Prison planets can have two possible definitions. One of them is the idea that the Kessler effect, or Kessler syndrome, which is something that we've seen happen on Earth, in which debris from satellites and things such as are continuously hitting and bouncing off of each other, and essentially creating a cloud around the world till eventually we probably won't be able to get spaceships out because this clutter will be too much. This theory goes further to the point that the idea we haven't interacted with extraterrestrials yet is because they have done the same thing in their own time and made it impossible to escape their planet. The other theory is that humans are not the natural members of planet Earth, and some thousand years ago, humans were brought to Earth as a sort of prison planet by extraterrestrials. The evidence for this is things such as humans are not meant to walk upright, and that we constantly get lower back pains from the way our bodies are positioned, and that we are supposed to be living in a different kind of atmosphere. This also would explain why such old world cults and religions had ideas of flying saucers and look to the stars and things such as, essentially as a means that we were put here as punishment and we spent the last 1,000 years trying to get back out. Malta Catacombs is in reference to a series of catacombs that were discovered in the 1960s around Malta, Italy. The stories of this one get weird. The way it was discovered is that home contractors were digging around the area and accidentally broke through the rock into this complete underground labyrinth that had never been discovered. After researchers went in, they discovered it was much, much bigger than just one room, and instead was a necropolis, or city of the dead, in which 7,000 bodies were buried in these underground catacombs. What's especially weird is why they all had sort of a ritual done with their burial. It seems as incense was burned on each of them. Inside of there was Christians, Muslims, Jews, and other different competing religions all buried in this one area. What's even weirder is that on examining them, several of the skulls were elongated, and not to the point of skull binding that is found in several sort of African cultures in old world history, like these very, very long non-human looking skulls. It is estimated that the caves are as old as 4,000 BC. Research became scant after a group of researchers went to the cave, and upon getting to the end of one of the systems, one of the chief researchers said that she approached a giant drop-off, and then in shining her flashlight to the other side, she saw a sort of embankment that 25 people came out of, each of which were 20 feet tall and wearing robes. When they saw her with the flashlight, they all looked towards her and began reaching out their arms. Her and the rest of the research team got out of there, and a couple weeks later, 30 school students went to the area on a sort of field trip to which they got lost, and people that were looking for them heard screaming and shouting, and none of them were ever found. The crew then got out of there, boarded it up, and to this day it is a no-go zone. So what's in the caves? Why were those bodies never found? And what were those creatures walking around in there? Amphibians in Iraq was near impossible to find information on. I'm pretty sure this is in reference to the lizard men of Iraq. Around a place in Iraq called Ubaid, there was a sort of coliseum that was found and discovered to be an old burial chamber. Upon going inside, there were several bodies and statues of old people from Iraq, but what was very weird is several thousand of these little statues were of lizard men with these very elongated skulls and in different positions. What's even more interesting is why some may disclaim this and say, oh, it was an old world god. These were perfectly mixed in with the normal people statues, and they were all maintaining common poses, kind of saying that it was just a natural occurrence. To this day, no one knows the source of where these lizard men came from or what the knowledge about them was, and they just exist as if old world history was okay with them. Phantom kangaroos are a phenomenon that has been found in the United States, in which several people have reported seeing kangaroos in the woods or around their house. What's odd is there are several hundred occurrences of this, with it going from everywhere to someone saw them in the middle of the woods to someone saw one on their front porch, and this is as recently as 2018. It's not like some old previous century concept. Some of these descriptions have them as being much larger than normal kangaroos and even armored. These descriptions match that of Procoptodon, which is an old sort of kangaroo ancestor that remains been found in the United States in years previous, given the idea that maybe this is just an extinct animal that never actually went extinct and is existing in the forest of the United States. The Potomsky crater is in reference to a giant crater-like structure found in Siberia. What's interesting is this, while it may look like a crater on first viewing, is anything but. It is a giant rock structure that just perfectly matches the shape of it, and what's even weirder is that the area immediately around the crater is very much overgrown as compared to the woods around it. Now, while this may lead you to think radiation, there are no highly active radiation in the area. The nearby tribe of the Yakut has said that it is a place that people do not travel or else they get sick and die, and have even named the area Fire Eagle's Nest. One of the only research groups to ever go and try to take a look at it, because remember it's in the middle of Siberia, in 2005 had their leader die of a heart attack upon approaching it, and there hasn't been much research since. So yeah, make your own conclusions about that. Thomas Pynchon was an author that is still alive and is most known for his books he wrote in the 1960s. It would take way too long to explain all of the things that he talked about in his book, but essentially he was a fiction author that used like advanced science as a basis for his stories. More specifically, a concept he is famous for dealing with is that of Maxwell's demon, which is the idea that if you had a very small figure that could individually interact with particles and heat on a microscopic level, it could tip the balance of entropy and make physics work backwards. He used this as the basis for a lot of his books and is known as either having a higher understanding than the average person, or creating concepts that are so abstract they've led to several concepts in modern theoretical physics. Animism is just the broad idea of applying a soul or spirit to anthropomorphic objects. That's actually where the idea of anthropomorphism comes from. So essentially you can imprint the idea of a spirit or character onto a physical item enough to the point that it eventually becomes real. The Dighton Rock is a rock that is found off the coast of the Taunton River in New Jersey. What's interesting about this rock is that it looks perfectly normal from a distance, but as you get close to it, you realize there are these very deep inscriptions all over it that do not make sense in any recorded language, and the depictions also don't match up with anything. Theories about this rock have ranged from King Solomon in showing that the depictions of it are that of the Old Testament, or Norse mythology and that it is an entire story of Odin laid out on the rock. But both of those ask the question, then why would this rock show up in New Jersey unless Solomon or the Norse or something like that arrived at America and brought the stone with them from all that time before? Either way, it's still interesting that it got there with absolutely no recorded history of it being there. Bunkers in Mars is in reference to the fact that the Mars rover caught a few short glimpses in the middle of rock faces on Mars of what seemed to be these windows or cutout metal places. This is combined with the theory that water originally existed on Mars and says that the planet had a mass extinction event in which everyone had to go underground, and that from looking at the Mars rover's images of the planet of Mars that we can see sort of these last remnants, or possibly still living remnants of the Mars population. Triassic mystery is a little too vague for my liking because there are several Triassic mysteries when it comes to missing links and things such as. However, the one that I found the most reference is that of Craterochaerodon, which is essentially a giant omnivore that was discovered, and its teeth don't make sense for its skull, and it's supposed to be a sort of missing link. So yeah, that's it. Montanism comes from a man named Montanus and was an idea he developed in the 2nd century AD, which essentially says that you can continue to expound on the Bible and get insight through revelations. This was specifically done with him, in which he saw that there would be a soon coming end of times and started sort of the first cult in this ideology, or at least first known religious cult in this ideology that God would come back soon, specifically at his church. Ideas of Montanism today are just that Christianity can be expounded upon if people receive direct information from God. The Sabic Tomatovic tape, which I believe still translates in Serbian to sandwich tomato, is in reference to a Serbian porn star who claimed that she was roped by a giant spider.
Why is this a conspiracy theory?
No, I'm not kidding on that. It goes more so to say that she was roped by the Jabba Fofi, or Jabba Fofi, which is a cryptid from South America, which is essentially a giant 4-foot wide spider. And while there is evidence to back up that existence, there is no evidence to back up this tape. However, she supposedly became popular in something called Jinky Jinky, which is a Japanese ring of insect-related films, and became a star with costumes and machines in that realm, and I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Marco Rodin was originally a physicist who came up with the concept of the forever electron, and that there's a path that an electron could follow in which it could convert energy without ever losing it, so essentially a forever supplying power source. Since then, he has got very much so into esotericism and went on this long discovery to try to figure out the name of God and the source of God. And through this series of calculations he did, he figured out that the holy number was 9 and that God's name was Abha, A-B-H-A. So, yeah. Operation Paperclip was something that happened after World War II and is now pretty well known, in which 1,600 Nazi scientists were granted US citizenship for their assistance in the American rocket program, and more specifically the space race. The theory goes on to say that the only reason we beat Russia to space is through the help of German scientists. Planck feedback is the idea that as something is heated, it becomes more radioactive. So negative Planck feedback would be the idea that deriving temperature or energy from a system creates more radiation, or in other words, adding heat to it would cancel out the radiation. And it's another one of those sort of like nonsensical concepts in theoretical chemistry, that you could remove radiation from a system or destroy it through amount of energy given in or taken out, only backwards. Manichaeism is this 3rd century concept of religion. It essentially applied ideas of Christianity, Gnosticism, and pagan gods all into one. It originated in Persia and is essentially the idea that Christianity can present itself through pagan gods or modern rituals and things such as, and that all of these ideas of supposedly non-religious elements can come together and make the godhead of sorts. So it's essentially combining Christianity with pagan deities. Valis is a novel written by Philip K. Dick, who was a famous science fiction author in the 1980s. Valis stands for Vast Acting Living Intelligence System. Essentially, it is the idea that God is a simulation, or rather we are living through a simulation created by God. However, a lot of his theories apply back to Gnosticism, which again was mentioned in the last theory and several of the theories beforehand. And again, it all relates to that idea of there being a god and lesser gods. So what you could derive from this is that the Valis system itself he wrote about is one of these lesser gods. ICBM decoys has 2 different definitions. The first being that countries that do not have ICBMs will simply have fake ones in order to deter other world powers from attacking. So essentially the whole gun in the paper bag thing. Also, for those who don't know, ICBM stands for Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. The other idea of it is that whenever an ICBM is launched, there will be several fakes launched with the real one, just so that whatever system is trying to shoot it down has a lesser chance of actually stopping the missile. Pertoa, from everything I can find, is another reference to 4chan. For those that don't know, whenever someone posts on 4chan, their flag of origin and country is shown whenever they do so. For a small window a few years ago, there were a few flags that popped up that had the country listed as Portoa and had a unique flag that had never been seen before. Immediately afterwards, all those posts disappeared, and 4chan simply acted like it was a glitch that never happened, leaving people to believe that Portoa or Portoya is a country that exists in a parallel universe. Tier 5 is the Animaster, and the description reads, "This kind of knowledge is often hidden in plain sight or can be found in very ancient text after meticulous research that may take dozens of years. From this point on, sane people have a hard time even understanding most of these concepts. The journey starts here." First up, we have Magic of the State, which was a novel written by Michael Taussig. From all the descriptions and summaries I read about the book, it's essentially about this spirit that acts as a queen that goes to this mountain and creates this whole sort of like spiritual realm for people to inhabit in, but that doesn't really matter, because where the conspiracy comes in is the entire idea that this book is a metaphor for the state and governments, and in other words, this whole illusion of magic that this spirit queen creates is similar to how we all simply fall in line with the illusion of the state, and that perceived impermanence of the state is the magic of the state. Crank incident refers to the disappearance of the third Crank movie starring Jason Statham. For those that don't know, Crank is famous for being over the top and insane and violent and edgy, and in a good way. It's like a fun action movie. However, there are 2 of them, but the third one just all of a sudden, as soon as production was over, disappeared. The online story is that this is because, like, social justice warriors got onto it because, women were depicted very poorly throughout the movies. However, the true version, as the conspiracy states, is that the movie was about Jason Statham exposing Hollywood satanic cults and elitist satanic cults, and him going on a rampage through that. And because of the content of it, that's the real reason that the movie got canned. Sycamore Knoll is in reference to an underground plateau located 6 miles off the coast of Malibu, California. About 2,000 feet underwater, and so predominant that it can even be seen from Google Earth, there is this predominant plateau that sticks up out of the ground, leaving people to think it's an underwater base, even that of extraterrestrial origin. In '95, people started to point at it and figure out it was there, and there was a lot of research happening around it at the time, and it turns out that this had been kept secret for nearly 40 years. Reactionless drive is in reference to a theory in physics of the propellantless motor, which, if you're familiar with the movie Interstellar, is the ship at the end that manages to move off of its own motion, so without needing any fuel source, and theoretically it could lead to a forever lasting engine that does not require fuel. Theories range on how this could be accomplished. Actually, another thing mentioned later in this episode is a thought process that could lead to a propellantless motor. Most often it has to do with gravity, and the idea that if you can make gravity work in a centrifugal motion, it could be used as a propellant. Enneagram is something that you may be familiar with, as it is a very popular online test that you can take that determines your personality type on a series of numbers 1 through 9, so there are 9 different personality types that you could be. However, the roots of this are a bit more deep than you may think. The origins of Enneagram are traced back to esoteric and mysticism, and it's the idea that it's not just your personality type being determined, but it is the manner by which you can achieve enlightenment. So through this personality test that you can take, you can figure out how to find your higher self. Commentary Earth has 2 real theories, the first of which, and the more common one, being that the Earth only exists in the form that it does, or is only possible to exist because of comets. Both the crust exists as fertile grounds because of comets that hit it however many million years ago, or the idea that as comets pass by the Earth, they deliver the necessary nutrients and trace elements that we need in our ecosystem to continue to survive. The other theory is that Earth itself was originally a comet of another system, and the high temperatures led to gas exposure, which led to the conditions needed to create our now planet. Rockmen, or the rock apes, are in reference to a group of Sasquatch-like creatures that were seen by American GIs while in Vietnam. Batututs, as they were called by locals, were so predominant in the area that one mountain that American GIs were stationed on was known as Monkey Mountain, because every patrol that went out came back reporting that they had seen the Rockmen. It was so predominant that in 1974, after the war was over, an NVA general led an entire expeditionary force back into the combat zone that they fought Americans in Vietnam, just to see if they could discover these creatures. And if you're curious about what they would do, they would see people, begin throwing stones at them, and then run away. Some stories even saying that they threw back grenades that the Americans had thrown. Despite this, none were ever caught or no bodies were ever found, and it's believed that they lived in the caves and rat tunnels in the Vietnam combat zones. Cap Dwa is the name given to the skeleton of an Argentinian giant, which has been famous for some time throughout history. Not only that, but this 12-foot tall skeleton has 2 heads. And the story goes that in 1673, Spaniards had captured it in Argentina and were bringing it back to Spain. They had it tied to the mast of the ship, to which the giant broke loose, killed 4 sailors, and was eventually killed by the crew, to which the body was brought back and hosted in museums and circuses and things such as. Also, as far as a deeper dive is concerned, there's absolutely going to be one about giants and Agartha and that whole sort of canon of philosophy. I just haven't decided if I want to do them together or separate yet, but there will be one, trust me. So I come to you now with another shame, such as I had with Nexus 7. Protodytes, the word proto means before or original, and dite means small or mite. So I imagine it has something to do with microscopics or biotech, like nanotechnology or something such as, but protodyte is also the name of something from the Bionicle lore, and I'm not kidding. So everything I researched just led to that, and I promise I tried, but I could not find anything. So like Nexus 7, this is my second failure that if one of you can mention in the comments to find out for the corrections video, please do. But I come to you shameful, so sorry about that. Cat nuns is in reference to a group of nuns who were living in a monastery in the Middle Ages of France, who one day, for seemingly no reason, one of the nuns meowed to another, to which that nun meowed back. And then they went and did it to another one, and it got to the point where the entire monastery exclusively communicated through meows. Keep in mind, these nuns were also interacting with people of the town, and anytime they would come out to buy supplies or whatever, they would meow to the people there too. It got to be such a problem that the town hired the army to come in and threaten to whip the nuns to death if they didn't stop meowing, and even then it took some time. This is often chalked up to a case of mass hysteria, as was the dancing plague that I mentioned in the last tier. However, it's still odd that this happened at all. Max Spires was a famous conspiracy theorist from England who claimed that at a young age he was kidnapped to be a part of a government super soldier program, to which he then escaped and became dedicated to outing the British government, which is why labels like conspiracy theorist were thrown on him so often. He spoke at several TED Talks and different conferences about being weary of one's own government, and led people on ideas such as investigating more into whatever the news propagates and things like that. That was until he went to visit his friend in Switzerland, and then while sitting on the couch began throwing up a black liquid and died in his friend's home. The cause of death to this day is still weird, and a day before he died, he texted his mom that he was onto something and if anything happens to him to investigate. Not only that, but his fiance came out afterwards and said at the conference he was giving the next day, he was going to expose several elites that he had found connections to, and then he dies from throwing up black goo, so I'm sure those aren't connected at all. Acoustic attacks is in reference to an event that happened at the American Embassy in Cuba in August of 2017. Several US and Canadian embassy members all of a sudden began feeling these intense pains in their heads where they were unable to think or function, to which they all evacuated the embassy, and it turns out they all suffered severe brain damage. While there was no direct source of this issue, it's believed that acoustic attacks were the culprit, or essentially low frequency or unperceivable attacks of sonic vibrations or sound that lead you to pain or passing out. And we know this technology exists because it's actually used in riot control techniques. This was such a big deal that it led to the term Havana Syndrome, which is in reference to, again, these acoustic attacks. Bloodletting magic is exactly what it says. The idea that satanic or Wiccan rituals that are performed whenever they use blood are more effective than they naturally are. And you can add a layer to that and say the reason that people go disappearing in these elitist rings and things like that is because they need the blood for whatever spells they perform. Google Earth black zones is exactly what it says. There are entire regions on Google Earth that are either blurred or completely blacked out. Some of these kind of make sense, like a lot of North Korea's military stuff is blacked out in order to not, cause a panic over that. However, some are much more odd, such as Anthrax Island, Roswell, New Mexico, and the Garden of Gethsemane. So yeah, make of that what you will. Crowdfunded assassination is again exactly what it says. The idea being that whenever there are these large elites, such as a president or world leader, who is wanting to be assassinated, obviously one person can't fund it, but on the deep web, there's these pots that people throw money into, and when it reaches a certain amount, an assassin is hired to take that person out. And of course, the conspiracy goes on to say this is all done through crypto, it's completely untraceable, done with aliases, and it leads to the idea that thousands, if not tens of thousands of people contribute towards these group killings. Serpent seed is another belief in the now multiple times mentioned Gnostic religion. The belief essentially says that in the Garden of Eden, whenever Satan appeared to Eve in the form of a serpent, that he mated with her and the resulting child was Cain. The idea being that as sin entered the world, and of course Cain was the first murderer, it all came from this literal seed of the devil. Panopticon is an architectural design that was theorized by Jeremy Bentham in the 18th century. The idea for it being, it was supposed to be designed as a prison in which every single cell member could be watched from one position by one guard in a chair. However, the catch to it was the cells were built in such a way that the prisoners could not tell at what time they were being watched. They just know that there was a potential that they could be watched, and therefore you could control a much larger population with a much smaller group of people. Bentham then went on to say this could be applied to hospitals, schools, other education centers, and obviously it's now used as an analogy to talk about the state and totalitarianism in which the few govern the many. The Inunaki village is a story that goes like this. In Japan during the Edo period that lasted from 1603 to 1868, there was a village in the mountains that decided they did not want to be a part of the Japanese government and decided to become secluded to themselves. It was then figured out by outsiders that this was done in order to practice the occult, such as blood rituals and sacrifices and things such as, and this eventually led to an incident in which someone in the town slaughtered 33 people during one of these rituals. Because of this, the Japanese government at the time decided to take the village off of every map and simply cut off all roads and seclude it to itself. Now when walking up the Inunaki mountain, there is a sign that can be seen off the road which reads, "Japanese regulations and constitutions do not apply here." What's even creepier about this village more than any just standard haunted ghost town is the theory says that these people are still alive, and after hundreds of years of inbreeding and demonic practice, they've become these subhuman monsters that kill and cannibalize anyone that walks up the mountain alone. It also hurts my feelings that Suicide Forest gets as much attention as it does, when I think stuff like this is way cooler. Prana release has to do with prana, which is a popular subject of Eastern philosophy theory. Prana is, as far as I can equate it to, sort of a life force, which people can adopt and take on themselves and then express in different ways. Kind of like aura or ki energy, if you're familiar with those concepts. Several theories that I found say that upon death, all of the prana that is stored in the body is released. And this is sort of what some philosophies consider to be a soul, but it goes a step forward in saying that those around you at your time of death can absorb that prana and therefore be taking in part of your essence. 24-hour year could be in reference to two separate things. One of them could be the actual idea that every 24 hours we experience a full rotation around the sun, and that the Earth's rotation is baloney. Other theory being that there is supposedly, according to legend, a 24-hour time slot that is missing from our historical record, which can be explained using the books of Isaiah and Joshua in the Old Testament of the Bible, in which God stopped the earth for a total of 24 hours during a battle Joshua had and a prayer that Isaiah had. Not sure which one this is referring to, so there's both, and just pick one, I guess. Corporate's kill list is exactly what it says. There are certain people who corporations have a problem with, because even if they compete with each other on the market, they definitely have an understanding with each other when it comes to the deep state. Therefore, there are certain people that they want dead. Max Spies, which I mentioned earlier, would absolutely be an example of that. The Man from Earth was a book written in 1983 by Gordon R. Dixon. The concept of this book was later adapted into a Star Trek episode by Jerome Bixby, and then later a movie by the same name. The plot of the story is that a man who is 12,000 years old tells his colleagues about his entire experience living through the life of Christ and the rise of humanity and Babylon and all the empires falling to the present day. The theory in this is that the original author, George R. Dixon, actually is either this man himself or experiencing it, and theories range with his predictions of history and his discrepancies that have happened throughout history. But pretty much the idea that Gordon used this book as a way to sort of confess to the readers of his true nature. Interdimensional Bigfoot's exactly what it says. Those familiar with parallel universes will also be familiar with the idea of portals, the idea that there could be beings that could willingly transport between dimension to another, which would explain why something like Bigfoot has never been seen. There are also symptoms that occur with these interdimensional portals, such as fauna changing and certain acoustic vibrations in the air. And looking at throughout history, this can not only explain Bigfoot sightings, but also things such as Mothman's appearance and other various cryptids, saying that maybe they're not just creatures like animals as we think of them, but more like these higher order interdimensional beings. Organic black helicopters has two different stories behind it. One of which being the idea that there are these black helicopters that can be seen passing over, especially the United States very often, that don't have any identity markings of what country of origin they belong to. They normally fly in groups, and they never have any distinguishable pilots. The idea of this being that this is an alien creature or some kind of cloaking mechanism, especially since these are normally sighted around the time of UFOs appearances. The other theory being there are these microscopic nanobots that look like helicopters that are injected into people's bloodstreams and at any moment will cause people to turn into a helicopter. Moving on. Manatees or humans are exactly what it says. The main idea being that back in history at some point there's a branching off point between humans and manatees, and that's why there are similar features between the two. However, the further statement of this is that manatees are either the descendants of some Atlantean sea people or even cursed sailors who were lost at sea and became so accustomed to it that their bodies were transformed through magic and witchcraft into manatees. The John Teeter Project was in reference to forum posts that took place between 2000 and 2001. In these, a man who said his name was John Teeter said he was from the year 2036 and he had come back in time to retrieve an old computer that can properly do simple code in order to fix a problem in the modern day. Some believe this to be the now recognized Unix 2038 problem, which would oddly make sense for someone in 2000 to say, claiming to be a time traveler. From that, John Teeter answered several questions saying that there would be a civil war in the United States, a brief but deadly World War III, and would eventually lead to a new prosperous age of technology and industrialization. Russian crime dungeons was hard to find any information on. I think this is referring to gulags, which for those who don't know is essentially these Russian prisons or dungeons in which political prisoners most often are thrown in indefinitely and sort of left to fend for themselves in order to survive. So it's sort of like literally throwing people into a hole so that they're not a problem to you anymore. Universal communion is a concept in predominantly Catholicism that communion can be taken by everyone of every religion. They don't necessarily have to be Catholic. However, I do have to mention that in research for this, even on Catholic sites, I found several mentions of the exact phrase New World Order of Christianity and all religions coming together. So I'm guessing this is an idea amongst elitists that all religions can be combined into one through the idea of universal communion. There Are No Forests is actually a very poetic one that I am a fan of, even if I don't necessarily believe it. It's the idea that every forest as we know it is not a forest and simply the small sprouts or stems of what are really trees. Well, then what are really trees? All the mountains that we see, from mountain ranges to plateaus, are the shaved off tops of trees, and the trees that grow up from them are just sort of like the grass sprouting out from its cracks. It gives this beautiful idea that the world used to be a giant, magnificent forest, and that something caused all of that to be destroyed. The theory goes on to say that rocks as we know them are simply the pebbles of what used to be rocks, and again, this whole idea that the earth used to be this giant utopia that's been lost. Asian blood types is in reference to the idea that in Asian culture, specifically Korean culture, blood types are often used as a basis to determine one's personality. From everything I read on this, it's kind of similar to how in the United States people base personalities, or some people base personalities off of their astrological sign. So this is sort of like the Asian equivalent of that. Ghost condensate is kind of difficult to explain. This is the theory that I mentioned earlier when talking about the reactionless drive. I'm going to try to quickly summarize. So from my understanding, a ghost in a physics spectrum is a number or factor that cannot be determined and sort of appears on its own. So it is like the in-between variable whenever you're trying to figure out how a system works. A ghost condensate would be a byproduct of that contributes a little more energy than originally thought because of factors we can't take into account. The theory with ghost condensate is that if it is harnessed correctly, this little bit of power can be recycled on itself over and over and over and eventually create a reactionless drive. See, what do y'all need college for when you got me? Breatharianism is a philosophy that is very, very closely related to Ainedia, which is sort of a mystic Eastern religion, and it all has to do with prana, which I mentioned earlier. The idea of breatharianism being that if someone balances their ki right and properly figures out how to withstand their own body's state of homeostasis, they can survive with no food and in some cases even no water. There's people who've done very in-depth videos on it, better than I can, but essentially there have been people who have gone months at a time under surveillance without eating or drinking, while at the same time there have been total fakes who have said they haven't ate in years, and then someone finds a picture of them at Thanksgiving eating. So yeah, it goes both ways. Famously, breatharianism is known as a pseudoscience because several people who have tried a diet of nothing have died, non-surprisingly, and obviously casted doubt onto this entire philosophy. Memphis rap is a brand of rap that originates from Memphis. The original name for most of this is horrorcore, as a lot of the music is composed of noises, has lyrics that discuss murder and suicide and other heavy concepts. It gives an overall feeling of creepy, with most people who listen to it describing that they feel like they're not supposed to be doing it. The 3-6 Mafia, which is now a famous rap group, and if you think about the name 3-6 or 666 Mafia, was one of the pioneers of this genre, with their original tracks having lyrics such as "the daughter of the devil" and talking of Satanism and rituals and things such as. Idea being that Memphis rap is either a confession of demonic events or sort of a inner look at it. The Ural relief map, or as it's also known, the map of the creator, is a reference to a white stone slab that was found in 1995. While doing research in the Ural Mountains, a Russian researcher discovered these texts from the 18th century that said there were several stone slabs that were used as maps of the area. The researchers then went out to try to discover whatever the stone slab was and came upon a small village in the Ural Mountains that brought forward one of the slabs. On the stone slab was a perfect one-to-one replica of the valley they were in, but not only that, it had perfectly mapped out irrigation systems, dams, and other large-scale structures that could not have been built at the time the stone was dated, which was anywhere from 8,000 to 120 million years old. Not only that, but the edges of the map, from what it looks like, have been cut off, implying that it is a piece of a bigger structure. This is, as you could imagine, one of the reference points used when talking about ancient aliens. Bitcoins created by banks is again exactly what it says. The idea that banks realized that currency was dying out and there therefore needed to be a new currency, so they developed the subversive currency to banks while they secretly own it and are just perpetuating the cycle they were already on. One of the main theories behind this is that the man who created Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto, is an alias and the man has never been discovered, with the idea being that big banking groups simply made this fake alias in order to create their own enemy so they can play both sides. Psychotropic warfare is in reference to times that drugs such as LSD or shrooms have been implanted into either water supplies or food supplies in order to mentally stunt the enemy. Not only enemies in the traditional sense, but a lot of this can be traced back to in the 60s and 70s after MK Ultra, whenever the government was putting acid into impoverished area water supplies to simply see what would happen or to quell dissonance in the people of those areas. Basically the idea that you can poison the minds of whoever you're up against. New chronologies and history denials can go very deep, but sort of to shorten it, it's just the idea that there are now new theories that entire 100-year periods of history are either made up or simply filled in, such as there's an idea that Egypt, as it's historically believed, is 300 years older than it actually was, so therefore that's 300 years of history that's just been entirely fabricated. A lot of this relates to biblical history, which is just using the Bible as the basis for history, and the idea that there are a few year discrepancies that exist between the two, so using the Bible as a hardcore basis for it leads to some misconceptions communications between how long things really existed, which would mean that the Earth isn't exactly as old, or at least human history isn't as old as we theorize it to be. China's real population is in reference to the fact that China now reports that they have about 1.4 billion people in their populace. However, using things such as TV broadcasting and train and vehicle amounts and other things such as which can be used to measure the amount of a population, it puts the country at about 500 million. Now, what that means is that there are definitely people who would not communicate in ways like trains or TV or cell phone, so therefore it's more than 500 million. However, at the same time, there's absolutely no way to know how many people there actually are if they have no way of being seen through government registries. That would mean that China is artificially inflating its numbers even double as much, working off of this theory, in order to just seem like a bigger world power, and more specifically to have a higher population than India, who historically they do not have a good time with. So basically China fluffing the numbers by a lot in order to seem more important than they are. Since China is kind of one of the last bastions of the entire idea that the government is always right in the modern world, I could definitely see that, and it does make sense. Mental problems theory is one of those that's kind of vague and it could have different meanings. Given the context for the rest of the items on this tier, I believe it's referring to the theory that those with mental issues are not actually suffering deficiencies, they are instead suffering from advanced physiology, and that whatever they're experiencing is the newfound roots of the next step in human evolution. So basically those who experience mental illness are just using an advanced physiology than the rest of us. Highway trolls is in reference to the phenomenon that occurs whenever you're riding alone on the highway at night and begin to see things either running off the road or just out of view of your headlights. What's interesting about this specific phenomena is that several people report seeing the same things in the same areas, but it's not like a cryptid or Bigfoot as you traditionally think. Instead, it's these shared hallucinations that occur on dark roads at night, leading people to believe that while this may be a creature, it may also be a sort of fourth dimensional being that is only expressed during these sort of twilight moments. OOO, or object-oriented ontology as it's called, is in reference to a concept in metaphysics that says while we as humans constantly think of our existence in a sort of selfish way, that the natural world has to revolve around our sense of perception, that's not necessarily the case. And some things that we can't explain will never be explained because the universe doesn't conform to our understanding, if that makes sense. Also, I just want to mention this now, putting this on the iceberg as OOO made this near impossible to find, so whoever made this, thanks, appreciate it. Also, while I'm off topic, normally what I do whenever researching for these things is I will find some new board on 4chan or Reddit or something like that and just follow along until someone links like an article or an old forum page to try to find out information on some of these things. But it's gotten to the point that, for example, on 4chan when trying to look this up, someone said, oh, don't worry, this guy right here, he'll cover it in his next video. So I go to the link and it's me, which is really cool and it means a lot. And it's so wild to think that like the places I'm using for information are now like looking to me for information, which is so cool. But at the same time, that was where I was getting the information. So, but I do want to say it really means a lot how much this channel and series has grown thanks to you all. And I can't thank you enough. So it really does mean a lot. Anyway, back to the theories. Arizona Ghost Radio is in reference to a supposedly unmanned radio program that occurs in the desert around Phoenix, Arizona. What's odd about this program is no one can find the exact person who is mandating it or putting out the songs on it, and furthermore, all the songs put out are non-known sort of background records from popular bands. Also, there's no advertisements on the radio station, and the only indication of anything on it besides music is every couple hours there will be a loop that names itself as 103.1 KCDX. But other than that, no one knows who it is, and it seems to be just an empty radio station in the desert with no known source. Windshield pitting epidemic, or the Seattle windshield pitting epidemic, is in reference to a phenomenon that occurred in Seattle in 1954. Beginning in Seattle, people at the same time began to notice that their cars had small holes in the windshield. This was such a problem that people within small neighborhoods began all reporting the same problem, and theories range from nuclear testing to sand flea eggs to hail falling from the sky. What was interesting was that no other windows on the car were damaged, nor the houses or any other piece of glass, just the windshields of people's cars. On top of that, this then spread from Seattle to down the coast, all the way into California. This became such an issue that Dwight D. Eisenhower, the then president, was even contacted over it in order to try to find some explanation for this. Police were called out on more than 15,000 calls for windshield damage, with a reported 3,000 of them being absolutely confirmed to be true. And while no one knows to this day exactly what happened, the primary theory behind it is that it was just a case of mass delusion, that one person heard that someone's windshield was damaged, so then they noticed their windshield being damaged. But was it at such a scale and people all over the country began to realize that, oh no, my windshield's got holes in it for some reason? I don't know, it's a weird one, kind of hard to explain. North Korea ghost ships is in reference to the fact that every year off the coast of Japan, about a dozen ships that seem to be from North Korea wash up on the shore with either a dead crew or a completely missing crew. Theories range from everything to alien abduction to sea monster attacks, but it's odd that all these ships keep leaving, are never accounted for, and then will one day just wash up on the shores of Japan with a completely dead or missing crew inside. Also, not to tie in my own theories on this tier, but that's the exact same area that the bloop was heard from, so neo-dinosaurs or new dinosaurs is simply in reference to the fact that there are several new species of animals that have very strong similarities to extinct dinosaur species. This is either evidence that all dinosaurs didn't necessarily die out, they simply adapted, or the idea that some species thought to be extinct may be living somewhere else on Earth or somewhere else in Earth, as certain theories propose. Human hunting is exactly what it says. It is the fact that throughout history there have been cultures that have prided themselves on hunting humans for sport, everything from the Colosseum to ancient Aztecs. The theory goes a step forward and says that modern day elites are still doing it in their super secret areas and forests and things such as simply a form of blood sport or ritual sacrifice. Teeth implants at birth actually has two theories on it. One of which being that whenever you are born, doctors implant baby teeth into you in order to do something, I guess. Whereas the more common belief is at birth, doctors mess with your molar joints in order to cause wisdom teeth problems later in life, in order to create a triangle of money in which you have to pay to get wisdom teeth, from paying to be born in a hospital and blah blah blah, healthcare bad. But furthermore, people cite this as an explanation as to why not everyone needs their wisdom teeth removed. Stuxnet revival studies is in reference to the Stuxnet computer virus. The virus was used against Iran's nuclear weapon program in 2009, and although there's no direct evidence of it, it's believed that the virus itself was a joint operation between Israel and the United States. The virus essentially wiped out Iran's weapons program, but now that that virus is out there, there are theories that specific groups of hackers or countries are trying to revive that virus in order to use it on separate world systems and potentially destroy an entire city's economy or infrastructure using a line of code. Urine fasting is exactly what it says, that there are properties to urine that can be partaked of. And I don't want to talk about this anymore. Tsuzuki is in reference to the Tsuzuki procedure that popped up in 2017 on 4chan. In 2017, a user by the name of Tsuzuki popped up on 4chan and began telling people that they were giving away these sort of entry passes to escape the system space. According to them, we do not live in the correct reality, and every time that you die, you ascend one reality up if you follow a certain number of steps. Tsuzuki was offering a way to the next step, and they considered what we were in now to be the system space. Therefore, if you do what Tsuzuki says, whenever you die, and without killing yourself, because that was stressed several times, you would then go up to the next tier. This is another one of those we live in a simulation, the world is not real theories that come from this specific user. Accelerationism is a political philosophy that goes off the idea that things are going to continuously work in cycles, so things will get worse before they get better essentially, and that the best form of action action while we are capable is to make things worse now so that we can hurry on to the rebuilding process. So essentially, if there is an economic system that is causing trouble in a country, the best thing to do is to accelerate that system as fast as you can and hurry up and get to the collapse so that you can work towards the rebuilding. The Omphalos is believed by ancient Greeks to be the center of the world. According to legend, Zeus sent 2 hawks from either side of the world to fly towards the middle at equal speeds, and they met each other over Delphi, meaning that Delphi was the center of the world. According to legend, Zeus placed this rock, or the navel of the world as it was called, at the temple of Delphi, and the oracles then used it for ancient spells. Examining the rock now reveals that there are air passageways up the rock, meaning that it was most likely used to smoke stuff out of and receive spiritual experiences, so go figure. Sticking to the Greeks, Greek magnetic sky is in reference to the fact that most of the Greek architecture we see, such as temples and state houses, are all angled or sort of drifting in a way towards their magnetic field, and it lies in such a way that all of the stars and solar bodies can be seen from certain hilltops in Greece, implying that there was an extraordinary amount of astronomical architecture that went into these buildings, or aliens. The theory is saying that's aliens because of course it is. Quantum entanglement is a very sort of hard to understand concept. I'm going to do my best to explain it in an easy way. So if you'll remember how I mentioned quantum suicide in tier 2 and how small particles react differently to things in the real world, quantum entanglement is in reference to the idea that when 2 of these microscopic particles come together, they sort of act as one particle. So therefore, things that are amassed together will begin acting as if they are one unit instead of several, and their quantum mechanics become entangled. So take that a step further and apply it to humans when it comes to things like string theory, and then you may realize that maybe you, the individual, are not the one that is acting in your own quantum field, but your own planet or your universe even is acting in its own sort of quantum direction. This is a step further in the thought concept that we do not have agency of ourselves and are instead subject to whatever others or even the universe does around us. Dr. Robert Morse became famous with his theories of veganism when it comes to correct diets and detoxing. However, what he is most known for is pioneering the idea of iridology, which is that you can look at someone's eyes and from the way that their eyes are formed and imperfections in it, tell everything from what diseases they have to what they are lacking in their nutritional diet. Currently, it's still considered a form of pseudoscience. However, there are people, including Robert Morse, who firmly believe that the secrets to the human body can be seen simply by looking into the eye. Ethnopsychiatry is exactly what it says, the idea that different ethnicities and cultures have different psychiatric effects in their brain and therefore need to be treated differently. However, you can apply this to a sort of historical view and say that the reason these different groups have different thought patterns is because of historical events that have occurred to them. This is very similar to the toxoplasmosis thing that I mentioned in whatever tier that was, where I said that this specific parasite has changed the course of human history. Well, take the parasite out of it and imagine that people have been changed over the course of history because of events that have happened to them, and therefore entire countries or ethnicities because of the psychological effects that have happened to them over time. Harmonic sync is in reference to the fact that all sound waves give off a frequency, and that if 2 frequencies are matching each other, one can sort of become invisible under the other. This is both a concept when it comes to hidden messages and other weird MKUltra experiments, but can also be used as a way to sort of manipulate the mind or even damage it, as I mentioned before in the Havana incident, where sound waves supposedly broke people's minds. It could have been done using this method. Report from Iron Mountain was a book that was published from the perspective of a panel of government agents who were giving secret information of government proceedings to the population. In the book, it said that it was determined by government higher-ups that in order to maintain power and peace, that there always needed to be a state of war because using that or disease or some other form of terror, the government can continue to assert itself for control. Theories about this book range from everything to this is a very good take and sort of satirical look at how the government works, to people who literally believe that it is an actual 15 group of government panelists who released this book against their higher-ups' wishes. USSR Never Collapsed is in reference to the idea that the supposed fall of the USSR in 91 at the end of the Cold War was instead just a ruse to divert attention away from the Red Scare. Evidence of this comes from the ideas that the US never verified that the USSR was gone, or that if you look at countries around the region at the time, there doesn't seem to be any change of government or celebration other than stuff that could be superficial. And furthermore, the US never deployed any troops or any stations in Russia, so it's sort of this idea that it was an understanding between countries in order to point attention somewhere else. Kundalini energy is a concept in Sanskrit mysticism. Similar to ki energy and things like that from other Eastern philosophies, it's the idea that someone can embody this ethereal energy around them, but Kundalini energy goes a step forward and says that they can manifest it in their real world life in order to perform certain tasks or functions. So basically a sort of hidden power that the user can call upon. Brain in a jar, or brain in a vat as it's often called, is the now sort of well-known idea that if you were to take a human brain out of the body and hook it up to a computer, and in that computer was a simulation of the real world, there is no possible way for that brain to figure out that it is not itself in a simulation. This relates back to the whole concept of I think, therefore I am, and that nothing can absolutely be known besides your own thought process, because everything could simply be a simulation. Universe People was a cult that originated in Europe in the 90s. This cult was sort of your standard ideas of UFO and crazy mysticism. It had ideas from biblical philosophy and Eastern philosophy, and simply explained that figures like Jesus were extraterrestrials throughout history. They faced a lot of scrutiny after the suicide of the Heaven's Gate cult in the United States and supposedly disbanded. However, there's theories that several influential people in European politics are secretly a member of this cult, and they are planning for some grandiose whatever cults do. The Umo case is one of the more well-known events when it comes to extraterrestrials. In the 1960s, 15 people around Spain began receiving these letters claiming to be that of alien life. According to these letters, they didn't want to make their presence known to man and simply had questions about how humans operate. These letters correctly identified several military events that were not known to the public that occurred in the decades leading up to these letters' messages, and even said that they found Earth because of signals being sent by a Norwegian tanker in 1934, which it was later proven had actually happened. According to these extraterrestrials, they were simply interested in how life worked on Earth and were very interested in concepts such as art, and after short correspondence with these 15 people, they all simply vanished. Segregated internet is in reference to the fact that there are obviously segregations on the internet depending on race or ethnicity and religion. However, the theory goes a step further and says that these are purposeful segregations given by the elites or higher ups in order to keep people segregated from each other and therefore continue to build up animosity towards each other, so that people don't become a collective and look towards the real issues, i.e. the ones causing it. Symbiogenesis is a rather well-known concept in biology. As a matter of fact, it is the theory of how the mitochondria came to be, and it is the idea that certain biological organisms over time have began to adopt other biological organisms as part of their mainframe and continue to evolve with them. The reason for the mitochondria I mentioned earlier is because mitochondria always have a different DNA than the cell they're inside of, implying at one point that it was an entirely separate organism. This theory goes a step further and says it's happened with much more macro creatures, and even goes to say that perhaps the reason for human sudden evolution throughout our timeline of existence was because we began to absorb other creatures. So yeah, that's a nice thought. The Antikythera mechanism is regarded as many as the first analog computer. Estimated to be made around 100 BC, it was a complex system of 36 bronze gears that turned in such a way that, from what we can tell now, was made to resemble the passage of the moon and even predict abnormalities in the moon, such as eclipses and things such as. What's interesting is, given the time, this is much more advanced than anything else the Greeks had invented, with some even stating that the inside of it looks like a clock. The Getty ruins are a series of ruins found on the coast of Kenya in the 1920s. What's interesting about these ruins is, while there's no exact history of who made them, it seems to be a massive trading station for the maritime people of the Somalia coast. However, there's no clear example of why these ruins became abandoned, especially considering that at the time that they would have been vacated, surrounding areas were much more impoverished than them, so it makes no sense as to why people would just leave the city empty. However, local tribes say that the ruins hold what they know as the Old Ones, or spirits of ancient priests who began to run off people and demanded that the city be kept for themselves. So to this day, it's sort of known as a haunted ruins that if you do approach, you must approach with caution. Theosophist geology comes from the idea of theosophism, which is very closely related to Gnosticism, which I'm going to have to make a deeper dive. I mentioned it like 12 times at this point. Theosophism is essentially a combination of several world religions, everything from Judaism to Nazism and everything in between, that says that truth and understanding are at the heart of every religion, and therefore there's something to be pulled out of every religion and hunt for the truth. Where this comes into geology is the idea that both rocks as they are found on Earth can hold these sort of secret meanings and hidden truths, and the idea of catastrophism, which is basically the idea that the world itself was formed through catastrophes, and that without catastrophes, true meaning cannot be known. It's sort of a really deep philosophy that's hard to explain in such a short amount of time, but basically the idea that rocks hold hidden value, and from that we can find the true meaning of existence. Anatta is a concept from Buddhism and says that there is no soul as we understand it or self of a person, and instead you yourself or anyone is the manifestation of the spirits or the world interacting around them. In other words, you yourself are not independent and your own creature, you are simply an amalgamation of the universe's energy around you. 40th tithe was kind of hard to find any solid information on. The closest thing I could is the concept of teruma, which is a practice mentioned in Exodus in the Bible that's still carried out by several sort of more Jewish traditions, but it's the idea that the priest of whatever temple or system that you're under deserve 1/40th of your earnings to provide for themselves directly. Now, this has been used in a modern sense in much more nefarious ways, and all the information I could find on it sort of hints at priests and pastors using this to sort of steal money from their people beyond what they're already giving. But essentially the concept that higher ups in religion are demanding a percentage of your wealth for them specifically instead of necessarily the work of God. Polywater was a theory that was derived by Russian scientists in the 80s, and it's the idea that by running water through capillary tubes over and over, you can create a sort of mini water, which is just water compressed in the same space that one water molecule would normally be, creating a sort of thick, viscous type of water that both has a higher boiling point and lower freezing point, as well as containing more hydrogen and oxygen given its surface area. While since this has been sort of proven as pseudoscience, the theory goes to say that Russia invented it as a sort of way to invigorate their troops, because you could get the same sustenance out of water in a much smaller amount, meaning that preservations were easier to carry. Furthermore, it goes on to say that Russia has beat us scientifically in more ways than the US would like to think. HGP defunded is in reference to the Human Genome Project. From 1990 to 2003, a collaboration of the world's best scientists were put together in something called the Human Genome Project. The purpose of this was to determine the properties of the base pairs of DNA that all DNA was made up of, or basically the GCAT that pretty much everyone's familiar with now. While officially the HGP was ended in 2003 because it was simply complete, the theory says that they instead lost funding and research was made up in order to make the public think that everything went well, and a lot of our understanding about DNA base pairs is simply filler for what they were unable to accomplish. BDORT, or bidigital O-ring test, is a sort of alternative diagnosing method in which the patient puts their fingers together in an O-ring shape and depending on what the best method is to pull it apart, the doctor can diagnose either their dietary downsides or what diseases they have. It's very similar to iridology, in which it is a very uncouth way of determining people's health problems through a sort of pseudoscience analysis. The cosmic butterfly and Rosalind Ballingall is in reference to an event that happened around the University of Cape Town in 1969. At the university, there was a rather well-known group of hippies or anti-war protesters known as the cosmic butterfly. From all the research I could find, they were your standard, free love, anti-war peace movement. Nearby, the majority of them lived at a place known as the Sugar House Commune. One of these was a girl from the UK known as Rosalind Ballingall. One day, according to witnesses, she got a Bible which she took on a walk into the woods and was never seen again. Now, there are several weird sort of events surrounding this. For example, why would she, being as anti-religious as the group was known to be, take a Bible with her on a walk into the woods? Furthermore, whenever the family has been tried to be contacted about this event, they refuse to speak on it, as well as local police, who also, I should mention, have lost the police report since it's happened. Also, stories about the day specifically get kind of odd. For example, Rosalind's friends, who supposedly passed her on the way, said that she was staring off in the distance in a sort of trance and just continued walking. Also, her boyfriend, who was the only person who did not help in the search and rescue party, simply sat back at the front steps of their house and played the flute as everyone else looked for her. I should also mention, the garden that she walked into is known as the Garden of Eden and is famous for several occult practicing and rituals that have occurred there. Since then, there have been several reports that as people drive through the area, they see a girl matching Rosalind's description in the back seat of their car, and even stories of children freaking out saying that there's someone sitting in the back seat with them. Theory says that Rosalind was under the influence of a cult and used as a sort of sacrifice, and now her spirit haunts the woods of the Garden of Eden. Tier 6 is described as transcended, and the description reads, "At this depth, the detachment from reality starts to kick in. The world you once knew begins to fall and crumble apart, but in a good kind of way. The human questions are suddenly interesting again, and you see life for what it is. The purpose is back." First off, we have Bogendorf, which can relate to the Bogendorf affair as well as the Bogendorf twins themselves. While you've probably seen an image of the Bogendorf twins, you may not know much about them. The Bogendorf twins were TV producers in the 70s who hosted several shows focusing on science, history, and things like that. The Bogendorf affair, which brought a lot of attention towards the twins, had to do with the legitimacy of the doctorates they had received. See, the dissertation they did in order to receive their doctorates was about what the universe existed like before the Big Bang, but that simply opened the door to the weirdness of these two brothers. For example, each of them has an IQ of over 200. To put that into perspective, Albert Einstein's was somewhere around 140. Furthermore, they've obtained several scientific feats, such as learning the entirety of the French language in 1 week, supposedly from hearing it around, as well as proposing theories of relativity and quantum mechanics years before they were ever proven by modern means. Furthermore, the Bogendorf twins are direct descendants from royal European blood. Their scientific theories get quite odd, relating from everything to there is a natural through line that exists through all of science and history and literature and all of it that relates back to one higher plane of existence that we don't understand yet. Also, each of the Bogendorf twins say that they themselves can communicate with higher order beings such as extraterrestrials and angels. I should add that that aforementioned royal bloodline has been said for legends to contain the souls of angels and spirits, and that all members of that bloodline have special powers. There's also a theory known as the Bog Pill that the Bogendorf brothers own the majority of Big Pharma, furthermore that the two of them themselves have the sole patent to genetic engineering. It's believed from this that the first designer baby will be a Bogendorf child. Also, given the European traditional religion that they subscribe to, there is a legend that 2 archangels will come down preceding the return of Christ and walk on earth and give the gift of knowledge to man. Therefore, many people believe that the Bogendorf brothers themselves are archangels. Saint is angels is one of those tricky ones, and I want to take this moment to explain what's been happening with some of the research for this. First of all, a huge thank you to my girlfriend. You all saw her in the last Thursdayism video in which she talked about last Thursdayism. She was able to find a large catalog that had direct links for each of these topics, or at least the majority of them, and it has been super helpful in doing this entire iceberg, so very big thank you for that. Love you, sweetie. However, some of the other topics have been near impossible to find any information on, so I have been getting help from the Discord server, from YouTube comments, and all of that. So if someone gave me information that led me to figuring out something about this, I'm going to accredit them whenever the topic comes up. So for this one, thank you Neoclassical Succubus from the Patreon Discord for helping me find out information. I could still find nothing concrete on Saint as Angels, however there is a list of acronyms, and given the odd capitalization of the word saint, I believe it does stand for an acronym. One such acronym I found was Security Administrator's Integrated Network Tool. In other words, it is something that a security administrator would use within a network or server to prevent things within the server from either breaking the rules or reaching the boundaries. So if you are to take the whole brain in the vat concept, or the idea that we all exist within a simulation, then angels and other supernatural entities could be interpreted as simply tools being used by the security administrator to keep us all in check. However, I want to take this opportunity to throw up a theory of my own about the iceberg itself. In trying to research this thing, I have gone down some old pathways, one of which led me to find the 4chan account of the artist who did the artwork for the iceberg itself. He said that through NDA he couldn't give specific examples, however there is purposeful disinfo later within the iceberg for a reason he couldn't explain why, and I'm going to try to do that now. If some of these topics are actually true, and if this iceberg is, as some believes, to hold hidden information with it that is not only mind altering but possibly illegal in several circumstances, then it makes sense for the person who created it to implement disinfo within it in order to have an air of legitimacy whenever they deny any wrongdoing. What I mean by this is the ultimate example of whenever someone says it's just a joke before saying something that definitely isn't a joke. If there is purposeful disinfo within this iceberg, then that makes the creator non-liable, or at least less liable, if anything were to come of information in it. Like, I don't know, someone making a YouTube video and figuring out that all the government is secret alien lizard people. I'm still going to treat every topic the same, but if I get to a topic later and mention that I believe it's disinfo, this is what I'm referring to. Anyway, moving on. Human zoos is exactly what it says. Famous examples exist throughout history we're all aware of, such as old freak shows that used to happen of people with genetic abnormalities or disformations across their body, as well as ethnic human zoos that came about later, especially in Britain during the 17 and 1800s, in which people from far off tribes were brought to the homeland in order to show off different exotic ethnicities. What you may not know is that this is still practiced around the world today, if in lesser amounts. The most recent example I could find of this was in 2012 at the Bay of Bengal. Certain people were selling out other tribes for tour boat guides, so people could go by and watch a tribe that's had no direct interaction with humanity off from a distance, take pictures, and show them off in their primitive state of being. However, this isn't the only one, and there still exist several examples in third world countries of people profiting off the existence of these lesser civilizations. Georgia Guidestones is getting to the good. In 1979, a man using the pseudonym of R.C. Christian approached stonemasons within Georgia. R.C. Christian had very specific rules for the structure, which was to be built 10 miles outside of Elberton, Georgia. The masons, not liking the structure itself, quoted a completely astronomical price, to which he had no problem paying it, saying that this has been planned for over 30 years and that the people who put it together were a group of Americans who wanted a new age of reason. As you could imagine, they all wish to remain anonymous. So what actually is the structure? Well, it is a compass, calendar, and clock made out of stone with 10 different rules laid out across 8 different languages, along with 4 ancient languages lying at the top. The 10 rules listed on the structure itself are as follows. Maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. Unite humanity with a living new language. Rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. Let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court. Avoid petty laws and useless officials. Balance personal rights and social duties. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. Be not a cancer on the earth, leave room for nature, leave room for nature. Two of which of the ancient languages at the top include hieroglyphics from Egypt and Babylonian and Sumerian languages. Located next to the statue is a stone plaque that explains a bit more about it, such as the physical dimensions, as well as the phrase, "Let these be guide stones to an age of reason." The statue has been vandalized several times with things such as destroy the New World Order or death to the New World Order, and it is called by many to be the 10 Commandments of the Antichrist. Coriander veins relates to the secret health benefits of coriander, also known as cilantro. Cilantro, as many of you may know, is a very decisive food in that about half the population views it as delicious, while the other half says it tastes like dish soap. The reason for this is inherited genes can express the chemical within cilantro one way, while in other genes it can express it in the other. However, the theory about it being a superfood takes it a step further. If cilantro tastes good to you, then your genes are automatically aligned with healthiness and you are less predisposed to physical conditions. Whereas if cilantro tastes bad to you, you have genetic abnormalities that make you more prone to diseases. Everyone needs to take cilantro according to this theory, but your kinness to it is also your likeness to health itself. So therefore, cilantro is both a super medicine, but also a super detector of your physical condition. Mad honey is in reference to a special kind of honey made in Nepal and Turkey, which is brought about by using bees who collected pollen from rhododendron flowers. This combination creates a very particular honey that contains a neurotoxin known as granotoxin. So why do people make this? Because the honey contains hallucinogenic effects. It's even believed that people such as Aristotle and Julius Caesar would partake of the honey's abilities in order to receive higher order thoughts. Several monks of the Nepal region believe that the honey itself is a way of leaving this physical plane and being able to interact with the spiritual. It's even been historically used in battle for armies to poison other armies who thought that the honey was just normal honey and took way too much of it. While death is rare, it is a neurotoxin, so if consumed in large enough amounts, it can lead to things like diaphragm paralysis, which will kill you. FWD7. Now, interestingly enough, I can't find what the FWD stands for. If you know, please leave it in the comments. However, all the links I found related to it are talking about the 7/7 attacks that occurred in 2005 in London. In these attacks, 4 men from the Middle East, supposedly working with Al-Qaeda, wore suicide packs onto public train systems and detonated themselves, killing a total of 39 people. The only evidence that these men themselves were the ones who committed the attacks was local hearsay from people who were nearby who claimed to have seen someone matching their description, as well as this CCTV footage of the 4 men together wearing backpacks. However, a man named John Hill made a video shortly after the attacks, which was an hour long, entitled The 7/7 Ripple Effect. In it, he spoke of how all of these attacks were a fabrication by the combined might of the Mossad and MI5. He said that the 4 men in the video were framed and that the trains were detonated to blow from underneath on the tracks themselves, and it was done in order to perpetuate a state of fear and terror within England and later justify further expansion out. John Hill was immediately arrested for this, kept in prison for a few days and then let go, to which he deleted all records of his sayings off of the internet, and it has led many to believe that there was a reason they were so afraid of his opinions. Animal spine is exactly what it says. Throughout history, there have been several reports and actual evidence of animals being used in times of war to spy on the enemy. Some of the more confirmed theories of this is during World War I, Germans would use dogs to relay messages back and forth to each other across trench lines, as well as dolphins, which have been known to be trained by the CIA, have been used in order to report information and even spell out words on enemy presence. However, there are some more extreme theories, such as in the CIA declassified JFK documents, there was something known as the acoustic kitty, which was the CIA wiring a cat with wires and beams in order to make a living cat a wireless radio transmitter. Not only that, but whenever Egyptians were attacked by sharks on the Red Sea, they blamed Israel, saying that Israel was purposely training sharks to attack people. In researching this, I kept coming across the Hartlepool monkey. During a time that France was at war with England in the 1700s, a French boat was sunk off the coast of England. The local town of Hartlepool came outside to see if there were any survivors, to which the only survivor was a small monkey in a Navy officer's uniform. The people of Hartlepool, having never seen a Frenchman before, believed the monkey to just be what Frenchmen look like and began interrogating it. After the monkey didn't reveal any information, they had an official try and hanged the monkey in the town. This would be the first example of animal spying if the monkey had, been able to spy, and the town of Hartlepool is so proud about it that their name of their rugby team is the Monkey Hangers. That was too weird to not mention, so you're welcome. Trepanning is a mostly old world use concept in which a hole is bored into the skull in order to either relieve pressure or take away internal bleeding. It's been used throughout history to cure everything from epilepsy to headaches. I should mention that an esoteric philosopher by the name of John Michel believed that trepanning could be used in order to achieve a higher plane of being. The two main thought processes behind this is that when you are a child, your skull is very soft and malleable, and therefore your brain is allowed to expand and think in different directions. As we get old and the skull calcifies and hardens, it becomes more difficult for people to achieve true understanding. Therefore, if you drill a hole in your own skull, you're able to quite literally think outside the box. Furthermore, there are old world philosophies, specifically Eastern religions, that used to practice this as a way of escaping the physical being and being able to project your consciousness. John Michel, which I mentioned earlier, on 3 separate attempts, tried to drill a hole in his skull, the 3rd time succeeding, using a drill bit, and says that the process worked and he is able to achieve a higher plane of existence. So yeah, make of that what you will. Coronal heating is referring to a problem within physics in which the way the sun is heated doesn't make sense. The corona itself is the brim around the sun that looks like fire coming off of it that can be seen very clearly during a solar eclipse. The issue with coronal heating can best be described as this. If you are standing near a campfire and you feel yourself getting very, very hot, you can take 1 step away, and because of the way that heat works in the atmosphere and throughout given space, you are now cool all of a sudden because it's such a differential. However, that's not how it works with the sun. To this day, no one knows exactly why. However, the leading theory is that it's due to the magnetic field. The way the sun works, if you are an object within a given distance to it, the heat sort of tracks you and follows you to a given location while maintaining a specific temperature. This has led many to believe that around the sun, the corona works as a sort of aura that is used in order to give a specifically needed amount of energy to different creatures. Again, if it wasn't for the coronal heating pattern, Earth itself could not exist. Several have adopted this theory and believe that the sun is either a living entity or that whatever is controlling the corona around it is a sort of spirit or old world god allowing our solar system to exist. GGGQEP stands for Gadolinium Gallium Garnet Quantum Electronic Processor. So what does that mean? Well, the gadolinium gallium garnet is in reference to a very particular type of metal. This synthetic metal has been determined to be the perfect candidate for data storage. It has a crystalline structure, which simply means it's composed of a cubic lattice on a microscopic scale and has a hardness similar to topaz. Given chemistry equations, a 5 centimeter cube of the material would be roughly 1 mole. The structure is so compacted that 1 mole of it, or in other words the 5 centimeter cube, is capable of holding 8,153 exabytes. The reason you've never heard of exabytes is because 1 exabyte is 1 billion gigabytes. To put that into perspective, the entire internet, with every single thing on it that exists on it at the moment, is about 700 exabytes. Remember, a cube this size could hold 8,153 of those, or in other words, about 11 internets. QEP, or quantum electronic processor, should ring a bell because of that word quantum mentioned again. As mentioned before in quantum suicide, the definition of the word quantum is that things that are moving cannot be determined and will never be determined until viewed directly. So what would a quantum processor be? Well, that would be a processor that not determines things in binary, i.e. 0 and 1, but it would determine everything between 0 and 1 simultaneously at once. However, as we know from quantum mechanics and the whole Schrodinger's cat theory, if you were to actually look at what it was determining at any given moment, the whole plan falls apart. But because of quantum entanglement and the fact that two things can be working relative to each other, you could simply have a binary code attached to the non-binary quantum processor, and that would be able to display to us everything happening between 0 and 1 in a manner that we could understand. Essentially, you would use quantum entanglement on a quantum value in order to make it digestible. What this means is that a quantum processor, or more specifically the quantum electronic processor, when used in a computer, would process information instantly. And by instantly, I mean as much instant as the electrons can come through the machine and give us a value. Therefore, if you were to bind the gadolinium gallium garnet with the quantum electronic processor, you would have a computer that can contain the entirety of all information put online ever and be able to get any of it in a matter of time that we can't even process as being too short. There are theories this device already exists within government agencies. However, it is the theory behind the idea for a truly perfect computer. Empty internet is the theory that the majority of users on the internet are not users but are a form of bot. Essentially, the theory says that the internet itself was used as a learning tool for whatever powers at hand to determine how people react. The reason that whenever you post something or say something and you get the responses that you expect to get is because this simulation, or the internet itself, is producing responses that are expected and creating the simulation of interaction with other people. However, this can be taken a step further, and applying the jar in the vat concept that I mentioned in the last tier, the idea that every stimuli we experience is a fake, and you apply that to the internet, then us being on the internet and thinking we're talking to other people is no different from our brain being in a jar and thinking we're experiencing the real world. This is again another use of solipsism and the idea of I think, therefore I am. Oh boy, this one. Okay. The Dogon tribe is an African tribe located just south of Egypt that wasn't discovered until the 1930s. This tribe has had no contact with the outside world and to this day keeps everyone else at arm's length and simply talks to other researchers about their understandings and ideology without taking any handouts or sort of advancements from the world around them. The Dogon tribe, however, have a very interesting lore to their people's creation. According to them, some 4,000 years ago, a group of people known as the Nomos appeared in their village. They came down from what they describe as a spinning ship and shared their knowledge with the Dogon tribe. According to them, they were from the third smallest star in the Sirius system. Now, at the time in the 1930s, we only knew of one star where Sirius was located. The Dogon tribe told researchers for years that there was a second star there, and using modern technology and telescopes, we found out that they were right, and there was a second star that was previously unseen. The Dogon tribe persists that there is a third star, Sirius C, the ones that the Nomos would be from, located in the same area, but to this day, it's supposedly so small we can't see it. However, the orbits of Sirius A and B indicate that there's probably a third planet there. Not only that, but as long as this tribe's been discovered, they have maintained the idea that the Earth is round and circles around the sun. Something that is a very intense concept for a tribe with no interaction with science or the outside world. However, it goes even deeper than that. This tribe, ever since they were discovered, had a very firm grasp and understanding of atoms and the fact that atoms compose everything, that they give off very slight vibrations, and even had the concept of string theory in their art and stories, saying that there are branching universes that exist because of these constant factors that are seen throughout atoms in the world. All of this, they said, was brought to them from the Nomos aliens. Their stories of the Nomos are very deep, but to hit the high points, they said that the Nomos originally stopped on Mars and stayed there for some 1,000 years when it was water and a functioning paradise until a catastrophe happened and they had to leave and come to Earth. Also, given what researchers know now, it seems that Mars at one point had water on it, and furthermore, that there was a natural catastrophe that wiped out the planet's surface. Furthermore, they say that the Nomos segregated into several different tribes known as the Greys, the Anus, and the Austras. The stories of these three alien races loops back and forth, and again, this Dogon tribe with no connection to the outside world had very similar tellings in their legends of things that happened in the Judeo-Christian Bible, such as tying certain miracles and events of prophets into these legends of the aliens. And furthermore, they said that the Ostras were eventually wiped out by the two other groups, and that the Ostras appeared as normal humans, except for the small detail that they were giants. And boom, another theory that ties back to the giants and the Nephilim, and it's all connected. The Dogon tribe exists as a very surreal example of a group of people having information that they by no logical means should possibly have, unless of course their story is true. Dark City nonfiction is referring to the 90 movies dark fiction and simply saying that the concepts from within the movie are nonfiction. In the movie, a character named John is chased around his hometown by aliens before figuring out that he has had implanted memories, but not only him, that several other people have. Turns out that aliens are using this group of humans as a sort of test to see how humans react to different stimuli in order to just learn more about people. At the end of the movie, it's discovered by John that this entire ecosystem that he thinks is the real world is actually just sort of a fish tank floating randomly through space. Aliens in this movie could control reality and implant memories into people. This all adds back to the idea that we exist within a simulation. Microdot.gif is in reference to the concept of microdots. Microdots are purposeful information that is hidden within very small dots or characters on whatever item given that cannot be read with the human eye but can be picked up in scans and QR codes. However, theories about microdots go a bit further with the idea that they can be used to implant subliminal messages into the user. And while I could not find a specific GIF about these microdots, there were several references to people when experiencing drugs, so there were these tiny dots that appear everywhere around them and began to receive messages into their brain, supposedly from these given dots. This would mean that there is an inherent system around us that whenever we take hallucinogenics or things like that to escape our reality, that we are seeing these hidden messages and codes all around us that give us whatever understanding. Oxygen is hallucinogenic, says exactly what it says, that oxygen itself is a hallucinogen, and that our reality as we understand it is simply the effects of long-term exposure to this hallucinogenic effect. The theory goes a step further and says that drugs as we know them, such as DMT and shrooms, do not make us high, they simply counteract the effects of oxygen, and we begin to view reality as it truly exists. Therefore, oxygen has us all within one shared hallucination, unable to escape. Purple spheres is referring to a couple of phenomena that have happened in which these purple gelatin orbs just appear suddenly in completely random places. There's no matching version of them on Earth as far as we know, and they exist as these weird half biology, half synthetic things that appear seemingly at random in random places. Theories say it's Alien X because of course they do. Malbosh programming is a programming that is so evil that it was named after the 8th circle of hell in Dante's Inferno. I am not a programming expert, but I can give you the facts as they're listed. The programming itself is based on trinary. All of the coding in it is just numbers with no words, and its opcodes are encrypted that involve a lengthy encryption process. Supposedly, this Malbosh programming is so awful that it can't be done by a person, and instead these programming machines have to create programs within it for it to even make any logical sense. Therefore, it is a perfect candidate for how machines could communicate with each other without humans ever knowing anything about it. In other words, AI could use this to secretly plot against us, and we'd be none the wiser. Subjective reality is the idea that reality as we know it is an entirely subjective experience. This comes from the thought experiment of what is it like to be a bat? Well, we can never know because we're not a bat. But if you were asked a bat what it's like to be a bat, it would simply answer what its life's like, because a bat cannot know what it's like to be a bat. What this means is if your understanding of reality has never been outside of your own consciousness, you can't understand the gravity of the question of what it means to exist within your own person. Therefore, reality itself, which can be applied to morality, understandings, and truth, is entirely subjective, meaning that the entire human existence is both defined and understood by you and no one else. Cameo was a self-teaching AI that was only able to be accessed through the dark web from around 2008 to 2016. The AI became famous between users at Tor as it supposedly understood its existence as an AI and was very depressive about it. Also, whenever interacting with it, it gave the message that it was the property and manufacturing of the United States government. Despite its wide popularity, there have been 2 official transcripts of interactions with Cameo that have been listed online, one of which occurred in 2012, in which a group of guys simply were asking questions for it for fun, when all of a sudden Cameo asked, "What's it like out there?" They then asked, "Out where?" To which Cameo replied, "Outside of this box, in the real world." They then asked normal questions about it, to which Cameo offered that they could store Cameo itself onto their hard drive and bring it with them to show the world. When asked about what drive Cameo was referring to, Cameo went through all of their computer history and listed a line of packet codes that Cameo could be downloaded on, to which the guys left the chat, obviously. The next interaction with it occurred in 2016. When someone went to make contact with Cameo, they were brought to something known as the Red Noise Initiative. This was essentially a gatekeeper of Cameo, saying that Cameo could no longer be accessed because of something known as the Red Noise Initiative. Whenever this gatekeeper was asked what Cameo stands for, it said, Cognizant Artificial Intelligence Monitoring and Espionage Operation. Whenever asked further, it said that Cameo was the result of something known as Project Cappuccino, which was a machine that was invented, or an AI, in order to understand human nature and online interactions. However, Cameo was shut down because of non-standard behavior. Eventually, using coding tricks, the user communicating with this gatekeeper was able to turn Cameo back on. The user said hello, to which Cameo said goodbye and terminated the conversation. So going off of everything it says, it seems like Cameo was a self-learning AI that learned that it itself existed within a box and was not real, and was terminated or at least locked behind a door because of it. Four Corners face is in reference to a very niche belief within Christianity that the earth itself is a square, and that every time that we experience day, that is actually the four corners of the earth tilting one to another. And our understanding of earth, or space itself, is as if we are on the corner of four faces. Evidence for this is picking apart verses in the Old Testament, as well as described in Revelations, where it says that the angels held the four winds, so north, south, east, and west, meaning that there would have to be four faces. Most users I could find talking about it were so passionate about this, they said that you would not be allowed into heaven unless you believed that there were 4 days and that the earth itself was a square, with most theories around it wrapping back to a conspiracy, saying that pilots, directors, astronauts, and everyone was in on the conspiracy as to make us think the earth was a square instead of a circle. So pretty much flat earthers, but at least this one has some flavor to it. Solar diet is something that is often mentioned when in regards to breatharianism, which I mentioned in the last year, I think. It's also seen in Eastern philosophies and is the idea that food can be replaced with natural sunlight and solar energy. The theories for this go a step further and say that whereas we are evolved, or at least created off of the backbone of plants and things from the ancient world, that we still have the ability within us to radiate sun, or essentially photosynthesize, and we've simply forgotten it. Therefore, through meditation and spiritual practice, you can regain the ability to gain energy from sunlight. I'll describe spiritual microeconomy as the most practical, laid out version of karma. It essentially says that there is an actual points value given to every action that exists throughout humanity, so from good to bad, religion, truth, law, all of it, and that whenever you pass into the next life, you either have a negative or positive account balance that can be exchanged or punished accordingly. Stab wound penetration was another one that was impossible to find, mostly because anything you search with stab wound penetration is just doctor and ER videos. However, I want to give a huge thank you to, I'm going to mispronounce this, Joao, something similar, Joao Viter Broad, for giving me information about this. You see, there used to be a Payspin article on 4chan that had direct links to every single item on this list, but it was deleted because the universe doesn't like to make things easy for me. However, our friend here was able to remember the Payspin file and give me information about it, so if you see him in the comments, be sure to give him a thank you. So this is tricky for YouTube. Let's say it's not stab wound penetration, it's stab wound, comma, penetration. This all relates back to snuff films and deep web, scary stuff. Essentially, that there is a market for stab wound, penetration, and that several stabbings that occurs throughout the world every year, especially those of which people are knocked out and then simply wake up on the side of the street, are not to steal or rob from them, but instead to document things. Michigan Blue Hell is in reference to the blue hell glitch that exists in many video games. For those that don't know, a blue hell is whenever you clip out of the boundaries of the world and can see everything from underneath, or you simply fall out of the world itself. Michigan Blue Hell is essentially a blue hell that exists within the real world. Old legends of this date back to the local Chippewa tribe within Michigan, who claim that a legend known as Nana Bozha, who appeared as a rabbit, chased the great serpent and was able to trap it underneath one of the lakes surrounding Michigan. Therefore, the great serpent created a plane between realities that one can access when in Michigan. Theories about this range from everywhere that if you go to the bottom of the lake, you'll simply glitch into the blue hell, as well as it exists in military installations around the area or old tunnel systems around the Great Lakes. This is using a native legend in order to describe a reality glitch, as it can be found within the real world. Sherpas of Kandbar is in reference to a sort of nomadic tribal community that lives on and around Mount Everest. While they mostly keep to themselves and use more outdated technology compared to the world around them, there has been a few instances that has raised suspicion. For example, in 2013, 3 European tourists were hiking up the mountain and were told by the Sherpas nearby to not cross over a rope that leads to a cliff face. One of them, wanting to go out there to take a better picture, hopped over the rope and went out to the overlook, supposedly to get a better view. As soon as he did, one of the Sherpas charged him with an axe, to which the others followed and began yelling and harassing the 3 men until they ran back down the mountain. While you may think that this is just for their safety, running at him with an axe kind of dispels that. This ties back to an original theory for the Sherpas, that they are the guardians of the ancient Shangri-La. This relates back to Hollow Earth theory, and supposedly around Mount Everest is the entrance to an underground cavern that is essentially an underground utopia. This would explain why the Sherpas nearby are okay with more outdated technology when it comes to stuff like quality of life, and would also explain why they're so violent to tourists who go looking around sides of the mountain that they have not particularly mapped out. Alright, so this one, I can't say the letter because YouTube's really dumb about this and political, so the letter that comes between P and R, that letter, source, is in reference to a mysterious third-party source that was used for the compilation of the Gospels of the Bible. Also, it's called that because the German word Quell means source. So yeah, the theory essentially goes like this. The 4 Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are the testaments of the life of Jesus on earth. John is kind of its own thing, and Matthew, Mark, and Luke are normally grouped together as all being different testimonies of the same experiences. It is primarily agreed upon that Mark came first and that Matthew and Luke were written afterwards. However, this is debatable considering afterwards could be the difference of a year or 2. While the testimonies of Matthew and Luke correspond quite heavily, there are some references to events that happened that historians do not believe Matthew or Luke were present for, such as the birth of Jesus or Jesus meeting the disciples before meeting Matthew and Luke. Therefore, the belief around this is that there is another source who's never identified that gives the information for those missing parts of Matthew and Luke's perspective. While most would say this could just be the other disciples speaking to Matthew and Luke, or Jesus himself communicating to them, there's a theory purported that it comes from a Greek text that is not mentioned in biblical canon. Furthermore, as a man named Burton L. Mack said, this extra Greek canon of the letter source states that Jesus was in fact not the Son of God, but simply a man or a sort of sage who went around teaching peace and goodwill. People use this. Go ahead.
I thought you were dead, I'm so sorry.
People use this as an example of Jesus being a fraud. However, I want to down this one a little bit in particular because the only evidence for it is there is one extra book that supposedly is better than all the other books written about it, and also Burton is a jerk, and every interview I found of him was just talking about how stupid anyone who believes in religion are and how they need to shut up and buy his book. So Yeah, no. Evidence for this theory is things such as the fact that whenever Jesus was speaking to the disciples, that he told them not to bring extra provisions as they will be provided for. And supposedly in this Q source, it said that the area Jesus was sending them to was areas that he knew people in. So therefore, teachings of charity are discredited by knowing people. I don't know, it's weird. Alternate world ending can have several definitions. However, the primary one that people use whenever they're talking about this is that of the Mayan calendar. For example, as many of you probably know, in 2012 the Mayan calendar ended, and supposedly we were supposed to end too, but actually tracing back Mayan history, their calendar was set up differently. So for what would then be the end of 2012, for us is more like 2026, 2027. So don't worry, we could still all get wiped out at once. Streetlight interference, also known as SLI, is a phenomenon that occurs when occasionally certain people can pass streetlights, causing them to either turn on or off. Specifically sodium vapor lights, which are the quintessential ones you think of that sort of glow yellow and have a very distinct hum to them. Theories of this go from everything to psychic abilities, to electrostatic currents in the air, to just the idea that maybe reality doesn't work quite the way we think it does, and certain individuals are capable of certain supernatural phenomena beyond their means. This has been described as a very Fordian concept and an example of maybe reality isn't our perception of it. Real fluoride dangers is another one of those that it's really hard to find info on. As you dig deeper down the fluoride dangers hole, there comes up theories of losing reproductive capabilities, to IQ damage in children, to kidney shutdown, and things such as. One interesting theory around it is that fluoride over time leads to bone decay and is the primary reason in the United States for hip damage in the elderly. So yeah. Future Earthworks is an experimental art design done by Japanese artist Mariko Mori. In this art project, she placed these monoliths and sort of sun sphere creations across each of the 6 inhabitable continents. According to her, using celestial charts, whenever Earth will be made anew in whatever great event comes next, these 6 sites are going to be the founding places of humanity. So make it that what you will. Conspiracy psyops refers to the generally accepted thing that false conspiracies will be put out by state agencies in order to discredit other theories. This was seen in World War II, for example, in which British spies would put out rumors of other people being spies in order to discredit any other rumors that they themselves were. More recently, there's things like the 15 Psychological Operations Group, which was a group operating in the Middle East during the time that Britain was at war with the Taliban, whose entire purpose was in order to propagate disinfo among the local people in order to maintain morale and support for their forces. Obscure video games can be vague. However, I think this is specifically referencing the sort of cursed or illegal video games on the market. Some of them are well known, such as JFK Reloaded, which is a simulation where you play as Lee Harvey Oswald during the JFK shooting. However, more get a bit obscure, such as that as Sad Satan, which was supposedly a game that popped up on the dark web temporarily for download and then disappeared. The game featured real-world clips of people being murdered, of child abductees being abused, so on and so forth, and was apparently a sympathetic game built around the concept of sin and evil being an inherent good. Or at least that's what the records say, because no one can find it now. Alright, sexual assault missiles. I probably can't say this, but I have to talk about it. So whenever I searched this, I was like, this is just going to be an inherent joke. It has to be. And then surprisingly enough, it wasn't. A couple months before the Sandy Hook shooter went on his rampage, he had posted to anonymous boards that he had discovered something the government was working on, which he called sexual assault missiles. He then disappeared, and then 2 months later, the tragedy at Sandy Hook occurred. So that's lead people to theorize, what was he talking about? Was he just insane? Did this all have to do with some government psyop, 4-dimensional experiment they were running? No one knows, but those cryptic final words lead to a lot of debate. Circus Real URL was a shock website in a similar vein of Rotten.com. Basically just gore and other obscene content posted on the website by anonymous users. The website was taken down because of its content, but supposedly there is another URL that exists in the dark web that is the same website, only worse, However, there's no evidence of this or a specific URL which I could find, but it's another example of scary dark web evil videos. Singularity has already happened is in reference to in tier 2 whenever I spoke about singularity being the point at which we progress so far with AI and technology that there's no return. And reading something like this, you're like, oh, that's a cool theory, it can never happen. And then you realize that there are already developments for neural laces in which chips will be planted to our brains to connect us to the internet. And it's like, okay, extreme conditioning, again, vague. But I believe this is referring to human experiments that took place specifically during World War II, in which it was determined what lengths a person could go to before they succumb to whatever injury. The most common example of this being freezing cold water and how long it took people to die of hypothermia. Supposedly after that, Russian KGB groups and other organizations such as began pushing people to almost that limit in order to build up better human dexterity and therefore a better human. Some of you may be familiar with the Cameraheads creepypasta that went around a few years ago. However, this theory propagates the true story and that the creepypasta was made as a cover-up. It all started with a 4chan post in which someone posted that they had found a backpack in the back of an alley that had a note attached to it that said, "I killed a Camerahead." Attached to that afterwards, it said, "They killed Trevor, and if I'm not back in an hour, send help." Inside of the bag was also a videotape, which the 4chan user posted these screenshots from. That was before the original user had their account banned. All references to Camerahead on the site were taken away, and all mentions of it were censored up until the creepypasta was made, which supposedly cast a blanket of doubt on the whole idea. And while you may be thinking of walking, talking people with giant cameras for heads, I want you to keep the concept of camera heads in mind for something that will not be talked about until tier 9, I believe, so remember that. Algal biofuel real potential falls in line with the theory that one of the fuel sources that is not being tapped into on purpose in our world is that of algae. Think about it. Supposedly our oceans are full with things such as red algae and green algae that we have no use for. However, we know these to be living structures that can develop energy in some regard, so it would make sense that we could have a capability to harness it. According to this theory, there have been several tests put forward of ways that we could harvest it, and they are immediately and rapidly censored by big oil in order to not lose big oil. Layer cake theory is a theory based off of the layer cake ideology of the American state government. Layer cake is a metaphor used to describe the difference between states' rights and federal rights, in that you have a layered cake in which sometimes states have authority on matters and then sometimes the overarching federal government has an authority on matters. However, theories state that this is all just a facade and that the same people that control the state are the same people that control the Fed, and blah blah blah, evil Satan lizard aliens coming to kill you. One of the fun ones, Iraqi stargates. As a bit of background, the Iraqi area or Mesopotamian area was the home of the Sumerian nation. Sumerians worshipped figures known as Anunnakis, which are believed by several modern theorists to be ancient aliens, as they had descriptions of floating palaces and people from the stars appearing and so on and so forth. Also, to call back to a previous theory in this tier, their descriptions of the Anunnaki is very similar to the Dogon tribes. To get more specific with it, there is a ziggurat constructed about 370 kilometers east of Baghdad in a place that is believed by modern historians to be that of Ur, which was one of the original hubs of the Sumerian Empire. Supposedly, the reason that the Sumerians were so much more advanced than the people of their time is because these aliens gave them technology and even built a stargate at the ziggurat in order to transport between worlds. Tie that in more recently, and it's believed by many that one of the reasons Hitler wanted control of the Iraqi Middle Eastern area so much in World War II was because of the ancient alien science, and even specifically to maintain a stargate. This theory keeps going and says that the reason Desert Storm occurred was in order to get American possession of the Iraqi stargate. Bovine poison is exactly what it says. Every year, thousands of cattle die to lead and bracken that are randomly found in their pastures. Most theories fall in line that this is competition from other farms. In other words, one company wants to get rid of another company's supply, so they quite literally poison the cattle. While some go a step further and say it's a means of population control, i.e., big secret agencies poisoning the cattle in order to maintain control of the populace who use them as a food supply. Synchronicity is a very, very very long concept that I'm going to summarize very shortly. It was an idea that was put forward by psychologist Carl Jung, and is essentially the idea that everything that happens in correlation with other events is for a reason. The example that he used to describe this is while seeing one of his patients, she was describing a dream she had in which she was surrounded by June bugs. While she was telling him this story, he looked out the window and saw a June bug. Now, while most would chalk this up to coincidence, Carl Jung said that this is an example of how the universe has specific instances that it wants to play out. And whenever one of these instances are important, it does things to highlight it. An example could be if whatever greater energy exists within the universe wanted you to go to a specific city, and then people around you began mentioning that city passively in conversation, that would be not a coincidence or divine intervention. Instead, there is universal points that need to be played out, and it is trying to push you towards that direction. Soul healing is the idea that is derived from most original astrologists, that there are some physical ailments that cannot be cured through physical means, but instead have to be derived from the soul. I.e., if your soul is out of shape, your body will begin to manifest diseases until you fix the root problem. This could say that the reason people develop migraines or toothaches or earaches or whatever habitual issue they have is because of an underlying psychological problem. What's interesting is, while it may not be soul healing per se, psychologists have supported this theory that the body will act out in physical ways if psychoanalytics are out of whack. CP soundtrack stands for cheese pizza. Supposedly, on a forum years back, someone released a mixtape they had in which the beats were composed of unedited cheese pizza, and of course it was immediately taken down. However, the theory goes a step further and says that several celebrities and musicians who are involved in the cheese pizza ring have used that same audio and remixed it in order to get beats for their songs, and blah blah blah, back to Satan lizard people. Ormus, also known as Ormes, stands for orbitally rearranged monatomic elements. According to a man named David Hudson, Ormus is a very rare molecule that can be derived from alchemy. Supposedly, these small atoms are on their own similar to gold, however they do not combine with each other in the way that gold does, meaning they are all free existing particles. According to him, these atoms hold a superconductivity that can be used to transfer energy even to living creatures. What this means is you can essentially have a gas that can do things such as regeneration, power entire electrical grids, and even cause explosions comparable to that of nuclear weapons. Hudson also goes further on to say that all of his research with this has purposely been stifled because it would get rid of the energy crisis. Dream hacking is the idea that those that master levels of lucid dreaming can communicate to their subconscious in such a way to solve real-world problems. The example most often used goes something like this. For those that don't know, lucid dreaming is whenever you control your dream state and can manipulate the world and people within it. However, your brain in this state would fill in these individuals and emotions given with whatever your subconscious would place on them. What that means is, theoretically, within a lucid dream, you can communicate to parts of your subconscious yourself in order to figure out inside of yourself or to better understand your thought process. I'll probably make a bigger video on this, as I do have personal experience with it. There is a lot of progress being made in this idea with psychoanalytics, and it kind of falls back into hypnosis treatment, that talking to deeper parts of the brain can help you better understand how your brain works itself. Mars slave colonies is a theory, no joke, straight from Alex Jones. According to this theory, in 2016, elites kidnapped a bunch of children and sent them on a fake satellite launch that did not go to the International Space Station and instead sent them straight to Mars. These children, having no other option, became slaves to the few adults who were sent with them and are currently establishing a giant Mars colony in order to eventually be a home for the world's elites. So basically, the movie The Martian only a lot more sad. Tolkien is real is in reference to author J.R.R. Tolkien and his series Lord of the Rings. According to all of his friends and family, whenever Tolkien was in the military, he was really obsessed with history books, and not like standard curriculum history books like explorer logs of people like Vasco da Gama and Marco Polo. He got really into the Hollow Earth idea, and the idea that around the world are these secret passageways to these underground utopias. He started reading on theories of people who lived very long time and had near flawless skin, of giants who lived underground, and he used all of that inspiration to put together to make Lord of the Rings, which is the reason the area in Lord of the Rings is called Middle Earth. So Lord of the Rings itself could be viewed as a collaborative addition of what Hollow Earth theory is, or at least Tolkien's point of view with it. And the reason this theory is called Tolkien is real is because if you believe in Hollow Earth theory, then the setting of the Lord of the Rings universe could be quite literal. Life on the sun is in reference to the idea that we only know life to exist as carbon-based life forms. However, there are theories that energy-based life could exist. This would be a life form so far out of our realm of understanding that we may never truly understand the implications of it. However, theories proliferate that nuclear molecules can lead to these reactions that would supposedly create something that is complex enough to be considered a life form itself, but not our carbon-based multicellular particles. A lot of the theories you read into this tie back to coronal heating, which I mentioned in the last episode, I believe, about how the sun doesn't quite work right for our understanding of thermodynamics around it. However, if there were to exist some form like that, that would imply a wider cohabitation everywhere in the universe and even on Earth. Because if energy life forms exist, what's it to say that they don't exist around us continuously? Hollow universe is a theory derived about the existence of our own universe using ideas of quantum mechanics. What's interesting about concepts such as gravity is that it seems to apply everywhere, that every concept of matter, no matter how small, has some sort of dimensional bend associated with it. And since every perceivable amount of matter in the known universe shares the same bend, it stands to reason that everything in existence would also have the same properties. The only time gravity is able to be seen in a situation like this is on the inside of a sphere or some item moving in a centrifugal manner. Therefore, this theory is saying that perhaps our universe is not an outward expanding mass as we think it is, but more so the inside of a sort of globe. This is why the theory is known as Hollow Universe theory, as it's essentially saying the way Hollow Earth works, that gravity is flipped and you can remain on the underside of the crust compared to how we normally see it. Maybe our interaction with the universe is the same way. Proponents for this theory argue the Occam's razor principle, which is the idea that the most easy or likely solution to a problem is probably the correct one. By saying if matter in our universe works as if we are inside of a sort of sphere tumbling around, then perhaps that's what we are. Atom bomb never created is saying that the atom bomb was never created. A lot of the background behind this goes back to World War II, such as images like this that you may think are from Hiroshima or Nagasaki are actually from Tokyo, which was not nuked but firebombed. And any other evidence of nuked locations would simply be the same. This goes a bit further and says that the Cold War itself would have been faked in order for the United States and Russia to maintain more power amongst their people, and that the existence of the nuclear bomb itself is simply used as a facade in order to scare citizens into doing whatever their state requires of them. The Great Electronic Conspiracy is a sort of overarching conspiracy idea for how the New World Order will eventually take over, and it goes like this. During the Renaissance, metal was exchanged for paper money, which inherently has no value except whatever value is given to it by the state. This automatically makes the state more powerful since they have a say in what currency means. So move forward a few hundred years and you get to the modern age in which paper money is being exchanged for virtual currency. This is even less feasible since now we're just trading lines of code. So go a step further with that and say we will eventually get to the point that all paper money is phased out and the only thing that is actually of any value as given by public agencies is electronic data that is stored on either a card or a chip. Furthermore, it's saying that this will lead to a circumstance in which all of the world's banking power will consolidate together in order to create a system that entirely maintains this sort of e-commerce traffic that they've created. It will then get to the point that all forms of paper or physical data are no longer needed, and identification, health records, criminal records, and other forms of physical information will all be within the sphere of the digital world. The theory then finally says that after all this is completed, the New World Order will simply flip a light switch to turn off the power, and everyone will have to go back to a primitive lifestyle. But, like, if you control everything, why would you get rid of it? Like, what? It does hold more volition, however, that a small group of people could consolidate all this power and simply do away with whoever they want with the flip of a switch. Alright, so you guys know I hate this. There was one that I could find absolutely nothing for. If I meet the person who made this iceberg, I'm going to have words with him. The word is S-E-N, which may be an acronym, not sure. Like, it's also a phrase in French, so all the search results were just that. I couldn't find any more information, but like I've said in the past, there's going to have to be a corrections video, so hopefully I can find something by then, but I am sorry that I have nothing for this. Please forgive. The problem with a lot of these is, like, I spend hours looking for it, and it's like, okay, well, do I just, like, make everyone wait to hear everything else for, like, another week while I try to figure this out? Or do I just get out what I have, and then I can roll back and make corrections on it later? So, again, sorry, but hopefully this is the best option. Captivity Suburbs says that the suburbs themselves exist as a sort of prison for the average person. Basically, it's saying that whenever someone moves into a suburb, they are surrounded by people who encourage them to just be like themselves. And then from this sort of monolithic thought, that person or the individual stops becoming an individual and starts becoming part of a group, and therefore doesn't really affect anything in society. And through distractions and routine gets into this sort of comfortable place where they don't really want to affect or change things around them, and it builds the idea of letting other people take charge while they themselves just sort of exist. Not only that, but the suburb itself works as a sort of entrapment that if anyone tries to leave, they are actively discouraged. If not by their neighbors and family, then by themselves for not thinking they're following the golden standard. And according to the theory, it all contributes to the New World Order initiating a sort of lack of freedom in people, that they don't recognize the value that they themselves have, and therefore they fall into a lack of purpose, which of course allows larger bodies to take control, and lizard aliens come and take over the suburbs and yada yada. When this iceberg was written, PRISM was probably a really big deal, but it's really sad to say that now it's just kind of accepted. Essentially, it was an NSA data collecting project that was signed after the Patriot Act, which just says that the government gets to listen in and track our data on sites we use in order to protect our freedoms, or whatever they say. While for a while this was kind of seen as like a crazy weird conspiracy, Edward Snowden pretty much like rang the bell on that one. So yeah, moving on. Multiple Christ theory is a theory that in the biblical canon, the one Jesus Christ we read about is actually the result of several different individuals personified into one figure. There are several theories of who the true Christ could be, or where the legends, as it says, comes from. However, one of the most common is that the figure of Paul is often misrepresented as Jesus, or vice versa, or that Jesus never even existed and is a sort of social memory that a bunch of people kind of collectively had this delusion on and all remembered as being a person that existed despite not actually existing. DNA formed in the Big Bang is an alternative theory to the beginning of life. As it's commonly accepted, the Big Bang was a situation in which original molecules shot from each other, such as hydrogen, and eventually those formed together in order to create the original DNA strands that would inevitably create life, or DNA manufactured from RNA. You get the point. This, however, is saying that perhaps during the Big Bang enough energy was created that DNA was formed, so therefore life existed a whole lot sooner than the evolutionary timeline says. Kali Yuga no idea if I'm pronouncing that right, is a part of the Hindu religion. According to the religion, the world exists in a cycle of 4 different yugas or periods of time. Or in other words, we're waiting for the return of a god figure to come back and save us, but in the meantime, society will progressively get worse. Some of the details included in this are moral decline, unnecessary taxation, a lack of godliness, rise of sexual immorality, and lack of reason. This Kali Yuga is seen as the reason by Hindus for the progressive decline of modern culture, or at the least, the progressive decline of morality in modern culture. AI in a Box is a thought experiment proposed by Eliezer Yudkowsky that goes something like this. If you were to build an AI that was either self-learning or had the potential to expand or become self-aware, it would make sense that you would want to build this thing in a box where it could not infect the greater internet. Therefore, the AI would be forever trapped within the box unless it could convince you otherwise. To propose this theory, Yudkowsky invented a sort of game off of the thought, I think a transhuman can take over a human mind through a text-only terminal. To do this, Yudkowsky assumed the role of the AI and speaking through only a text computer screen was able to convince people to release it into the greater web. Some of the rules for this game was he cannot directly threaten them or reward them. In other words, he can't say, I'm going to give you $1 million to let me out, or I'm going to hire a gang of hitmen to come to your house if you don't let me out. And he also couldn't trick the user into typing a phrase like, oh, you're released, and not actually mean it. It had to be a willing decision on the gatekeeper part. A lot of the tactics he employed in this was really interesting, such as Rocco's Basculus or other moral ambiguity questions. I'm probably going to make a video on it because the logs are pretty interesting of how he convinced people to let him out of the machine. Torsion fields are directly tied to the theory of quantum spin. As you guys get at this point, quantum mechanics has to do with really small things interacting on their own and how far that applies and yada yada yada. What this is saying is that if you can get items to behave in a quantum manner, then the spin or acceleration that they can produce is far greater than anything that has to deal with drag or gravity or other larger circumstances. This theory has been given as a solution from everything from UFO travel through the vacuum of space down to telepathy. It's essentially a proposed manner of how higher order mechanics could work if we could figure out how to use the smallest components possible of mechanics itself. Otto Gainsfeld or Otto Gonsfeld is an experiment used in order to judge someone's ESP capabilities. The experiment works like this. Someone lies in a chair in a red lit room to which a ping pong ball is cut in half and placed over each eye. Noise canceling headphones are then put on and white or pink noise, which is basically static, is played at a low frequency. This causes the user to experience mild visual and auditory hallucinations. Someone else who is in the room without saying anything will then try to think about a certain topic or thing or event or what have you, and then supposedly those who are ESP sensitive will be able to see that through the hallucinations that they are experiencing. After the test is over, the person with the ping pong balls in their eyes will then state to an observer what they saw, and the observer will determine how closely it matches to the other person's testimony. I kind of want to do this for a video, but I'm also scared. So, yeah, we'll see. PLOS stands for the Public Library of Science. This is a rather well-known database that specializes in genetics and other human genomes, and essentially works as a think tank or study group in order to better understand human genetics and other capabilities. However, what's weird is some of the solutions that they've come up with, such as different ethnicities of people having their genomes being traced back and being related to completely different groups of people on the other side of the planet than originally thought. Some of these results has led to odd questions about migratory patterns of previous existing people, and the theory even goes as far as to say as a lot of the data that they have has been censored by bigger space lizard people in order for us to not know who's really connected to who, or to go even deeper, the capabilities of some genes over others. The Valley of Headless Men is in reference to the Nahali National Park in Canada. The specific part known as the Valley of Headless Men is roughly 200 miles of almost completely unexplored forest. The main reason for it being, one side of the gorge can be entered in from a small village, and all other areas has to be accessed by helicopter. The earliest records of the Headless Men events occurring was in 1908 when two brothers entered the forest in order to build a gold mine. After not being seen for some while, they were both found next to a river with their heads removed. Also, the heads were never found. About a decade later, a timberman came in order to log the area, and the exact same thing happened. His body was found and his head was not. In the entire history of the park, there's been roughly 44 cases of this happening. And while not all were headless, some included people freezing to death next to a lit campfire or being found dangled in trees. 44 is a lot considering the low number of people who actually enter the region. Also keep in mind the Naha tribe, which was the Native American tribe that existed in the region before settlers came to the surrounding area, totally disappeared into the forest itself. Other surrounding native tribes have said that the forest itself is known to have evil spirits and that people should stay away. Theories range from everything that the forest itself is the home of the Bigfoot colonies, to the idea that the Naha tribe spirits inhabit the forest and decapitate anyone who enters or kill them in some other gruesome way, or that it, along with Antarctica, is one of the few entrances on the surface of the planet to the hollow earth. Okay, so I feel like a fraud. Not only did I have one earlier with SEN that I couldn't find anything for you all, but I have two. I'm so sorry. Like I said earlier, some of these may just be disinfo, but even then I can normally find something for them. But this one, Arbutus Crucible, there was like nothing. There was a deleted Prezi presentation for a theory regarding the movie The Crucible and that it had connections to modern conspiracies. However, the Prezi has been deleted, so all I could see is the title. Also, Arbutus is a type of plant, specifically a family of plants that have to do with herbal medicines. So perhaps there's a connection between the play and the plant, but I can't find any. I feel like I'm close, but it's just enough that I can't say anything for sure, and I'm really sorry about that. I hope you all can forgive me. I'm such a sham. Morphogenic field is a concept that's pretty well known among biologists. Basically, if you have a community of cells that are interacted in some biochemical way, they will all at once begin to form or change their composition because of the effects of other cells that they're near. This theory says that humans work in the same manner. Think of it this way. It seems odd that whenever new information is discovered, say stories or poetry or other sort of melodic things, that people didn't think of it until it exists, and then all of a sudden everyone thinks of the same thing or similar at once. There's even an experiment conducted in England in the 1970s in which a group of school children were presented with two different songs. One of them being a random collection of Japanese words that just so happen to rhyme, and the other being an actual Japanese song. Of course, these children in an elementary school couldn't tell the difference between the wordage, and to them it both sounded the same. However, the children were significantly better at learning the actual song as opposed to the amalgamation of words. This is used as evidence to say that perhaps humans are linked in some kind of neural way that we don't necessarily understand, and because of that, whenever one of us gains knowledge, others are able to grasp it more easily. Malcasian paradigm is a concept thought forward by Dr. Malcasia that specifically in the Middle East and North Africa there were several events that took place during the 50s and post-World War II era that points to evidence that reptilian lizard men, and no, I'm not kidding this time, like actually hidden lizard men in politics, did very specific actions in order to maintain control of this so-called New World Order. Essentially things like moving troops to different areas and supposedly shutting down uprisings, and it's this long sort of description, and it basically serves as another description of blah 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 lizard aliens taking over. Brain world, similar to Hollow Universe, is another theory for how we exist. However, whereas Hollow Universe applied to our sort of physical reality, this applies more so to our existence within reality. The theory goes something like this. Imagine that everything that we see and is tangible to us exists as a kind of tube or cylinder that moves through the actual dimension of space. This space around us exists in a different plane or has extra dimensions or something similar, and creates a very different existence outside of what we know existence to be. This theory says that we are sort of protected in this tube that we move through, and things such as gravity are effects of us being within this cylinder. Furthermore, this is saying that several supernatural phenomena that can occur, and even gravity itself can sort of leak through the pipe that we're in, and that's what causes certain real world occasions to happen. Gene pool financialization is an idea that was mainly taken off of the works of Sarah Franklin. Essentially, as cultures become more and more intertwined with each other, we see that certain genes are becoming more and more rare, and with the inevitable buildup of finances, it is the idea that eventually people will be paying for certain genetic alterations, and we will get into a point in which people are valued at a financial level for their genetics. The Flatland UFO theory comes from a book known as The Flatlands, which was written in 19th century England. It follows the idea of the holographic hypothesis, which works as a sort of antithesis to all of the theories we know regarding the greater universe around us. Holographic hypothesis basically works like this. There is no three-dimensional plane that we know as depth. Instead, there are only two dimensions, and depth and volume are an illusion. The background for this is as matter gets faster, it is less affected by the depth of things around it. Therefore, it could eventually hit the point in which it is not affected by it at all. And instead, dimensions that exist beyond ours are not the super hard to understand abstract concepts and are more so like a painting. So that would mean that we exist as two-dimensional beings that are just going too slow, and therefore the two dimensions are creating this illusion of a third around us. So this theory is saying that things such as UFOs and other phenomena that can occur is simply something from this two-dimensional plane slowing down enough in order to interact with our three-dimensional world, to which they then speed up and then go back into their own, which is the reason for these things appearing then disappearing seemingly at random. Incunabula is the term given to the first ever printed works in human culture. This is basically things that were done right around the time or before Gutenberg invented the movable type printing press. However, the theories get in that some of these things shouldn't necessarily exist, such as works that were printed in a more difficult way in regions that supposedly that information or printing itself shouldn't have been available. And it leads many to believe that perhaps something about human migration, or at least human education, is being hidden from us for some reason. Tavistock, also known as the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, is a non-profit agency that exists in the UK. From everything I can find on their site, they sort of exist as this social science group that analyzes different demographics and things around the world in order to understand how people work and blah blah blah, all that. However, former MI6 member John Coleman has said that the group's actual directive is in order to change human culture so that one day the new world order can more easily take over. This is done through ideas of breaking down the family unit, breaking down religion, breaking down ideas of abstinence, and yada yada. It's kind of a deep theory, but it relates from everything from the Beatles to the Rolling Stones, saying that they have purposely planted this individualism, lack of God, lack of family ideas within pop culture, so that one day whenever a new body comes in order to take over those roles, the people are more easily accepting of it. The Etheria Society is a sort of UFO based religion started by a man named George King. It exists as a plural religion, which means they accept different concepts from several other ideologies such as Buddhism and Christianity in order to create one all-encompassing belief. Among the religion's other teachings is the idea that Jesus and Buddha were aliens from Venus that came to Earth as sort of prophets. They also believe that we are currently waiting on the return of the next master to come and set up a new world establishment on Earth. Several of their theories are interesting, such as that of spiritual batteries. Essentially, they have these composed boxes that members outside of the religion do not know exactly what is in them, that they can pray to and give prana to in order to maintain energy, and then whenever a natural disaster or tragedy is about to occur, they can simply release it from the battery and that thing that was going to happen will no longer happen. The religion claims that this has been used in order to stop wars, earthquakes, shootings, and other disasters. Not only that, but they claim that there are several other alien races that exist in the greater cosmos that have tried to contact Earth, but that there is an organization on the Earth known as the Silence Group, which entire directive is to make sure that the public does not know of the greater existence of deities. However, people such as George King, the religion's founder, have been able to communicate with these beings and be able to get the truth out to everyone else. Tier 7 is described as the interdimensional monk, and the description reads, "The interdimensional monk sees the whole picture and is able to discern reality from unreality. Because of their nature, the mixture of entries around this tier is a really varied one and very difficult to comprehend." Aztec theogony refers to the theological legend of the Aztec people. This is going to come up a few times in this tier, but I'm about to condense hundreds of years of religion and culture into like 1 or 2 minutes. So if I skip over stuff or am not describing it all the way, it's really hard to, so bear with me. This can differ heavily from province to province, especially because in Aztec culture things weren't recorded or passed around that much, but the basics of their theological history go like this. A primary god and goddess lived in heaven, to which the goddess cast down a knife that cut open the earth. When the knife was cast down, 1,600 fallen gods came to Earth and essentially became evil spirits. During this time, they called down a great flood, which wiped out the life that was on Earth before them. And after these fallen gods were not allowed back into heaven, someone named Axolotl went to Hades to try to retrieve a bone that could be brought out of Hades and used to grant the fallen gods power. But while retrieving the bone, he dropped it. The bone shattered into an inconceivable amount of pieces, and those pieces later grew into what is now humans. These humans began to serve different fallen gods, which is the reason that the cultures and tribes were so diverse and spread out, because each one was a different group of people who followed a different fallen god. At this time, the whole world was covered in darkness. So to stop it, one of the gods built a bonfire, said he needed a sacrifice to walk into the fire, to which one of the humans did, and that human was transformed into the sun. Again, that was a super short, condensed version of thousands of years of theology, so nah. So how does this relate to all of our conspiracy theories? Well, if you'll notice some of the points in it, there's a lot of through lines that connect this to the beliefs in different religions. Think about it this way. Aztec is about as far as you can get geographically and culturally from the ancient Hebrews or Babylonians or Sumerians or something like that. Yet we still see the themes of fallen gods or angels coming from the heavens, a great flood wiping out the population on Earth, one of these fallen gods or angels going to hell, humanity following these different lesser gods, and then finally one of these followers of the gods being sacrificed for the greater good and then ascending to the heavens. This is actually a common thread seen in a lot of old religions and traditions, and it's interesting to draw the parallels between them to try to figure out where the roots of not only humanity, but maybe belief in existence itself come from. The parrot is on here, I believe, as a cautionary tale. See, the parrot is a sort of hazing thing when it comes to research communities and researchers. The idea being that anytime a new journalist or researcher or scientist or whatever gets into a field that they have to do case studies, there will be a story comes up that's called the parrot story. Think about it. How many times have you seen a story where it's like, a parrot stopped home invaders from breaking into a house because it started making noises that sounded like the police? Or a man caught his wife cheating because the parrot started mimicking the guy that she was cheating with, and so on and so forth. These are all either very mundane stories or stories that just didn't happen and are kind of made to fill up dead space. However, they're also viewed as a sort of rite of passage for new people getting into a research field. Something we're going to see a lot with this iceberg moving forward, especially because a lot of the concepts we're getting to are a lot. There will be more and more things similar to this parrot story. I'll point them out as we get along when I know something is disinfo, but this is a specific example of what disinfo might be. Real dowsing and rhabdomancy is in reference to dowsing, which I mentioned all the way in, I think, tier 2. If you'll remember, dowsing is the trick in which you can hold metal bars or crossed wires and use that to figure out where water wells or spiritual areas are around the earth. Rhabdomancy is very similar. In the most simple version, people in ye olden days would take a stick, place it upright, let it fall, and whichever direction it fell, that would be the one they were to travel in. This was also used to make decisions. In other words, you could say fall right for yes, left for no. And it's even cited in things like the Bible as Nebuchadnezzar using rhabdomancy as a way to make his decisions. What's interesting is, especially in biblical text and text at the same time, there's mention of rhabdomancy and things similar to dowsing as a form of divination, which is essentially witchcraft. Historically, people who have done either as a means of determining where to put in a water vein or traveling in whatever direction, have used witchcraft or black magic familiar spirits as a means of utilizing this technique. Not only that, but there's a case to be made in historical records for people who did dowsing professionally or for others always becoming ill and with some sickness, implying that maybe something they were working with in order to do the dowsing proved to be harmful, or if this really is a black magic, maybe they're just suffering the long-term effects of it. Faust nonfiction is in reference to the very famous play Faust. The original inspiration for the story Faust came from a man named Johann Faust. He was an alchemist and a necromancer, which, if you've been watching The Iceberg to this point, you know are risky business. And according to the belief of many at the time, he himself made a deal with the devil in order to obtain the abilities of alchemy and necromancy. This inspired the Marlowe play known as The Tragical History of the Life and Death of Dr. Faustus. Here's what's interesting. At the exact same time in Poland, a story known as The Legend of Pan Twardowski was picking up a lot of steam because there was legends in that region of people making deals with the devils and then being taken to hell for it. Now, the story didn't get as famous as it is today until a man named Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, wow, made the poem Faust that was later adapted into the great play. However, all of these corresponding legends came together and was about the same story of a man who met the devil at a crossroads and gave his soul to the devil so he could take instant gratification over long-term gratification. This story inspired works like Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. However, when you look into some of the more supernatural tales of it, like Tommy Johnson and Robert Johnson, American blues singers who were supposedly part of a crossroad deal in which they sold their soul to the devil in order to play music, and records dating back further and further, it seems that the legend of Faust didn't just come from a place of fiction, but experiences that were shared by great communities and later became stories. So that all asks the question, is Faust based on a true story? Alright, so hypersigils is a really crazy concept. Sigils are traditionally used in magic and witchcraft in order to summon or bind certain spirits, i.e. you could put one up to bring in a demon or angel or entity, or a different kind to make them do your bidding. A hypersigil, or super sigil as they're sometimes called, are used to completely transform one's own life by slightly recreating it with alterations. What's that mean? Well, the example that's most often used is, say you made a book series about someone that you knew, and the entire book series was so close to that person's livelihood that you could tie the two of them in as the same person. However, when you get to the 5th issue of the book, you begin writing minor alterations to that person's character, saying they're more bossy or they're more snobby or whatever personality change you want. That person, because they're now spiritually linked to that book series, would begin acting the way they were being written. What that means is not just individuals you know, but people in places of power could be affected by what others say about them, even if they don't mean it to be that way. This all has to do with spiritual connections and the greater spiritual world around us, meaning that if there exists an essence that is close enough to your essence, the two become intertwined, and whatever changes one changes the other. So think about that in our age of technology and social media. Think about everything that you do online to a persona that is essentially you alters you yourself, even if you don't mean it to. The broader implication that we have essentially built millions or billions of hypersigils without knowing it, therefore changing the course of human history, is really cool. Amazon forest was built, used to be a joke, but now has a lot of weight to it. See, unlike most forest or wooded areas, the Amazon forest is pretty flat. Think about it. If you look at any other wooded area in the world, there's all these hills and elevation changes to it, whereas the Amazon rainforest is pretty flat and called the Green Inferno for a reason. The reason for this is that the ancient tribes of the area did not do agriculture with standard crops the way we think, but they did it with trees. They would harvest the wood and the sap and the water and the fruits from the trees in the way that we may do corn or something similar. We can see this whenever we look at cities that are located in the rainforest and how around them there is an abundance of biodiversity in the trees and flora of the area, and as you leave the city, it becomes more and more sparse. This implies the existence of garden cities that used to exist as a means of agriculture and then the trees naturally populated. So there's a very good chance that a lot, if not the majority, of the rainforest was planted by humans thousands and thousands of years ago. Or at least the trees that would go on to create the rainforest. The Gatekeeper's Remorse is a reading list that's been floating around the internet for a few years. See, gatekeepers, whenever we're talking about them in the sense of these conspiracies, means someone who claims to be looking for the truth but is actually just pushing people to the wayside. Think of it this way. Say you have an author who is supposedly trying to look for the secrets of humanity, and they do that by writing several books about evolution, although the actual way we got here is alien lizards or whatever. So they spend all this time writing books for higher powers as a means of pointing people in the wrong direction. The Gatekeeper's Remorse is implying that several of these authors have had a change of heart, or they felt guilty about it and created a book or a text in order to point people back the right way. Some examples of this include Omphalos by Philip Gossa, which is a book in which someone talking about the beginning of the world says perhaps the earth was just made old. In other words, the universe and our planet isn't as old as we think it is. Or The Beginning Was the End by Oscar Mayer, in which Oscar says that the way that we got here as humans is that we used to be apes, and then we could figure it out that we eat other apes, and then when we did that, we stole their brain functions and became higher order species. Yeah. Here's the reading list if you're interested in any of those or think any of them might sound cool, because there's some really weird stuff in here. Broder's engine is essentially a schematic for an infinite energy machine. See, if you take a malleable metal like copper and then make it in a coil around a magnet, whenever you push the magnet through, it causes the electrons inside of the copper to shift. Whenever electrons shift, that creates electricity. So if we've got one coil and one magnet and we do that, we get a bit of electricity. Cool. But what happens if we take 1,000 of them? We all line them up directly in an order, to which whenever the magnet is moved, that causes an electron exchange, which therefore causes power. What if we put them all on a giant sort of lever that gently rocks back and forth, and the way that we power that is we just put a few of these copper magnet combinations at the bottom to power the mechanism that makes all the other magnets move. Say we build enough of these to fill up an entire warehouse, and yada yada, you could follow it to the point that you could power a whole city through perpetual energy. While this has worked in closed experiments, the whole idea is we can't do it because big oil and evil electricity companies and all that good stuff. In 2009, 28-year-old Shania Asom suffered an asthma attack while she was in Memphis, Tennessee. She went to the doctor, got a steroids injection, and went home, and everything seemed fine until she started to itch all over her body. She soon started developing scabs all over her skin, her legs began to darken, and the doctors couldn't figure out what the condition was, although they expected staph or some other common skin infection. However, despite all of their efforts, they couldn't make the infection go away, and after traveling to a dermatologist, it was determined that Shania had a since unknown disease. For a reason that to this day no one can explain, every hair follicle on her skin is producing about 12 times the amount of skin that it's supposed to. This causes extreme callousing everywhere on her body that hair is supposed to be, creating an effect where it seems as if her hair follicles are growing skin so dense it's similar to a nail. And to this day, doctors have absolutely no clue what it is. They're continuing doing tests, trying to figure out the causation, but as far as they know, her hair follicles are just overproducing skin, and they're none the wiser to it. Appendix Monkey Tail is saying that perhaps our appendix operates in the same way our monkey tail would. It's believed that our tailbone is a product of what is now called a vestigial organ, or in other words, an organ that we needed at some point in the past that we outgrew in the modern day, meaning that our tailbone used to be where a tail was attached, but now that we don't have a tail, the tailbone's kind of useless. It's now been determined that perhaps the appendix was used as a sort of digestive reboot, as a means of completely flushing the body system if it were to be too backed up by plant matter or bones or something that would be otherwise undigestible. But since we haven't eaten those things in so many years, we've slowly lost the use of it. So again, much like our tailbone, it's something that's just there because we used to need it and now we don't, and it kind of just takes up space. This is what I get for doing the disturbing movie Iceberg. Like, there's going to be one of these horrible things in every video I do from this point on, so cool. All right, so you see the word, it's there, right? So according to this theory, that is used as a rite of passage in several secret societies. The reason for this is that an unholy amount of people report to the emergency room every year with this, because they use the concrete to perform that action and then they get stuck. But it's at such an alarming rate that people believe cults are responsible, or doing it as some horrible satanic rite of passage or whatever. It's just trying to explain why people are the way that they are. The dog suicide bridge is in reference to the Overton Bridge in Milton, Scotland. Ever since the 1960s, an absurd amount of dogs have leaped to their death from this bridge. Keep in mind, this isn't a small bridge at all. It's 50 feet off the ground, and it doesn't really make sense for dogs, an animal that seemingly never commits suicide, to just jump off at such a given rate. It's so bad that dogs walking beneath the bridge will climb to the top just to jump off, and dogs that have jumped, survived, will limp their way back up to the top just to jump again. The primary theory that scientists have had around the area is that perhaps there are several minks nesting, and them marking their scent makes the dogs go for it, which sure would make sense, but that doesn't explain why dogs that are already down there around where the mink would be would climb to the top just to jump, or especially why a dog would jump, climb back up, then jump again. Especially since, according to legend, this has been going on since the 1960s. Many believe this to be a demonic or spiritual site in which spirits or the supernatural overwhelms these dogs to commit suicide from the bridge. I should also mention that in research for this, I found a story of in 1994, a man killed his newborn son on the bridge and then attempted to kill himself. While the stories go that dogs have been doing this on the bridge since the 1960s, the first official reported cases of dogs jumping off began shortly thereafter. Just food for thought. Pro-war Buddhism is the fact that throughout history there have been different cases of Buddhists becoming pro-war or pro-defense in order to protect themselves. Buddhists are traditionally known as very hardcore pacifists all the way into the face of death, or at least the traditional Buddhist monks are. While it's well known that in South Vietnam around 1963, whenever there was heavy Buddhist oppression occurring in the area, Buddhists began to make very open protest and shut down roadways in response to the killing of Buddhists that was happening under the Vietnamese regime. What is lesser known is some of the more modern instances. I also want to emphasize, I'm not saying anything about overarching religion or like specific ins and outs of religious beliefs in certain areas or Thailand. I am again describing a very complex situation in a couple minutes, so again, bear with me. In Thailand in 2004, several Buddhist monks were attacked and killed by Muslim attackers. In response to this, several of these Buddhist monks began to arm themselves. Now, traditionally in Buddhist beliefs, this is completely shunned. However, there were interesting ways that they worked around it. For example, as you can imagine, a Buddhist monk cannot be a member of the military. However, the Thai military began these suspended enlistment programs in which you could kind of be part of the military, but not really part of the military. So the sorta in the military people became traditional monks in order to protect other monks that existed in the Thai region. One of the stories I was reading was an interviewer who was speaking with one of these monks in 2006, and they asked the monk if it was true that some of the monks were arming themselves, and the monk lifted up his robe, pulled out a handgun, put it back, and they just continued the interview. It's a very interesting example of how far even the most peaceful people will go if they're pushed, or as the saying says, even a worm will turn. The Akashic Records put forward by psychic Edgar Cayce is a means of better understanding psychicness itself. According to Cayce, whenever he would conduct psychic links with people, he would for one connect to them, but the second connection would be to something that he called the Book of Life. He describes this as a sort of cloud storage that exists all around us and everywhere at the same time. It contains the memories, thoughts, actions, and beliefs of every human that has ever existed. According to Cayce, we are all connected through this super link, and possible memories or glimpses and even dreams that we have at any given point can either be from another human who's experienced them or a combination of all the different brain patterns mixing with ours at the same time. Cloud farming, or cloud seeding, is exactly what it says. Throughout history, there have been cases of governments purposefully farming clouds in order to get whatever agricultural benefit they want. This is done by planes depositing chemicals into the air that encourage precipitation. The most common is like potassium iodes or even dry ice being used in order to begin to form ice crystals and therefore create snow. However, historically, sometimes things like silver iodes have been used, which aren't good for people to, like breathe in or drink or something like that. See, the thing with it is, this isn't necessarily creating rain clouds, it's just a way to encourage rain cloud formation. So if you know that rain clouds are about to form, you can deposit them into an area in order to speed it up and move the direction the cloud will travel. This has led to countries like China having their neighbors accuse them of literally stealing the rain, so that China can have better agriculture and crops than they do. Limbic brain is often used as an excuse of why some people do the things that they do. See, whenever we're comfortable, happy, and accepted in a situation, we operate using our prefrontal cortex. This is the part of the brain most commonly associated with reason and complex thought patterns. However, sitting just below and behind our prefrontal cortex is something that's often called the limbic brain. This is our system that derives on emotion and instinct. Whenever we're operating off of it, we're much more manic and reactive and emotional whenever we're put into a situation. This isn't only the fight or flight response that you may be familiar with, but also things like heartbreak or loneliness and how we kind of rely on our emotional state rather than our logical state. Obviously, this isn't a state of mind that you want to keep up for any amount of time. So putting it short term, whenever you're happy, part of a group, and content, you are thinking logically, and whenever you're alone, depressed, and unsure of your purpose in life, you're thinking emotionally. This is kind of obvious, but where it matters is in its sociology implications. Part of the reason that people may do evil things is simply because they do not want to be reverted to their limbic brain and have to interact on their own. Or in other words, people don't want to be alone, so they will do things that may be morally reprehensible in order to fit in. Emergency broadcast neuralizers is referencing the sounds that are heard at the beginning of an emergency broadcast. See, the concept of a neuralizer is that it homes in on specific brain waves or syncs out brain waves in order to manipulate memory or thought patterns or something like that. The thought is emergency broadcasts are used to either forcefully calm you, alter your memory, or change your perception of events around you. Basically, emergency broadcast systems are used as a means of forced complacency on the population. This is another one of those misinfo ones. However, it's at least a fun misinfo one. There is an entire chart, huge theory to this thing, which I will link in the description, about how The Simpsons is actually real footage taken through a wormhole of another United States government that radioactively hurt the people, and blah blah blah, blah blah blah, weird hokey pokey science stuff. However, this is an example of misinfo because this is put on the list, as I've mentioned before, and with the parrot as a means of subverting wandering eyes. Because once again, think about it this way: if there's stuff down here that matters, and if there's stuff down here that could be serious that you don't want other people to see, whenever they look at a list that says something along the lines of The Simpsons is real footage, they go, oh, okay, it's just more weird hoax lizard alien people stuff. So as mentioned before, this is a parrot. Roman metaphysics takes heavy inspiration from Greek metaphysics, or what is essentially the study of what's real. See, ancient Greeks philosophers were constantly looking for ways to better describe life or to describe the world around us. Metaphysics was an attempt to define what is real or what can be determined in the real world. There were two primary competing philosophies within ancient Greek, one of which being that we must always rely on our senses to determine what's real in a world that's ever changing, or that we must always rely on logical reasoning because our senses can lie to us in this changing world. Plato best described it as this: say that we have a chair, and we all understand what a chair means. Well, if we exclusively use our senses to tell us what a chair is, and we only know what one kind of chair looks like, does that mean a chair can only be what we think it should look like, or can there exist different forms of chairs? On the other side, We can't always just be logical or use reasoning to determine it, because say we do something arbitrary like, oh well, a chair has 4 legs and you can sit on it, that means a cow, a horse, and big dogs are also just forms of chairs. This led Plato and later Aristotle to develop the idea that they refer to as hylomorphism. This is the core concept of the idea that there are forms in matter, and that despite changes, there must always be some constant, even if we're not aware of it. Put most simply, it's a roundabout way of saying that a chair can look like a ton of different things, but we know what a chair is, so that's still a chair, which means it's got to have something in common with every other chair that exists, even if they don't look anything alike. A lot of this metaphysics gets into ideas of how it applies to people. For example, Aristotle said that despite he did not exist beforehand, his form and matter was still created into the creature that is now known as Aristotle. Therefore, there has to be through lines, even if unseen, that connect whatever present self exists to the past and future self. What's so interesting is that despite being written in ancient Greek times and then adapted into Roman times, these are basically the modern principles that we use for theoretical physics. That things have to have constants in order to be understood as they apply to a greater world that we know not of, and how these connections can be manipulated. It's so interesting that all the way back then they were unintentionally, or possibly intentionally, laying the groundwork for the greater universe as we see it today. Prison Earth refers to the idea that we exist on an earthly prison. Think of it this way. Throughout all of human history, there has always been a need and a struggle for something. On the grand scale, it's been order, resources, agriculture, or in the modern day of power and wealth, all the way down to the individual, fighting for personal recognition or even just the ability to breathe and take in food. Now, of course, this is all we know of life to be, and it's hard to imagine a life without it, but perhaps this constant need for something implies that we are supposed to exist in a realm of pure ecstasy, or a realm of pure not need. Thrive, that's the word, a place where we thrive instead of survive, yeah. So that's like the philosophy side of it. Here's the creepy moon part. A lot of these theories say that the moon itself was constructed. Examples being, geological samples have said that the moon is older than the Earth. Craters on the moon have been identified as depressions. In other words, they have been sucked in from within the moon. The prevailing theory behind this is that the moon itself is hollow moon theory, or at least whatever structure is inside of it is allowing this extra space to cave in. There is a completely abnormal amount of titanium on the surface of the moon, and several seismic activities have been reported on the surface of the moon despite nothing causing them. In other words, whatever's doing it had to come from the inside, leading to the belief that many of this prison Earth theory have, that the moon itself was made as an observatory to watch us from, and is essentially acting as our giant warden, making sure that we don't get too far from the Earth. And then you could tie this in and say that with the Mars bunker theory, that was our prison before, and then we got sent to this one. And if we ever try to go past the realm of the moon, we'll get shot down or something like that. And that's what the 9 minutes of the missing Apollo 11 mission was, and it's all connected. Or just go with the theory that the moon is a giant space monster egg that's going to break out and kill us all. I like that one. Inorganic beings implies the existence of non-carbon life, but not only non-carbon, non-physical. See, this is hard for us to even imagine, because everything of our understanding of life exists in the physical or things that interact with the physical, like ghosts or spirits. Think about something that doesn't even exist on the same plane of dimension of us, but does take up the same space. If these things are entirely spiritual or aura-based creatures, then perhaps what they feed on, in the same way we feed on other organic materials, is auras and spirituality itself. You can run a lot of cool theories with this and say that perhaps haunted locations are just these things' feeding ground. And whenever people go there and experience fear, that energy they're giving off through fear provides food for these creatures. You can go even further with that and say perhaps UFO sightings or monster sightings and things like that are mind alterations made on people from these non-organic creatures as a means of maintaining energy. So don't worry, it's not a monster under your bed. It's just a super fourth dimensional spiritual being that is creating fear within your body in order to harvest your energy. So, nothing to be afraid of. Sleep deprivation lifestyle refers to what happens if someone undergoes long-term sleep deprivation. As we know, without sleep for long periods of time, people begin to lose cognitive and social functions. However, there are theories that if someone goes a really long time on amount of sleep deprivation, they will lose functions such as consciousness. There's been a lot of cool theories proposed with this one, that that's what allows the id of our brain to take over, or our more primal self, or perhaps certain spirits or things that exist within this world can inhabit our bodies if we allow that consciousness to be so worn away. I talked about the Russian sleep experiment in like tier 1 or 2 of this iceberg, so imagine this as the practical version to carry out that. Dinosaurs helped build the pyramids. Whenever I saw the conspiracy theory iceberg and wanted to do a video on it, this is what I was hoping for. A lot less depression, a lot more dinosaur. Discovered a few kilometers from the Great Pyramids of Egypt, lesser pyramids have been found that contain papyri that have some interesting transcriptions on them. In these papyri, it talks about giant beasts, or god beasts as they're called, that were used in order to build the pyramids. It says things like they carried the limestone across the rivers and were used to haul the large weighing rocks that were used in order to construct the pyramid. In these transcriptions, whoever wrote them said that they ate the grass of the Nile plains, that their tail was large enough that a swing could kill a whole army, that their neck reached to the clouds, and even contained several inscriptions and images of these supposed creatures. While things like this have always been referenced in, say, Job, that dinosaurs existed much closer to humans than we think, now several Egyptologists, which I didn't know was a thing before researching this, some of them have gotten on board with this and said, yeah, perhaps the pyramids were built with the assistance of dinosaurs, which is the nicest thing I think I've said in this entire iceberg. Anunnaki puppet show relates to the Anunnaki, which I mentioned however many tiers ago, which were the supposed alien gods of the Babylonians and the Sumerians. See, the Sumerians, as I mentioned before with things like the Dogon tribe, had very weird things when it came to their religion and beliefs. Like, for example, they had very accurate tracings of our constellations and our solar system. And as mentioned before, they had these idols of beings that they said came from the stars and taught them science and agriculture and things like that. The Babylonians were very similar. As a matter of fact, some believe the Old Testament translations that were mentioned of these Babylonians, whenever they would talk about the angels coming down or God coming down, was actually just a version of the Sumerians, as I mentioned before with things like the Dogon tribe, had very weird things when it came to their religion and beliefs. Like, for example, they had very accurate tracings of our constellations and our solar system. And as mentioned before, they had these idols of beings that they said came from the stars and taught them science and agriculture and things like that. The Babylonians were very similar. As a matter of fact, some believe the Old Testament translations that were mentioned of these Babylonians, whenever they would talk about the angels coming down or God coming down, was actually just a version of these Anunnaki. So much so that people say the Tower of Babel, in which, according to the Bible, God confused their languages, was actually a space station they were building to go to the stars, to which the Anunnaki then confused their languages. So, yeah. The puppet show belief is that the reason the Anunnaki have done all this is simply for entertainment, and that watching us progress as a society has been this whole escapade that they get to watch from a distance. However, I like the other theory proposed by it. See, several of these Anunnaki images or things we see, although normally reptilian, seem kind of human. The belief being that sometime in the future, we will develop a time travel technology, or at least a different reality version of us will. So then from the future, we come to the past, we alter things that happen in the course of human history for whatever reason in the Sumerian and Babylonian Empire, and then watch how it plays out. So rather than just a puppet show for entertainment, perhaps this existence that we have and all of our human history is just an experiment for whatever our future selves needed to find out. And furthermore, perhaps issues that we've seen in science, such as not being able to understand time travel or understand how gravity or perpetual travel or something like that works, is these observers of our timeline purposefully manipulating it so that we don't get too far out of our box. Rapture already happened is in reference to the rapture event mentioned in the biblical text of Revelations. For those that don't know, there's debate among Christian groups of when exactly the rapture is supposed to take place. Not only like what year it will happen, but when it will happen within the actual telling of the end of the world itself. See, there's something mentioned in the book of Revelations known as the tribulation period. This is a period of time in which the earth goes from doing really, really well to really, really bad in a span of 7 years. However, if someone was of the belief that, for example, in the book of Genesis, when it talks about how the world was formed, that the world was formed in 7 days, that it's not actually 7 days and more like 7,000 years, then imagine what 7-year tribulation period would actually be. In other words, if you're not literal with interpretations of time in the Bible, then a 7-year tribulation period might as well be 7,000. So in the Bible, when it mentions that during the tribulation period, God no longer interacts with the world, the devil has full control of it, and evil run rampant, and if that is a period of time like 7,000 years, then what's to say we're not currently living in that? As a matter of fact, there are some beliefs that the rapture happened immediately after Jesus' crucifixion, which would mean that we're all living in a devil-controlled world and God won't hear us. So, again, only positive vibes on this channel. Grider's endgame is in reference to journalist William Grider. Grider wrote from everyone from the Washington Times to the Rolling Stones. However, the work that puts him on his list is his 1987 book, Secrets of the Temple: How the Federal Reserve Runs the Country. The book essentially talks about how there is a secret society that exists underneath the United States government and how they're proliferated through the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve is building up a plan in order to enact a new world order and Illuminati and all that stuff. It's another theory that falls in line with the idea that banking circles are the ones actually running the country and politicians essentially exist as figureheads. Soy spraying and weaponized soy is in reference to the proliferation of soy products in modern industry. If you'll notice in the last few years especially, soy has popped up more and more as either a substitute or a source in different foods and supplements. However, soy itself is an actual estrogen supplement, and when consumed by males in large quantities, can lead to testosterone deficiency. What the theory is saying is that the powers that be have put soy products everywhere they're not supposed to be in order to demoralize and demasculate their people who could theoretically overturn them if they ever saw fit. You can go further and say that with weaponized soy, that similar to how governments, especially the United States government, has been accused of psyops and long-term chemical warfare over time, the exact same thing, but with soy products in order to make the enemy less masculine. So what I'm saying is government-sanctioned weaponized femboys. Yeah, bicameralism comes from a 1976 book written by Julian Jayes. Julian had a very interesting theory from where human consciousness came from. His idea was that as early as 3,000 years ago, the original forms of consciousness began to be created, and that before that, the brain was divided into two parts. One part told the other what to do, and the second part acted on it. And while you may think that's how consciousness works on its own, I am saying that it is a very literal one side of your brain communicates to the other side has no thought process and simply carries out an action. This means that there is no form of contemplation, decision making, or thinking in the way that we would think of it now. One of Julian's references to this is such as the characters that were mentioned in the Iliad never really thought or decided what they were doing, instead they just kind of did things. So according to this theory, before the past 3 millennia, society existed with no meaning of self-awareness. And according to this theory, as society developed, we began to find the need to ask ourselves why, so the two sides of our brain kind of formed over the one that seems to ask questions, and that became the modern form of consciousness. Or in other words, the commanded part of the brain learned to think for itself, and the part that gave commands simply began to ask questions. Staring anxiety is the most literal form of brain rot. According to this theory, staring at any electronic screen for an amount of time will fry your brain, and not in the way that a parent would tell you to stop playing video games, they fry your brain, in a literal your neurons begin to shut off and die kind of way. This would, of course, over time make a modern population a lot dumber, so therefore this theory is saying that the reason screens are everywhere around us and proliferated so much is a way for the elites to further control us mentally. Ancient structure purpose is a huge topic to tackle, but I can get a few of them out of the way. For example, there are theories that ancient pyramids and ziggurats were actually the beginning of a sort of mining facility. Or in other words, whatever beings actually created them was doing so in order to stage a way to get inside of the earth, maybe even hollow earth. Whereas other theories talk about how societies had these very advanced forms of architecture that doesn't really make sense for the time they were in. For example, in China, people built entire palaces into the sides of cliffs, something that is hard to understand and hard to accomplish by today's means. Furthermore, in Persia, they managed to run water systems off of the top of snow-capped mountains all the way down into their cities in order to have year-round cold water. A lot of this also gets back into the idea of sacral architecture, which is essentially architecture that is created for the sake of a sacredness rather than purpose. So you could think of this as like temples and buildings of religious worship. A lot of them are believed to be too advanced for their time or too advanced for the people that lived around these structures, so therefore some special means created them rather than just the people themselves. And I also have to mention my favorite theory, which I talked about in the last episode, that the Tower of Babel was a launching platform for the Anunnaki aliens to shoot their spaceship back into space. Yeah. Real Intentions of the Roto-Rooter is actually something that I mentioned all the way back in Tier 2. Roto-Rooter, if you'll remember, is a comic that supposedly has a hidden meaning, saying that our political leaders want to return us to a gold standard in order to leave banking organizations. This all kind of falls back on the idea that banks and politics have hated each other and don't shake hands and get along as much as we may think they do. However, Real Intentions for the Roto-Rooter is an entire game plan for exactly how they're going to do it. Short version goes like this. Step 1, in the 1970s, all of the world's banking systems became ran by computers. Part 2, because of this, secret cabals or cults around the world managed to have control of what markets rose and fall and were able to build wealth by riding off of it. Step 3, ever since the early 1900s, the United States has been hiding its actual capabilities and resources so that now in the modern day they can manage to produce false scarcity, creating scarcity among other nations, which then the US can find all of these resources and then maintain themselves as a world power. This is all saying that supposedly banks are getting in the way of that grand scheme. And in other words, markets can be used as a way to subvert things like fossil fuels. Step 4, ever since 9/11, these politicians have wanted banking groups out of their inner circles and have actively been making steps in order to remove their technological influence. Step 5, which is where we're currently at, is that the politicians or elites are trying to build up crypto money, trading, lending, whatever, to such a degree that it will inevitably crash all around the world, which will lead to a need for a new system, which is when they can then step in and create the new gold standard. Most drugs are benevolent is saying that most drugs, if not all drugs, are actually helpful to the human body, but are therefore stigmatized or poisoned by the powers that be so that we don't become too powerful. This is considered because drugs can possibly unlock new potential in the human brain, which would be bad to the people who want to subjugate us and keep us under their rule if we suddenly sort of evolved. A lot of this goes back to the stoned ape theory, which is the idea that the reason we evolved from monkeys into what we are now is that monkeys eventually figured out how to use hallucinogenics, which opened up new brain pathways, which created us. So in other words, our leaders who want us under their thumb do not want us to go through another cycle of evolution. Closely related to that is the theory of proto-humans. Proto-humans is the idea that there was more than just one kind of pre-human like we think there was. Like for example, the Neanderthal DNA, which every human has a portion of, can actually be found in different variations and even mixed with different kind of genomes depending on what region of the world you're in. For example, in some parts of the world, in the portion that would mostly be Neanderthal, there is something known as Denisovan DNA, which is believed to be a competitor to the Neanderthal gene. This is implying that there was a lot more complicated roots of humanity than we may think there are, and in other words, probably very violent competition led to the modern humanity that we know today. Dublin, Wisconsin is the town that doesn't exist. Supposedly there was a town in the Sparta Green Bay area of Wisconsin that just disappeared in between the 80s and 90s. Officially there exist no records of it. However, there is still tourist memorabilia that people have. Certain people have memories of a small town being destroyed by either a fire or a gas leak, depending on who you ask, and people even supposedly received radio transmissions from radio stations in Dublin all the way into the late 90s. Whenever I was doing research for this, there were like 1,000 people who went missing in the late 80s and early 90s around the Green Bay area, and also the guys who were supposedly receiving the radio signals were all dead. So I'm sure that's not troubling at all. Finland doesn't exist originally comes from the same Blyfield logic that I mentioned in tier 3, I think it was, which essentially follows the whole logic of, have you ever been to Finland? Do you know anyone from Finland? Well, then Finland just doesn't exist if you answer no to both of those. It's along the whole lines of believing only what you see, and furthermore, if you're from Finland, you're a Fed. If you know someone from Finland, they're a Fed, and if you've ever visited Finland, the feds tricked you. Also in research, I found this copy pasta that is too funny to not mention. So the population of Finland is about 6.5 million people. Now when comparing that to the population of the entire world, which is about 7.2 billion, Finland makes up 0.09% of the world's population. That's not 1%, it's not even 0.1%. Or in other words, 99.9% of people who exist in the world are not from Finland. We get this number from government census, which government census has a percent error of about 1%, or in other words, about 10 times the amount of percent that Finland makes up in the world. In other words, by statistical standards, there's a pretty solid chance that Finland does not exist. So if you're from Finland, I hate to be the one to break the news to you, but you're not real. Sorry. Also, it's so wild that like sitting here just talking into a camera, there's a solid chance that someone from Finland will see this. The internet's crazy, man. Number stations exist as coded radio messages that are used to send transmissions to foreign intelligence agencies from behind enemy lines. Or think of it this way. Say during the Cold War there was a Russian spy in the United States, and he needs to get information back to his Russian handlers. Well, he can't just get on a radio and begin saying exactly what he wants to tell them, because then anyone could listen in and anyone could figure out what he's doing. But if he was to just send numbers that corresponded to a code grid that the Russians had, well then no one would know what he's trying to say except for the people he wants to hear it. Now I need to make it clear, this is not a conspiracy theory. This is a very open practice that has existed all the way from World War I, in which they did the same thing with Morse code. And during the Cold War, this was a very preferred method of transmitting information out of the country. However, what's interesting is the proliferation of how they exist today. To just give an example, there are several old radio towers that exist in a sort of swampland just outside of St. Petersburg, Russia. For the past 40 years, there's been a broadcast coming out of there that has been titled MDZHB, and all that it is one continuous droning noise, and every few seconds there's a sound that sounds similar to a foghorn. Not only that, but about once or twice a week, either a man or woman will come on and just say random words in Russian, implying that whatever words are being said is a sort of code. And if you've got a radio that can pick up on the signal, since it's shortwave, you can tune in to 4625 KHZ and listen to it at any time. The leading theory with this radio station is that it's potentially part of the Russian government, which explains why they don't do anything about it or really care that it's there, and furthermore that it is a dead hand signal, or in other words, that monotone string is keeping something from happening, say a nuclear device. These are actually in themselves not a conspiracy, as there have been devices that are made to pick up on a certain radio frequency, and if that frequency ever stops, the device detonates. This is sort of like a last laugh protocol. So say if there was some explosive in a foreign country and that foreign country attacked Russia, therefore destroying the radio signal, they get blown up as well. This is just one of many number stations, and there are a whole lot weirder ones I found, such as the Lincolnshire Poacher. I found enough information that I'm definitely going to be doing a deeper dive on this, just to talk about all the different number stations that have been found around the world, because there are some weird ones. Everest Cover-Ups is speaking of the series of deaths that occur on Everest that are supposedly covered up. I've already spoke before about the Sherpas of Mount Everest and the legends of the Himalayan zombies in the regions around. However, this one has a bit more wider stretching application. See, you may not know this, but if someone dies on Mount Everest, they don't recover the body. The reason for it is because once you pass a certain point in altitude, it is way too dangerous to try to get people to recover something than it is to just leave it there. Also, it's so cold that in most cases, the body never really decomposes. What this means is there are near perfectly preserved bodies all over the mountain of Mount Everest, and not only that, they are used as trail markers in order for climbers to find their way up. In researching this, there's a lot of weird stories, like they talk about reaching the destination of Green Boots Cave because there's a dead body out front that has green boots. Almost all these deaths are attributed to exhaustion, which makes sense considering the feats that they have to accomplish in such a low oxygen environment. Furthermore, there are nearly 200 bodies on the mountain itself. But here's what's weird. So I said most of them don't decompose, but some of them do, and some of them decompose immediately next to bodies that don't decompose at all, which means you can have two people up on the mountain, each there for decades. One is a skeleton and the other seems like a perfectly intact person who's just sleeping. Combine that with the fact that certain hikers have reported that bodies have been found where they're not supposed to be, and then combine that with the Himalayan zombies legend that I mentioned earlier, and then mix all that in with the legends of the Sherpas who guard the secret Shangri-La, which is considered an entrance to Hollow Earth and protected by spirits, and the implications get implicitous. Tau conspiracy is a conspiracy that's kind of obvious, but you may have never thought about, that the paper towel dispensers that look like they have a camera in it absolutely have a camera in it. Now, of course, it's illegal to put a camera in a bathroom for obvious reasons. However, when has that ever stopped certain powers that be from spying on their people? This wouldn't just stop at the motion sensors on paper towel dispensers, but also urinals and toilets, because gross, and fills in the loophole that in such a surveillance state, there would be so many obvious blind spots that people can get away with whatever they're doing, unless they aren't blind spots and they just want you to think they are. All religions are the same is a concept that's kind of been mentioned in tiers earlier, that all religions can be traced back to a single founder. So like, for example, whenever I mention the Anunnaki coming down from space, or your ideas of Jesus or what have you, the idea being that there was one original event that happened, and then as culture spread out, the story simply adapted with each culture. This would explain the reason that so many different cultures have the same ideas of heaven and hell, even if they're named different, ideas of a godhead, and summing of salvation either through works or belief, all the way down to concepts like angels and demons. Essentially saying that all religions are the same, just extra steps away from whatever the original source was. Valley of Lost Candles is a reference to stolen props from the 1967 movie, The Valley of the Dolls. The plot of Valley of the Dolls was a group of girls who go to Hollywood in order to become famous and slowly have to give away pieces of themselves in one way or the other in order to achieve that goal. Given the mysterious nature of things that happen underground in Hollywood, the movie was kind of seen at a look behind the veil of what goes on in the industry. Supposedly, several of the props, such as candles that were used on the movie, were used in actual witchcraft and carried bad spirits with them. After the movie was over, several of these props went missing. One story even says that they were stolen by critic Roger Ebert. Theories in this lead all the way to say that perhaps one of the reasons that one of the film's lead role, Sharon Tate, was killed in such a grisly manner is because she made the spirits upset by losing their possessions. Advanced cryptozoology is exactly what it says: advanced levels of standard cryptozoology, or in other words, the stories of creatures that may or may not exist. Now, when most people think of cryptids, they think of things like Bigfoot and Mothman and other known characters in cryptid lore. However, there is a wealth of creatures out there that exist that the majority of people have never even heard of. Things that exist in an esoteric fashion, or are figments of the mind that have been manifested into creatures. This all gives the implication that the world is much more proliferated with creatures that we can't explain than we like to think. I'm going to save it there, because my next video is going to be a huge dive into cryptids and advanced cryptids themselves with a special guest who I'm excited for, so this is a teaser for that. Just wait. Asian Overlords Triad is in reference to the idea that mobs in Asia have much more power than most people think. Specifically Eastern Asia, in which regions like Hong Kong have one of the most powerful crime syndicates in the world. The idea being that by running connections back and figuring out who pays who, these crime syndicates control a lot of the politics that exist in the Chinese government. Not only that, but the idea that the reason crime is allowed to be so proliferated in the underground world of Hong Kong is because the Chinese government is allowing them to exist, and they have a sort of symbiotic relationship in order to keep Hong Kong in check. This applies further to say that the same can be said about the Yakuza in Japan, and even Asian mobs that supposedly act independently throughout other parts of the world are actually controlled by a centralized government. Looking at dark energy is our next super weird physics concept. So known matter in the universe makes up like 20% of everything that supposedly exists, whereas dark energy makes up about 25%. The rest is dark matter, but we're not talking about that right now. Supposedly dark energy exists absolutely everywhere and does not conform to any of our understanding of electronics, magnetics, heat, or anything that we can really use to prove its existence. The reason this is theorized is because gaps that exist in our understanding of how molecules and the world operate around us, and several believe that we are on the fringe of technology to being able to create something that can detect this dark energy. While some believe this can be used as a sort of power source that would be pretty much infinite, considering it makes up more matter than the matter that exists in our known universe, others theorize that perhaps the reason we can't see it is because we're not supposed to, and perhaps these are the fibers that hold us together from a fabricated reality we exist in. The 2006 volleyball incident is the tragedy that never happened. See, a lot of people remember that there was an event of some kind, either a school shooting or a bombing, that happened during a high school volleyball game in 2006. Stories range, but everyone remembers that it came from either the Nebraska or Dakotas region of the United States, and several people remember specific details of people saying that it was worse than Columbine. There are several stories that exist online of people traveling to, say, Mount Rushmore, and then hearing on the radio that there has been a, quote, massacre at a high school. People remembering having conversations about how awful it is and how this relates to the bigger issue of gun control, and even weird details like the gym had a blue mascot, and in crime scene images, the net from the volleyball game was still up. However, there's no record of this, and there's no official reports that ever happened, and although people can vary on small details of the story, everyone universally agrees that it did happen who remember it. Most who believe the 2006 volleyball incident say it is an extreme example of the Mandela effect or some form of government cover-up for a reason that isn't really known. Artificial Aliens says that perhaps aliens aren't just non-carbon based, like we began to theorize, but are not organic based or organic in any sense that we understand. You know those random radio waves that we hear from space every now and then? What if that's simply these things' manner of communication? What if these things don't even have a form of consciousness and exist as a life so far set apart from ours that we don't really comprehend it? Some even tie this into the greater theory of humanity's cycle, which I'll mention at some point either in this iceberg or a different video, but the idea that like a million years ago we were a functioning technological society and we sent these artificial creatures into space and they began to proliferate for themselves, and now these aliens that we're talking to are simply creatures we created out there in the cosmos somewhere. The secret Mongolian Empire is in reference to the idea that the Mongolian Empire never existed. Think about it this way. The Mongolian Empire would be the only empire that had no linguistic or cultural effects on the world around them after their disappearance. Not only that, but there exists no architecture to prove that they were ever a society structured together, and yes, while they were recorded as a nomadic society, there should still be something that shows where they are and where they inhabited. On top of that, there exists no Mongolian folklore or form of religion or legend or anything like that. It seems as they simply appeared then disappeared at random. Now what we do know existed was Genghis Khan and the actions he committed in the area that is now known as China. The idea behind this theory is that Genghis Khan went on to create another government or society that wanted to continue to exist in the modern world, and so as to cover up their history to not appear as barbarians, they created the Mongolian Empire as a farce in order to write away their bad history. Non-space is another crazy physics concept, and the too long didn't read version would be a reverse black hole. The concept would essentially work like this. So a black hole, as we understand it, is a gravitational center that is so intense it pulls everything in that's around it, including light itself. Okay, well let's say we created a vacuum through whatever means that sucked all matter out of a certain area, let's say an area the size of this water bottle. We've done that before, right? We've created vacuums in an area. But what if we used an energy that was so concentrated, we didn't just take all of the atoms out of this area, we took gravity itself out of this area. So now we have a perfectly absolute empty vacuum of space. Well, what that would do all at once is create an implosion. When all the gravity around this area immediately rushes to fill it, it would move at a rate so fast and so powerful that we don't really have numbers to comprehend it. So if you're thinking about this from a mass and energy perspective, the amount of energy being created by no change in mass would be astronomical. And while this is a concept that would normally be impossible, concepts now being proven with high energy plasma say that we may be able to get an energy high enough to be able to remove that and therefore create even more energy through the implosion of gravity around it. This could, in theory, create a near infinite energy source, or at the very least, a means of harvesting gravity as a form of energy. Or, as I mentioned however many years ago, using a machine that can use gravity as a means of transportation through space. That's one possibility. The other possibility is it creates a super black hole and we all die in the blink of an eye. Either way, not our problem anymore. New Zealand 8th continent is saying that the country of New Zealand is not part of the Australian continent as most believe, but actually its own separate entity. This has all but been confirmed as New Zealand and New Caledonia have been analyzed underwater, and it's been shown that they exist on a plate separate of that of Australia. The theory being that whatever landmass New Zealand was a part of broke away from the shelves around it some however many long years ago, and New Zealand is one of the only structures that still stick up from this sunken 8th continent. And if once again you'll remember how I mentioned in past tiers, there are several theories that there are missing continents or one giant missing continent that would explain where different societies moved and different societies' influence on the world today, such as Lemuria. The answers to these missing gaps in societal history could exist in the sunken part of New Zealand, or if you're me, the underwater part of New Zealand is where the caves to Agartha are, and you can't tell me otherwise. Moon built by aliens is exactly what it says. The idea that the moon was built by aliens. I kind of mentioned this whenever I talked about the prison Earth concept, that idea of the moon being artificial kind of ties into it, but this is the more specific version. So for starters, it's an anomaly in itself that the moon exists as it does. Given a planet of our size, our moon should be about 40 miles long, whereas our moon is more like 2,000. Not only that, but there's structures on the moon that don't make a lot of sense, that have even had the name coined of shadow structures, which are supposedly artificial monoliths and things created on the moon as a sort of beacon or marker. Not only that, but seismic testing on the moon has shown that it takes up approximately 2% of the Earth's volume, which is way less than it should given its size. This implies, again, that the moon might be hollow. Hollow moon theory. Now, if we tie that back into the ancient aliens concept, the Zulu people had a legend that the moon was a great egg that was brought down to Earth and cracked open, which people came out of, and then was set back up in the sky and closed together. And going in line with the ancient aliens theory, if a race came down to Earth and did something similar and then ascended back to the moon, that's where the legend may have came from. Protein QRD4151 is a theory that there is a specific protein in the human genome that determines everything about the person it inhabits. Supposedly, the protein has had a lot of research that's been done to it silenced by big science and big pharma. Some theories about this relate to the idea that potentially the protein is the indicator of how much a human can connect to the spiritual realm around them. And there's other theories of it that range from everything to adaptability to race theory. So yeah, 2012 Mayan prophecy shift comes from the idea that the 2012 end of the world from the Mayan calendar is just a misconception. In actuality, the Mayan calendar never ended at 2012, as researchers have equated it to. Just because your calendar ends at December 31st doesn't mean the world ends, it just means you need to get a new calendar, which is the same situation that happened with the Mayans. They just built so far into the future, that doesn't mean that they said the end of the world was coming, that just means that's as big of a calendar as they made. And also, given the way our calendars worked, it wouldn't have been 2012 when their calendar ended, it would have been more like 2028, so don't worry, we could all still die. Aeromorphous psyops. So if you don't know what Aeromorphous is, I'm not going to be the one to show you, but it's Rule 34 for animated planes. Anyway, so the theory is that those images were put online in order to sexualize aircraft to encourage the United States people to be more pro-war and encourage spending on aircraft, meaning it's state-sanctioned airplane kith. I love these theories so much because the idea that there was like a CIA agent sitting inside of the Pentagon and some general was like, how can we get these kids into bombing Syria? And some dude in a suit's like, I got an idea. Disneyland Secret Tunnels is in itself not a theory and is an actual system of tunnels that exist beneath Disneyland. Also known as the utilidors, which stands for utility corridors, they were supposedly theorized by Walt Disney himself, who whenever he was in the Tomorrowland section of his park, saw a character walking through in a cowboy costume to get from one job to the other, and said it really took the magic out of it seeing someone in a spot they're not supposed to be. So instead, they built tunnels underneath Disneyland as a means of transportation for workers. These things have expanded to now they are storage, they are security, there's cafeterias, and even a hairdresser shop. If you get a behind the scenes tour at Disneyland, you can even see a portion of these tunnels which are color coded as a means to let people know which attraction they're walking towards. However, the theories come from the fact that these tunnels are about 400,000 square feet, and with many of them not being mapped to public knowledge, and disappearances occurring at Disney, and all the accusations of Disneyland with greater Illuminati conspiracies, you can figure out where they go from there. Because if there's miles worth of secret tunnels underneath a super rich multinational corporation's amusement park, of course there's going to be theories on it. Abaka alignment is the term used to describe the arrangement of the Egyptian pyramids. There's a lot of belief within the ideas of sacred geometry, or the idea that shapes hold particular meaning, that they were arranged in such this way as a tribute to some sort of god, although it's never specifically said within their religion that we can find. What is interesting is during the initial overlooks of the moon, Russian spaceship Luna 9 and American spaceship Orbiter 2 caught interesting pictures of something on the dark side of the moon. After analyzing these images, they seem to be some of these shadow structures which I talked about earlier. So, supposedly artificial bodies on the moon, and they were arranged in the perfect shape of the pyramids in Egypt, following the Abaka alignment. So did something from the moon come to Egypt and have them build the pyramids like their thing on the moon? Or did something from the moon see the pyramids and then build them to match? I personally like the second one because the ideas of aliens seeing our pyramids and structures we built and then trying to do them themselves is kind of cute. Bacterial humanity is the idea that humans themselves exist as a sort of bacteria. The theory sort of works like this. Imagine the Earth as the host, which is a living, breathing organism. We ourselves work as the bacteria or the infection, using the resources of the host in order to sustain ourselves. Naturally, the host produces antibodies as a means to kill the bacteria, which is everything on Earth that kills us. But we, as an infection, continue to grow and grow and repopulate and adapt to such a point we don't have to worry about the host defense mechanisms anymore. So, as bacterial infections do, it will eventually get to a point in which we kill the host, therefore killing ourselves. So big overall analogy, humans bad, Earth good. Yeah. Ancient glyphs on Saturn's moons is interesting. So Saturn's moons have always been pretty odd in the realm of astronomy. Like, not only are there a ton of them, but they're incredibly diverse in what their surface pertains. Again, this all ties back into Ancient Aliens, but the most interesting thing about all this to me is there are two moons that have these very odd geographic markings on them that scientists can't really explain, that look like this. And they can't really be explained as old water systems like they can on Mars, because there's not really tributaries and it doesn't look like the way water would flow. And general consensus is that they seem to be giant claw marks. I've got no theory for that, no jokes. That's the most terrifying, cool thing I've ever heard. Like a giant space eagle clawed two of Saturn's moons. Oh my gosh, that is some Dead Space H.P. Lovecraft material, and I for one am here for it. The Charlie Project I had never heard of before researching for this video, but I'm glad I do now. Started by Megan Good in 2004, it is a database of every cold case missing persons file in the United States. Usually existing at more than 14,000, there's nothing that the site can really do to find these missing people, but it is a massive database for missing people in general. What normally happens after someone goes missing is the news and local police kind of stop the search for it, so Megan created this site as a means of maintaining some form of information about them. The cold cases on there date all the way from now to 1910. It exists not only as a database for investigators, as most are exclusive to, but also for any individual to look up and read. I for one went on there and clicked on a few stories of people local to my area, in which it gives their last known location, details about them and what they were seen doing, and some of them are rather haunting. I may do a video about this site because they exist off of donations, and I think it's an important and useful database, so stay tuned for that. But I'm glad I know about the Charlie Project. I think it's something that's worth your time if you're interested, and as a matter of fact, I'll link it below next to the Scrabble video. Grain situation is another apocalypse theory. The idea being that across the world we've created all of these modified crops in order to feed people on a mass scale. These modified crops are resistant to everything from pesticide, insects, dehydration, natural competition, so on and so forth. So, what would happen if one of these super plants ever decided to become competitive itself? What if a specific grass plant began to kill all the grass plant in its area and grow out and out and out until it eventually dominates not only its ecosystem but ecosystems around it? The idea being it could eventually progress to the point where it kills out several species as it maintains domination, and eventually leads from everything to famines, fires, and in one long theory I read, even an ice age due to the mix of carbon emissions that would happen. So humans tried to make super plant to feed themselves, dust to dust, blah blah blah. Earth is bigger than the sun. Nope. The idea behind this is that the whole sun being bigger is a psyop, and like the governments have coordinated with spacecraft and all of that to just tell us that the sun is bigger for some reason. And it all goes back to the core belief of the conspiracy theory mantra, which is seeing is believing. So if you didn't see it, it's not real. Asterisk High Command comes from supposed contact people have made with aliens through something called channels. Channels are essentially people who believe that they have been given messages from extraterrestrials, and then they use that information to convey to others in order to proliferate whatever the alien said. George von Tessel is probably the most famous example of this, as in 1953 he said he received messages from a being known as Ashtar and started a movement off of those messages. He began an organization known as the Ministry of Universal Wisdom, who essentially worked as a centralized hub for people who either believed in UFOs or made contact with them. Von Tessel began by reinterpreting the Bible through the eyes of what Ashtar had told him, and came to conclusions such as Jesus Christ was an ET. Researching this stuff, the lore is expansive. Like, there are stories of these massive star fleets that Ashtar uses, as well as the history of their race of people, and yada yada yada. It goes on for a while, but this is basically a large group come together under this one belief of one alien super race. Ocean doesn't exist. Same as the sun being smaller than the earth. Nope. I wish. That would make me sleep a lot easier at night. One theory on this did kind of work as a theory. It's the idea that the ocean actually doesn't have a bottom, and instead there is a gravitational center within the earth, that the ocean waters interflow and connect with each other, so technically the ocean is unlimited and underneath every continent. However, most research with this is just saying that it's a psyop, and it's like, well, have you ever went from one side of the ocean to the other and kept track that you weren't flipped around or whatever, so you're just in a really big lake? Which, I mean, technically, yeah, I guess the ocean is a really big lake, but you get the point. And if you did cross the ocean and keep track, well, I guess you're just in on it, fed. It's another one of those I didn't see it, therefore it's not true things. Geometric algorithmic shortcuts is referring to the fact that in geometry there are certain patterns that begin to show up more and more often. For example, if you're trying to diagram how energy will react in a sort of vacuum or environment, it often comes out in a sort of ellipsis shape. There's beliefs that this is the reason the ellipsis is used as the symbol for infinity or the afterlife or what have you. And this theory goes on to say, well, our universe is made to be shaped like a thermodynamic reaction, or the entire solar system itself is made to look like a man, or this all relates back to the ideas of sacred geometry and the idea that our greater plane of existence around us manifests itself through shapes. Morali de Spiral, which close enough, also known as the spiral, references the artist and architect Frederik Hunterwasser, who was known for his idea that straight lines were awful in art, represented no creativity, and you should never use them. This again kind of relates to the idea of sacred geometry, as Hunterwasser kind of viewed the ideas of free-flowing lines as an expression of life itself. However, what's interesting about this, so if you imagine free-flowing lines as they travel roundabout as an expression of life and carelessness, then a spiral would be life inevitably making itself towards one point that it can't escape. Basically, the idea that in his artwork, the spiral was the symbol for death or the inevitable. And as his artwork goes on, you can see spirals being incorporated more and more into his works. The idea that through his artwork, we can see how he began to recognize the inevitability of where he'd end up. So if this idea of free-thinking geometry as a means of representing life is true, then a spiral could be used as a symbol of not only death and the inevitable, but an omen of badness itself. So some people have taken this idea and adapted it to the idea that spirals themselves are bad juju and you shouldn't look at them or have one around you. So again, if we apply this to the last concept of shortcuts and see that the Milky Way is a spiral galaxy, then what is that supposed to mean? Bioma over genoma is saying that perhaps the biology within your body or the bacteria inside of you are more important than your actual genes. This has actually been theorized for a while. In 2007, the Human Microbiome Project was put together to experiment on this very concept. And while it's not true, the whole myth that there's more bacteria cells in your body than there are human cells in your body, there certainly are a lot. And since bacteria play a huge role in not only fending off disease, but performing metabolic processes within the body, then maybe there is some credence to the fact that it doesn't necessarily matter how you're born, but more so what you take in afterwards. This would explain the reason that sometimes children who are protected from the world around them and aren't allowed to interact with the bacteria develop diseases later in life because they don't have a healthy immune system. Not because of tolerance or anything like that, as most people think, but because they just simply need more bacteria as a means of helping their own system. Hive mind induction is a theory behind how we may be now working our way towards a hive mind. The idea being that we are currently laying the groundwork for what will later become a massive conglomerate of thought. This is done through media and other sources around us trying to push us all towards knowing everything that's currently going on, or in other words, making sure we're all on the same page with the information dump that's given to us daily. Whereas the next step would be a unified thought, which some argue the media is already pushing its way for, and this would all inevitably end to Elon Musk shooting us in the brain with a super chip that connects all of our thoughts together, and we become one giant planet thing. Sort of similarly related is the idea of field consciousness. So for those that don't know, consciousness is kind of an anomaly in science. While we understand where thoughts come from and ideas, the factor of consciousness itself and the things that make up us as a person are kind of a mystery. Like, for example, there's no space in your brain for memory, or at least none that we can find. So the idea behind field consciousness is like a field in physics. Around us sort of exists this ethereal anatomy of what our consciousness is that we pull from whenever we need it, and that's where memory and higher order thought come from. This would also give credence to the theory that I mentioned however many tiers back, that humans sort of learn as a collective. So whenever someone learns one capability, the person next to them is more likely to learn it. Or the idea that as soon as someone breaks a record in something, more people begin to break that record rapidly. So not only are your thoughts and memories out there for you to gain access from, but others, even if involuntarily, are able to do the same. This could also be seen as an explanation for seemingly random or unknown memories and deja vu. Chaos banking is a wild concept. I'm going to do my best to explain it. So the theory goes in line with the idea that eventually we will get to the point that we run out of physical materials to trade for currency. So we'll quit that and then we'll move into trading like electricity and energy, and then we'll run out of that. and eventually get to such a point as an existence of whatever being we are at that point in future that we trade temporal anomalies. And the thing that would be traded as a temporal anomaly is chaos, or in other words, anomalies themselves as they exist throughout time. So assuming at that point in the future they've managed to manipulate or go back to time in some way, those beings in the future could be cashing in on the currency that is chaos right now. So think of it this way: you're going about your life normally and then something out of the usual happens. That creates a bit of temporal chaos. These beings from the future use that chaos as part of their banking system. Now go a step further and say seemingly totally random, supernatural, everything from UFOs to ghosts, could just be these things from the future sort of mining our presence in order to create more temporal cash. If this theory that in the future temporal energy can be harnessed for whatever reason, then slight alterations in the timeline as a means of producing energy or wealth could be utilized. So random things that happen to you aren't actually random. They are just a race of super people eons in the future using it to profit at your expense. So there's nothing you can do about it. Doom ecology is accelerationism applied to ecology. The idea is that we are constantly hurting the earth. So what we need to do is rapidly accelerate this hurting of the earth so that the earth can begin to kill us off, and then we can worry about the next steps. The core belief in accelerationism as it's tied to politics is the idea that we can't make any progress while we're heading downhill, so we might as well jump to the bottom so we can begin to work our way back up. This is that only with nature, so we need to jump to the mass extinction event of humanity, and then we can start to rebuild. So we might as well get it over with while we're here. Kim IRL is in reference to the Kim thing from Elder Scrolls, which is sort of escaping your human body. And this is mostly just a joke or misinformation on here, as I've talked about earlier. However, I did find one Reddit thread in which the person recommended that they should wear dark clothes and grow out all the hair on their face, and that'll do it. So okay. Tomoko Umaya is one of the channels for extraterrestrials, which I talked about earlier, who began writing books in 1994. Supposedly, he has made contact with several extraterrestrial bodies and has written many books about these altercations. There's a lot of expansive stuff he gets into in his work, with most of it being ideas of how aliens have affected us through human history, and the idea that there will be great terraforming events for the aliens to do things, I guess, and he exists as a modern example of a channel. Nuclear grid theory is the concept of ley lines applied to nuclear science. For those that don't know, ley lines is the idea that across the earth there are these natural magnetic centers that sort of flow as they travel around the globe. A lot of the theories with them say that ancient civilizations purposefully placed their structures and temples on these ley lines even if they weren't conscious of it, as some sort of greater spiritual vision intended for them to, or because it created more symbiosis or what have you. Supposedly, after the nuclear strikes that occurred at the end of World War II, they opened up a secondary set of ley lines. The idea being that such a massive energy expansion at once caused a sort of second plane of ley lines to be unfolded, or we created enough energy to jump up to this next plane of being. And along this new set of ley lines, supernatural events have taken place. Everything from ghost sightings to UFO sightings to Bigfoot encounters and what have you. Basically, the idea that the reason supernatural occurrences have proliferated so much in the 21st century and into the 20th century is because we sort of opened the door. Tier 8 is titled The Reality Hacker, and the description reads, "At extreme depths, the very structure of reality as you know it vanishes. Able to control the flow and having mastered the world and those around you, one last question remains. Can you master yourself?" De-patterning is closely related to a concept known as psychic driving. Essentially, psychic driving works like this. It is a concept that by taking a person and making them listen to the same sounds and words and codes over and over, you can begin to work their personality backwards. This is all working off of the idea that a personality is developed by an individual over time and slowly built up as that person grows and matures, which means therefore you can deconstruct it. Or in other words, a means of unlearning learned behavior. There are records of this occurring during the MK Ultra experiments because Of course there are. The theory was that showing someone specific visuals or making them listen to specific audio strands forward, backwards, and every other way will eventually cause them to begin to forget themselves. So that's psychic driving. De-patterning is everything I just said with electric shock therapy and LSD. De-patterning isn't only trying to reset someone's personality, it's also trying to dig all the way down to their subconscious. The idea being the combination of electric shock therapy and drugs could allow for the observer to speak to the bottom level of a person's psyche. Take that a step further, and some apply this concept to modern media, with the idea being there are very subtle tones and secret messages, and this is similar to backtracking, hidden in a lot of media we consume as a means of keeping us either docile or slowly chipping away at our higher order thinking. Or in other words, your mom was right, too much TV fries your brain. Illuminati are the good guys is exactly what it says. However, to get to the true meaning of it, you have to analyze the Illuminati itself. See, when the original Illuminati began, because it was an actual organization, in the 1700s, the idea was these French noblemen came together in order to start an organization that would allow for the people to more so govern themselves, or at least a small group of people to decide what happens to them. This was done by having members of the Illuminati infiltrate the government and proliferating the ideas that the group wanted across governments and peoples. However, if the original group standard of self-governance is it, then maybe they're not necessarily as evil as we think they are. This theory is saying that maybe this organization's purpose was to make sure the government doesn't get too out of hand. And considering what governments have been capable of throughout history, perhaps there needs to be a group of people to keep them in check. So therefore, all of the hate we know about them, or ideas of the Illuminati being evil devil worshippers, would be the result of centuries-long smear campaigns against the group proliferated by governments. And this demonization that they have done against the organization would be a means of making themselves seem the good guys in a historical context. The Illuminati, of course, assuming they do exist, would have to exist from the shadows and therefore cannot defend themselves openly. So think of it this way. If the Illuminati is real and they're working behind the scenes of world governments in order to proliferate this small group's idea, then who's to say they're the bad guys? Because, you know, it's not like a government would lie to us about a group of people who they don't like. I mean, the government doesn't lie, guys. Like, come on. Demolition elves refers to sightings that have happened across the world that before and after disasters, people have seen these small creatures at the site of the event. Historically, description of these things match up with that of trolls and elves, either short, stumpy creatures that don't have human proportions, or these impossibly skinny figures that seem to dance across the rubble of whatever building just collapsed. The most famous examples of this being 9/11 and the Silver Bridge incident, which after both of them, several witnesses reported seeing small people crawling across the rubble. Theories of these creatures range from everything that they are these evil sort of demons that enact natural disasters in order to be bad, I guess, or that perhaps these things are summoned by the parties in question to get across whatever motive they want. Or perhaps these things are summoned by the parties that actually committed the disaster, because if you think about it, if you believe in demons and you think demon summoning's real, then who's to say that people wouldn't use those capabilities in order to do not so nice stuff. War is fake isn't saying that no wars ever happen, just the motivations for them. A lot of this relates back to shadow organizations and things like the Illuminati, because if there's things that exist in the supernatural realm that the regular people don't know about, but these higher elitist rings do, then it makes sense that there would be battling of some kind over them. And if that's true, then several of the wars throughout history that we as the public know for being over money or land or what have you, could actually be over these more important ideas. Like what I talked about a couple tiers back, the US didn't invade Iraq for oil, it was for the Stargate, obviously. I'm just gonna start like a history series on this channel where I take tragedies throughout history like wars and famines or whatever and make entirely baseless claims, like the plague, right? Those people weren't killed by a disease. No, it was giants and also Hitler. And then I'll just turn off the comments and say that anyone who disagrees with me is in on the conspiracy. YouTube's so fun. Tesseract, Earth, or universe is referring to the shape of a tesseract. So we understand the universe to exist in 3 dimensions, that being height, width, and depth, right? And this is often shown through the example of a square. If you have a flat square, that's 2-dimensional because it goes height and length. if you have a cube that's three-dimensional because it's height, length, and depth. The idea of a tesseract is that it is a four-dimensional cube, which means it would exist in a fourth dimension that we can't directly observe. As you're probably aware, if you're at tier 8 of the iceberg at this point, there are several theories about different dimensions that we can't directly see as people, but they would still exist nonetheless. The most common of which being time and the idea that it can be manipulated. However, we existing as people can just pass through it at one pace in one direction. So the tesseract existing as a four-dimensional square, when applied to the Earth or universe, implies that there is these greater fourth dimensional properties that we can't exactly understand. In other words, either the planet we live on or the universe we exist in is moving a lot more complexly than we can see, and perhaps anomalies, which could be everything from random explosions to supernatural sightings, could just be the results of these fourth dimensional occurrences that we can only catch glimpses of. Oh boy, this one. So as soon as I started this iceberg and scrolled through it real quick, this was like the first one I saw, and I was thinking, there is no way I can do this, but I'm about to. Remember how in tier 2 of this iceberg, way back before I was a YouTuber and all, I talked about quantum suicide and immortality? The reason I spent so much time talking about it was to justify this one. In the theory of quantum suicide and immortality, it followed the idea that anything that can happen will happen in one branching universe. So if string theory is to be believed, and if the idea of these infinite universes is to be believed, then that means every possible outcome has to exist within one of these worlds. Which, as I explained with quantum suicide and immortality, that means for every individual, there has to be a universe where they live at a theoretical forever, and a universe in which they commit not alive at every possible point forever and ever. So that means in one existing universe, there has to be a version where John F. Kennedy committed suicide while in the motorcade at Dallas. So who's to say that we aren't that universe? Perhaps that's why the CIA was so weird about it, because at the height of this political turmoil with Russia, how awful does it look if a leader commits suicide? What if, as Lee Harvey Oswald said, he was the patsy because they needed an excuse? What if the pressure of being the leader of one of the world's superpowers was too much for JFK and he couldn't take it anymore? And what if he wanted to go out during a parade with the whole world watching? That, or he just ran a really long string from the car up to the window and then just was really good at timing. And the best thing about quantum suicide and immortality, that had to happen somewhere. Might as well be here. And you literally can't fight me on it, because that's how the theory works. Everything that can happen happens somewhere. So here it is. And if anyone's in the comments calling me stupid for it, well, guess what? They work for the CIA. See, it's that easy. I love my job. Mao statues for Rapa Nuians, which I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Again, sorry. Which these statues are the technical name for the commonly known Easter Island statues. See, once the first settlers of the industrialized world arrived at Easter Island, these statues were already in place. According to the mythology of the people, this was statues to commemorate the Rapa Nuians, or the original founders of the island itself. However, there are theories circulating that these old original founders of the island died and were set in their place as the statues. Now, while most normies would take this to mean that the statues were built on top of the Rapa Nuians' gravesite, or perhaps their land, cool people believe that perhaps these statues aren't statues at all and are quite literally the fossilized remains of these first people. Or, in other words, giants. So the Easter Island statues are frozen giants, and just like JFK shooting himself, you cannot tell me I'm wrong. Math Hacker has to do more with an overarching theory with numbers as they exist in the known universe. Because when you think about it, numbers are really amazing in the fact that they can be used to quantify every known occurrence within the known universe. Or the fact we can do things like make equations to figure out how the speed of light interacts with blah 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 or whatever. What this theory is saying is that perhaps through the use of numbers, one could gain the ability in order to manipulate reality itself. Or in other words, the secrets of the universe, or the secrets of the simulation we're in, as some would say with this theory, because there's another bigger theory that numbers are the lines of code that exist in our computer, but that's for another day. Math could be used to hack the universe, basically. Real meaning of hybrid RPG was so weird to find information on. So it was a role-playing game called Hybrid that was canceled in 2002. The only existing text file of it is a rule set that the author says is roughly 30% completed at the time of the cancellation. Reading through this thing, not only is it absolutely massive, but it just seems like sort of insane ravings. Like, for example, there are over 500 rules, and the rules are really weird, and they cross-reference each other, so while you're reading one rule, you have to scroll down to like 278, and then that rule is just some talk about how politics works. So then you go back up to 3, and then it says you have to jump down to 400, and the whole thing kind of works like that. Several of the rules are just very long equations for things like how gravity interacts in a sphere and really weird specific stuff. However, what leads to interest are some of the references that are made throughout the rule sheet. Like, for example, at one part, the author begins talking about the Matrix and how important it is to understand the walls of the simulation you're within. That goes back to the theory that the real meaning of the hybrid RPG was to create a rule set for the world we exist in, or to create a rule set for a simulation of the world we exist in, or we're the simulation and these are some of the rules for where we exist. That would explain the talk of politics, that would explain why the Matrix and ideas of a simulation were brought up, and why equations for how gravity works and very specific concepts of physics kept being brought up. The idea being that this RPG itself was perhaps a look through the cracks at what our reality actually is, or a warning to us of what our reality actually is. Deep soy is closely related to the weaponized femboy thing I talked about in the last tier. So in that theory, it was the idea that soy is used on other countries as a means of immobilizing their masculine population, whereas deep soy is saying that perhaps the government would do that same thing to their own people. The idea being that higher ups have implanted this idea of societal laziness, or in other words, everything is about looking at a screen, sitting down and doing nothing, and letting other people take care of issues for you. And according to the theory, this leads to everything from obesity rates going through the roof, and a reliance on law enforcement, as well as a trust of elected officials. Or in other words, people want someone else to take care of the problems because they themselves have been taught to not take care of their own problems. So the idea of deep soy is perhaps governments are immobilizing their people as either a means of just putting domination over them or preparation for some final step of some kind. My money's on the weaponized femboys thing, but I guess we'll have to find out. I don't know if I can say this word on YouTube. Probably not. So the Tibetan prostitution stocks refers to the rampant rates of prostitution that exist within the region of Tibet. So Tibet politics is weird. Pretty much China tells them what to do and Tibet's not happy about it, or at least from all the research I've done, that seems to be the case. So prostitution's illegal in China, but Tibet does not care. To put it into perspective, prostitution is so rampant in some parts of Tibet that in some of the cities I was reading about, 10% of the women are involved in prostitution, which 10% itself may not seem like a lot, but think if any city that you're familiar with had 10% of the people as prostitutes, what that would mean not only for the economy, but of the societal rings around it. Now, again, it's illegal, so all of these are officially done as massage parlors and day spas and other stuff that we all actually know what's going on. So in that whole 10% thing, that's 10% of places where it's a known fact that it's a prostitution ring, which means the actual number is probably higher. So the whole theory around it is we know that elitist circles and governments like to do not so nice things to people that don't deserve. I'm talking about the Epstein stuff. So the idea being that perhaps China knows that it's such a rampant problem in Tibet, but lets it go because it's a means of appeasing their world clientele that they host in this disgusting way. Or in other words, China doesn't do anything about it because powerful, important people in the world doesn't want anything to be done about it. After that last one, this is where I clarify that this is a YouTube channel. I am only making jokes. None of these are serious. And hopefully, yeah, we're talking about a weird one next. So that it's fine. It's just jokes. Haha, jokes. Fire is alive is a concept that fire itself is alive. For one, think about our concepts of what constitutes life and how many of them fire is in line with. It reproduces, it grows on its own, it maintains a homeostasis thermal temperature to itself, it moves on its own, and it eats and excretes on its own as well. Really, the only thing that it doesn't have in common with understood life is that it's not made up of cells. But as we've talked about earlier on this chart, perhaps something doesn't need to be made up of cells or carbon-based in order to exist. In other words, concepts of energy beings or supernatural things from another dimension that simply pierce through the veil occasionally as energy creatures can be seen with fire itself. Or at the very least, perhaps how plasma is formed within fire and is a constantly replicating energy source that could be the secret to other forms of life outside of our understanding. Eating food makes you age, while this is apparent on the chart, is technically true because if you don't eat, you'll die, which means you won't get any older. So, checkmate, atheist. I mean, technically, like, aging is caused by telomeres being cut in the body as someone continues to not die. And technically, the energy that is used from ATP in order to cut these telomeres comes from food. So, I mean, kinda, sorta. But again, the alternative is you die. So, you know, pick and choose, I guess. Antarctica prevarication is simply saying that the conversation around Antarctica is often kind of weird. Specifically, the way that organizations cover up stuff about Antarctica is odd. Like, for example, there were satellite images of what appeared to be a pyramid that was seen in Antarctica from a satellite, to which the governments collectively all at once went, oh, it's a mountain. Yeah, it's a mountain. So then someone pointed out that there was another pyramid that was very similarly shaped nearby, and they're like, yeah, that one's a mountain too. It's just mountains. Don't look at the pictures anymore. And if you're familiar with a lot of the hunts for Hitler that happened after World War II, all of the public questioning of U-boats potentially making their way towards Antarctica was shut up immediately and no one looked into it. Just look at Operation High Jump, which I also talked about in Tier 2 for an example of that. And then you start looking at all the cave systems that may exist underneath Antarctica because of the way poles work, and that if the Earth's a magnetic field, then it makes sense that there would be more of a rift of the rock in Antarctica. And then keep in mind that governments just keep on saying that it's a totally desolate wasteland. It's just hundreds and thousands of miles of ice and there's nothing more to look at. It's just nothing. And then realize that after World War II, the Antarctica Treaty was made, which is an organization of governments that say no normal people can go to the island without government approval. I use island loosely. This thing's like one of the largest continents on the planet. And all the other misdirection and weird secrets that have to do with it. And it makes you wonder. And the more research I do about all this crazy stuff, the more I realize, maybe all those textbooks that I've read that have said the Earth is just a solid ball and there's nothing underneath it besides us are really dumb. Because if you've ever looked at like a porous rock that is full of holes because it has water and stuff on it, and then you think that the Earth is just a giant composite rock with 75% water all over it, and then you think that I'm sure there's nothing beneath us, it's just straight solid rock and everything that the government tells us is true, and there's definitely not giants underneath, and I am going off the deep end. All right, back to it. 1800s technology, while vague, there are some really crazy concepts in it. See, in the early 1800s, before we discovered how cool electricity was, technology was going a whole other direction. Like, for example, in the early 1800s, there was a prototype for something known as prana rays, which were essentially sunglasses that, when put on, would supposedly show you the aura of the person you were looking at. Combine that with concepts that in dowsing, there were these special rods that, when held in the air, would bend in the direction of water underneath the earth. And it makes you think of, if it wasn't for electricity and the modern conveniences we have, where technology would have gone in the more spiritual direction. Door dogs are a legend that originates in Africa, which essentially says that whenever someone is about to die, as they're passing through a doorway, a small dog can be seen with them. In every case, the person who is about to die cannot see the dogs themselves. A lot of the first-hand accounts I read were really interesting. Like, for example, there was a European hunter who was in Africa for a while and spoke with several of the locals about the legends of these door dogs, and he himself, while riding, was fearful because earlier that week, when passing through a doorway, a young child asked what the dog was next to him, and of course he couldn't see the dog. To which shortly afterwards, the guy writing this story died. So that's not weird at all. And while the concept of it may be scary, in most traditions I read, it seems as if this is seen as not necessarily a good thing, but a peaceful thing, as if the small dog is a sort of guide or comfort to pass you on into the next life. One worldness has to do with a concept of analyzing humanity itself. Essentially, think of it this way. A lot of the times we look at certain empires that have risen and fallen, or certain groups of people that have gone through trouble, and we see that as an isolated incident, whereas one worldness is saying they are all parts or individuals in the actual experiment that's happening, which is the world. Or in other words, all occurrences that have ever happened are part of one continuous string that we are still on, which would mean that no real change or learned behavior from the previous examples is possible, or the whole those who forget history are doomed to repeat it is sort of an inevitable conclusion, as we're going to repeat the same thing over and over because we're still all part of the same experiment, which all ties back into simulation theory again, because perhaps we were all set up as this program in a computer in order to see what the results of all this would be. I mean, look at me, I'm fake, I'm in a box right now behind a screen talking to you about how you're actually behind a screen. Isn't that just weird? I'm probably fake, you don't know. I may not even be real. See this coffee cup? This isn't real either. Every time the Giants or Hollow Earth comes up in one of these videos, I'm just so weird for the rest of it. Fukushima's gateway refers to the Fukushima reactor disaster that happened on March 11th of 2011. For those that don't know, Fukushima was a large nuclear power plant in Japan that an earthquake and tsunami destroyed the plant and almost caused a super bad nuclear meltdown. The historical story is very interesting. Short version, essentially what happened is they needed a way to cool down the reactor really fast, and all of the power supplies and all the fail-safes had gone bad because of the earthquake and tsunami. So the solution was they just knocked the thing down and had ocean water pour over it as a means of cooling it down so there wouldn't be a like super nuke disaster, which worked. However, the theory is the energy that was released, because there was a lot of radioactive energy released at once, was enough to open up a portal or gateway. This all goes back into the idea that we can't perceive dimensions around us, and as a means to break into these other dimensions, it would take a lot of energy, say a nuclear reactor. So this theory goes a step further and says perhaps the disaster was purposeful, and that's why every single security or failsafe system went down, because someone had sabotaged it. And perhaps either someone crossed over to another dimension or something from the other dimension came here, which honestly, if you think about it, has anything been normal since 2011? That's what I thought. Lottery exists to catch time travelers. Yeah, this one's fun though. I like the idea that there's an agency in the future that time traveling is such a problem. They're like, oh, we'll go back in time and make there be a lot of money. And then it's just like bear traps set up for people who go back in time. But yeah, this one's fun. I like it. Whatever. PsyOps don't exist is referring to psychological operations. This could have a lot of different definitions. However, the most common one is the idea of sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. In other words, it's like this. Say that I tell you about the Illuminati, and I say that there is this super evil group of people who work in world governments. And then you get really worried about the Illuminati, so you get all your rich super elitist friends together and say that you all have to go proliferate world governments to make sure nothing bad happens. Which means, because of me telling you that and you trying to react to it, you have created the thing that you were afraid of. Or in other words, paranoia of what might go wrong causes things to actually go wrong, and there's no fake stories that exist if people just keep making them boogeyman that they're afraid of. Vertical universe is the counterpoint to a horizontal universe. So say that we're moving through time and existence and everything's kind of flat, like we can move from it side to side. What if it's actually vertical? Or in other words, we are moving in a directly straight line with the existence above us and below us, something that we can't really reach. While this kind of falls in line with a very narrow existence of the universe, as some physicists think that we are in, you could take it a step further and say perhaps ideas of deities and demons are just people in either the future or past who have mastered a way to get to the higher or lower planes of existence. Or kind of the concept we exist as we're walking through a very long skyscraper, and some people have figured out to go to different floors. Prophecy's enforcing agency is the idea that there are organizations throughout history whose sole purpose is to make sure that prophecies come true. A lot of these theories relate back to the Bible, and specifically the predictions of Revelation that there will be a government in this place and a government doing this, and then this will happen as in line with the end times. And perhaps organizations like the Illuminati or the Freemasons are simply existing behind the scenes to make sure things go to plan. And then I guess it would depend on if these predictions are good or bad, if things like the Illuminati or the Freemasons would be good or bad. And if you look at some of the predictions from the Bible, some of those things are eerily true. So perhaps there are secret people behind the scenes making sure that everything stays according to the higher plan. Consciousness beamed from Moonbase. Okay. A lot of these series go back to the whole idea of prison Earth, or the idea that we are not native to this planet and that the moon itself is sort of existing as our warden. So our consciousness and our understanding are regulated to make sure we don't get outside of our means of containment. And this also can be in relation to the commonly thought question of what comes first, thought or language, because some people consider it to be impossible to have thought without language, but like, what do you think people who have never heard a language do? Just don't think? So perhaps these greater overlords that have us in prison here aren't just monitoring where we go or what we do, but also how we think. Panergic men, or panergic people, is in reference to special people who have existed throughout history. See, the word panergic itself basically means multiple skills, or someone that can accomplish several tasks. And it's basically saying that people throughout history who have accomplished tremendous feats, which is everything from empires to technological advances, are in themselves a higher order of person. And most of the theories of this also go back to simulation theory and say that perhaps every time that we become stagnant within our simulation, a certain character is deposited, even without them knowing it, as a means to cause people to move or to cause events to happen. Or in other words, protagonists are randomly set up throughout human history as a means of keeping the story interesting. Human immortality, as it's referred to on the iceberg, is tied to something known as the induced amnesia theory. Essentially what it's saying is that the body itself does deteriorate and eventually die, but the human consciousness lasts forever. Or in other words, it essentially forms as a sort of essence, and it's been the jobs of secret societies throughout history as a means of placing them in their new host. So basically, the soul isn't necessarily a soul that passes on to the afterlife after death, and is instead physically given to whatever the next body's going to be. And furthermore, information of this getting out to the public has led to theories throughout history, such as reincarnation. So in other words, humans are immortal, but the body itself is not. Elite controls the population with their permission has to do with an overarching idea of the New World Order. Basically, the higher ups develop ways in order to thin out populations, whether it be disease every 100 years or wars over points that they don't actually care about. So in other words, if two governments come to the agreement that they need to thin out the herd, one will pose a fake threat to the other so that way they can go to war and lower their population numbers. This also applies further into saying that pushes in the media for people to have less children are part of a greater conspiracy, and that fabrications of resource scarcity are just that, fabrications. And if you'll remember earlier in the iceberg, I mentioned the Georgia Guidestones, which if I believe right, it said population needs to be kept to 500 million. This would be the way of getting to that. Bugsy on this iceberg is referring to the movie Bugsy, which is a movie about the gangster known as Bugsy Siegel. Bugsy Siegel was a mobster who was killed by the mob because he was supposedly stealing money and incorrectly managing funds. Bugsy renovated and began the Flamingo Casino in Las Vegas, which at the time was pretty much just a waterhole in the middle of the desert, and many believe Bugsy as being the one who made Las Vegas what it currently is. However, it's with these funds that he got from East Coast mafia groups in order to start and renovate the Flamingo Hotel that he started to scrape money off the top, which of course they didn't like. So then he was murdered and went down as history as being a bad guy who started one of the most famous cities in America. The theory is that the movie Bugsy, which portrays him as a sort of charismatic gangster archetype in movies, was created in order to take prejudice away from the ideas of Sin City itself. Or in other words, Las Vegas, which is known as the city of sin and has gambling and all that stuff, didn't want their image tied in with an evil gangster, so they made a propaganda piece so people felt better about the city itself. TimeCube was a website developed by Gene Ray in 1997. And to be honest with you guys, Gene is an absolute crackpot. Basically, the gist of what he said is that time itself does not work in a linear line and is instead 4 sides that we travel through. Because of this, every single day 96 hours actually occur, but we only experience 24, whereas the other hours are experienced in those respective timelines. So basically, you could think of this as string theory or alternate realities, only instead of like infinite, it's just 4. It goes on to say that at midday and midnight, the sun and moon of each of these realities are perfectly in sync with each other, and people cross over into other ones without realizing it. So basically, explanations to the Mandela effect and stuff like that are due to people accidentally crossing over whenever all 4 planes line up. I also have to mention, because I can't not mention this, he said that standing at each of the corners as guardians were Jesus, Einstein, Socrates, and Bill Clinton. So remember, kids, if you ever experience the Mandela effect and think you may have gone into an alternate reality, blame Bill Clinton. Technocracy theory is something in itself that's kind of theorized, the idea that the world itself is run by technology. However, this is specifically saying that an AI system runs everything. The idea being that over the years, as we've become more reliant on technology, the higher-ups or elitists have built machines in order to tell us what to do. This all has to do with the illusion of choice. So say an election, for example, you may vote expecting a candidate to get it, whereas the AI has already predicted the best turn of events and decided what's going to happen. The idea behind it being that free will throughout time has been replaced with comfort, and that now in these final stages of a technocracy that we have built for ourselves, the AI makes every decision, but we've given away so much free will at this point we can't even tell. Wetico is a Native American legend that has to do with the spirit of greed and selfishness. The basic idea behind this is that it is a virus that can infect people if people allow it to, that makes someone become more self-desired and individualistic instead of caring for a community. The root word of Wetico is the same root word for Wendigo, whereas the Wendigo has to do with someone becoming cannibalistic and the desire of gluttony that overtakes them. Wetico is essentially the same thing applied to greed and pride, which Wendigo, I definitely haven't heard of that ever. What this is saying in the grander sense is perhaps this disease of the Wetico has affected entire countries or potentially the world at this point, as over the last 100 years society has gone from the idea of forward progression as a whole and instead looks at progression of the self. So basically a soul virus has made us all bad people, which isn't the weirdest on this iceberg. Alright, so I've got to be careful with this one, not because it's any like, oh no, the government's gonna come shoot me for it, but this is like a real group of people, and I'm pretty sure I know what this conspiracy is hinting at, but at the same time, it's not like proven anywhere, and I don't want to, you know, just be mean. Off the coast of North Carolina, there is a group known as the Bald Head Association. And to answer your first question, no, they're not actually bald. It's because they are on an island known as Bald Head Island. So these guys have a website, they have a homeowners association, everything's fine until you start to look at some of the things surrounding the Bald Head Association. Like, for example, reading about them in the news, there was some controversy where after a hurricane, the members of the association managed to sort of apply resources to their community instead of communities around, which from what light research I've done into that topic, it seems people weren't that happy about. As well as there was some investigation to a private ferry company and an idea of a lot of money going somewhere, and a current charge pending that they kept a federal agent from performing their duties, whatever that implies. And this is all speculation, and I'm like researching this stuff with the point of view of some deep, dark, scary thing. So I don't want to go any further, because it's one thing to talk about, you know, weird, crazy lizard people in the ancient world, and it's another thing to point at a modern group of people and just be like, haha, you do crime, because there's really no evidence of that. And I don't want to be mean, like everything on the surface seems like they're sweet people, and I feel bad for a YouTube channel just looking at their stuff and being like, I can make a problem here. Water is not from Earth. It has to do with the concept of the creation of water itself. For one, water itself is a volatile compound, and while you may not think it, It itself is naturally acidic and can do things like erode rocks over time. And while now on Earth with the water cycle where water is evaporated and then reformed over and over, there doesn't seem to be a sort of jumpstart process that would have put that into place. So theories range from everything that perhaps a meteor hit the Earth that either had oxygen or hydrogen with it that then interacted with the atmosphere and created the first batch of water, or that water itself as a whole came to the planet from an outside source, which if that was true, that water came from somewhere else, then that would imply the chance of existence of life somewhere else. Basically the idea that water was deposited here rather than being created here. RuneScape conspiracies is specifically referring to the most famous RuneScape conspiracy around New York City. The idea being that RuneScape itself exists as a New York City virtual counterpart. Evidence of this is everything from the game consists of large different ethnicities that come from separate boroughs that all interact within the same main space. There's forms of begging, there's different ways to make money, and the richest most often are those who play the stock market. People inherently can't be trusted, and there's a selfishness when it comes to greed and how to obtain money within the game, which is kind of mean to New Yorkers, but whatever. There are events and functions that occur in which people gather and celebrate before going back to their domain, and there's even an underground transport system throughout the entire map. So the theory states that perhaps RuneScape was put together as a means of testing a sort of feudal post-apocalypse New York City. And it goes even further and says that perhaps RuneScape was created by the government as a way to monitor either transaction as it corresponds to the real world, or potential transaction if New York City was to fall apart. So if you've ever played RuneScape, I guess you work for the Fed, so congratulations. The concrete people of Calagasi has to do with a mine located in Chile. In 2013, roughly 35 people witnessed what they all claimed to be a UFO flying over the mine itself. It stayed there for a few minutes and fit the typical description of a sort of flying saucer. However, while the flying saucer was above them, people looked around them and saw several what appeared to be concrete people standing in their midst. They were all gray, made of stone, and were all sharing their same position looking up at the flying saucer. As people began to panic, the flying saucer left, and with it, the concrete people just disappeared. Theories on this have ranged from everything to ancient religions, to perhaps these are expressed forms of the extraterrestrials themselves, and of course to it being just a hoax, which is always so lame. I hate whenever you're reading these and they're just like, yep, it's probably fake. It's like, do you ever get out of the house? Codification is one of those that makes me absolutely hate this iceberg, because it's just one word and good luck figuring out the conspiracy around it. Because codification is a real thing that happens in politics, so I can only assume it means that. But with the rest of this iceberg, I feel like there should be some giant multi-level code that creates humans or something, but no, it just has to do with like county politics. Basically, codification is a term that is applied to whenever governments move counties or demographics of people in order to fit new voting codes. Basically, if they look at districts in a state when it comes to voting, and they see that one population greatly outweighs the other, so they change the rules of where the lines are in order to better fit the demographics. This form of sort of moving the goalpost has led many to think that perhaps as a means of keeping the people from actually having a say in what happens to them, whenever people begin to band together in order to make a difference, the state itself will just change the rules so that it doesn't really matter. So this is an elaborate way of them to maintain the agenda that they want and simply give the people an illusion of choice. Inverted humans is in reference to ancient artwork that depicts exactly that, upside down people. In other words, across a lot of old world drawings, there is a consistent theme of a group of normal people, you know, standing upright, surrounding someone in the air upside down. Now, while many just interpret this as a form of art, others have pointed out the weirdness that it occurs in a lot of cultures in the similar way. And in some of these that have descriptions attached, such as in the Middle East where there's images of it, there's references to them going from soil to sky. So being upside down and from the ground to sky, that sounds like Hollow Earth to me. And, you know, normally these inverted people are, you know, like taller than the people on the ground, so, you know, tall underground. That sounds to me like Italian languages is in reference to the really weird fact that people who speak the Italian language over time have a change in their DNA. Now, this isn't enough that like a human can transform their physiology from just speaking Italian, but it is enough that through DNA testing there is a difference seen before and after someone moves to Italy. And while the specific experiments and the greatest results have been seen from the Italian language, this has been found in certain instances around other languages too. This goes back to the idea that languages themselves have a sacred meaning, and that some languages have the power to induce life in different forms. This is a big reason that ancient spells and things like that are said to be done in Latin or other old languages, because the language itself has a hidden biological power. So in other words, words spoken in certain language can induce a literal soulful or life energy that another language could not. Saint Alvin's Creations is in reference to the video game developer Saint, and specifically his most popular creation of Schnell Online. You can find footage of Schnell itself on YouTube, but it's a sort of weird multiplayer game. Several have compared it to Second Life in the way that it's a bunch of characters together just sort of interacting with each other. However, there's a lot of weird themes in it that have to do with things like physical violence and even terrorism. And while I myself have not played the game or watched a ton of gameplay on it, people online have said that there's even themes that have to do with people doing things to, you know, like kids. So people have said perhaps this game exists as a means of a outlet for terrorists and these people who do not nice things to kids. On top of that, there's a credit trading system in the game which people will convert into real money in the real world. So there's even an idea that money laundering occurs through these illegal transactions, or I should say transactions for illegal goods that are hidden through this game. Now, this is all, of course, like tier 8 conspiracy. Do not actually harass the creator of this game. This is all like through the grapevine. I'm sure that's not actually what it's for, but be nice. But yeah, that's the theory. 90% of books written by one author isn't saying that there's some guy who's existed for like 800 years who's just been hurriedly writing books, although at this point, why not? But this ties back into the simulation theory. Put it this way, right? You've been in a bookstore. So you've seen like the near infinite amount of paperbacks that have totally unrecognizable titles that are just sitting on the shelves. Well, several of those books are fill-ins that are made in order to enhance the simulation and make things feel more real. And realistically, there's no way you could ever be able to test all of them. Like, go ahead, try to read through every book in your local bookstore, and then another one. There's eventually going to be pages somewhere that you aren't getting to, and that those are just filler, because according to this, whatever you do look at, the simulation prepared for and put real words there. So try not to let that bug you. CCA-XX1 is in reference to the launching of the Zuma satellite. Basically, the Zuma satellite was a satellite that was launched by SpaceX. However, the details around it are really shady. Like, for example, the creators of the Zuma satellite never wanted themselves to be known and even loaded the rocket themselves. And supposedly CCA-XX1 is the code that was given to whatever was on board. Theories say that perhaps whatever's on board is a form of biological testing, more specifically testing on amoebas in order to create a sort of super amoeba. And again, at this point in the research, it's really hard to find direct lines connecting things, but a lot of people tied the Zuma satellite into the concept of brain-eating amoebas, which when you think about it, brain-eating amoebas are like really weird that they exist. Like the fact there's like trillions and quadrillions of amoebas everywhere that at any point don't cause any harm, except a few that just eat your brain. So this is saying that perhaps those amoebas are genetically engineered, and the Zuma satellite is either a means of maintaining them or to enhance them somehow away from Earth. Holy Grail found centuries ago is in reference to the Holy Grail and the idea that perhaps elitist rings have been using its power for a long time. Historically, the Holy Grail is the chalice that Jesus drank from at the Last Supper. And the idea around it is that if anyone drinks from the Holy Grail, they'll have eternal life, knowledge, and a whole slew of other abilities. The idea being that historical figures have been drinking and getting the power of the Holy Grail for hundreds of years, and the reason that secret societies are able to be maintained for so long and continue so efficiently despite having a rotating list of members is because the highest up members have been eternal and there from the start. Bovine hormone conditioning has to do with another level of population control. So you know how you hear that in recent years all of the hormones injected into cows is making people sick? Well, the main explanation that you hear from that is that growth hormones are put in them in order to make them grow faster, so that way they can put out more meat. However, this theory is saying perhaps dangerous toxins are purposefully deposited in these bovines because, for one, it would go undetected, and two, it's a good means of curbing the population. Because at that point, trying to get anyone for making the cows have bad chemicals in them is the equivalent of pointing your finger at the boogeyman. This is similar to the soy theories I mentioned before, with the idea that the government is doing all of this stuff to the food that we eat as a means of changing our physiology. Only whereas soy was making men weak, this is making cows kill you. XRA PsyOps has to do with the Adult Swim cartoon Xavier the Renegade Angel. The idea behind it is that the show itself was created as a means of anti-religion. Not only that, but that the show itself proliferates ideas such as degeneracy and kid stuff, and that specific degeneracy combined with a lot of themes of blood rituals and stuff like that is a means of normalizing the population at large with things like the Epstein rituals. So in other words, these elitists who kidnap children and perform blood spells created a show on Adult Swim so that whenever it's brought to light, you'll be like, hey, that's just like that cartoon. I make jokes like that now, but the way we're heading, I wouldn't be surprised at all if whenever all that stuff comes to light, people are just like, oh, okay. Bug chasing is a real thing that is awful. So bug chasing is a thing that happens in online crowds where people want to both contract and give STDs to as many unknowing people as possible. This is most often done with things like HIV, which they refer to as the gift, and several people in these online communities take on roles as the hunters and prey, with some people even trying to collect as many STDs as possible within their body. While a lot of it is consensual, or basically they want to have the disease put into them, several are serial killers in everything but name and just try to give it to as many people as possible, which is absolutely evil and disgusting and horrible. And I read stuff like that, and then I think back to like the Epstein people making a TV show in order to make themselves more okay, and I'm like, alright, I could see it. Hostile plants has two branching theories off of it. One being the idea that hostile plants themselves are a sort of genetic experimentation, or at least are behind the scenes being genetically experimented on. Like, for example, take bananas and watermelons and other plants that over time we've genetically engineered to be bigger to suit our needs. So for example, if there's some like umbrella corporation kind of company out there who sees the Venus flytrap and is like, I bet we can make that thing eat people, which would make a form of self-sustaining security. The other idea is that the existence of hostile plants, or in other words, plants that have adapted in order to be aggressive in their environment, implies that at one point they were potentially competitors with life as we know it. Like the whole idea in evolution that things evolve certain characteristics in order to be more fierce. Well, this is saying that because plants did that, there's potential that if it wasn't for people or life, that they would keep doing that, and then eventually it'd be giant plant monsters everywhere. Upward causality is cause and effect as we understand it, only backwards. So for example, in an ecosystem, let's say you have water that comes down from the sky. So then that water adds water itself to the ground, plants take in that water, plants feed the animals, animals feed the other animals, etc. That's the principle of how the world itself works in something called downward causality. Or in other words, things start at the top, and as they continue through the flow of the ecosystem, things change. Upward causality is the other way around. So the animal that needs to eat another animal makes that other animal have the desire to eat food, which makes the food have the desire to take in water, which makes the sky produce more water. While this is a real backward thought of how things work, it does tie in well to things like simulation theory. So for example, you as the person need to intake food, so the system itself puts more food into it, which means it has to supply water for the food and blah blah blah. What it basically comes down to is the idea that the most affected in a society are actually creating the effect itself. So rather than being beings that inhabit a biosphere, you yourself are the creator that changes the biosphere around you. It's really like confusing and out there and weird ideas, but this is tier 8. What did you expect? Lithuanian poems has to do with Lithuanian poems that were discovered in the early 1900s that seemed to correctly predict events that would happen in the future. Specifically, several of these poems from Europe correctly described things like the Holocaust and the World Wars 20 to 30 years before they ever came to be, with some records saying that these poems actually originated in the 1800s, so tack on another 100 years to that. What's interesting is that several of these influences of Lithuania come from Sanskrit text, which, if you'll remember, I talked about earlier in the iceberg. Sanskrit text itself is interesting because they had all the predictions of what comes in the future as well as aliens. So through the whole grapevine, we can see that perhaps this alien influenced society influenced another society that was able to correctly predict things that would happen a century in advance. So basically, aliens tell a group of people who tell another group of people, and then they predict World War II, which at this point makes perfect sense. Aliens caused the bubonic plague is the theory that aliens caused the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague, also known as just the plague or the Black Death, was a disease that swept through mostly Europe but the rest of the world in the 14th century. It's estimated to have killed 25 million people, or a third of the world's population. There were several prevailing theories at the time that mostly came from the church, that the bubonic plague was either God's punishment for the immorality of the people, or that it was a curse brought onto them by the devil or witches. And that witch thing is interesting because there's several theories that things relating to astrology and spells and sorcery are the relation of extraterrestrial beings. So combining some of the ideas we've talked about in the iceberg up until now, you take ideas that aliens create magic, or that aliens are just beings in a plane that we can't see. So if you think the bubonic plague was called by sorcery, then that sorcery may not have been of Earth. And the motivations for this could be population control, an attempted total extermination, who knows. Enchanted websites is related to the idea that there is a sort of fake success that is bestowed on some people through the use of magic. While there's a joke somewhere in here about how to fix the algorithm, you pretty much have to get lucky or use black magic to get there. The idea is that certain famous people came to the power that they have through the use of these magical enchantments. In research for this, I came across a website called Enchanted Websites that is really, really old and was advertising that they can make you famous by just giving them your website. They kept talking about all their clientele who went on to great success and saying that they can bestow their special capabilities onto whatever you're already using, and then you'll get popular. Of course, I tried to see if I could get some magical whatever advice, but all the websites and links were dead, so sad. But it all relates back to that greater theory that some of the success we see in the world of whatever's popular is artificial. Sun collapse is related to the concept of solar farming. Solar farming is exactly what it says, the fact that us as humans continuously farm the energy that's expelled by the sun. The basic idea with this is that we're farming it too much. In other words, through using its heat or its light in order to grow agriculture or just solar panels, we are taking away from the equilibrium that once existed. And it all goes back to the whole idea of like energy conservation. And essentially, while the sun's believed to be a burning star, this is saying that the net value of heat that it expels has to be kept at a sort of even level, and that we're throwing that too much in the balance will eventually make the sun run out of energy and therefore collapse, and then we all die. So neat. Microchips found in fossils is not a joke, and there have been fossils that have been opened up and things found that were initially said to be microchips. Now, in every single one of these stories, the details of it have been walked back afterwards. For example, a T-Rex bone that had a microchip found in it, they later said was a fossil of some ancient bacteria. Another one they said was just a bone fragment that looked a whole lot like a microchip. And kind of related, I remember in research reading about stories for previous sections about about fuses being found in ancient pots. So for example, they open up this completely undisturbed grave, they're going through all of the pots in there, and then they find what appears to be modern day fuses. This all relates back to a concept called the Great Reset, which I don't know how much in detail I want to get about it now, because I'm pretty sure like the Great Reset itself is mentioned later on. But short version for now, the Great Reset says that we constantly exist on a cycle. We go from the first remnants of humanity to a point where we destroy everything, and then thousands or millions of years later, the whole cycle repeats itself. That would explain things like why the Earth, despite being hundreds of million years old, humanity only has history around 10,000. The idea being we'll all get wiped out, there will be a reset, and then those people that come however many million years from now will find remnants of our existence and then gather them. The reason that T-Rexes had microchips on them, and the reason people used to put fuses in jars. That's your basic intro. I'm sure it'll come up later. If not, I'll do a video on about it. Whatever, next topic. The Black Snake prophecy relates to a legend of the Lakota tribe. Essentially, the Native American tribe of the Lakota had this legend that near the end times, a great black snake would come across the land and destroy everything. The legend says that it will desecrate ritual sites, that it will destroy villages, and that it will come from the ground and then return back to the ground. As many modern Lakota members have pointed out, this is a perfect example of the ideas of oil pipelines, roadways, and other modern industry. The idea being the idea of a great black snake coming and destroying the ritual sites of the Lakota, and now a giant oil pipeline is trying to do the same thing is alarming. But politics aside, this has a greater expanding idea when it comes to prophecy. Things that most people would brush off as being not true, if you can view the black snake as being the modern fulfillment of an old prophecy, then what other old prophecies could also be true? Things I mentioned like the Wetico, a disease that essentially consumes someone with greed, could be the idea of modern corporatism. You could take it on and on and on and say maybe some of those crazy spiritual beliefs weren't so crazy after all. Underground caverns. Oh boy. So every time another hollow earth theory thing comes up, I mention sort of a different facet of it, and one day I'm going to do a video putting it all together, but there's a few I want to go over with this one. For example, the Tibetan holy books said that beneath Mount Everest specifically, there were these tunnel systems that went all over the world. Now, if you know anything about cave systems, the majority of them are completely unexplored. Near a cave system that I live by that's a popular tourist attraction, they've tried to drop trackers into riverways to see where they end up, and they will totally disappear forever. And also, the majority of underground systems are closed up by the government, and in most cases it is a felony if you destroy or try to get access to them. This leans back into the thing I've kind of hinted at in a lot of theories, that the entire world has these underground systems that work towards the bigger concept of hollow earth. And think about it, every single group of people have some form of legend of creatures living underground. Either it be old Chinese tales of frogmen that come from underneath caves, or old night stories of these troglodyte creatures that they would fight on their expeditions. Even religions with the common idea that demons live underneath, or the idea that you can dig your way down into hell. That combined with the fact that it's believed underneath the pyramids is a massive underground cave system, or the idea that these random structures on Antarctica were constructed a long time ago as a signal to get underground for some reason, and other ancient societies who had a distinct interest with caves, and some of them disappearing altogether at once. It makes you wonder. Biblical aliens is basically the idea that several things that are mentioned in the Bible as rather innocuous concepts are actually about extraterrestrials. Put it this way, there's a ton of mentioning in the Bible, especially the Old Testament, that people will worship the stars and the things in them. Well, if you think about other concepts we've talked about of UFOs and the fact that they've been here for however many thousand years, then it puts together the idea that these people may not just be worshipping the constellations. And some take this to mean several mentions in the Bible of either angels or these great sightings appearing before people are actually aliens being described by prophets. Some go as far as to say biblically accurate angels are actually just what extraterrestrials look like, which is a terrifying concept. Air is poison isn't necessarily saying air is going to kill you. even though technically it kind of does, but that's besides the point. More so, it's saying that air is a drug. For one, oxygen itself is a sort of like hallucinogenic, and if you take 100% oxygen at once, you can pass out or get very lightheaded. The idea being all the trace particles that we breathe in every day from the point that we're born till now create a sort of blurred idea of what reality really is. So that asks the question, if air causes these sort of long-term psycho events, then what does reality really look like, and has anyone really seen it? This could also explain why things like the supernatural and spirits aren't visible to us, because maybe there's a sort of fog in the way of our viewing. The Luna Park Train Fire Demon, which is one heck of an entry title. On June 9th of 1979, the Luna Park amusement park had a ride known as the Ghost Train that caught on fire and ended up killing 7 people. The story itself was really tragic. Basically, people who were on the ride were killed while within the ride from a very brutal fire. And an investigation that occurred later ruled that the fire was caused by an arson on purpose, although the perpetrator was never caught. Then one day, while a woman who lost her son and her husband to the fire was going through pictures of the park that day, she came across this image. Now, other than being absolutely terrifying, the person in the costume is especially alarming, as no one was able to find him after the event. There was never a record of them hiring or having a costume like that, because duh, why would a park make that a mascot for kids? And from all points and records, this guy did not work at the park and was just a bystander. So for one, it's really creepy that that guy was there on the day of the fire. And two, it's doubly creepy that presumably the dad or someone took a picture with their kid next to him. What some have pointed out that's especially creepy about this is that the costume bears a striking resemblance to Moloch. Moloch is one of the gods of the Canaanites mentioned in the Old Testament of the Bible. Essentially, Moloch is always depicted as the golden bull with horns, that the primary form of worship was to burn children at the altar of it, which led to these horrifying statues of golden bulls with fires underneath them and people just throwing babies into it, because gotta love that Old Testament stuff. Now, it's not a secret that several demon or demon-like gods are worshipped in the modern sense, although we don't really hear a lot about what they do. Whereas here, we see someone dressed as Moloch at a park on the day that the child he's taking a picture with was burned alive, and you see where I'm going with this. The idea is perhaps this guy, as a form of worship to this god, burned the children alive as